Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The dungeon is a place that appeared when the gate opened. Many monsters live inside. There were battles where hunters hunted superhumans who have inexplicable superpowers and show heroic strength. 10 years have passed since the monsters appeared along with the dungeon. Hunters appeared one after another who adapted to the changed world and evolved. Coexisting, hunters and ordinary people gradually got used to each other, and therefore the popularity of hunters increased sharply day by day. But there is only one way to become a hunter. This is a huge tower in which from the first floor to the 100th there is a system according to which the higher you rise, the stronger you become. All hunters before their awakening are summoned to the tower, become superhumans, and turn into hunters who fight in the dungeon. Hunters always shouted loudly that they needed to climb the tower as high as possible, because the higher they climbed, the more power they could get. There were many corpses and monsters on each battlefield, but those who could not even pass the tower tutorial were more than 80%, and those who dropped out on the 10th floors were E-level hunters, and those who reached the 20th were D-level hunters. Those who reached the 30th floor were classified as C-level. Those who reached the 40th floor were classified as B-level, and those who reached the 50th floor were classified as A-level. At this time, a guy in armor was standing in front of the 100th floor and planning to conquer it. This was the protagonist, and he was holding a sword. Some time ago, the protagonist looked at the phone with surprise in his eyes. On its screen was Hansen, a hunter of the S level. Many people were rushing to the tower, but Hansen had already climbed to the 61st floor. The protagonist stared at the phone screen. He imagined the tower and said in his head that someday he would be able to receive the call of the tower and end this vile life. He slowly raised his head. The guy remembered his dead parents. Then he remembered his dead friends. The protagonist bit his lip in grief and said to himself that if he could also climb the tower, then. But before he could finish speaking, he was hit hard on the head. Raising his head, he saw a guy in front of him who was clenching his hand into a fist and saying that he was again only looking at his phone. Then he poked his finger at the protagonist's forehead and added that this was the problem with stupid fools. He hit his finger on his forehead and asked him if he really didn't know that they would soon be entering the dungeon, adding that if he didn't want to be fired, he should work hard to be a good inventory keeper. But his comrade came up from behind and, scratching his head in confusion, apologized for Sonhak's lack of choice of words. Hearing this, the protagonist waved his hands negatively and said, "It's okay, it means he's friends with him." Having said this, he lowered his head and, clenching his hand into a fist, said to himself, "Good." His comrades began to leave, and the protagonist rushed after them, saying to himself that today too he had to hold out well. After a while, he was walking in front of everyone. The guy looked back excitedly and asked himself why they put him in front. What if a monster appeared, really as cannon fodder? The guy who apologized to him waved his hand at him with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the protagonist smiled and said to himself that everything was fine because this guy was on the team. When suddenly a foot flew into his back. The same guy with a kind smile pushed the inventory man forward. The protagonist fell to the ground with a loud cry. He turned around abruptly and shouted, asking what they were doing. Suddenly, a magical force spread across the ground. It quickly rose upward, and the protagonist wondered if it was defense mana. One of the guys picked up his phone with a big smile on his face and loudly welcomed everyone to the long-awaited return of dogfighting. The guy pointed his finger at the protagonist, calling him the red-haired porter. Turning the camera to the monster hounds, he shouted that the broadcast was starting. Standing behind the mana, the guys shouted that you can bet on who will win, and the viewers' donations are a huge support, while the monsters confidently walked towards the protagonist. The guy gritted his teeth, menacingly thinking that this was a trap. He knew that an ordinary person or hunter needs to be placed with a monster and forced to fight until one of them dies, and this is saturated with dogfights. Turning to the laughing guys, the protagonist thought that this was all illegal, so even if he was lucky enough to win, these bastards would never leave him alive. The guy clenched his fist, thinking with horror that this is why they had a higher reward than others. The hound monster put its paw on the ground with a loud sound. Pushing off, they menacingly rushed at the guy. The protagonist raised his hand with the weapon up, covering himself from the attack. Suddenly, he grabbed his hand, which was torn by claws. With beads of sweat on his face, he wondered in fear how to fight them. The monster immediately jumped up again above the bleeding guy. The guy raised his hand to his mouth, shouting loudly for Hyunsu to cheer up for the sake of the spectators who had bet for him. The protagonist powerlessly turned his gaze to the side, defending himself from the monster. His gaze became more worried when one of the boys asked if the protagonist really wanted to become food for the monsters like his family. Hyunsu gritted his teeth in rage, calling them bastards. The boy quickly turned to the side, telling the boys to know that they will die today. The boys began to laugh when suddenly Seonghak said that the protagonist will die today. Hyunsu carefully reached for the whistle on his neck. He brought it to his mouth and whistled loudly. The monster hound's ears perked up and they gritted their teeth in rage. Seonghak panicked, asking what the boy was doing since he had clearly gone crazy. Breaking through the mana, the boy ordered to stop causing aggression and stop. He stretched out his hand and ordered to give him the whistle. At that moment, the monster grabbed his hand with all its strength. The hounds broke out, quickly heading towards the boys. Seonghak stretched his arms forward, asking in confusion why there were so many of them. Hyunsu smiled, saying that he said that the boys would die today. At that moment, a loud, heart-rending scream was heard from the boys. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, hearing a quiet bark. Turning around, the guy noticed a monster flying towards him. Hyunsu was immediately knocked down, starting to fall quickly. The hound was behind him, grabbing him by the shoulder with all its strength. The whole ground was covered in splashes of blood. The protagonist was breathing heavily, lying on his stomach. He watched as the bodies of the boys continued to be tormented by the monsters. The hounds approached him, starting to sniff the body. Hyunsu thought that he tried his best to survive, but in the end he became dog food. His eyes closed in front of the approaching monsters. Closing his eyes, the protagonist was relieved that before he died, he repaid these bastards. The tower doors opened in the protagonist's mind, and the system reported that the conditions were met, so the tower invited him. The protagonist's body appeared in a spacious hall. He suddenly opened his eyes. At the same second, the guy jumped up in horror. Hensu remembered his recent watch. Drops of cold sweat were running down his face, and he wondered if he really hadn't died. His eyes were filled with shock, because he remembered the system's words that the tower had invited him. Having calmed down a little, he asked himself if he had really been summoned to the tower and resurrected for coins. Imagining a gold coin, he said to himself that while in the tower, no matter how he died, for the coins that the hunter received, he could return to life, just like he was now. The protagonist looked away and thought that they had said that the number of coins each person receives is random, and the exact number can be found out after completing the tutorial. A system window suddenly appeared in front of him, welcoming him to the tower. Then several more appeared, informing him that his current location was the first floor, so now he needed to climb up. The guy looked at this with surprise in his eyes and said in his head that now, looking at the status window, he really believed that he had entered the tower. Then he remembered how he had learned the information that the government and the guild provided for this day. He also remembered how hard he had prepared and trained, and finally he had an opportunity. A portal opened in front of him, and the protagonist realized that he needed to concentrate hard. With these thoughts, he stepped forward, because he knew that he could not miss such a chance. The next second, the guy entered the portal. He found himself on the first floor in the forest, and in front of him in the clearing sat a goblin. The monster immediately noticed the intruder, and a notification appeared in front of Hensu, informing him that he needed to deal with the goblin. The guy smiled and said that as it was said in the guide from the government and the guild, this is a hunt for one goblin. The monster smiled madly and beckoned him with its finger. Seeing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. At the same moment, he stood up. He took out a blade and said that if he dealt with him right here, then it would be better for him. Having said this, he jumped up. Not a second had passed before the goblin missed a strong blow to the face. Hensu flew into him from his knee. Unable to resist, the monster flew in the direction of the blow. The protagonist immediately spun the blade in his hand. Jumping on his opponent, he swung. Without thinking twice, he plunged the weapon into the goblin's chest. Blood spurted in all directions, and a notification appeared in front of the guy, stating that he had successfully completed the task, having passed the first floor. Having read this, the protagonist stood up and said that it was too easy. He brought the blade to his face and added that it was easy to deal with such a one, but the guy did not have time to finish. The goblin stabbed the protagonist in the back from the sly. Hensu turned to the side in surprise. The guy fell to the ground, wondering if there was another one. The goblin looked at the protagonist with a crazy smile. The protagonist, with tears in his eyes, thought that they said that there would be only one monster. He suddenly closed his eyes. The system immediately reported that a coin was being subtracted and a transfer to the save point was being performed. Hensu opened his eyes, thinking that apparently a coin was subtracted from him and he was resurrected again. The guy leaned his hands on the ground, indignantly thinking that the rules of the tutorial said that there was only one goblin. He put his hand to his chin, thinking. The guy wondered if the government and the guild had spread false information, and he did not know what they were planning, but now he could not do anything. Hensu frowned, confidently thinking that first he needed to get up. Walking through the forest, the protagonist thought he had been waiting for 3 hours, but they never showed up. Crouching on the ground, he thought that if he acted hastily, he could get caught like last time, and he didn't know how they would attack and how many there would be, so he had to be careful. Suddenly, the guy heard a rustle to the side, turning around in surprise. Peeking out from behind a tree, Hensu noticed a goblin. Crouching, he thought he would follow him. After some time, they came to a building, into which the goblin quickly ran. Looking inside, the protagonist thought that another goblin was here and the one who stabbed him. He looked out in shock, wondering what it was. Hensu noticed the statue, thinking that maybe it was an artifact, but they said that there were no artifacts in the tutorial area. The protagonist immediately remembered how Hansen said at the Blitz interview that there were hidden treasures and opportunities in the tower, and only by getting them could he climb high in the tower. The guy took out his weapon, thinking that no matter what happened, he would still get it and look. Gritting his teeth, he waved his hand hard. The goblin's eyes lit up and he screamed loudly. Hensu hit the enraged monster right in the heart. The second goblin turned around in bewilderment. The protagonist stood behind him, holding a dagger in his hand, and said that this was revenge for the monster stabbing him. At that very second, thick blood splashed to the sides. Hensu looked at the blood in front of him, when suddenly the system reported that the first floor had been passed. The guy carefully approached the artifact. He took it, asking what kind of statue it was, because it seemed that the goblins were protecting it. After picking it up, Hyunsu suddenly noticed something strange about it. Bright lightning immediately burst out. The bright light coming out of the statue illuminated the surrounding area. Carefully holding it in his hands, the protagonist read that he had obtained the Lunati's statue, and then read about its purpose. The system suddenly announced that it was blessing the boy who had walked the risky road from the very beginning. Bright pillars of light struck from the sky, and a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that he had obtained the eyes that gazed at the stars, an S-level authority. A bright pattern appeared in Hyunsu's eyes, and then a system screen appeared in front of him, explaining that in the pitch-black sky, there were also stars even if they did not sparkle, and the eyes could see hidden information. After reading this, the protagonist leaned even closer to the notification and shouted, asking if it was really obtaining an S-level authority. He immediately remembered Hansung and said that the highest level, which is now generally recognized, is Hansung's AA level, an S-level hunter. Leaving the memories, he asked with a very confused expression if he really received powers that exceeded that of the S level, adding that this was really some kind of madness. Having calmed down, he raised his hand to his chin and asked how to use them, after which he read, "They see hidden information." A red system notification appeared in front of him again, which said that there were no hidden rewards on the first floor, to which the guy happily exclaimed that if he used these powers, he would be able to collect all the hidden rewards in the tower. A powerful magical energy enveloped the stone building. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said that it was time to go to the next floor. But as soon as he entered the portal, something immediately pierced his shoulder. When Hensu saw his blood, his eyes were filled with fear and horror. After a while, he quickly ran away from the black silhouette. He looked behind him out of the corner of his eye and cursed the government and the guilds. Gritting his teeth in fear, he screamed through them that they had not said that the kobold was using a weapon, and his task was to destroy the kobold. Bright rays of sunlight were breaking through the foliage of the trees. The protagonist suddenly stopped abruptly. He looked back and said that he had already been caught on the first floor, but again unknowingly trusted the guide. Then he reached out to the dart in his shoulder and said that of course he should have thought about the variable. After that, he splashed water on the wound and said that he needed to heal first. Having splashed a healing potion on the wound, he said that this was already better. Then he leaned his hand on a tree and said that this bastard had a good sense of smell, so he would find it right away, adding that his weapon looked very dangerous. But suddenly the protagonist saw that his hand was covered in some kind of resin. Then he used the eyes that gazed at the stars, and a bright light appeared in them. A system screen appeared in front of him, which said that this was the sap of the facade tree. It gave off a smell that was difficult for a kobold to recognize, so it was better to apply it to the body. After reading this, the guy was surprised and asked if they even looked for the necessary information depending on the situation. Clenching his hand into a fist, he exclaimed that this was very cool. A few minutes later, the kobold was walking through the clearing. The protagonist, smeared with sap, was sitting on a tree. Suddenly, he jumped up. The kobold heard this and turned around abruptly, but before he could do anything, Hensu plunged the blade into his head. The guy, gritting his teeth, struck after strike. With a sharp movement of his hand, he pulled the knife out of the monster's head. Then he stood up and said that he really couldn't smell it, and a notification appeared in front of him saying that he had passed the second floor and he also received 300 points for conducting a new experiment. Suddenly, a red system screen appeared in front of him in which the guy was asked to take a nail from the kobold's ring finger, because maybe something good would happen. The protagonist looked at the nail in surprise. Coming closer, he pulled it out. Hyunsu looked ahead, saying that he seemed to have taken everything, when suddenly the system reported that the second floor was passed. Food appeared from the opened portal, which surprised the guy. After taking a bite, he thought about how people say when you pass the second floor and a portal is formed, when suddenly the system reported the activation of the community. Standing in front of the monitor, Hyunsu was waiting for the opening of the society, the main server of which is Korea. The protagonist suddenly read that in the chat someone indignantly asks who said that there is only one goblin on the first floor. The guy frowned, happily thinking that he wasn't the only one who had gone through this. The chat started an argument, saying that there was only one goblin on the first floor. The guy put his hand to his chin, asking why people had such a reaction, because they really didn't believe in the words of others. He looked forward, thinking that he should join too. Hensu extended his finger forward, starting to register a nickname, after which he chose Clash of Eye Princes. In the chat, he started writing that he wished good luck to the guys who were going through the tutorial, after which he thought that if he could attract people's attention with posing, and write indirectly in such a way that those who knew information about the fake tutorial would react. People began to respond to the post, saying that they thought that goblins die easily, and it is natural that they gather in a pack. Hensu smiled, happy that there were comments from those who had also gone through this, and if you try, you can get comrades, so you need to constantly publish correct information. Shrouded in mana, the protagonist said that for this you need to move faster. After some time, the guy entered the third floor, where he had to break through the traps. The protagonist's face immediately changed. Bright explosions began to be heard not far from him. A sharp spear rushed past the frightened guy's face. Sharpened peaks burst out right in front of the guy. Hensu fell to the floor in fear, crawling back. Looking around, he screamed loudly that he almost died. With beads of sweat on his face, the protagonist asked if the false guide said that you need to distinguish traps by putting your hands in front of you. After touching the peaks, the guy said that he was lied to, because people would at least lose their hands first. Hensu activated his eyes that looked at the stars, when suddenly he said that there definitely wouldn't be any. His pupil filled with bright light. Bright light began to emanate from the furious guy, illuminating everything around. The system reported that all the traps had been located, after which the protagonist smiled happily, thinking that he needed to go. After a while, most of the traps in the corridor were activated, and in front of the protagonist was a notification that said that he had passed the third floor without being defeated, so he received 1,000 points. The guy sat on the floor and asked why they made the tutorial so difficult. After saying this, he opened a special lunch that, after eating it for 1 hour, adds 200% to regeneration, and then asked if they really had a conscience because they gave such a lunch this time. Hyunsu ate the lunch he was given and said that these traps were really terrible. He remembered how he jumped out from under his grandfather's old pendulum clock at the very last moment. Then he ran away from the bright fire show trap with all his might. After that, he barely dodged the blade trap. After leaving the memories, the protagonist scooped up a hearty meal with a spoon and said that if he didn't have this ability, he wouldn't be able to pass even with 100 coins. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound and looked up. In front of him was a system screen, which reported that his number of floors captured was 2, strength was 5, agility was 7, physical strength was 6, and magic power was 5. After reading this, the guy smiled ominously and said that if you pass 3 floors, you can see your indicators. The general indicators are normal and the magic power is above average. They said that you are born with magic power, so with such an indicator, it seems that he has the highest among those going through the tutorial, or maybe this is the very talent. Putting the spoon in his mouth, he added contentedly that this is good. Then he stretched out his hand and said that he will try to go further with such a good mood, after which he opened a community. At this time, in the area of the 30th floor of the tower, there was a whole city. Thick smoke came out of the cigarette. A newbie named Sanmo of the Sangun Guild, ranked 8th, took out a cigarette and said that there was 1 coin left if he exited the level as a player. He introduced a man in a suit and said that the guild, especially the guild chairman, of course, was trying to kill him, and he also knew a lot of secret information, so, without finishing, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Oh shit." Suddenly, the door opened and a guy ran in, asking Sanmo if he had seen the publication in the community. The newbie put out his cigarette and listened to the guy shouting that someone was causing a stir in the tutorial area channel again. Hearing this, Sanmo narrowed his eyes and asked discontentedly what, adding that his head was already hurting, and then ordered to show it. The guy opened the protagonist's messages, in which he described the first 3 floors in detail. Sanmo, frowning, read the messages. When he read about the explanations of the traps, he became very angry. Then he came across a message in which Hyunsu wrote that you should never trust the instructions of the evil groups of the government and large guilds. At the same moment, Sanmo broke the table into 2 pieces with 1 blow. The guy, seeing this, raised his hands in fear. Sanmo shouted in rage, ordering them to release the guys and find this freak, after which the guy ran away in fear. Sungmo tightly clenched his hand into a fist, saying in his head that if he did not settle this, his head would be cut off, adding that he did not know who this freak was, but how dare he mock on the floor where their guild is in charge. His eyes filled with rage and anger, and he said that he would kill him. The protagonist scratched his ear, asking if someone was talking about him. In front of him, the guy saw an announcement from the system that his passage helps followers, so he is given the title of Conqueror. After reading all the information, Hensu spat out the drink in shock. Looking at the title, The guy asked if this was a super rare class that is absolutely necessary to become a hunter of the highest level, and moreover, he is given a developmental type title that raises all indicators and has a reward system. The guy exhaled, saying that it helped that he wrote texts about the origin, after which he pointed his finger towards the comments. Participants in the comments wrote about their passage, thanking the main character, while the guy smiled, saying that this was probably due to the fact that these guys responded positively to his publications, putting his hand to his chin. Hensu said with a smile that looking at how their opinions coincide, he thinks that maybe they will become good comrades in the future. The protagonist's expression suddenly changed after reading the comment that the third floor was not that difficult, so he asked to ignore the false information, while Hyunsu wondered if these people were from the Sangun Guild. The guy pursed his lips, thinking that they were doing this because they were afraid that they would be exposed for spreading false information in collusion with the government. Baring his teeth, Hyunsu said sarcastically that he would expose all their lies. Looking down at the ashtray, he added that the guild should try to follow him and find him, because during this time, the protagonist and Sungmo said that they would become stronger. Falling down, Hyunsu fell into a hidden hell pit on the third floor. He suddenly shouted loudly that he obtained a hidden artifact such as a clockwork part, a mid-level secret jewel, and an explosive scroll. After some time, the protagonist completed the entrance to the fourth floor, and his task was to climb the cliff. Climbing higher and higher, the guy noticed a dark blue tree in front of him. The protagonist smiled happily, shouting loudly that everything was as he expected. Letting go of his hands, he shouted with burning eyes that there was not a single match with the guide, and the fourth floor was passed. Falling to the ground, the guy clenched his fists, saying that no one said that the height of the rock was controlled depending on the number of artifacts available, and if he had kept quiet and climbed, he would have fallen 100 times and become a dried triggerfish. A quiet rustle was suddenly heard behind him. Turning around, Hensu noticed a magic stone with some kind of inscription on it. Picking it up, the protagonist noticed a name, John Trader. The system reported that John was a great sage who had long since risen to the 92nd floor, and he had single-handedly created an artificial creature, a homunculus, and was going to capture the tower. The protagonist frowned, asking if the highest floor humanity had ever set foot on was the 64th floor, and also a homunculus, and then asked what was going on in the tower. Looking at the rock, the guy asked if the tower really existed before it was known. The protagonist scratched his head thoughtfully. Opening his backpack, the guy said that there was no point in thinking about it now because he wouldn't find out anything anyway. A portal opened in front of him, and Hensu said that if he went up, he would find out about it on his own. Gritting his teeth, he confidently said that the last floor of the tutorial remained. The guy entered the 5th floor, where the monster boss was supposed to be dealt with. The system reported that a system reward was given out in advance on the 5th floor when suddenly the guy raised his head up, asking if they really adjusted the difficulty level to some extent, and therefore it was worth trying since you can use skills. The system began to select a monster for the fighter's level, starting to check the skills of the protagonist, who was surprised, saying that he had not heard of such a thing. The system immediately said that the difficulty had increased when suddenly the fish warrior who appeared in front of Hensu screamed loudly in rage. The protagonist's face changed, asking in horror if this was too much. In front of the protagonist was a huge fish warrior, a fish-type monster, a half-human, half-fish monster covered in blue scales and attacking enemies with a trident and sharp fangs, and on land its power decreases. The guy looked at it in horror and screamed, asking if it was a third highest class fish warrior. Suddenly, the monster rushed to attack. Hensu managed to dodge the blow with the trident at the very last moment. Then he managed to duck from the blow with a huge paw. He looked up in fear, wondering if this was really a light version, adding that his level was very different from the monsters he had fought before. Thinking about this, he began to run away from the fish warrior who was chasing after him. The protagonist glanced at his opponent out of the corner of his glowing eye and said that he definitely couldn't defeat him with his bare hands, so he definitely needed skills. As soon as he said this, a red system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that the location of all skill boxes had been determined, and the guy saw the location of all skill boxes, 2 of which were the lowest and low level, and another skill box of the middle level, but it was far away. Running up to the 2 skill boxes, he said to himself that he hoped that they would be useful. Stretching out his hand, he said, opening the box. At that moment, black smoke blocked the fish warrior's entire view. He began to look from side to side while the protagonist was saying to himself that even though he had gotten the F-level skill smoke screen, it was just right for the current situation, since it blocked the monster's view. But the boss suddenly roared loudly, causing all the smoke to clear, and Hensu ran, using the race skill. Suddenly, he saw another skill box not far in front of him. Sweat was dripping from his face while he was saying that he was almost there. But before he could finish speaking, the fish warrior found himself above him with a powerful jump. After landing, dust rose to the sky, and the ground split. The monster was holding the protagonist tightly. Hensu gritted his teeth in pain and said to himself that his opponent was terribly fast. At the same second, he grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then he threw it at the fish warrior, shouting, "At least this." Feeling the pain, the monster became furious. He immediately threw the protagonist. The guy was digging the ground with his body. When he stopped, the boss had already pulled the sword out of his body. After that, he swung his spear. But Hensu stretched out his hand and opened a mid-level skill box. Looking at the monster, he smiled and thanked it for throwing him right onto the skill box. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that he had been lucky and had received the B-level skill Fire Bomb, which made the guy very happy and shouted that he had received a B-level attack skill. But suddenly the monster kicked him with all its might. Bouncing off the ground, the protagonist flew into the mountain far behind. He punched a hole in it with his body. A few minutes later, a hand appeared from it. Hensu wiped his face and said that the fish warrior did not even give him time to rejoice. But the boss suddenly appeared in front of him. Suddenly, blue blood splashed. Hensu stuck the blade into his opponent's leg. Then he raised a sly look, asking if it hurt. The warrior fish's face changed, screaming loudly in pain. Raising his hand up, he swung at the guy with all his might. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that this time it would hurt even more. He released a fire bomb, directing it towards the enraged opponent. A few seconds later, the fire died down. The warrior fish grabbed his stomach, falling to his knees in surprise. Hensu smiled, smelling the fried fish. He began to slowly move his hand towards the monster's head, saying that there was nothing better than fire to catch a fish that had come ashore. The guy activated the fire bomb again, saying goodbye to the monster. The protagonist happily stood over the monster's body when suddenly the system reported that he had defeated the invincible enemy, so 1,500 points were awarded. Exhausted, Hensu fell to the ground. Raising his hands up, he joyfully shouted that he had won. The system said that the reward is given depending on the level of the killed boss monster when suddenly a bright star appeared in front of the guy. A bright light immediately flashed. Hensu gritted his teeth, covering his face with his hand. Something light immediately flew into his face. Beads of sweat from fear appeared on the protagonist's face when suddenly he asked in horror what it was. Taking a closer look, the guy noticed a frog and the system reported the issuance of a pet. He frowned, perplexedly asking what kind of reward this was when suddenly a strong blow fell on his cheek. The frog pushed off him, jumping to the ground. Looking at it, Hensu read that it was impossible to know about its further development since it is an animal of chaos. Grabbing his cheek, the protagonist was surprised, asking if it was really stronger than him. The frog yawned, and the guy read in the hint that the pet is connected to its owner so they can talk to each other mentally, but if the connection is low or the owner is weaker than the pet, then the latter can bite. The guy frowned in bewilderment, wondering if the frog is really stronger than him. The frog suddenly croaked, spitting something to the side. The stone and the mucus landed on the ground. A few seconds later, the stone dissolved in acid. Hensu lowered his hands down, thinking that the pet is really stronger. Reaching for the sword, the guy thought that she cannot go with him, after which he said that there is no law obliging you to be with a pet. Waving at the frog, the protagonist said that the frog should live here and he will go. The frog looked after him with disappointment. She was surprised. With beads of sweat on his face, the guy was scared, wondering if the frog would spit at him. The pet jumped up, landing on Hensu's shoulder. The guy smiled, thinking sarcastically that the pet was weaker when she was pushed away. After petting her, the protagonist asked if they would respect each other when suddenly the frog lay down on him with a smile. Enveloped in mana, the guy said that it was time for them to go when suddenly the system congratulated him on successfully completing the tutorial, so the system restrictions were removed. The guy quickly took a step forward. Having walked forward, Hensu entered the 6th floor. The protagonist found himself in the city, in a safe zone where all his wounds began to recover little by little, but killing players in it was prohibited, and he was also given a guidebook. The guy looked at the players in surprise and asked if there were really so many who had completed the tutorial, and the frog on his shoulder suddenly laughed. Hearing this, Hensu looked at the pet. Pointing his finger at her, he asked why she was acting like that since they had just agreed to respect each other, to which the frog croaked discontentedly, after which the guy said discontentedly that she was a very impudent frog. Without taking his eyes off her, he asked her name since he couldn't call her a frog all the time, to which the amphibian closed her eyes, sighing heavily. Hearing this, Hyunsu raised his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked if he, the owner, should really name her, adding that in such cases, the advantage is again given to the owner, but she is a cool frog belonging to Chaos, one who is stronger than the owner. After a short pause, he exclaimed that he came up with a very suitable name, to which the frog was very happy. But when the protagonist said that he would call her Dokchun, the creature of Chaos was very upset. He then said that she was now the Chaos Super Frog Dokchun, causing the amphibian to scream in horror. While Hyunsu was talking to the frog, a man came up to them and apologized. The guy smiled and asked if he was right that the protagonist had just risen after completing the tutorial, to which he replied that yes, he had definitely risen. The guy then said that his name was Sung-hoon, adding that he was from the Blue Dragon Guild, after which he held out a small ball and asked him to take a white pellet since it was good for healing. Hyun-soo looked at the pellet with the eyes he had received and saw that it had an oblivion spell on it, which edited parts of the memories of the tutorial section, compulsion. Without taking his eyes off the pellet, he said to himself, so people's memories were edited, which is why they said that he was lying. Realizing this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Turning back to the frog, the protagonist said in his head that they couldn't remember not because a lot of time had passed, but because the memories had been erased, which is why the big guilds and the government were actively introducing white pellets. Thinking about this, he turned to Sung-hoon and asked if he had taken the pellet. When he took it, the guy said of course, he was Safer, the person who distributed the white pellets. The guy smiled widely and suddenly asked if Hyun-soo would eat the white pellet to heal. The protagonist froze in surprise and asked if it was really in front of him right now. Sung-hoon put his hands in his pocket and replied that according to the guild rules, he had to do it in front of Safer, but before he could finish speaking, a man appeared next to them. His body was covered in blood, and he himself was screaming with all his might that he was alone. They said he was alone, and one of the players nearby screamed that he urgently needed to be given a white pellet. While the guy was shouting that the government and guilds were terrible people, Dakshin looked at the white pellet in the protagonist's hands. Suddenly, she croaked contentedly. At the same second, she released her long tongue and grabbed the white pellet. Dakshin immediately ate it, and her owner screamed in shock that. Hearing this, Sung-hoon turned to him, remembering about the pellet, but Hyun-soo pretended to eat it already, after which the Safer said that now he will become more cheerful. But he needs to enter it into the registry, so he needs to say his name, to which the protagonist replied, Kim Jong-soo. After a while, there was silence on the outskirts of the 6th floor in the guest house. Hyun-soo sat on the bed and thanked his pet for helping him cheat, after which a system screen appeared in front of him, which said that the frog opened a new property, recovery. Closing his eyes, the guy sighed in relief and said, "This is what a magical animal means," after which he asked if he really had a recovery skill after the white pill when he suddenly remembered something. Raising his hand to his chin, he said that the guys he saw every day in the community would also probably soon go up to the 6th floor. Then he opened the community and said that he needed to write about the passage of the 5th floor and the white granule as soon as possible. Extending his finger, he added that he could not lose those who were with him. A few minutes later, he picked up the book and said that he had written about the passage. Putting the book in front of him, the protagonist said that now the rest, after which he opened the guidebook. The book opened and a bright light filled the entire room, and a notification appeared in front of the guy, which said that the ban on the store had been lifted and artifacts that could not be bought in the store could be obtained at the auction. After that, many images of objects began to fly in front of Hyun-soo. Then the protagonist used his eyes and was surprised. He looked at the yellow body of the fellaine and said that its properties were no good, but then why did his eyes react to it? Extending his finger, he asked himself if he could check because he had gotten here thanks to his eyes, after which a notification appeared in front of him which told him that 2,000 points had been deducted for his purchase. The protagonist's expression changed, loudly asking how this E-level could cost 2,000 points, when suddenly the system gave a hint that the goods bought in the store could not be resold for a week. The guy was puzzled, asking why his eyes reacted to this, and then began to read the information about the yellow body of the fellaine. Hyun-soo frowned, surprised by the information he read. The guy took out a precious stone that was made by a person who had risen to the 92nd floor. Looking at the thing in front of him, the protagonist was puzzled that its person had risen to the 99th floor, which is even higher, so was it really an impressive artifact? The guy clenched his hand into a fist, smiling, saying that he still had eyes, so he needed to collect a set of fellaine. An hour later, Hyun-soo was sitting on the floor, upset that he had searched hard but had not found the remaining parts, but he still sold and bought some things. The guy was glad that he had artifacts such as a long sword, a metal helmet in the form of a necklace, and various potions, so now he looked like a real hunter. The protagonist grinned, saying that he had introduced the store, so there was only one left, after which he requested the provision of powers and modifications, after which the system congratulated him on completing the training and gave him 500 points. The modification suddenly began and light mana began to emanate from the guy's body. A bright beam burst out, illuminating everything around. A couple of minutes later, the system reported that the modification was complete when suddenly the guy began to read about how his characteristics had increased. The system reported that a random box with powers was issued when suddenly Hyun-soo turned around, asking why from his bag. Raising his head up, he noticed that the hidden parts were gathered in one place. All the parts began to gather into a ball, emitting a bright light. The bright light of mana continued to fill everything around. After some time, a box with powers appeared in front of the guy, which grew to the highest. Hyunsu carefully approached it, surprised that for the first time he received a box with powers of the highest level. The guy slowly pointed his finger at it. The system suddenly congratulated him, saying that he received powers of the S level, a combination of skills, after which the main character put his hands to his face, happily squealing. The main character happily hugged Dokchun, starting to stroke him. The system said that for the first time in the entire server, he received 2 types of powers, and the impossible happened, after which the guy looked up in surprise. Dokchun's eyes lit up brightly, and the system said that he was warning about the interference of chaos energy. The system warned about the emergence of a hidden quest, which made Hyunsu perplexed. It said that the challenger has an appropriate reward, and therefore the number of Hyunsu's coins is shown, which was only 3. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, asking if he really only had 3 coins left. The number on the counter suddenly began to change. The system suddenly began to repeat that the protagonist's coins were increasing. After some time, the counter showed an infinite number of coins, and the hidden quest said that he needed to climb the tower. The protagonist was speechless when he saw the number of coins. He clenched his fist, joyfully shouting that he would go to the very end and become the strongest S-level hunter and get wealth and glory outside. The guy's face suddenly changed, thinking that in order to get out of the tower, he either needed to spend the coins or capture the tower itself. The protagonist grabbed his head in horror, asking if he really couldn't get out of here. The protagonist sat by the wall with his head down and said that all this meant that he definitely needed to go to the 100th floor. He began to count on his fingers and say that it took Handsome, a level S hunter, a year and 8 months to get through the tower to the 61st floor, after which a notice appeared in front of him saying that he should not worry about the outside world, because time passes twice as fast in the tower as outside. After reading this, Hyunsu grabbed his head and shouted that then it would take 3 years and 4 months, which meant that it would take at least 10 years to get to the 100th floor. At this time, several people came out of the portals in the square of the 6th floor, and one of them asked discontentedly why they were constantly calling them, because everything here had already been checked, to which the man apologized to him and said that they were ordered to thoroughly check everything. Hearing this, the man leaned towards the guy and menacingly asked if he was joking, when suddenly he saw a man behind him. He was tossing a blade in his hand, and his class was an assassin. It was Manager Jaehyuk. The man immediately let the boy go and turned around, saying that if that was all, he would go. At that moment, Jaehyuk put his hand to his forehead and said that his head was hurting because of that princess. Suddenly, what he saw surprised him. He snapped his fingers, and 2 people immediately ran up to him. The manager looked at them with burning eyes and ordered them to bring the one who wrote the 4th report. A few minutes later, 2 men brought in a guy in glasses. They pushed him forward, after which he asked what was the matter. But before he could finish speaking, Jaehyuk's leg flashed in his eyes. He hit the guy's leg with all his might. The guy's leg broke, causing him to fall to the ground. The manager immediately grabbed his head. Crouching down next to him, he menacingly asked if he knew what he had done. He suddenly slammed the guy into the ground with all his might, saying that firstly, he had been careless about the order to double-check people without a guild, so the unknown person had entered the square without permission. He then slammed him again and said that secondly, there was a possibility that this unknown person was the one the guild people were looking for. After slamming the guy again, blood splashed on his face, and he added that thirdly, because he had let him go, they hated to track him down. After that, he left the guy on the floor and said that he should be grateful to him for letting him live. Turning to his subordinates, he ordered them to close all the portals on the 6th floor and find the person named Jones. Hearing the order, everyone ran in different directions. At this time, the protagonist and the frog were yawning sweetly. They ate their fill in the dining room of the guest house, and the guy said that after a hearty meal, the tension had eased and his mood had improved a little. Then he poked Dokchun's belly and said that he really was a glutton, when suddenly he heard a furious cry asking if they could really close the portals, if it was really the earth. Hyunsu turned to the guys in the dining room, who were shouting that freaks from big guilds were just being released. It was all Sangun. Hearing this, the guy became very tense and asked himself if the portals had really been closed. Some time passed, the weather was good outside. A human leg suddenly appeared on a tree branch. It was the main character. He was looking down and saying that they really had closed all the portals. He was on the edge of the 6th floor and saw how people in suits did not let anyone into the last 5th portal. Hensu clenched his fist and said that there was the least security here, which meant that the only thing left was to break through by force, adding that he still did not know what his abilities were. Imagining several people rushing at him, he said that he had never fought several people at once. But while he was saying that all that was left was to wait, a powerful explosion was heard in the city. The protagonist turned around in horror and screamed, "What the?" Standing in front of the portal, someone from the crowd asked if people from a large guild could really do such a thing, because the participants had to go up. A rough voice was suddenly heard from behind that provocative actions and refusal to cooperate were punishable. The guys from the guild bowed, shouting loudly that the manager had arrived. The participants fearfully stepped aside, saying that they needed to leave here. The manager folded his arms across his chest, asking with a sly smile where Jones was. A guy approached him, saying that an order had come from the 10th floor, and if Jones went up, he needed to be caught, when suddenly the manager frowned, asking to tell all the guild members to gather in this area, because from now on, it was necessary to check the data of all those people who were not from the guild. The guy glanced at everyone, ordering to block the area. The executor looked askance at the signal flare, saying that if he fired it, then let the waiting group immediately gather in a couple of minutes. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a powerful explosion to the side. The manager turned his head to the side in surprise. The outskirts of the 6th floor were shrouded in ash and smoke. Jae-hyuk twirled the knife in his hand, then smiled, saying that he was waiting for the protagonist. Hyun-soo frowned, seeing the killer in front of him. The manager jumped up with an evil smile, swinging his leg. He hit the protagonist's head with all his might. Thick dust immediately rose into the air. Jae-hyuk slowly approached Hyun-soo, saying that he didn't care about his name, but if he wanted to know his identity. He held his weapon forward and continued, asking if he really had to kill the guy first. The protagonist wiped his face, clearing his throat. The guys bowed and began to happily shout that the manager had arrived. The protagonist frowned, asking what he meant, saying that it didn't matter. Jae-hyuk spread his arms out to the sides, saying that if he killed the guy, the walkthroughs would no longer be published, or, as he said, it didn't matter. The guy threw the knife up, spinning it, when he suddenly said that the protagonist looked more like a princess than that freak who caused a ruckus in the square. He frowned, adding that the bastard was acting while carefully hiding his identity, and Hyun-soo pursed his lips, thinking that the guy was smart. The protagonist reached for his sword, thinking that he had such a hopeless way of thinking, so now he would show what would happen if he treated people and their lives like that. The manager raised his hand up, and suddenly a bright explosion was heard in the air, which surprised the protagonist greatly. Jae-hyuk looked down at Hyun-soo, saying that he fired a flare so the guild members would come to deal with the guy, and until then they would play. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that the enemy was using a flare haphazardly, which cost more than 3,000 points, which was many times more expensive than his cheap armor. Jumping up, he suddenly stretched his hand forward, shouting that the manager was lucky because he was rich. Suddenly, a loud clash of swords was heard in the air. The protagonist held his weapon tightly, blocking the blows. Jae-hyuk immediately kicked the guy in the face using a kick. He immediately smiled maliciously. Hyun-soo raised his hands up, holding the killer's leg between them. Baring his teeth, the guy asked if the manager really thought that he would fall for such a cheap trick, after which he thought that he recognized all of his main skills with his ability. Jae-hyuk looked forward with disdain. At that very second, a loud explosion was heard, raising dust into the air. The guys were fighting each other, sparkling with mana. Jumping up with a sword, the main character quickly flew towards the enemy. Sharply lowering the weapon down, his blow was unexpectedly blocked. Hyun-soo opened his eyes wide in horror, seeing a shield that creates a protective screen with magical power. Jae-hyuk smiled madly, asking if the guy really thought that such a banal attack would do anything. Stretching his hands forward, the main character immediately activated a firebomb, burning everything around. The guy held his hand up, saying that it was just a D-level shield that could be easily broken with his B-level skill. Jae-hyuk suddenly tried to cough. His hands dropped down, his body was weak. The manager gritted his teeth in anger, shouted that he had allowed them to play around, and Hyun-soo, not knowing his place, was asking for it. The guy raised his sword up, whispering that the atmosphere had changed. Jae-hyuk, his eyes glowing, suddenly rushed past the protagonist. Swinging his arm, he kicked Hyun-soo in the side with all his might. Not having time to block the blow, the guy quickly flew towards the tree. Clutching his side in pain, the protagonist leaned forward. The protagonist looked at the approaching enemy, shrouded in mana, thinking that the damage had become much stronger, after which he noticed a bracelet of gravity on him, which could control weight with magic. Hyun-soo bent down, asking how the people of Sangun could give such a thing to just some manager of the 6th floor. Taking a few steps back, the guy asked in fear if he really needed to be prepared to lose his leg and arm if he had to confront someone like that. With a smile on his face, the guy pushed aside the armor, saying that he trusted Dokchun. The protagonist grabbed the sword, shouting loudly that he would beat the enemy like a dog. At that very moment, Jae-hyuk quickly ran past the guy with burning eyes. Finding himself behind him, the manager began to launch attacks at his back. He began to laugh loudly, wishing death on the enemy. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk's face changed, pursing his lip. The protagonist held his leg in his hand with a sarcastic smile. The manager looked forward with disdain, putting his palms out in front of him. Hyun-soo quickly ran up to him, hugging him. Jae-hyuk blushed with embarrassment, asking what the guy was doing. The protagonist looked into his eyes with a crazy smile, saying that he noticed that the enemy liked firecrackers. Without letting go of the enemy, Hyun-soo immediately activated the firebomb. At that very moment, a loud explosion was heard, blinding everything around. The guys from the guild grabbed their heads, starting to call the manager in horror. Bleeding, Jae-hyuk coughed, calling the guy a freak. Gritting his teeth, he asked if the protagonist really wanted to die together, to which Hyunsu replied with a sly smile that he did not want to die. He added that only the manager would die, when suddenly Dokchun appeared on the guy's clothes, starting to recover. With crazy eyes, the protagonist asked if they would continue what they had started. Suddenly, another deafening explosion was heard. The guys gritted their teeth, taking a step forward. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in front of them, after which they covered their faces with their hands. The guys opened their frightened eyes, looking forward in horror, after which they closed their eyes again, seeing a bright light. After some time, the bracelet fell from the manager's hand. The protagonist was hovering over Jae-hyuk's body when the system suddenly reported that the execution of the killer was complete, so the skill that the killer possessed was given as a reward. With beads of sweat on their faces, the guys approached fearfully, asking what the protagonist was doing. Hyunsu was holding a bracelet in his hand. With a sly smile, he turned around, holding a cross in his hand, and then said that it was his. Confidently walking past the crowd, the guy smiled, approaching the entrance to the 7th floor. Hyunsu went out through the portal and found himself on the 7th floor. He looked at the small artifact and said that it was still a useful duel, because now he has 3 artifacts with a special effect. He presented a brooch of boiling power, which once a day for 10 minutes increases the indicators by 2 times, as well as a bracelet of gravity, with which you can control the SEM, as well as a metal helmet necklace, which automatically turns into a metal helmet if danger is detected. The Chaos Frog Dokchun opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The protagonist remembered Dokchun healing him and said that if it weren't for Dokchun, he wouldn't have been able to win. Hyunsu stroked the frog and thanked him. However, Dokchun frowned with displeasure. The protagonist began to sweat from excitement and said that he realized that thank you is not something to be put into a pocket. He presented the frog with a special meal that has a lot of meat, which also improves regeneration. The protagonist smiled widely and asked if the frog liked this dish, which only costs 300 points. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk woke up in the guest house in the Sangun Guild's property and screamed. He closed his eyes and mentally said that he lost. He opened the system window and realized that the protagonist took away his skill. He remembered the smiling Hyunsu and promised that he would definitely find and kill him. A young man entered the room and Jae-hyuk said that this young man had come just in time. Jae-hyuk looked at him and said that he was stepping down as the manager from today. He put on his jacket and said that he would be handing over the duties to him, so the young man should follow him and learn, because first he would deal with another commotion in the square. Jae-hyuk put his hand on his shoulder and asked, didn't they catch the madman who was causing trouble in the square? After a while, he frowned in shock at what he saw. Everything was destroyed in front of them, and the young man said that they were unable to stop Hyunsu, and the portal was broken. The protagonist extended his hand in front of him and used a skill. A red aura enveloped the goblins, temporarily paralyzing them. The protagonist ran through them, slashing at each of them with his sword. He returned the sword to its sheath and said that the skill he received from Jae-hyuk was worth using, as Hyunsu had fulfilled the conditions for passing in an instant. A portal suddenly opened in front of him and he said that it would be better if he received kicks or a shield, so he thought about going straight to the 8th floor. He took a step forward, but thought about something. There were goblins behind the protagonist, but he did not notice them and thought that this was a development area, so maybe there was something else here. He closed his eyes and an aura appeared around him. He immediately swung his sword and exclaimed that he would continue killing goblins. Blood splattered in all directions, the protagonist killed more than 30 goblins. After a while, he could barely stand on his feet, leaning on his sword, having killed about 40 goblins. The protagonist raised his head and looked at the system window, which notified him that it was giving him a beginner's pack. Something fell and bounced off his forehead as he looked up. Hyunsu picked up a small capsule from the floor. He opened his mouth in shock when he realized that by consuming it, he could improve his abilities. The protagonist happily swallowed it and exclaimed that he now understood why this was a cultivation area. An aura appeared around his sword and he began to shout happily. He covered his face with his hand and thought about whether he really needed to kill 100 goblins. He smiled madly and said that if he killed 100 monsters, he would become very strong, and therefore he wanted to get the most out of the beginner's kit. The goblins ran away from the protagonist in terror. Everything was on fire. The protagonist shot a goblin with a magic projectile. The protagonist stood in the center of chaos and suddenly the system notified him that he had reached the limit of the stat growth available with the beginner's kit. He put his hand on his forehead and said that Dokchun had also worked hard. Hyunsu looked into the distance and said that he wanted to rest, but he had one last thing to do. The protagonist opened the system window and started talking about how this was a unique quest obtained because he had killed about 100 goblins, and he couldn't see the hidden information even if he used his ability. He took a step forward. In a moment, he was on a tree and said that S-level powers weren't all powerful either, and the protagonist would have to look for the boss monster himself in the end. He looked down and said that there were only goblin-type monsters in the arena, so the boss monster was probably one of them too. The protagonist imagined a goblin shaman, a goblin champion, a goblin with jewels, and a hobgoblin. He put his hand to his chin and thought about how the hobgoblin was very weak, so he couldn't be the boss, and the goblin champion and goblin shaman would probably form a pack in the arena, so it couldn't be that they weren't visible. Suddenly, Hensu smiled. He looked at the goblin with the bag and realized everything. The goblin was peeking out from behind a rock, and the protagonist was saying that the goblin with the jewels was a coward, and he was also very interested in the jewels. The protagonist lowered his head and began to think about how to lure the goblin with the jewels out. Suddenly, he put his hand on the frog's head. The protagonist smiled and said that it was time for the frog to earn its meal. A bright aura circled in the sky. The goblin smelled it. He immediately imagined the mountains of gold and turned towards the exit of the cave, mentally saying that outside the cave there is a smell of cool jewelry, but also a strong smell of his brother's blood. His hands trembled and he wondered what he should do. Suddenly, he ran forward with a bag and said that he must definitely go to the smell of jewelry. He turned his head and decided on the path. On the floor, he saw some kind of golden object. He looked at Dakshun and thought that it was a golden figurine of a frog. The protagonist was sitting on a tree above. The frog raised its head and looked at him. Hyunsu smiled and said that they need to be patient a little longer. They looked at the bushes, hearing rustling from there. A goblin was standing behind a tree and talking about how there were jewels somewhere around here. He immediately saw a golden frog. His eyes lit up and he exclaimed that he found gold. Suddenly, his clothes began to tear. His claws grew longer. He woke up and his eyes glowed red. The protagonist smiled happily and wondered if he was becoming stronger until level 4. The protagonist held bright energy in his hands and said that if everything went according to plan, he would be able to catch this goblin. The goblin stuck out his tongue and ran towards the golden figurine. The protagonist used fire magic on him. Dikshun immediately cancelled the golden coloring effect and returned to normal. He began to shake his head, trying to spit out what was in his mouth. Then he jumped to the side. The goblin opened his eyes in shock. The protagonist jumped off the tree. Dikshun jumped into the air. Hyunsu landed and happily exclaimed that the frog did a good job. The goblin had already managed to get very close to them. The protagonist lowered his head and opened his inventory, going to put the secret jewel. The goblin was about to attack with his fist, but suddenly it began to shrink. The protagonist closed his eyes, expecting the blow. However, the goblin became small, and the system notified them that if the jewel disappeared, the goblin's enhancement would disappear along with it. The monster turned away and opened his mouth wide in surprise. The protagonist immediately hit him on the head with the hilt of his sword. The protagonist happily swung his sword, because the goblin lay defeated at his feet. The protagonist sat under a tree and looked at the goblin's bag of jewels, thinking that it was an item with storage space. Hyunsu smiled and said that the item itself was cool, but the contents were even more important. There were various items in it, such as a book, a soul stone, and a piece of the ruins key. He opened his mouth in surprise, and then said that although the enhancement skill is related to gambling, but since there is no punishment for it, everything will probably be fine. He picked up the soul stone and said that even looking at his explanation, he couldn't understand it, and his eyes weren't really reacting. He put his hand in the bag. He picked up one of the 3 pieces of the Hyalton Ruins key and thought that the ruins were a place that could be opened under special conditions or if he had the rights to do so. But the jewels were too attractive. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said that these keys were on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors, so they could most likely be obtained by killing the boss monster. He lay down under a tree and said that he would know when he got up, so he should rest for a while. He opened the chat and saw a lot of negative reactions, which he didn't expect. The protagonist imagined the white pellet and thought that it certainly erased memories, but thanks to it, many people were able to survive, so he didn't know whether he should dislike it. He stood up because he saw a user in the chat who wrote that he also did not eat this white granule. He smiled and looked at the screen because one of the users wrote that he made a noise in the square. He opened his eyes wide and said that this user was telling them about the beginner's set. Hensu looked at the text and thought that if he wrote it so superficially, no one would believe him. The protagonist stretched his arms. Then he smiled broadly and said that this user could trust him with the rest. The protagonist published a post with another way to complete the game, and also said that detailed receipt, conditions and names, indicators and numbers, because you need to write this down. The sun was shining brightly on the 8th floor. The protagonist stood on a ledge and looked at the crowd of orcs. He smiled and greeted them. A red line appeared on one of the orcs. A moment later, the ogre was cut in half. The protagonist cut him with a sword and said that he could easily deal with 100. Then he turned around in surprise because he was covered by the shadow of some monster. He saw a huge orc with blue glowing eyes in front of him. The orc suddenly opened his eyes wide and growled. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The orc threw the glove at his face. Sweat appeared on Hensu's face. The glove fell to the floor. They stood opposite each other and the system notified the protagonist that the fighter Kitentak was challenging the protagonist to a duel. The protagonist's jaw dropped. The orc's eyes were glowing. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock. In an instant, many orcs appeared around him. They were standing in a strange blue dome. The orc began to pose with his muscles like a bodybuilder. The protagonist extended his pech in front of him and said that this orc was very nasty. He immediately lunged and swung his sword. The orc's eyes widened and exclaimed that the protagonist was a vile coward. Hensu appeared behind him, striking with his sword. A moment later, the protagonist stood over the defeated orc. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was easy. He saw gold coins on the orc's chest and wondered what they were. He took the bundle of gold tokens. He looked at them and the system informed him that it was a medal of the Molar tribe. The protagonist put it in the bag and said that it seemed to be a trinket that could be sold in the store. He looked up at the system window in shock, which said that the protagonist must now challenge the great chief of the tribe. He raised his hand and said that he thought it was a trinket, but by putting it in the bottomless bag, he was now obliged to fight in the tournament with the orcs. The protagonist turned around, and the system informed him that due to the appearance of a new strongman, warriors of each clan were being summoned. Many flashes began to appear in front of him. He closed his eyes. Several large, muscular orcs appeared in front of him. The orcs blushed and looked at him, and the system stated that due to the appearance of a new strongman, the warriors of each clan were excited. Hensu opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they should not look at him with such eyes. He turned around and saw even more orcs. All these orcs started posing like bodybuilders. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and mentally exclaimed that there were more and more of them. Hensu was surrounded by many huge orcs. One of them took off his glove. Following him, all the other orcs also took off their glove. The protagonist's mouth opened wide in shock. They completely showered him with gloves and the system notified Hensu that a total of 28 orc fighters from 4 tribes were challenging him to a duel. He looked at them through the pile of gloves and sarcastically told them to all attack him at once. The orcs looked around in surprise because Hensu used a smoke screen. One of them waved his hand. The protagonist immediately pierced his chest with his sword. He stood over the defeated orc and said that the same awaits the others. The orcs ran towards the protagonist. He extended his hand with a red aura and exclaimed for them to pounce on him. His eyes widened. A red aura appeared around the orcs, immobilizing them as Hensu used the threat skill. He immediately ran to the side, holding a dice in his hands. A red aura appeared around his sword. The upgrade cube began to spin. An aura appeared around the cube. The protagonist jumped from orc to orc and killed them all. He landed on the ground, and the orc fell. The protagonist threw his sword back on his shoulder, and the system notified him that he had punished all the fighters and earned 5,000 points. He stuck his hand in the bag. The orcs raised their fists and began to rejoice, and the protagonist wondered if it was all over already. The protagonist looked up in shock as the system informed him that he could now challenge the great chieftain of the tribe. He picked up the sword and said that up until now he had fought to the death, so it was absurd that the system was now asking if he wanted to challenge right away, but the system informed him that if he refused, he would lose the right to challenge. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. He saw an orc sitting on a throne in front of him, who seemed to be sleeping. The orc was sleeping with his arms crossed, and the system informed the protagonist that this orc was called Delkinos and he was the great chief of the tribe, as well as the boss monster of the 8th floor. The protagonist grabbed the hilt of the sword and wondered if Delkinos was sleeping. The orc continued to sit with his eyes closed. Hensu appeared behind him, using a fire sphere. He shot a fire blast at the orc and exclaimed that he would finish him off in one blow. The protagonist smiled and wondered if the orc was destroyed. However, a moment later, his eyes widened in surprise. The orc was still sitting with his arms crossed, and the protagonist screamed that he could have at least fallen since the seat had flown away. Suddenly, his glowing eyes opened. The orc stood up and said that it was not an invisible chair. He kicked the ground. Hensu frowned and held his sword in front of him, thinking that the orc was about to attack. However, the orc suddenly began to squat. The protagonist looked at him with his mouth wide open. The orc stood silently with his arms crossed. Then, he suddenly turned around. He picked up a barbell and said that today was his leg day. He crushed the stone plate for the barbell. He dropped the stone block and added that because Hensu interfered, it was too late. Then he picked up an axe and told Hensu to atone for his guilt. Armor immediately appeared on him and he shouted for the protagonist to die. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered if the body could be paralyzed just by a scream. He clenched his teeth. Hensu took out his sword and asked if the orc meant that he didn't think about any nonsense. Delkino's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist appeared behind him, having already made an attack. The protagonist turned around and wondered if he had managed to defeat the enemy. An axe immediately flew at him, but he blocked the attack with his sword. There was an explosion, and the protagonist flew back. The orc's silhouette was visible through a cloud of dust. Hansu frowned and said that the third level speaks for itself because Delkino's is completely different from the others. The orc swung his axe and began to scream. He hit the ground with incredible force. The protagonist appeared in the air next to him. He used his fire power. Hansu smiled and exclaimed that the fire bomb was only a B level. However, a moment later, the orc swung his axe and an explosion occurred in front of him. The silhouette of a young man was visible through a large amount of dust. The protagonist raised his head and wondered how he was still holding up even after taking a direct hit from a fire cannon. The orc was covered in blood and his eyes were glowing as he activated the fortitude skill that enhances his skills when he receives a fatal wound. The orc took a step forward. The protagonist simply started running away from him, shouting that it was a scam because the orc only gets stronger as the battle progresses. The orc swung his axe and growled. The protagonist jumped forward and dodged the attack. He sat on the ground and crawled back. Hansu put his hand forward and an aura appeared around him. The orc was enveloped in a red aura and was surprised. Then a smoke screen appeared around him. He gripped his axe tighter. He then swung the axe in front of him and growled viciously. The protagonist hid behind a rock and wondered if the orc had forcibly removed his paralysis and dispelled the smoke screen. Hansu opened his mouth in surprise and mentally said that his best attack, the fire bomb, was the same as an enhancement skill for him. The system highlighted the orc's back for the protagonist and suggested that the bodybuilder's weak point was the back. Hansu's eyes lit up blue and he wondered in surprise if the back was really a weak point. The orc was hitting the ground with an axe, and the protagonist was thinking that he didn't know what to do about it because it was simply unattainable. Dakshan said something in his language and the protagonist realized that he needed to take abilities. He looked at the system window, which said about skill fusion. He imagined 2 skills in a purple circle and understood what was going on. He imagined the third skill and thought that he could combine the skills and create a new one. The protagonist smiled and asked if this was the skill fusion his eyes suggested. An orc had already appeared behind him. He turned around in horror and screamed. The orc slammed the ground and seemed to have cut the protagonist into pieces. The protagonist's eyes widened, but suddenly, it was as if he had turned into a mirage. The orc raised one eyebrow in surprise. The protagonist appeared behind him. Hansu was smiling with joy because he had just used his new skill, Mist Acceleration. Orn immediately struck with his axe again. The blade of the axe was right at his face, but Hansu only smiled and said that he was coming. The orc looked at him in surprise. The protagonist appeared behind him again. He stuck his sword into his back and held onto it. The orc turned around and wondered what the protagonist was doing. However, Delkino's raised his hands, not knowing how to reach his back, because if the muscles of the upper body are developed, then the hands do not reach the back. Delkino's looked back and wondered what was happening. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that it seemed that the orc liked to swing. A purple aura appeared around the protagonist as he used the gravity bracelet, and then he exclaimed that he would make him do squats with weights. The protagonist went berserk and began to strike after strike. The orc grinned and growled. The protagonist raised his fist and said that this was indeed a very unusual skill. He then stabbed his hand into the orc. A red aura appeared around him and he asked if the orc would survive if he was fried from the inside. The orc was torn apart and the area was engulfed in flames. The dead orc closed his eyes, smoke was coming out of his body. The protagonist stepped on his head and clenched his fist. Hansu opened his mouth wide and began to breathe heavily. The system reported that the quest challenge the Great Chieftain was completed. The guy joyfully raised his hand and declared his victory. A notification suggested that the user would be safe for 24 hours. The world around him crumbled into light particles, and the process of returning to the arena began. The young man fell to the ground. Leaning on a tree, he could not believe that he had actually won, and said that the real level 3 monster was very strong. 2 bright flashes appeared in front of him, and the system began issuing rewards. The player took a piece of the key to the Hyalton ruins and realized that its fragments appeared after defeating the boss on each floor. The swordsman took a fragment of the key from the bag and decided to attach the piece that he was given on the 7th floor to it. A key assembled by 2/3 appeared in his hand. The protagonist thought that the Hyalton ruins were the ruins of a holy state, and that was why the key exuded a weak sacred power. Squeezing it in his hand, Hansu declared that he would definitely find them, although he did not know where they were, and called on the treasures to wait for him. The guy looked up and remembered that he still had one reward. A lump of mucus fell on his face. The young man tore it from his forehead in complete bewilderment. In his palm was the concentrated clot of the great tribal chief, a miracle cure containing the power of the chief orc. The player touched it and wondered if it was just orc excrement. There was a white haze around the ball. Usually the miracle cure is a valuable artifact, as it is the only way to become stronger even after leaving the tower. Magic energy flashed in the man's hands. Dansu was originally an A rank hunter, but after eating the miracle cure called Enweden, he rose to S rank. The swordsman frowned in displeasure and decided that he had to eat it, even if the cure from the 8th floor was not that high level. Dakshin opened his mouth in shock as his master swallowed the elixir. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would do anything if it helped him become stronger. The system reported that the user had absorbed the clot of the great tribal chief. An orc ghost appeared behind him. A notification told him that his stats had increased. Hensu looked at his pet and asked how he liked his changes. The guy asked if he looked stronger. Black slime was stuck in his teeth. The chaos frog hit him in the face. The beast covered its mouth with its paw. The boy realized that it didn't like the smell. The bright sun was shining over the valley. The player took a towel from a tree branch. After wiping his head after the shower, the swordsman admitted that the smell was actually terrible and said that he could now live. There was a protective barrier around him. The protagonist noticed that no one had tried to get in during this time. Hensu smiled and decided to sell the halberd of the great tribal leader and buy life skills with these points since it was very convenient. There was a fire burning on the ground. The guy sat down next to him and said that money was the best thing, since in this world you can buy anything with points. The boy handed his friend a box of food and offered him a snack. He put the spoon in his mouth and wanted to write a post about his walkthrough right while eating. The player summoned a system window in front of him and thought that he had already gotten used to this concept, so now he can write text quickly. Folding his hands behind his head, the swordsman realized that he had been diligently posting walkthroughs and wondered how much his points for the overall contribution had increased. The system reported that he currently had 89 points. The protagonist's eyes widened and he was surprised that their number was growing so quickly, deciding that there would only be more of them. Hensu opened a site with popular posts and noticed a familiar name there. Lick My Top wrote that there was a trend of defeating the Sangun Guild on the 6th floor. Raising his index finger, the guy called him crazy and wondered why they did not even block the area like they did with Bald Head. The hunter replied that there was no reason for that. The boy imagined the man taking a selfie in front of a burning building and asked why he had destroyed a guest house belonging to a large guild for no particular reason. Lick My Top replied that he was also capable of what Bald Head had done. The player's eyes widened and he assumed that the man had also fought Jaehyuk. A lot of messages appeared on the forum. The swordsman asked if he had even managed to defeat the manager, who was quite strong. The user replied that he had caught someone else. The protagonist assumed that the villain had resigned after his defeat. Meow Meow Punch replied that the guild manager had recently changed. Hyunsu's brows furrowed when he learned that the new leader of Sangun had risen to the top. Biting his nail, the boy decided that the villain wanted to catch him and realized that he needed to get stronger as soon as possible. The hunter held a knife in his hands. The young man thought that it had already become known about the recruitment of a beginner, so they would probably meet not only with him, but also with members of other large guilds. The player stood up and realized that he had no time to talk. The system reported that he needed to kill 70 more orcs. The swordsman grinned and decided to start from the beginning. The 7th floor, a goblin ran away into the forest in fear. Someone rushed after him. The man dashed forward and approached the monster. The hunter threw his blade at it. The knife sank into the monster's back. The fighter pressed his foot on it so that the blade went in even deeper. Blood spurted. The robber took out a knife and asked if this was the end. The system reported that the user had killed 100 goblins out of 100. Jaehyuk threw the knife in the air and thought that the information from the beautiful princess was true, just like the words in the tutorial. Covering his face with his hand, the former manager said that his memories were getting foggier and realized that the talk about the white pellet and memory loss was true after all. The man imagined the smiling girl and wondered how she knew about this and why she was telling everyone about it instead of keeping it a secret. The protagonist scratched his ear and asked who was talking about him. There was a dead snake on the ground. The hunter posted on the forum that he checked the beginner's kit and that all the information was true. Sungmo asked him to check the information about the 8th floor. The fighter twirled the knife in his hand and remembered that the guild rookie had risen to the 39th floor. The strongman held a cigarette in his hands. The robber wondered if he could surpass the guild rookie who was different from birth. A notification with a beginner's kit appeared next to him. The message flickered in the air. Jaehyuk realized that he could become stronger with it. The villain looked at him and asked if he could go up. Hyunsu behind him smiled widely and laughed. The former manager grabbed his knife and urged them to wait for him. Sitting on a mountain of dead orcs, the guy thought about how he raised all the indicators he could for the beginner's kit on the 8th floor. Putting the sword on his shoulder, the young man realized that he could now go up to the 9th floor, which was the last floor of the cultivation area and would probably be very difficult, and decided to prepare and check the artifacts before that. A mid-level mystical jewel, a luminescent stone, a piece of the Hyalton Ruins key, and an explosive fire scroll flew out of the bag. The player approached the portal and wanted to go even higher. The system began to enter the 9th floor. In the center of the forest there was a high cliff. The swordsman walked along the path and looked around. A notification informed him that he needed to deal with 10 horned wolves. A goblin was sitting next to the orc. Wolves, unlike them, do not spit poisonous saliva and do not use weapons. The protagonist looked away and said that they needed to be extremely careful. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. A sharp horn of a monster appeared right in front of his face. Hensu grabbed it with his hand. The system informed him that these cone-shaped creatures gather in packs and eat victims, piercing them with a horn. The monster bared its fangs. The guy noticed that their base strength was weaker than that of orcs. After these words, the young man cut the beast's throat. Several more vicious wolves ran out of the forest. The player grinned and remembered that he had already been in a similar situation in the past. The monster approached him and thrust its horn forward. The swordsman ducked to dodge the blow. The protagonist chopped off the enemy's head and shouted that he had changed a lot since that time. The enraged beasts pounced on him. Hensu managed to jump into the air, and their horns collided with each other. The guy landed right on them. Looking at him, the wolves bared their teeth and growled. Grinning, the young man said that he had no time for them and activated the gravity bracelet. The monsters opened their mouths wide. The player said that he needed to deal with them as soon as possible. The monsters under his feet fell to the ground. Their horns were broken. Blood splashed. Until now, the swordsman had been posting walkthroughs up to the 8th floor, writing about each floor. The beautiful princess was standing on the number 8. It turned out that the guilds had probably already determined his location, since control increased just when he had just climbed to the 6th floor. The soldiers came out of the portal. The protagonist realized that in order to prevent this from happening again, he needed to quickly go up to the 10th floor and report on the passage of the 9th floor. An image of Jayuk attacking him popped into his head. The horned demon crossed his arms over his chest. A fox stood next to him. The safe zone on the 10th floor was so important that it could not even be compared to the 6th floor, so he could not give up at any cost. Hyunsu could become even stronger if he received quests and hidden rewards from NPCs that would appear after the 10th floor. The wolves attacked him. The guy thought that there was only one way to safely enter the 10th floor now that the large guilds were targeting him. He only needed to quickly pass the 9th floor and go higher. A 3rd level firebomb exploded in the forest. Burning corpses of monsters lay around the young man. The system reported that 30 wolves had been killed. A notification about the qualification check appeared in front of the player. The system reminded that he had 2 pieces of the key to the ruins of Hyalton out of 3. Darkness enveloped the sky. Night fell. Dark energy fell on the rocks. The system warned that with the coming of night, the wolf Dalkin appears, who becomes perfect on the 7th night. The swordsman saw waves of energy in front of him and asked what it was. The protagonist picked up the luminescent stone and felt an unpleasant feeling. Something rushed past him. The protagonist wondered where the horned wolves went. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The light from the stone illuminated the empty clearing. Hensu's eyes widened in fear and thought that something had definitely passed him by. There was a monster behind him. The guy assumed that he had just imagined it. He heard someone's laughter and immediately looked back. The young man screamed in horror and swung his sword. Its blade cut off the monster's head. However, at that very moment, the monster recovered and grinned maliciously. An unknown entity approached the enemy and laughed. The player gritted his teeth and jumped aside. The ghost passed through his body. Blood vessels became visible on his face. Suddenly, everything returned to normal and his eyes cleared up. The swordsman looked at his stone and decided that nothing had happened. The protagonist grinned and assumed that it was just a monster that created an ominous atmosphere. At that very moment, the system reported that the protector had taken away some of his abilities. Hensu fell to the ground. A notification explained that the taken abilities were being sucked in by Dalkin and that the seal was weakening. Ghosts surrounded him. It turned out that they only acted during the artificially created night and belonged to Dalkin. The monster grinned and laughed. The system said that normal attacks did not work on them. The guy frowned tensely and wondered what kind of skills these were. The monsters approached him. The young man asked himself what it meant that the seal had weakened. The monster's eyes flashed with fire. The ghost wolf flew forward. The player realized that the protectors were taking his strength to wake someone up. A description of the hidden quest nightmare of the 7th night appeared. Running away, the swordsman read that for killing the wolf Dalkin, a special title of Caller of the Night was given. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he wanted to get it at all costs, if he could be defeated at all. The ghosts pursued him through the forest. The protector flew through his body and sucked out his ability. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Hensu looked back and asked if it worked. The monsters jumped out of the cloud of smoke and rushed after him. With his mouth wide open, the guy realized that even magic skills did not work on them and declared that this was a real scam. The monster enveloped his leg and sucked out his physical abilities. The boy fell to the ground and dropped the luminescent stone. Dakshan flew into the air and screamed in fear. The chaos frog landed next to several ghosts. They surrounded him and laughed. At the same moment, the beast disappeared into a cluster of protectors. The player burst into tears and called out to his comrade. The system reported that 2 monsters had been killed. A bright flash illuminated the monsters. The amphibian summoned a powerful aura of light around itself. The owner called it the best. Dokchen jumped forward. He spat out a clot of his saliva. It burned through the ghost's body. The Chaos Frog smiled contentedly. The system reported that 4 monsters had already been killed. 2 waves of energy swirled in the air. A message appeared that the attribute of chaos is a force that does not mix with anything, and at the same time harmonizes with everything. The protagonist frowned and thought that the attack with a special characteristic property might work. Hensu knelt down on one knee and concentrated. The protector flew towards him. A key sparkled in his hand. The guy punched the monster. The dead monster fell to the ground. The young man was convinced that the sacred power also deals damage to them. The beast jumped towards its owner, running away from the crowd of ghosts. The player clenched his fists and used a joint attack. The bright sun shone in the sky. During this time, the heroes killed 37 monsters out of 100. The swordsman turned pale from what he experienced that night. Lying on the green grass, he thought that despite his efforts, the seal was removed and that he definitely needed a weapon in which he could place the sacred power to strike with it. The protagonist remembered how he punched the protector with his fist and decided that this was also a good option. The monsters pounced on him from behind. Hyunsu realized that because he only had one hand on the weapon, there were too many blind spots, and if he had a good weapon, it would be easier. The guy looked at the key fragment and decided that he needed to check the store to see if there was anything that could upgrade it into a weapon. Suddenly, a horned wolf appeared in front of him. The monster pounced on him and bared its sharp fangs. Suddenly, the young man hugged it. With tears in his eyes, the player said that he missed him very much. The swordsman patted him on the back and said that monsters should be such that they can be caught. In that same second, he squeezed the monster so hard that he broke its spine. The protagonist threw its corpse on the ground. 2 more beasts came out of the forest. Grinning, Hyunsu laughed maliciously and beckoned them to him. The horned wolves looked at him in fear. The system reported that the user still had 40 monsters to kill. The crescent moon shone in the night sky. It turned out that if you kill 30 horned wolves, then night automatically comes. The guy picked up a homemade sacred staff and was glad that he was able to create it himself and that the night vision skill appeared from the low-level box that he got on the 5th floor. Some time ago, the young man put a piece of the key in a leather bag, filled the empty space with sand and attached it to a stick. The player swung his club and shouted that all the abductors would come to an end. The swordsman hit the ghost with his new staff. He still had 60 of these monsters to kill. Then he spun the weapon in his hand and killed 8 more. The protagonist smashed the monster's head. There were still 13 kills left to complete the task. A bright glow was visible inside the bag. Soon the system reported that the user dealt with all the monsters. Hensu smiled and noted that the enemies had the tenacity of the first high level. The boy joyfully raised his staff up and shouted that he managed to kill everyone. The notification told him that the second seal had been removed. The boy sat by the fire and thought that he had failed to stop the seal from being removed. But from now on it would not happen again, so everything was fine and he could rest peacefully tonight. The player stroked his pet and praised it for its excellent work, since without it would not have occurred to him that the abductors could be attacked by chaos. Imagining how the ghosts attacked his comrades, the swordsman decided that soon they would also rise to the 9th floor, but they might not have the same attributes as him, and wondered if they would really cope if they did not know what they needed to do. The protagonist opened the community system window in front of him. A lot of blue windows popped up. Lick My Top was outraged that the orcs smelled so bad. Your bald head said that it wasn't the stench of sweat, but the ardor of real men. The hunter said that everyone who smells bad says so, and suggested that his comrade wash up. Hensu put his hand to his chest and realized that his comrades were still on the 8th floor. Raising his hands, the guy decided to share information with them, since they could go up to the 9th floor very soon, and wrote on the forum that in order to catch the local monsters, you need a weapon with sacred power. The young man smiled broadly and thought about the fact that he wrote about the most important thing first and could write about the battle with the monster later. The player looked down and noticed that a person named Junseok had sent him a friend request. Looking at the notification, the swordsman remembered that this person had left good comments about his adventures and decided to enter him into the search. The protagonist smiled when he saw that this user confirmed that his methods for passing the development area were true and was surprised that he was leaving reviews on his posts. Hyunsu looked around and thought that if he posted such comments with reviews, his influence and people's trust level would increase. Seeing the message about receiving the title of Conqueror, the guy clenched his fists happily and said that he was getting stronger and stronger. A wave of light energy appeared. The system reported that the user received a new luck indicator, which gives him a strong intuition and allows him not to miss even minor signals. A sparkling light indicated the confirmation of a friend request. Putting his finger to his lips, the young man realized that this was the sign and assumed that something good would happen if he contacted Junseok. With his mouth open, the player thought about declining the request, but decided to follow his luck and added the hunter to his friends list. A chat window appeared in front of him. The swordsman was surprised that the stranger responded so quickly. The protagonist put his hands on his chest and replied that he felt his desire to get closer to him. Dikshun immediately threw up. Hyunsu's eyes widened in surprise when another player wrote that he really wanted to talk to the beautiful princess who also knew the truth about the white pellet. The boy scratched his chin and wondered if this meant that he knew about it before him. Junseok explained that his deceased brother was a newbie in the Garyong Guild. The boy frowned in confusion when he read this. Money and items were floating above the people in suits. A newbie is a word that is used to describe people that large guilds cultivate as the main force of the next generation. They spend huge amounts of money on them, train them, and provide them with high-class artifacts. Dragons flew into the sky. Garyong is the #1 guild among the large guilds, which boasts of its overwhelming authority, so their newbies must have important information. Sitting on the ground, the player decided that hearing such an excessive information could not be called luck. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and asked himself if this meant that there was something special in it. The user decided to thank his idol for his publications and give him a gift. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. In front of him was a message with information on how to pass the 13th floor. Hensu crossed his arms over his chest and concluded that his comrade's brother died because of the big guilds when the stranger wrote that he hated them, and decided that their intentions were similar. A red statement of truth and confession appeared in front of him. The stunned youth remembered that this was a guarantee artifact for 5,000 points, which is used even in the courts outside, and realized that this person not only had a large amount of information, but also money. The player smiled and decided that he could believe it and use this walkthrough. The swordsman imagined the fiery lava fields and wrote that he published the walkthrough of the 13th floor, which had a volcano, to confuse the big guilds and not give away his real location. A flash appeared in the dark forest. The protagonist realized that he had less to worry about the 10th floor and the safe zone, and assumed that it was time for him to start moving again. The 6th night, standing among the trees, Hensu remembered that Dalkin would appear on the 7th night, so this was the last day to spend preparing for the boss fight, and decided that thanks to focusing on improving his skills all this time, his main skills had become much stronger. The boy looked down and wondered if this was enough. The young man imagined the villains with glowing eyes and thought that if he remembered some details of the past events, then in his current state it would be difficult, since luck often smiled on him. The player clenched his fist and decided that he would be prepared this time. Golden boxes appeared in front of him. The swordsman put his hands on his belt and wanted to try to combine the skills, as there was a chance that he would get something worthwhile, thanks to the luck indicator. The protagonist picked up a white tablecloth. Dakshin immediately jumped onto the cloth spread on the ground. The frog looked down. Its owner hoped that something good would fall out. His eyes sparkled, and he decided to begin. The skill box opened, and a bright pillar of light appeared from it. Hyunsu fell to the ground. The system reported that the user received the skill Feign Deaf. The guy widened his eyes in horror and realized that this was the most useless skill. Smiling, the young man said that this was just the beginning, and asked his pet to attract good luck, happiness, and wealth to him. The young man put his hand on his belt and put his leg forward. He got the E-rank skill killer pose. The player knelt down and covered his head with his hands. He got the F-rank skill curl up. The swordsman clenched his teeth and was indignant at being so unlucky. He slammed his fists on the ground, asking what this was all about and declaring that he had relied on luck in vain. The protagonist looked up as the system reported that luck had been activated. A man with an aura in his hand appeared against the background of the box. The user had received the D-rank mana emission skill, which gathers magic and attacks. Then the two people hit each other in the face. The love shot skill allows you to deal more damage when hit. Hyunsu smiled happily and thought that these skills would be good material for fusion. Raising his hand, the guy decided that he now believed only in luck and began fusing skills. On the 7th day, having killed a few more horned wolves, the young man realized that he had done everything to recruit a beginner. The player raised his sword in front of him and remembered that according to the rules, if you kill 30 monsters, an artificial night begins. The swordsman approached the monster and said that he only had to kill it to face the boss. The beast bounced off the ground. The protagonist cut it into many pieces right on the fly. Brown blood splashed. Hensu lowered his weapon and realized that night would come very soon. The sky was covered in darkness. High above the clouds, the full moon shone. The system reported that the seal was removed. The monster appeared from the moonlight, but the notification gave an error since the seal was not completely removed. The golden chains burst. The first seal was removed. A wave of energy hit the nearby rock. The second seal was removed. A bright flash flashed in the mountains. A howl was heard. The guy raised his hand in front of him and felt someone approaching. Two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. A message warned the user that Dalkin, who calls the night, was raising his body. The young man tensely knitted his eyebrows and realized that the boss was already walking towards him. The player felt an ominous aura and turned around. Two burning lanterns appeared in front of him. The swordsman realized that he could not see anything. His eyes lit up with the night vision skill, and the protagonist assumed that these were 2 moons. At the same time, the monster approached him. Hyunsu realized that this was the boss and raised his flaming hand. The firebomb unleashed a wave of energy on the monster. The smoke cleared, and a giant wolf emerged from it, unscathed by the firebomb. Taking the dice in his hands, the boy thought that his enemy was a level 4, even though not all the seals were removed, and wondered how strong he would become when they were gone. The young man swung his sword, emitting lightning, and decided to fry the enemy. The wolf grabbed his blade with its paw. Sharp claws resonated with steel. The player could not believe that the boss had stopped his most powerful attack. With his glowing eyes, the swordsman assumed that he was protected by black fire, and noticed that he was not affected by magic skills like orb protectors. Dakshin spat out a bunch of purple slime. The projectile flew past the monster's ear. The clod of slime only slightly touched its fur. The protagonist was convinced that attacks with special properties had an effect. Hyunsu parried several attacks and jumped back. The guy took out a homemade staff and remembered that, according to rumors, light or sacred energy should be used against darkness. The boy grinned and declared that he could defeat the enemy. A dense forest appeared. Suddenly, an explosion of purple energy was heard among the trees. The player landed on the grass and frowned menacingly. He managed to dodge the enemy's strike. Dalkin tried to grab him with his claws. The swordsman began to swing his weapon furiously. A makeshift rod that could neutralize halite approached the wolf's body. The protagonist swung his sword to strike while the enemy was vulnerable. Its blade entered the monster's body. Hyunsu smiled happily when he realized that his plan had worked. At the same time, the boss hit him with its paw. The boy flew back and crashed into a tree. The boy grabbed his shoulder and thought that was harsh. The player gritted his teeth and decided that he could hold out thanks to his new fusion skill that absorbs incoming damage. Dalkin slammed his paw on the ground. The wolf raised its head and began to howl. A cluster of dark energy appeared above its head. It turned into a giant ball. The swordsman wondered if it was an animal or a dragon. He covered his face with his sword and realized that he could not absorb such an attack. Suddenly, the energy around the ball dissipated. The system reported that this was a sealed skill, so it could not be used. The monster bared its teeth in displeasure and growled questioningly. The protagonist smiled confidently. Hensu rushed to attack and shouted that not all the seals were removed, so his enemy had limitations. The guy swung a makeshift staff. The monster broke it with its paw. The powerful blow threw the young man into the air. He clutched the broken handle in his hands and was upset. Without wasting a second, the young man blocked the enemy's attack with his sword. The boss tried to hit him again. Sharp claws flashed in the air. The system reported that the strengthening effect of the dice would soon end. The player gritted his teeth and realized that he couldn't defeat him with just his sword. Dalkin jumped on him from the air. The swordsman looked at his pet and urged him to go to Plan B. Dakshin nodded happily. The protagonist jumped into the air. The giant wolf's eyes widened in confusion. Hyunsu appeared above his head and warned him of his approach. The frog puffed out its cheeks and its owner ordered it to use the water cannon. The amphibian spat out a cloud of pink saliva. The projectile landed right on the monster's back. At that point, the black fire that protected its body from attacks disappeared. The guy dove down and shouted that it was time for the next move. He landed on the enemy's back. The monster gritted its teeth in displeasure. The boss began to thrash from side to side, trying to throw the young man off. The player frowned menacingly and shouted that he would never let him go. The dice effect worked. The swordsman desperately grabbed the enemy's fur with his hands. The system reported that the user had increased his stats with the brooch of boiling power. Black fire burned his fingers. The protagonist grinned and said that his fire was hot too. Dalkin opened his mouth in horror when a firebomb exploded on his back. The blast wave rolled through the forest. The wolf raised his head and screamed loudly in pain. Squinting, Hensu felt that his bones and muscles were about to melt due to the halite and firebomb, and was indignant that he had to become a suicide bomber. The monster ran forward and constantly collided with trees. The guy frowned and asked him to stop, as he was already sick. Many blue particles appeared in front of him. The young man thought about how he had been suffering all this time, and decided to gather together all the skills he had previously acquired. The player summoned a cluster of light energy in front of him and offered the enemy to end this. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest thanks to the revenge skill, which collects all the damage received and sends it back. The swordsman opened his mouth and began to breathe heavily. In front of him lay the corpse of the boss. Smoke was coming from his body. The protagonist asked if it was true that only 2 seals were removed from him. Hyunsu said that the enemy was amazingly strong and wanted to declare his victory, but Dakshin closed his mouth. The guy raised his hand and said that if the enemy survived after this, it would be a violation. Suddenly, Dalkin rose to his paws. The young man shouted that this world had gone crazy. A dark aura appeared around the wolf. The system reported that the boss was putting his existence on the line and using part of the sealed abilities. Gallet replaced his body. The monster opened its mouth wide and let out a loud roar. The player covered his face with his hand and asked what all this meant. He widened his eyes in fear and realized that something terrible was approaching. The frog fell from his shoulder. The swordsman looked at him and asked him to stay away. The owner's reflection was visible in the amphibian's eyes. The protagonist grabbed the scroll and declared that he was not going to just stand and watch. Hyunsu tore the explosive scroll, which released a strong flame. The fiery energy collided with purple smoke. The flame enveloped the monster's body. The pet raised its paw and cried out pitifully. The guy stroked it and was surprised that Dokchun was worried about him. The system reported that the user used fog acceleration and ignored the enemy's attack. The young man smiled and said that he would never die or abandon his friend. A cluster of black smoke appeared behind him. A notification announced that he had managed to defeat Dalkin and that all the indicators sucked out by the protectors had returned. The player looked back and declared that he had managed to do it. Suddenly, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The swordsman opened his eyes with difficulty. The protagonist woke up in a dead forest and realized that he had fainted. There was a strange slime on his hand and face. A tired pet was lying next to him. Taking it in his arms, Hensu realized that the amphibian had been licking him all this time to save him, and called him cute. Blue energy enveloped the last piece of the key to the Hyalton ruins. The system reported that the user had completed the hidden quest Nightmare of the Seventh Night, defeated the legendary creature, and received 10,000 points as a reward. The guy smiled happily and took the last fragment of the key. 2 other parts of the key flew out of the bag. They connected with each other and a notification suggested that the sacred power was directing the user to the Hyalton ruins. The young man squeezed the key in his hands and realized that he only had to find this place. A scarf made of Dalkin fur appeared in the air, which increases fire resistance. The system reported that the winner also receives the title Caller of the Night, which allows him to call an artificial night and summon protectors. Putting the scarf on his neck, the player was glad that the reward was so useful and wondered if he should help the guys from the community so that they could also receive this reward. A discussion thread appeared on the forum, where hunters laughed at how your bald head was outraged that ghosts cannot be defeated with ordinary weapons. The swordsman realized that this fight would be very difficult for him. Poking at the system window, the protagonist remembered that he wanted to write about the walkthrough a little later to hide his location, but the situation changed, and decided to publish a post right now so that the guys could cope with this floor. A flash appeared in the mountains. Hyunsu wanted to sleep to restore physical strength. The system reported that the 7th night was over. On the 30th floor of the tower, in the safe zone, there was a metropolis. Sanmo smoked by the window and was outraged by the behavior of his comrade. The man closed his eyes and remembered that the 6th floor was broken through and that the scoundrel took the artifact that the guild leader personally gave him. The newbie thought that his superiors were going to kill him for this. Someone opened the door and called out to him. 2 hunters entered the room. One of them asked why they were called. Haeyoung frowned menacingly and promised to kill him if it was something trivial. Changhu smiled widely and asked her not to say that, since they were probably called for some important reason. The heroes sat down at the table. Sungmo thanked them for coming. The girl asked him to get to the point right away. The man closed his eyes and apologized when the woman said that she was very busy because of the person they missed on the 6th floor, since he had already broken through the 10th floor. Her partner raised an eyebrow and asked them not to worry too much since that person could be on the 10th floor even though he posted the 13th floor. Haeyoung said that she shouldn't suffer alone so the scoundrel could break through even the 20th or 30th floor. The newbie put out his cigarette and confirmed that there was a possibility that he was still on the 10th floor and that someone helped him post the other floor. The girl sternly furrowed her eyebrows and realized that this could mean that he had a team. Introducing the beautiful princess with a baton in her hands, the hunter explained that they couldn't be sure if that person was acting alone or with someone else because there was almost no information about him. Sungmo sat down on the sofa and explained that there was a high probability that the unknown person from the 6th floor named Jonsu could be the beautiful princess, and that Jae-yuk had encountered him and was chasing him, so he needed their help. The Eclipse Guild member crossed his arms and replied that they could help. His partner stated that she didn't like it but they had no other conclusion, and added that she wouldn't sit idly by if the former leader behaved inappropriately. The man clenched his fist and asked them to make sure that there was as little damage as possible. Raising his eyebrows, the newbie explained that it would be too difficult to catch the beautiful princess and suggested that his allies target his entourage. The hunter introduced the 3 guys from the forum and remembered that they all had very unusual and stupid nicknames. Changhu scratched his chin and remembered that Lick My Head attacked at night, so there is little information about him, but there were many witnesses who saw your bald head. Sungmo frowned menacingly and suggested that they deal with him first. People were walking along the streets of the city located on the 10th floor of the tower. Coming out of the portal, the protagonist was glad that he finally got to the 10th floor, and looking at the community, he noticed that the guys were doing great. A message appeared in front of him. Junseok wrote that the fact that the beautiful princess found the protectors makes her a hero. Hyunsu asked why he exaggerated so much. The user said that the 10th floor is controlled by the Dasan and Eclipse guilds. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth in fear and asked what it was. Clouds were flying over the city. The sound of an impact was heard. The young man fell to the ground after crashing into someone. He scratched his cheek and asked who it was. The stranger extended his hand, apologized, and asked if he was okay. He had fox ears on his head. He had a fox tail behind his back. The player smiled nervously. Lilka smiled and asked if he wanted to get a quest. The swordsman clenched his teeth in horror and thought about how a quest was something everyone who climbed the tower wanted to get. But there were exceptions. There were tasks that were impossible to complete, in which there was no exit, or in which there were huge penalties. The girl smiled happily. The quest given by this unusual NPC had a fatal condition. It was forced to start, regardless of whether the user refused or agreed. Passers-by surrounded the heroes. Someone said that this NPC only targeted newbies, and decided that this person was very unlucky. Looking away, the protagonist realized that he was attracting too much attention, and thought that everything would become tiresome if someone from a large guild saw him. Hensu started running. The woman tried to stop him. The red fox pushed off the ground. There was a strong blow. Lilka jumped up to the fugitive and asked if this wasn't too much. The guy's eyes widened and he realized that she had caught up with him in an instant. The heroes stopped in the middle of the street. The girl was smiling happily. It seemed that this chase had not tired her at all. The young man narrowed his eyes and remembered that, according to rumors, some NPCs are so strong that even large guilds are careful with them. The player pointed at her and asked if it was possible to go and give out such terrible quests. The system said that he needed to find 50 viper skins and a fire dragon scale. The swordsman introduced a monster breathing fire and said that he was level 5 and that this boss was even stronger than Dalkin. The arrows pointed to the 10th floor. The protagonist said that he would have to die at least once to go back down to the 10th floor, which meant that he would have no choice but to die and start all over again. Hyunsu said that this was why people thought her quests were terrible. The woman raised her hands and asked him to calm down. The merchant pointed at him and said that he would succeed and that she had a good feeling about it. The blacksmith's eyes sparkled and noticed that he had a lot of interesting things. Lilka ran around him and told him that the scarf made of Dalkin fur was very rare and many people wanted it, and that his chainmail was also interesting. The red fox pointed at Dakshun and wanted to buy it. The guy waved his hand and asked her not to look closely at other people's animals. The girl scrolled through the list of items and said that she was ready to pay a high price for it, since it was a rare case. An S-rank earth hammer appeared, increasing all ability stats by 100%. The young man's eyes widened as he realized it was an S-rank artifact, and he remembered that it was not easy to obtain, so even outside the tower, it was considered very valuable. Red petals from the battlefield, a flute that caused plague, a monster soldier, and an SS-rank skill book also appeared. The player's mouth began to drool, and the woman asked if he was interested in such an offer and said that she could buy the frog for better conditions. The amphibian immediately hit its owner in the face with its tongue. Pointing at the NPC, the swordsman refused her offer and shouted that the pet was his family. The merchant scratched her cheek and asked him to contact her if he changed his mind. Waving at him, the blacksmith wished him luck in completing the quest and said that she had to go on business. The protagonist looked at his friend and said that he was not tempted at all. Lilka extended her hand to the stranger. Such a character would never do something to his own detriment, which meant that Dakshun was actually very valuable since such a price could be offered for him. Hyunsu stroked the pet and decided to raise him in such a way that he would not feel regret later. A tear rolled down his cheek. Standing at the guest house, the guy was indignant that he immediately received a quest as soon as he got here and said that he had already found a room for himself as a place to respawn. Walking down the street, the young man was upset that he missed other quests because of the red fox. Opening the system window in front of him, the player thought about how he was going to complete several quests with a normal reward and read that he was offered to work in the guest house and find a dog that the Empress lost. The swordsman smiled widely and decided that everything was not so bad since he initially had a different goal. The protagonist approached the arena and said that he was interested in the event that would be held here. The people crossed their swords. It was a tournament where hunters competed for a huge reward. There was a mountain of gold on the floor. The latest reward was a B-grade weapon and 5,000 points. Hyunsu decided that there was probably no one on the 10th floor who could keep up with his stats, so he should take advantage of this opportunity. The guy put on the evil eye mask just in case. The young man entered the tent and asked for forgiveness. The demon sitting at the table was fast asleep. The player loomed over him and said that he wanted to apply for the event. The man opened his eyes and rubbed them with his hand. In front of him was a giant eye. The NPC jumped up and swung a fiery fist. The mask automatically turned into a metal helmet to protect its owner. The passers-by turned around when a huge explosion was heard in the arena. Black smoke was coming from the man. The swordsman was sitting near the destroyed wall. The owner of the arena approached him. He gritted his teeth menacingly and asked if the young man was really dead. Kildor scratched his nose and asked where the monster came from in the safe zone. The man shuddered in fear when he noticed that it was a man and not a monster. Putting a hand on his shoulder, the demon shouted that he couldn't die and asked if he was okay. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he almost died. Hensu's eyes widened in horror and wondered if it was really just one blow that did it. The heroes were sitting at the table. The NPC asked the guest for forgiveness. The arena owner crossed his arms over his chest and asked why he was confusing people by putting on a monster mask. The guy took off the mask and asked if he could suddenly start swinging his fists. Kildor reminded him that he had already apologized for that. The young man frowned tensely. The man assumed that he came to take part in the fights and concluded that he did not want to reveal his identity, so he decided to record him under the name Evil Eye. The demon smirked and, as an apology, promised to prepare an impressive prize for the winner of this tournament, investing his fortune in it. The player turned away in displeasure and asked what it mattered to him if he could not take first place. The NPC clenched his fist and stated that he had every chance of doing so, since he managed to survive his blow. The swordsman, with his mouth open in shock, asked himself what kind of nonsense this was and clarified that the owner of the arena was not trying to forget about what happened so easily. Placing his hands on the table, the protagonist told him that if the NPC used his physical strength for no reason, then he would be punished, and asked if he should file a complaint. Rolling on the floor, Hensu shouted that it was unfair and explained that he would not be able to take part in the tournament in such a state and would die of pain. Kildor closed his eyes and said that he understood everything. Darkness thickened under the ceiling. The system reported that the character had created a space isolated from what was outside. Sitting at the table, the man decided to share a secret with the guest and told him that he also had his own role and limitations, so he could not give him anything for free. Frowning, the demon explained that he could only give a reward in the form of a prize for winning, and promised to increase its size and add the right to pass without selection to it. The blue stone sparkled. The system suggested that with its help it was possible to go straight to the final without going through the qualifying round. The guy squinted and decided that this was pretty good, since the qualifying round and the final were held on the same day and skipping the first stage would be very profitable. The young man scratched his chin and thought that this way he could hide his abilities and save his strength for the final, so it was good. Putting his hand to his forehead, the NPC added that an odd number of participants must advance to the final, meaning that one person could win without a fight, and promised to give the guest this place. The player put on the mask and accepted his kind offer. The swordsman smiled broadly and thought that this was quite profitable. The protagonist bowed and said that it was time for him to go. The arena owner saw the guest heading for the exit and asked him not to tell anyone about what happened today. Hensu looked back and asked if something had happened today. Kildor closed his eyes and laughed, noticing that they had found a common language. The man sat down at the table and put his feet on it. The demon's eyes sparkled and decided that this competition should be very interesting thanks to the evil eye. Looking at his pet, the boy told him about applying to fight and suggested him to go and see if there was anything worthwhile at the market. Walking down a busy street, the boy said that he had eyes and luck, so if he tried hard, he could find something and enhance his abilities. A lantern was burning above the tent. The player bought a lot of food and stuffed his cheeks full of it. Dakshan was chewing a piece of bread. His owner noticed how happy the pet was. The swordsman took out his weapon and said that at least he managed to get this. A red aura hovered around the strong dagger. The protagonist twirled it in his hand and thought that his abilities were a little unclear. Someone's scream was heard. Hyunsu noticed a crowd of people. Someone asked where the manager was and asked someone to cut off this scoundrel's hand. The boy approached the crowd and asked what happened here. A passerby shouted that this thief tried to steal his artifacts. The man kicked the pickpocket in the back. Suddenly, a man with a mark above his head came out into the street and asked everyone to disperse. Jinmu frowned menacingly. The city residents watched him in fear. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and realized that this was the manager. A member of the Dasan Guild approached the stranger and apologized for such troubles on the 10th floor. Promising to deal with the villain, a man from the Phoenix Guild asked him to deal with this situation well. The man waved his hand and said that it was time for him to go. The thief thought about the difficult situation he found himself in. The warrior put an axe to his head and asked him to pick up the weapon. The killer smirked and promised to turn a blind eye to his actions and not to interfere in any way if the pickpocket managed to knock him to the ground, and to chop off his hand if he failed to do so. The scoundrel put his palms together and promised not to steal anymore. The passersby opened their mouths in anger and began to condemn him. Someone shouted, "How dare a person steal in a tower where the artifact is life itself?" Jinmu smiled madly. The system reported that his stats increased depending on the number of spectators and their reactions. Frowning, the player thought that at first his actions were incomprehensible to him, since it was possible to simply catch the criminal and not make noise, and realized that it was a show for the sake of launching the skill. The locals wished death on the thief, holding an axe over his head. A member of the guild Dasein asked what they should do now and said that everyone wanted him dead. The pickpocket angrily clenched his teeth. The thief made a dash forward and accepted his offer. The manager dodged his attack at the same time. The scoundrel tried to hit him and wished him dead. The man appeared behind him and called him too slow. The warrior held his weapon out in front of him. The people cheered and encouraged him. His ability power slightly increased. The assassin dealt a few blows and laughed loudly. The criminal fell to the ground. Jinmu looked at his hand under the inspired shouts of the crowd. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and thought about how he couldn't see his full power and only made a superficial analysis because his opponent was too weak. The Dasein guild member raised his hands. Because of his boastfulness, he made many ineffective movements. The protagonist realized that he needed to fight in a place where there were no people to stop his skill that depended on attention. Smirking, Hyunsu decided that dealing with him would be easier than he thought and promised to see him when the time came. Carrying a bag of groceries in his hands, the boy said that they had already finished all their business and suggested that they go home and rest. The merchant sat on a glowing box. The youth said that there was nothing to see anyway. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he felt luck activate. A bright light was coming from the box. The player opened his mouth wide and asked why there was light coming from there. The shopkeeper looked up. The man saw the customer and welcomed him to the best potion shop on the 10th floor. The swordsman was glad that the light was not coming from his crotch. The box continued to shine. The shopkeeper asked the customer to look around calmly and told him that he had alchemy skills, so there were many useful things here. The shopkeeper spread his arms and explained that he had terrible skills for battle and did not want to be a low-ranked hunter, since being an ordinary worker was much better and easier, and stated that one day, the big guilds would definitely recognize his abilities and call him to their place. There were F-level potions on the table. The protagonist thought that he doubted the effectiveness of these potions. Hensu pointed at the box and asked if there were potions in there too. The seller confirmed this by tapping it with his hand and warned that they were all defective. Inside were vials with failed potions. The owner of the shop explained that this was not something that could be sold for money. Looking at the counter, the guy decided that he should not sell these potions either and said that he would buy everything in the box. The man scratched his head and said that he would not be able to compensate him for anything if any problems arose later. A bright glow appeared around Dokchun. The young man replied that this would definitely not happen, and thought to himself that he would feed these potions to a pet. Smiling, the merchant decided to sell him the box for the price of the vials and take only 200 points from him and asked where to put the potions. The player replied that he had a bag with him. The swordsman began to put the bottles in his inventory. The seller explained that, despite the fact that they were defective, they had their effect. Suddenly, the owner of the shop widened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist looked up at him. The man turned away and said that the weather was very nice today. The merchant bowed and wished his customer a good journey. There was a malicious grin on his face. Walking along the evening street, Hyunsu noticed that after realizing, his 5 senses definitely became more sensitive. The guy looked down and asked if that scoundrel was really following them. Dokchun nodded in agreement. Watching him from around the corner, the seller thought that the man was definitely holding a bag of jewelry in his hands. The owner of the shop punched the wall and realized that he just needed to find out where the hunter was staying. There was a dead end in front of him. Looking around, the man said that this couldn't be and asked where he could have disappeared to. The young man was sitting on the roof behind him. The merchant remembered that the Dasein Guild had said that they would hire anyone who could tell where the man with the bag of jewelry was staying. The player frowned and realized that they were already looking for him. Remembering the giant troll and the pile of coins, the swordsman thought about the fact that he had published the walkthrough of the 7th floor not so long ago and that the guilds would first of all suspect those who had the published artifacts and think that one of them could be the beautiful princess. The protagonist clenched his fist and realized that he had not been careful and that from next time he should not use the bag in front of other people. The owner of the shop ran down the street and decided to report everything to the guild so that no one could get ahead of him. The man smiled and wanted to give them his potions, because in that case he would definitely get a job. Hyunsu realized that he couldn't kill him, because then he would have the title of a killer. Watching him from the roof, the guy thought of another way to deal with him. The young man smiled slyly and thought that it would be an indirect direction. The stars were shining in the sky. Someone asked if he managed to find a man with a bag of jewelry. The merchant bowed and said that this man bought 20 potions from him and put them in a bag. Jinmu scratched his chin and asked where they were staying. The seller smiled nervously and said that he could not check it because the target suddenly disappeared, but he remembered where it happened. The man imagined a grinning enemy and realized that the enemy guessed about the surveillance and would definitely want to hide, so there was a high probability that this was Jeonsu or the beautiful princess. The manager waved his hand and promised to contact him. The shopkeeper pointed to the box of potions and said that these were the best of his. The guild member Dasein smiled and promised to consider hiring him if this was the one they were looking for. The merchant thanked him and said that he would wait for news from him. The assistant folded his hands behind his back and asked if this was all true. The warrior replied that it was almost true. The assassin took the potion and said that as expected, the scoundrel was currently on the 10th floor. Jinmu looked at the potion and said that the man knew the tower well, so he would stay here for a while and try to complete the quest. Suddenly, the man frowned and ordered his subordinate to catch the one who was here just now. The hunter asked what happened. The manager threw the potion at the wall next to him and shouted the order again. The contents of the bottle spilled over the wall, emitting an ominous aura. Guild member Dasen clenched his fist furiously and ordered his assistant to catch the owner of the alchemy shop. Clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist praised his friend for his excellent work. Hensu patted him on the head and said that it was good that he had new properties. The system reported that the level of harmony between them had increased. The amphibian was spewing flames. Yesterday the beast drank defective potions and received 2 useful properties, becoming a super frog that spits acidic saliva and regenerates wounds. Having brought the frog to the potion, the guy said that thanks to it they were able to do something nasty to that merchant and assumed that there must have been a ruckus there. The young man maliciously waved his fingers and remembered that he helped in the community, writing that people appeared who were trying to commit murder or a terrorist act in large guilds. Walking down the street, the player decided that before the arena fights they should complete Loka's quest. A passerby said that yesterday someone tried to kill the manager with poison. The hunters clinked glasses. One of them explained that this was the most discussed topic now and that everyone thought that it was a fan of the beautiful princess, who was so popular lately. His friend said that the villain was being kicked out in the square. The swordsman opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what he meant by being kicked out. Jinmu raised his axe over the shop owner and promised to forgive him for all his sins if he managed to defeat him. Otherwise he would be exiled. The merchant declared his innocence and shouted that it was all a conspiracy against him. Swinging his weapon, the manager said that the criminal still did not understand the situation and decided to start by killing him. The blade of the axe cut the seller's head in half. His dead body fell to the ground. The system reported that the user spent 1 coin. The spectators raised their fists in joy and began to praise their leader. The shop owner revived and his eyes widened in fear. A shadow from an axe hung over him. The locals wished him dead. The protagonist left there and thought about the Dasen guild member killing criminals until they ran out of coins so that they could not enter the tower again. Hyunsu looked ahead and decided that even if he was a member of a large guild, he still should not have such authority. The guy covered his face with his hand and felt sorry for the merchant. He smirked and realized that the villain still had to answer for this. A giant snake was crawling along the 11th floor of the tower. The sword pierced the viper's head. The system reported receiving his skin. The young man wiped the sweat from his face and said that he had collected all the necessary ingredients. He only had to get the scales of the fire dragon. There was a mountain of corpses on the ground. The dead monster was cut into meat, a bundle, and a fang by cutting, and a special skill or weapon had to be used to make these byproducts an artifact. The player's eyes flashed and he realized that he didn't have a skill, but there was still something that could be useful. The monster was guarding a tree stump with a skill book. The snake bared its fangs, and the system reported that this was a skill book for fire resistance. The swordsman cut off the enemy's head. The poison resistance book fell to the ground. The protagonist picked it up and thought that he was very lucky. The artifacts began to shine in his hands. Hensu sat on the tree stump and said that thanks to these passive skills, his level automatically rose since he was in a hot place. Opening a system window in front of him, the guy assumed that his friends were still going through the 9th floor and asked how they were doing with the protectors. A conversation appeared on the forum. The hunters were unhappy with the ghosts and seals. Lick My Top concluded that they were all walking at about the same speed and suggested a competition to see who would climb to the 10th floor the fastest and play for a wish. Your head is bald, and Meow Meow Punch happily accepted the offer. The young man smiled and concluded that they were having fun. The corpses of mud golems and exploding lizards were floating in the lava lake. The player looked at his pet and asked him to be patient since there was still a little left. The swordsman approached the portal and suggested finishing everything as soon as possible. He stepped onto the arid land. In front of him were many erupting volcanoes. The protagonist looked up and saw a timer. The system said that he needed to survive for 8 hours. Hensu looked ahead and thought about it. A scorpion attacked him from behind, but the guy immediately cut off its sting. The monster tensed its jaws in displeasure. The boy cut it into pieces and said that it was only level 1. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened as the ground shook beneath his feet. A fire dragon emerged from behind the volcano. The monster raised its head and let out a loud roar. The boss destroyed the rock with its tail. The swordsman wondered how to attack such a giant creature. The man dug into the ground to avoid meeting it. The protagonist decided that the best solution would be to simply hide and hold out until the end. He swung his sword and remembered that he would still have to defeat it since he needed its scales. Hensu peeked out from behind the hot rock. The fire dragon drank lava like water. The guy knelt down on one knee and thought that this was a great chance. The boy dashed forward, leaving a trail of energy behind him. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. The player held his sword right in front of its eye. The swordsman gritted his teeth and struck. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and screamed. The hunter woke up in his bed. Dikshun closed his eyes in disappointment. The protagonist grabbed his head and realized that he had died in that battle. Hyunsu closed his eyes and thought that it was so shameful because the monster had simply stepped on him. Some time ago, the boy prepared to strike and used everything: the dice, the brooch of boiling power, and the bracelet of gravity. The young man reinforced everything with an explosion of a firebomb and pointed his sword straight at the monster's eye. The boss closed his eyes and the sword split in two. The player looked at the broken weapon and asked how this happened. The fire dragon squinted menacingly. A black shadow hung over the swordsman. A powerful blow rang out. The system reported that the user received 1,000 points for challenging an opponent who was impossible to defeat. The hunter clutched the blanket in his hand. He looked at the system window and thought that this monster had incredible armor that even a firebomb couldn't affect. The protagonist put his hand to his head and noticed that his revenge skill was fully charged from one blow with his paw. Hansu took out his broken sword and asked what he should do now. The boy leaned on his hand and wondered where he could find a suitable weapon. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. The young man was walking down the street. He approached a building and remembered that the owner of the guest house said that it should be somewhere around here. There was a giant arena ahead. The player promised to take his pet as soon as possible. The swordsman went inside and apologized. Tildoras and Lilka were eating cake. The red fox pointed at the guest and said that they were just discussing him. The girl looked up when the hunter called out to her. The protagonist pointed at her and reminded her that she wanted to take Dokchun from him. Hyunsu smiled broadly and offered to bet her a frog. The walls of the arena were visible. Crossing her legs, Lilka asked the protagonist if he was going to borrow her sword in exchange for the Chaos Frog. Touching his pet, he replied that if the allotted time was exceeded, he would transfer ownership of Dokchun to her and return the sword. Lowering her head, the merchant laughed at the guy's impudence. Looking at him, she said that asking for such a favor from the one who gave him the quest was pure absurdity. Wiping away her tears, Lilka told Hyunsu that many people before him had tried to complete his quest but failed. Raising his head, the young man reproached the girl for giving this quest to collect materials to fulfill orders and for at least 10 years accepting them without fulfilling them, and then hinted that if he told about this, the level of trust in the merchant would drop. Opening her mouth, she began to justify herself. Throwing a piece of scale, the protagonist stated that only he could complete the quest. Making a surprised face, Lilka heard Kildora's agreement. Looking at the arena manager, she could not understand why he agreed. Staring at the scale, the man explained that the guy had already forcibly torn off a piece of scale, which was not recognized as an artifact, so he had every chance of completing the task. Smiling broadly, Hansu asked what the red fox was going to do. She brought her finger to her face. Taking out a sword, she agreed to give him a weapon called the Restored Sword of Frost Flame. Holding out the blade to the joyful young man, she said that she would take a frog in exchange. Drooling, he looked at the sword. A moment later, the pet was already in Lilka's hands. Opening his mouth, the warrior heard that the sword's rental period was only a week. Stroking the animal, the fox repeated that during this time the hero must bring her the scales of a fire dragon, and if he succeeds, he can keep the sword. Bringing the frog to her face, the merchant said that otherwise she would take it and call it Manju. Looking at each other, both agreed to the terms. The fighter asked if his sword was really strong enough. Opening her mouth, the girl replied that it could not be broken even on purpose. Saying goodbye to the toad, the young man promised to return soon. Throwing an object at the hero, Kildoras called out to him. Divided by it was a skill book that allowed him to make an artifact from scales. Smiling, the demon said that he would need the book to complete the task. Turning around, Hansu thanked him for his help. Looking at the curtain, the arena manager expressed surprise that the merchant shared such a sword. Frowning, he advised him not to fall for all the requests of this guy. Introducing the warrior, his comrade said that she knew it. The guy saw the lava on the ground. Wiping away his sweat, he reasoned that he had resistance to fire, but it was hard to fight in such heat. Looking at the huge monster, the young man realized that it was impossible to kill the dragon with his current skills, so he only needed to tear off a scale. Looking at the needed scale, the fighter remembered that it was the only one that he could tear off while the lizard was drinking lava because it was sticking out. Bowing his head, Hansu realized that the time had come. Hiding behind a stone, the guy noticed the fiery monster. He grabbed the sword. A second later, the warrior rushed to attack. There was a magma rock in his path. The protagonist pushed off from it and flew up. At that moment, the skills called the Brooch of Boiling Power and Shockwave were activated. The swordsman prepared to hit the dragon from above. The blow threw him back. The guy looked down. The monster hit the cobblestone with its paw. The frost sword was sticking out of his neck. Holding his hand, Hyunsu compared the pain to being hit by a bus. Imagining what would have happened if he had not changed direction, he was horrified. Peeking out from behind the rock, the fighter was glad that the sword remained in the scale. Looking at his weapon, the guy remembered his plan. Imagining how he would pick out the desired scale, he thought that this was the leverage method. Standing in front of the monster, he thought that this time he would be able to get the artifact. The dragon growled at the offender. Smiling, he prepared to continue the battle. The guy ran up the enemy's tail. A moment later, he jumped towards the sword. It did a few somersaults in the air. Before landing, the young man used a firebomb and a gravity bracelet. Hensu was preparing to land on his weapon. Because the dragon raised its head, the boy flew down. He landed on solid ground. Raising his head, he could not understand what was wrong with the scales. Looking at the dragon, the warrior realized that the sword was still in place. The blade vibrated under the scales. Covered in sweat, the swordsman decided that he was finished. An explosion was heard among the mountains. The monster growled at the fleeing offender. He looked back. The monster hit him with its tail. A crater was left at the site of the blow. Hensu managed to hide behind a rock. Clenching his fist, the guy decided that he could not run away all the time and it was time to end the battle. Taking a step towards the lizard, the young man called out to him. Pointing his finger at it, the protagonist declared that he was going to take its scales. The monster rushed towards the enemy. It opened its mouth. Before the enemy ate it, the swordsman used fog acceleration. The monster slammed its mouth shut. It thought it had swallowed a man. The sword was still sticking out of its neck. The fighter's hand grabbed the hilt. He looked at his weapon. Raising his hand up, the young man began to cast a spell. Opening his mouth, it activated a skill called the Call to the Night. Taking the hilt with both hands, Hensu activated an artificial night, during which the ability indicators increase. The scale began to turn red. Grimacing from the weight, the fighter pulled his sword. The monster began to roar in pain. At the same second, ghosts began to fly out of the ground. When they flew up to the lizard's face, the man who summoned them asked them to disperse the opponent's attention. Raising his head, the dragon continued to roar. Flames burst out of his back. The boy opened his mouth in surprise. Baring his teeth, he tried to pull out the scale. The warrior saw that the sword had jumped out. Taking hold of the scale, he decided to pull it out with his bare hands. The young man began to pull his target. Closing his eyes, he thought that this was the last way to complete the task. Opening his eyes, he hurried himself. The scale began to come off. Putting his hands under the dragon's skin, Hensu declared that he would definitely take the artifact. The protagonist used an ability called Revenge, after which an explosion thundered on the lizard's back. A second later, the main character had no clothes on. At the last moment, the scale came off and the slaughter skill was used. Smiling, the guy saw a notification about receiving the fire dragon scale. Dissolving in flames, he noticed that the quest conditions were met. A second later, the young man died. The arena on the 10th floor was visible. Holding a device, the man with glasses thought about this event being a chance to find talent. Standing on the balcony of the arena, two men discussed how half of the audience were people from guilds. The guy in yellow named Seyuk smiled and asked how this event was the reason why they were noticed. Jinmu smiled and said that he was in a good mood when he won. The guy who was in second place in the arena frowned and said that those who started with them had already risen much higher. The man with the burn made an angry face and said that he would soon be heading to the top as well. Introducing the bald man, he said that he needed to carry out an order first, to which his friend asked if he was talking about the man with the nickname Your Bald Head. Looking at the figure in red, they discussed how their target was stupid for applying to participate in the battles. Koldors raised his hands and greeted the audience. The demon thanked them for waiting and introduced himself. Rushing to the battle, Hensu couldn't understand how long he had been dead because the timer before the battle had expired. Sweating, he realized that he was late. In his inventory was a recently obtained artifact. Making his way through the crowd, the guy tried to get to the arena. Putting on a mask, the guy listened to the instruction to wait in the room for the final selection participants. Putting his hand on his head, he was glad that he made it in time. With wide eyes, the fighter saw that in front of him was a giant arena. Smiling, the owner of the arena thought about how many spectators there were. The audience was delighted with the upcoming event. Hensu, happily looking at all this, decided that he must definitely win. The warrior in the mask looked at the demon, who was preparing to introduce the participants of the final selection. Presenting the tournament table, he said that there were only 15 of them, divided into groups A and B. The guy saw that he was in group B and was glad that he would only have to defeat 2 opponents to win. The crowd began to get indignant because 14 people had to pass the selection, and the 15th did not deserve to be there. Koldors looked up and clasped his fingers. A moment later, he cast a spell of silence. Everyone in the stands heard it. A white lump appeared in their mouths. One of the spectators looked at his mouth in horror. Bowing his head, the demon said that this issue had been decided before the competition, so no objections would be accepted. Everyone looked at him in horror. Clapping his hands, he cancelled the ability. With his mouth wide open, the guy looked at the owner of the arena. He raised his hand and agreed that it would be unfair to allow a new fighter to participate without any punishment. The audience stood up from their seats and shouted that they agreed with this. Looking at the puzzled hero, Kildores thought that he would not apply a serious punishment. Taking out a black cube, he said that he would seal one of the fighter's skills. Smiling, the guy was glad that the punishment was so lenient. Raising his fist to his chin, he reasoned that an ordinary person on the 10th floor only has 3 or 4 abilities, which means that depriving one of them would weaken them by a third. Looking at his list of abilities, the warrior was pleased that he had so many of them. Smiling, the boy was ready to choose an ability. Kildores raised the black ball into the air and said that he would only announce the rank and level of the ability without a name. The spectators saw that the youth had lost his E rank, level 4 ability. Pointing his finger, the crowd was pleased that the hero had lost such an ability. Seeing the message that he was forbidden to use night vision for the rest of the competition, the fighter thanked the arena owner. With his hands spread, the demon prepared to announce the fighters. The first one he announced was the next manager of the Eclipse clan. The warrior with the huge sword was called Jahak. Hensu listened to the announcement with his arms crossed. Hearing that Jahak's opponent had a long name, his eyes widened. He saw legs and tight pants. The guy in green was called "I won the argument since I won first place, and I'm using my right to wish, so let's have dinner clash of eye princes." The protagonist, making a scared face, reasoned that someone had gone up to the 10th floor while he was doing the quest. Remembering the correspondence with the man named Your Bald Head, the protagonist realized that this crazy person was that person. Clenching his fist, the young man could not understand why he had to choose such a name for himself in a place where members of the largest guilds were. Looking at the weirdo, he thought that everyone would think that he was just a stupid fan. Pointing at the man in green, the crowd recognized him as the man with the nickname Your Bald Head, who had attacked the Sangun Guild single-handedly. Covering his face with his hand, the guy resigned himself to what was happening. Hyunsu opened his eyes. He saw that the warrior with the long name was looking straight at him. Frowning, he turned to the hero. Pointing his finger at him, the weirdo said that he had a great mask. Smiling, he added that his future opponent was also strong. The fighter was surprised by these words. Walking towards his opponent, the strange man remembered that his leggings gave him huge bonuses, but he couldn't wear other clothes over them. Turning blue, Jikak asked if his opponent was a follower of Klaskova Princessa. Lowering his head, he asked if he liked her. The warrior replied that he would like to meet her. Boiling with rage, the man with the long name offered to start the fight. A moment later, he disappeared from his place. The guy appeared at the feet of the thug. Preparing to strike, the madman said that he was the one who should continue the relationship with his idol. The man tried to hide from the blow behind his sword. A moment later, his sword crumbled and blood gushed from his head. There was no living place on the victim's face. He fell to the ground. Looking at the guy in his stance, the referee declared Jahak down and began the count. The guy was drooling. Raising his hand, the green-clad fighter listened as he was declared the winner and the crowd cheered. Opening his mouth, Hyunsu admitted that the guy was cool. Dancing in the arena, the fan was looking for his idol. Jinmu punched the wall and couldn't believe his eyes. Making an angry face, the former champion said that this weirdo was much stronger than he was told, to which his comrade responded by suggesting that they might have problems too. Looking at the winner, the manager of the 10th floor said that he had come up with a plan for this situation. Mentally placing his target in his hand, he said that he would kill him at the end of the competition when his strength was running out. Clenching his fist, the warrior shouted that he would mercilessly crush the guy. Baring his teeth, Jinmu said that he wanted to rip that ridiculous mug apart as soon as possible. Turning around, the warrior saw an assistant. He, trembling with fear, announced a new request from the major guilds. Bowing his head, the man in glasses said that they wanted to take in the bald head. Covered in sweat, the assistant conveyed a message from the guilds demanding that the guy not be touched. The warrior, grabbing the assistant, asked who exactly ordered this. Looking at the joyful eccentric, the assistant explained that all the major guilds except Eclipse, Dasen and Sangun wanted to recruit him. The man with the beard received a punch in the face. The blow was delivered by the foot of Your Bald Head, after which it was announced that he was moving on to the finals. Looking at the duel, Hensu could not imagine how strong the man in green was. He, putting his hands to his heart, confessed his feelings to Princessa. Closing his eyes, the protagonist was glad that his gender was still unclear because of the mask. Kildor's voice could be heard from the arena, announcing the beginning of the 5th match of Group B. The demon first introduced a masked warrior named Evil Eye. Turning around, he heard that the crowd hated him because he did not perform in the qualifiers. Frowning, the protagonist listened to who would be opposing him. Looking at his opponent's leg, the protagonist thought that this fighter was the strongest in Group B. In front of the masked warrior stood the manager of the 6th floor named Jaeok. Tilting his head, the guy thought that his opponent received help from the guild since he followed him. Ji-hyuk, standing in front of the hero, said that he looked like the person he was looking for. Putting his hand to his chin, the tattooed warrior said that he would remove the mask from his enemy. He showed him the middle finger. Kildors smiled and said that the atmosphere in the arena was getting tense. The duelists looked at each other. A cloud of dust rose up after the announcement of the start of the duel. Using an ability called Vision, Evil Eye summoned an illusion of his clone, with which they attacked the manager of the 6th floor. He stopped both of them with kicks. The two swordsmen took up their swords. They attacked with their swords at the same time. Thinking that he needed to concentrate, Ji-hyuk jumped back. Raising his weapon in front of him, the masked fighter looked at his enemy. He felt his leg give way. Moving towards the man, Hyunsu thought about how he had prepared this spell the moment he first swung his sword. He swung towards his opponent. He used a shield, which stopped the attack. Suddenly, the warrior cancelled the zit and kicked the guy. Trying to do it again, Ji-hyuk kicked again, causing Evil Eye to sit down. A moment later, his face was in the water created by his enemy. Spinning in the air, the protagonist forced his opponent to close his eyes. A moment later, the boy made a punch. The manager of the 6th floor knelt down. Looking at the beaten elite warrior, the crowd was shocked by the sense of the fighter in red. Suddenly, Hyunsu stood up. Entangled in a magical web, he realized that he was immobilized by mana threads. Squeezing his eyes shut, Ji-hyuk was glad that he finally caught the boy. Jumping up, he declared that it was his turn to attack. A moment later, he hit the enemy in the stomach. Looking down, the protagonist saw bombs. Seeing smoke coming from them, the boy realized that they were smoke shells. The crowd did not see the opponents because of the smoke screen. Baring his teeth, the protagonist decided that it was necessary to get rid of the threats. The fighter who came up from behind took off his mask, causing the metal helmet to activate. Smiling, Ji-hyuk recognized the helmet and greeted his enemy. Walking away from the man with long hair, the boy said that he was not happy to meet him at all. Throwing the stolen mask, the man said that he checked to see if the Klaishevea Princessa was only posting the truth in her posts. Frowning, the man said that, except for the training, everything was true. Imagining the boy surrounded by other people, the elite warrior shared his thoughts that Princessa could be a group of people that included Hyunsu. With wide eyes, the boy thought that this was true since Junseok gave him information about passing the 13th floor. Scratching the back of his head, he guessed that this smoke was in order to talk calmly. Opening his mouth, the man said that he would make sure that he posted reliable information. Looking at the helmeted warrior, Ji-hyuk asked about the goals of the group he was in. Looking forward, Hyunsu said that he had no goals and just wanted to prevent people from dying in vain. Making a surprised face, the elite warrior was surprised that it was all because of moral principles. Lowering his head, he informed the hero that there was only one person pursuing him at the moment, so there was no need to worry, to which the protagonist said that this was called betrayal. Clenching his fist, the tattooed man explained that the guild was just a means for him. Recalling the skulls of his slain opponents, he said that he was doing all this only out of a desire to become stronger. Looking askance, the protagonist appreciated his honesty. Bowing his head, his opponent offered to find out who would win. Seeing the guy running towards him, he said that he would not lose like he did on the 6th floor. After that, he created mana threads with knives tied to them. Evil Eye extended his hand to grab his opponent. A moment later, his hand was on Ji-hyuk's neck. The masked fighter pinned him to the ground. Using digging spells, the warrior in red said that he had come up with the best way to win. Smiling, he said that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. The elite fighter cursed, his eyes wide. A moment later, a firebomb exploded. Many firebombs exploded in one place. As everyone was asking who had won, the boy's hand grabbed the stone. Kildors, looking at the tired boy, declared that he had won. Looking at the winner, the crowd was shocked that Ji-hyuk had been defeated. With his mouth wide open, the man in glasses ordered the warrior to be added to the list of those hired to the guild. Raising his hand, Hensu realized that he had one fight left before the finals. Looking at the fighter in green, he thought that he would soon meet him. Clenching his fist, the boy told him that they would meet in the finals. Bald Head smiled. Walking towards a small crater, Demon announced that after the break, the last fight of Group B would begin, but the protagonist interrupted him. Looking at the fighter with the mask, the horned man heard him offer to start a new fight right away. Hearing the click of the door, the boy said that if the enemy agreed, then no one would be offended. A moment later, a fat man jumped into the arena, shouting that his opponent had only defeated one enemy and was already getting cocky. With his mouth wide open, he shouted that he would tear his opponent apart in 5 seconds and asked Kildors to start the fight. A stone flew into his face. The brute fell to the ground. Smiling, the masked warrior was glad that he had knocked the fat man down in a second, and after that, the owner of the arena declared him the winner. Looking at his new opponent, Bald Head realized that he was really strong. Folding his arms, the weirdo thought about the fact that he had a very aggressive fighting style. Remembering his attacks, the guy came to the conclusion that one must be very careful against the masked warrior. With a green aura lit up, the fighter in green was in anticipation of the upcoming fight and was sure that he had the advantage. Introducing his princess, he dreamed of how he would present her with his trophy. Imagining himself in a smart suit, he imagined dedicating the award to his princessa. In his dreams, Bald Head thought about his idol confessing her love to him. Saliva flowed from the weirdo's mouth. Those standing nearby, with their mouths open, looked at him. He, opening the dialogue window, decided to write to the girl. Looking at the huge number of invitations, the guy was happy with the message from the princess. Raising his hands up, he was delighted that Princessa was watching his fight. Opening his mouth wide, he saw a message that she was not on the 10th floor now and wished him victory. Clenching his fist, the young man understood the princess's wish. Opening his mouth wide, he promised to win. Hensu, sitting on a chair, thought that it was too early to reveal his identity. Smiling widely, he could not wait to fight a strong warrior. Floating in the air, Kildores announced that both heroes of the final battle were not members of a guild. Ignoring the crowd calling him, the masked guy was dissatisfied with all the fuss. The screen showed the third place reward of 1,000 points and the right to use the training arena. For second place, the B level and 3,000 points were offered. The crowd, looking at the screen in surprise, could not imagine what prize awaited the winner. Creating glowing balls behind him, the demon prepared to announce the main prizes. Having presented a trophy, 5,000 points, and a B-level skill book, he announced that the main prize would be the ability to summon him for 24 hours. The audience was puzzled by the fact that the main prize was a one-time summon. A group of warriors, with their mouths wide open, shouted that their comrade on the 59th floor would become an S-level hunter. Pointing at the two opponents, Kildores announced the beginning of the final battle. Bald Head put out his fists and said that he would now fight with all his might. Smiling, Evil Eye suggested that he have fun. Hearing that the fight was about to begin, the green-clad warrior punched his opponent in the face. Baring his teeth, he noticed that he was very fast. He opened his eyes wide. Dodging the attack, the hero grabbed his sword. Opening his mouth, the guy said that this was how it should be. The opponents rushed towards each other. Their blows met. Looking at his enemy, the green-clad warrior asked if he knew Princessa, to which he replied that he knew her even better than his opponent. He made a surprised face. Swinging his fist, he said that they were in a relationship where they made promises to each other. Crouching down, the unarmed youth declared that he would destroy everything that stood in the way of his victory. The weirdo used a triple strike, eliminating the competitor. He saw that there was no one in front of him. Jumping out of the fog, Hensu used a skill called Fog Acceleration. The green-clad fighter turned around. His opponent held out his palm in front of the boy. Using his ability, Evil Eye said that he had put him in checkmate. A moment later, he used a fire bomb. Looking at the smoke, Kildores shouted that the entire arena was engulfed in flames. Frowning, the masked youth decided that he wanted to deal with the fighter cleanly when he had the chance. Sweating, he saw that his opponent was not defeated. He, using a skill called Strong Self-Defense, survived the explosion. Smiling widely, the guy said that fire could not burn away his desire for the princess. Opening his mouth, the protagonist asked him to stop. Jinsen smiled and said that this was an amazing skill. Then he swung his fist and exclaimed that if it were not for him, but someone else, the fight would have ended much earlier. The protagonist parried the sword attack and realized that Jinsen had gotten 2 level skills thanks to Hyunsu writing the instructions himself. A green aura enveloped him. Jinsen smiled widely and gloated over the protagonist. The protagonist held the sword in front of him and realized that the enemy had several passive skills for combat and even S-level powers. He shot fire and wondered why he had such a nasty opponent. Everything around was in a fog. The man was emitting fire, but he just smiled and said that it was incredible. The red aura filled the area because the protagonist used his paralyzing skill. Jinsen got into a fighting stance and asked if Hyunsu wanted to show him something. The protagonist pushed off so hard that a crack appeared in the ground. He swung his sword and shouted for the enemy to try and stop it. Jinsen stuck out his fist and his fist glowed green. They collided and the aura filled the area. The protagonist flew back, grabbing the sword. He bared his teeth and wondered if Jinsen was able to block his attack with the most heaviness. Jinsen smiled and was surrounded by an aura as he used the skill of fortitude and strong self-defense. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought that it was impossible to inflict a fatal wound on him. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and wondered what to do with it. Suddenly, his sword began to emit cold, using magic. The protagonist smiled happily. He immediately rushed forward, using his skills and the bracelet of heaviness. Jinsen also ran at him with his fists. They hit each other and a cloud of dust rose. The protagonist's eyes were burning, and he continued to block the attacks. His opponent dealt many blows. Water flew to the sides. Water got into his eyes. In addition, his foot fell into a hole. The protagonist swung his sword and Jinsen shouted that he had already analyzed and understood what Hyunsu was aiming for in the fight with Jihyuk. His other leg also fell into the hole. The protagonist ran towards him while he shouted that such a trick would not work against overwhelming force. He swung his fist and the system notified him that he had used a skill that concentrated all his power in one point, as well as a skill that allowed him to release an explosive wave using magic. Jinsen swung and a magical aura appeared around his fist, and he exclaimed that this was a punch that would kill an opponent. A strong explosion occurred. The stones rose up. Jinsen remained fine and smiled. The protagonist lay on the ground, and Jinsen shouted at him to admit his defeat. Water appeared around the protagonist. He was holding his water sword in his hands. Jinsen smiled, because the protagonist said that his technique and sense of battle were excellent. Suddenly, Hyunsu froze his legs and added that his skills were almost fraudulent, because he became stronger from the battle, and therefore it was very difficult to understand what needed to be done to win against Jinsen. The protagonist bared his teeth and exclaimed that anything that would ignore this was overwhelming force. The opponent opened his mouth wide and began to scream, because Hyunsu called him names and said that he would now receive the same pain that he had suffered. The spectators began to run away from this incredible mana. Kildores, however, extended his hand and told them to be calm. He surrounded the battlefield with a magical barrier. A dark silhouette was visible in the dust cloud, and the spectators wondered what had survived this incredible barrier. The spectators raised their fists and began to rejoice because the protagonist was standing on his feet. Hyunsu raised his head, and Kildores exclaimed that as promised, the winner would be given a trophy and a prize. The protagonist looked at the balcony. No one was sitting in the special places, and even the assistants from the guild had disappeared. He frowned and thought that there was something unclean here. Jinsen was lying unconscious on the bed. Suddenly he jumped up and shouted that he loved the princess. He sadly lowered his head because the system notified him that he lost, taking second place in the arena battles. His reward in the form of a green light appeared in front of him, the breath of a B-rank green dragon. He immediately ate it. A green aura enveloped his body, and his stats increased. He imagined the appearance of Hyunsu and thought that the world was really huge and there were many strong people in it. However, Jinsen also said that he thought that he would be the strongest since they were on the same floors, but he was wrong. He slapped himself on the cheeks and exclaimed that he just needed to become even stronger, but he was ashamed in front of the princess that he did not keep his promise. He opened his mouth wide and began to shout in displeasure that the user with the nickname Lick My Head did not understand the whole situation because he was gloating over him. Jinsen opened the door and said that this user was offending him. He went out and saw a crowd of people. The assassins smiled and said that he was under arrest, and if he resisted, they could punish him on the spot. Many people were looking at him, including members of the 6th Major Guild, Eclipse, as well as members of the 7th ranked, Dasen. The 2 managers of the 10th floor were frowning at him, and he thought that the event must not have completely ended yet. Jinsen frowned in excitement and realized that since they had brought such a powerful force here, it meant that they had been preparing to capture him from the very beginning. The men in tuxedos approached, and one of them started yelling at the others about how they were interfering with their recruitment of Jinsen. The manager looked at him with displeasure and ordered his subordinates not to let others interfere with their affairs. The guild members immediately dragged the man away, but along the way, he shouted that they would inform the higher-ups so an order would be issued soon. The man frowned and said that he had not been informed yet, so it would be better to do as he was originally ordered. He introduced the men in suits and asked if they had forgotten that the guild leaders had established a system and rules that required acting under the manager's control, even if it was a higher-ranking guild. The manager looked straight ahead and said that, in addition, this Jinsen was related to the protagonist, and therefore he needed to be detained. The young man banged his fists together and said that, apparently, they also had business with the princess. He got into a fighting stance and said that he could not watch the princess being bullied, and then he would fight. Everyone immediately pounced on the young man. Meanwhile, Hyunsu was in some long corridor and was talking about how a girl was supposed to come to watch the fights with Kildores. A man appeared in front and called out to him. Kildores stood by the wall and congratulated the protagonist on his victory, and the protagonist asked if there were still fights for 3rd and 4th place. The demon smiled and said that after watching the final battle, watching the others was too boring, so he came to see Hyunsu. The protagonist remembered Lilka and asked if Kildores had seen her. The demon pointed to the side and said that he would take him to her. They walked forward along the corridor, and the demon inquired about the person who fought against him in the final. The demon turned around and asked if they knew each other after the protagonist said that Jinseok was strong, entered the tower later than him, but was climbing quickly. He took a step forward and wondered if he could tell Kildores, because even though he was an NPC, there was no guarantee that he would not tell others, but then he decided that he simply did not need to tell the demon that he was a princess. The protagonist looked ahead and said that this was their first time meeting in person due to circumstances, but they could be said to be acquainted. A door appeared in front of them, and the demon said that he thought he knew what was going on. He grabbed the door handle and, answering the protagonist's question, said that he just liked Jinsen. He then smiled and said that Lilka had a guest. The girl was sitting on the floor, wondering what had happened. The protagonist threw her an object and said that he had come for Dokchun. She grabbed the stone and opened her mouth wide in surprise. She looked at the fire dragon scale and exclaimed that she wanted him to come after the deadline, so she couldn't believe that he did it so quickly. The protagonist ran into the room and happily exclaimed that he had come. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Dokchun was sitting on a chair in a beautiful dress. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek when he saw the protagonist. He immediately jumped into his arms with joy. Lilka extended her hand and said, crying, that she treated him so well, and he didn't even hug her, and also said that she still had a mountain of clothes that she hadn't dressed him in. Dokchun also cried while hugging the protagonist. Hyunsu then noticed the clothes meant for Dokchun and asked if he really tasted like that. However, Dokchun immediately hit him. He opened his mouth wide and screamed angrily. Hyunsu smiled and said that it felt like they really met again. He opened the system window and was happy because the system notified him of the completion of several missions. They raised their heads, hearing the noise. The demon grinned angrily, understanding what was going on. The protagonist looked at the system window with excitement, in which users wrote that Jinsen was currently fighting with the managers in the arena, and so the protagonist thought about what to do, because of him, Jinsen became a target of large guilds. An aura appeared around Kildor's and he asked if the protagonist would like to go through a quest because he wanted to intervene, but due to a system restriction, he could not. They immediately ran out of the room and ran to save their comrade. Hyunsu looked ahead and thought that they should be careful as much as they trust him and act according to his tips. The protagonist imagined the image of a muscular Jinsen and thought that other users at least try to hide their identities, but he probably thinks that he is a great general. The protagonist saw explosions nearby. Bald Head was fighting against many enemies. He held his hands in front of him and blocked the attacks, and the protagonist said that Jinseong was not in the best condition after their fight. The protagonist jumped from his place and said that he would somehow get out of it. One of the people pointed his finger and exclaimed that the right side was open for attack. He opened his mouth wide and shouted for them to attack. However, Hyunsu immediately stepped on his face with his foot. The protagonist pushed off him and a fiery aura began to emanate from him. Hyunsu smiled and said that he would kill him first. He used his fire projectile on the enemy. He landed on the ground, and by this time, the manager of Sihyuk was already defeated. The protagonist turned around and told Jinseong that he had come. The youth looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing there. Hyunsu approached him and said that he had come at the request of the princess since he said that he was friends with her. Jinsen grinned evilly and thanked the protagonist, but said that he was more friendly with her than he was. Then the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to re-equip and prepare to fight, because they both spent too much energy on each other, so they were not in a normal state. They stood with their backs to each other and the protagonist asked how much longer he could fight, and Jinsen answered that if he was weak, it would be 5 minutes, and if he was going all out, it would be 3 minutes. The protagonist smiled and said that 3 minutes would be enough for Jinsen to deal with the sixes. The enemies ran at them and the battle began. Jinsen hit one of them. They ran at him from behind. Hyunsu immediately cut them with his sword. The young man turned around and thanked him. Hyunsu fought with a sword, and Jinsen fought with his fists and green energy. Jinmu frowned and mentally said that even after the competition, they still had this much strength. Meanwhile, the man in the suit was still shouting with his mouth wide open, saying that the order to take them prisoner had been cancelled, so they had to stop. A glimmer of aura appeared around Jinmu while he was thinking that the people's reaction was not the best, so it would be hard to expect his abilities to increase. The protagonist turned around because the system notified him that Jinmu's ability indicators were increasing slightly. His eye lit up and he said that he needed to attack the head first. Jinsen continued to fight, and Hyunsu jumped back and shouted that he would be leaving for a while. On the way, he chopped up several enemies. Jinmu grabbed an axe and asked the protagonist why he was helping Jinsen, but the protagonist rudely called him. They immediately crossed weapons. The protagonist smiled and said that the manager was weaker than Jaehyuk. Jinmu frowned and shouted at the protagonist to shut up. Blood was coming out of his mouth and his hands were shaking, and the protagonist thought that Jinmu didn't get a beginner's pack, so he's not his equal in terms of stats, but at least he seemed to be holding on with his equipment. Dokchun spat something out, and the protagonist wondered what if this equipment would also become useless. That purple ball got under the manager's armor. Jinmu looked down at that ball in surprise. Suddenly, he fell to the ground and started screaming in pain. He took off his armor and started screaming that it hurt. The protagonist swung his arm and said that you can't take off your defense during a battle. He immediately hit him in the stomach and killed him. He then turned around and thought about Jinseong. However, the boy was lying on the floor while being kicked. He was crying and screaming for help. The protagonist immediately killed them with his fire bomb. He picked up his comrade and asked if he was okay. More enemies ran into the room. They stood in front of the heroes and pointed at them. The protagonist turned around and thought that he was also getting tired a little. A purple beam appeared in front of his eyes. He looked at a small window in the room. Jae-hyuk was standing on the neighboring building. He was holding 4 bombs in his hands. He threw these black objects from above. They fell and began to glow. The fog enveloped everything around. The protagonist ran past the enemies while they screamed that it could be poison. Jae-hyuk disappeared, and the protagonist thought that the man was not lying when he said that he would help. The protagonist was carrying a weakened Jinsen. He frowned and mentally said that he needed to hold out a little longer. After a while, Jinsen was lying in a capsule, and Kildores told him that this was a healing device, so he should return to normal in a day. The 3 of them stood near the capsule, and the demon said that Jinsen was completely exhausted, so he could die if he was injured even more. The protagonist put his hand on the glass and thought about how this happened to the bald man because of him, and decides he can't just watch their party members being hunted by large guilds in the safe zones. He clenched his fist and decided that it was impossible to do this alone, and therefore he needed help. Kildores looked at him with his arms crossed, and the protagonist decided that he needed help from those with great power and influence on the 10th floor. Kildores reached into his inside pocket and said that Hensu had completed the quest, so this was the elixir as a reward. But suddenly the protagonist frowned and said that he had something to tell them. The demon raised his eyebrows and asked him about it. He looked at Lilka and asked what it meant when the interest level of the overwhelming majority of NPC characters rose towards him. The girl put her hand on the back of his head and said that it meant that he was developing some trust in them. Kildores looked at the protagonist and said that it would be easier for him to think that he could trust them, because if the relationship continued, he could become friends, and Lilka added that lately everyone who climbed the tower treated them like some kind of robots, but this was not true. The protagonist bit his finger and mentally said that it meant that depending on the relationship, it would be possible to ask for a favor. He looked at them and asked if he could refuse the reward and ask him for something. Kildores raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that if this was something worth giving up a B-level elixir for, then of course he would listen to him. Hensu looked at the capsule and said that besides Jinsen, his other friends would soon be going up to the 10th floor, so he asked if they had heard of Lizard and Punch. Kildores narrowed his eyes and said that they also had ears, so they had heard in passing. He narrowed his eyes even more and said that it meant something if they were his friends. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and said that he was the princess. He extended his hand and thought that revealing his identity was a sign of trust, and therefore it was a diligent attempt to get help despite the fact that they were NPCs. Images of his comrades appeared in his mind, and then he put his hand to his chest and asked Kildores and Lilka to protect his comrades. Kildores smiled widely, closing his eyes, and so the protagonist realized that, as he thought, the demon had already guessed this. Lilka suddenly began to spit. She laughed out loud. She lowered her head and exclaimed that he had strange preferences. The protagonist blushed and intermittently exclaimed that he had circumstances since he couldn't reveal his identity, so he called himself that. The girl approached him and said that she would help. She turned around and asked the demon what he thought, and he replied that it was his first time as an NPC, so it sounded good. He opened one eye and said that he would help too, since he didn't like watching the big guild freaks sticking their noses in the air anyway. He looked at Jinsung and said that he would take care of him and keep Hyunsu's identity as a princess a secret. The protagonist smiled happily and thanked them. The girl crossed her arms and said that she wanted something in return. She ran up to the frog and set a condition that Hyunsu let her touch Dikchun every time they met. Dokchun screamed angrily, because the protagonist agreed to this. He headed for the exit and said goodbye to them. Hyunsu turned around, because Kildores suddenly called out to him. He caught some red sphere. An aura raged around the protagonist, because he was holding the extract of the giant's heart in his hands. The demon smiled and said that it was a gift for the protagonist. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, because the demon told him to go up until he hit the ground. The protagonist silently looked at him. After a while, he walked down the street. He stopped and raised his head. Looking at the moon, the protagonist said that he did not think he would experience grateful feelings towards the NPC. The protagonist imagined their image and mentally said that he would leave them to sort things out here, and he himself would go up again. 2 men stood in front of him and he said that before that, he should defeat these worms again. He immediately cut off their heads while they were screaming that this was the territory of the Dasan Guild. He rushed past them, and their heads flew to the side. There was a powerful explosion. The protagonist looked at them and said that they touched the wrong person. Another explosion was heard. Kildores looked out the window and saw the explosions. He looked away, because someone said that he did not recognize him. Lilka pointed her finger at him and asked if he was really not only listening to the requests of someone who had just climbed to the 10th floor, but also treating a guy he did not know. The demon frowned and said that nothing special happened, because he simply found himself a successor. They stood near the capsule and the demon said that Jinsen must have intact limbs so that he could pass the training. The girl was enveloped in an aura and she furiously asked if this was really his successor. She grabbed him by the pants and started screaming that he was crazy because you can only know your successor once. The demon looked at the boy and said that he had already decided, and that along with the treatment, he had also put some of his powers into him. The girl lowered her head and said that she didn't even know what Kildoras was thinking, but the demon handed her a candy and told her not to burden herself with strange thoughts. The girl took the candy in her mouth and closed her eyes. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise because the demon said that when he looked at Jinsen, he remembered the protagonist, and also, according to him, that was probably why she gave him a quest and bet the Sword of Frost Flame. The girl hit him in the stomach and screamed that it was not so. The demon fell to the ground. The girl was standing by the window and eating a candy. She bit off the candy and said that it was annoying her. The protagonist stood on the body of some monster and the system at that moment notified him that the 14th floor had been passed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and a portal appeared behind him. The protagonist looked at his fist and said that starting from the 10th floors, the stats go up just from catching monsters. The hidden monster was lying all in blood, and the protagonist said that the stats definitely get even better from killing the hidden boss. A suit made of the skin of the killed monster appeared in the protagonist's hands. He put on the suit and said that someone might recognize him again like last time in Snitch, so he would at least change the color of the hidden reward to yellow. He was lying near the erupting volcano and thought about how he wanted to rest and publish the walkthrough. The protagonist opened the system window and saw that users were discussing the chaos that was happening on the 10th floor. The protagonist smiled and said that he, of course, beat Jinma and Seahawk perfectly, but he did not intend to kill them, and therefore, apparently, they were so hurt that they left the tower. Dikshun yawned while the protagonist said that now other guilds will also be careful. He pressed the button in the system window and saw that users were writing that Kildoras took drastic measures, and so he wondered about what happened. A moment later, he saw a notice that from now on, for 5 years, hunters from the Dasein and Eclipse guilds could not participate in arena fights on the 10th floor. The protagonist jumped up and yelled in surprise. He imagined Kildoras' face and thought that he did not know if he did it at his request or simply because he had accumulated anger towards the large guilds, but he had used a very strong means. The protagonist mentally crossed out these guilds and said that Dasein and Eclipse would suffer very great damage because they received a 5-year ban on participating in arena fights, in which one could get the most benefit on the 10th floor, and therefore other large guilds would also be careful in dealing with NPCs. The protagonist introduced Liquor and Punch and said that they should have also gone up to the 10th floor by now. He closed his eyes and said that the bad guys should get the terrible quests and he should be left alone. He looked at the system window and thought about how he was getting help from Lilka too, so they were even. The protagonist stood up and posted the walkthrough, then said that his rank contribution level had increased, so he thought at this rate he would be able to get the next reward before entering the 20th floors. He teleported to some dark city and said that it was just like he heard in the community. The protagonist walked forward and said that an artificially created image was created, according to which it looked like someone had set the entire village on fire. He imagined burning coal zombies, as well as skeletons that were buried and only bones remained, as well as witches who could not use their curses. Several burning zombies appeared in front of the protagonist. He held his sword in front of him. The protagonist frowned and said that they were victims of purification. He immediately cut off the head of one of them. He swung his sword and killed the zombies around him. The system informed him that the village of Tunganis was once peaceful, but now it was filled with embittered souls, and the protagonist, seeing this, said that the community said that the witch had caused the plague, and so the village was branded heretical and burned. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that there was a smell of something here, namely hidden treasure. The witch opened her mouth wide and let out a scream, and because of this, the zombies in this area became stronger. The zombies grinned and growled. They surrounded the protagonist. The protagonist looked back and wondered if the witch was really controlling the zombies. Suddenly, he jumped up. The protagonist found himself in the air and saw the witch in the distance. He used fire magic and said that he would start with her. The witch looked up in shock. The protagonist fired a fire projectile. He landed and said that she was level 2 and therefore he could handle her. He turned around and saw something strange. There were several zombies standing behind him. They were burning terribly and screaming. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and wondered what was happening to them. All the zombies fell to the ground and the protagonist said that due to their unconsciousness, he caught almost all of them, but he still felt strange. He remembered how they covered their faces when he attacked them with explosive or fire attacks, but they did not react to normal attacks. A zombie extended a hand from the fire and the protagonist wondered if they were afraid of fire in the first place. Suddenly, a bony hand crawled out of the ground. Green skeletons rose from the ground and the protagonist exclaimed that there was a field of skeletons here. He immediately attacked them with his fire attack. The skeletons started to burn. They broke out of the fire and attacked him, so the protagonist said that they didn't react to fire. Then he shot water at the skeleton. Dikchun started shooting at them from his mouth, and the protagonist suggested that he should use poison or acid since the skeletons didn't react to water either. However, the skeletons were still standing and looking at him. After a while, he was still standing among the skeletons and also said that he tried different methods, so he achieved the required number of killed skeletons. He jumped from his place. Hyunsu appeared behind them and said that they were constantly attacking, so they should deal with them all at once. He waved his hand at them and called them to him. The skeletons began to fall into the hole that he dug with the skill. All the skeletons ended up in the hole, and the protagonist stood above them and said that they were brainless, so they rushed there without thinking. The protagonist began to attack them with a fire bomb. The skeletons opened their mouths wide and screamed. They began to be buried under the earth, but they tried to break out. The skeletons looked at him from below and reached out with their hand. The protagonist looked at this in fear. Then he used the fire bomb again. The skeletons were completely buried in the pit, and the protagonist said that the atmosphere was really gloomy and the skeletons seemed to be asking for mercy. Then he closed his eyes and said that they should find the hidden treasure and quickly run away. He stepped on something. It turned out to be a heretical sign, which is a warning of something. The protagonist looked at the pit and mentally said that judging by how the coal zombies and witches were glowing from the fire, and the skeletons were madly trying to get out of the pit, it seems that these monsters are heretics who were burned at the stake and buried alive. Hyunsu smiled and wondered if that was why they were called the victims of purification. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization and wondered if the word victim was used for a heretic. He remembered the witch who still couldn't cast spells, and the charcoal zombies that were burned in the fire and came back to life, and the skeletons that were buried alive. Sweat broke out on his face because he also remembered the notification from the system that this village was once peaceful, but now it was filled with embittered souls from resentment. He looked at the monsters and said out loud about the village that seemed to have been artificially burned down, and the monsters whose appearance did not match the stage scene. The protagonist stood over the pit and said that the village burned down not because of the plague and the witch, because there was a massacre. And a moment later the system notified the protagonist that he had looked at the tragedy that had happened in Tunganis. His eyes lit up and he said that it seemed that this time he could not see the hidden information using his abilities. The ground beneath him began to shake. The object in his hands began to glow and he wondered what was happening. He threw the object forward because it glowed even brighter. The object fell to the ground. Suddenly, several more heretical signs crawled out of the ground. The object began to increase in size. A moment later, a huge shadow appeared above the protagonist. He saw huge one-eyed monsters above him, which are guards. One of them swung to hit the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The monster hit the ground, missing the hero. However, it turned out that the monster had killed the zombies. The zombies began to fight the guards, and so the protagonist said that they did not even pay attention to him and were just fighting among themselves. The monsters fought around the protagonist, and he said that although he had seen monsters fighting for their territory on the battlefield, this was the first time he had noticed them waging a full-scale war with such hostility. Hyunsu opened the system window and said that he did not even see such information. And besides, the prompts did not provide information on what to do. There was a zombie head lying near his foot, and he said that he needed to rack his brains. The protagonist imagined these guards and said that, apparently, this sacred weapon was a heretical sign created by the Order of Fire. He put his hand to his chin and thought about how it was only a sign in words, but in reality it was a murder weapon. The guards started spitting fire, and Hensu was still thinking about how the Order of Fire had apparently sent this sign to the village and warned them to change their religion. But the villagers had refused, so the sign had turned into guards and had started a massacre. He looked at the crowd of zombies and mentally said that the evil spirits were the villagers who had been classified as heretics and mercilessly killed. The zombies grabbed the guard, and the protagonist said that, judging by the fact that the quest appeared right after he learned the sad story of the evil spirits, it means that Hensu is on the side of the evil spirits. He grabbed the sword and asked if he could figure out the reason for this, then maybe he could get information about the quest. The protagonist immediately ran past the zombies. He saw a small heretical sign in the guard's chest and mentally said that the most important thing when catching golems is to destroy the core hidden inside it. He cut the heretical sign. The golem immediately crumbled. The protagonist turned around and looked at the remains of the golem, wondering why the information was not appearing. He lowered his head and remembered something. He saw a light and said that the evil spirits are afraid of sacred power, but for some reason they run at the guards who have it. He put his hand to his chin and asked if they had lost their fear due to rage and desire for revenge. The golem immediately attacked the protagonist with fire. It started to smoke. He put his hand to his mouth and indignantly asked why the golem was aiming at him. Dakchan jumped up and the protagonist ordered him to deal with the guard. Flames appeared from the frog's mouth. He attacked the golem with fire. A moment later, the protagonist cut the golem down. He turned around and saw several more monsters. He looked at the crowd of zombies and said that although there were many of them, nothing could be done about the fact that they were inferior to the holy power of the golem. The protagonist stood on a pole. He looked at the village from above and said that now the golems had driven the zombies to the center of the village. He looked at the zombies, then he looked at the golems. He looked at the center of the battlefield and said that they were fighting as if they were desperately defending the center of the village. The protagonist frowned and said that it seemed strange. The golems continued to walk forward. They destroyed the structures in their path. The protagonist jumped down. He walked towards the ruins and wondered why there were ruins like that in the center of the square. The protagonist stood in front of them and said that there was an energy there that made him shiver. His sword glowed and the protagonist wondered if the frost sword also reacted to this place, and therefore it could be a divine power that was classified as heretical. His eyes glowed. He saw something sticking out of the ground and mentally said that there was a key in this place that would allow him to complete the quest. The figure glowed and the protagonist exclaimed that there was something there. He dug a hole and saw a ruined statue of Perlia, the ice goddess. Hensu closed his eyes and spoke about the ice goddess, the order of ice and fire, and the sacred state of Hyalton. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he wondered if these were the ruins of the state of Hyalton. The protagonist took out the key from his inventory. He put his hand to the back of his head and said that it did not seem so, and therefore it was necessary to look for other clues. He found a slate, the archives of the Secretary of the Order, as well as a manifesto of one nameless believer, and then said that this was definitely something that belonged to the evil spirits when they were humans. The people of the Order were standing over a large pit, and the protagonist was talking about how the Order split and they began to confront each other. The Order of Fire won, and the Order of Ice lost. Hensu put his hand to his chin and mentally said that it seemed as if this incident in the past was now being recreated again. The evil spirits were still fighting against the golems, and the protagonist said that there are golems who attack the village and the evil spirits that protect it, and there is also a quest that appeared in such a haven of evil spirits. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that this time they want to protect the village, and so the system notified him that he got to the truth of this story. Suddenly, the stones rose into the air. They began to take on a single silhouette. The statue of Perlia, the ice goddess, was repaired. Suddenly, her glowing eyes opened wide. Her aura spread to the evil spirits. The protagonist immediately turned around. The evil spirits began to exude a bright aura because they were overflowing with sacred power. Some kind of sword was stuck in the ground. Suddenly, a zombie grabbed this sword. For a moment, it seemed like a man screaming while holding a sword in his hands. The protagonist rubbed his eyes and wondered if he was hallucinating. Because of the sacred power, the past forms of these monsters were visible. The people of the Order of Ice began to fight against the golems. The protagonist stood behind all the monsters. He opened his mouth wide and wondered if all the first-level evil spirits had been modified. He looked at the monsters on horseback and said that the most amazing thing was that the skeleton knight, who was level 3, had changed into a zombie mountain. The protagonist looked at this terrible monster, which consisted of many lower-level zombies. In the sky, he saw a flying witch who had changed her appearance thanks to the sacred power. She was shining with a yellow aura. Now she was a priestess, not a witch. However, a moment later, she again took on a terrifying appearance. The protagonist stood on the battlefield and thought that the golems that were in the village were almost defeated. He saw more golems in the distance and a huge red one behind. Behind the golem stood a red messenger of purification. The protagonist screamed in fear because a priestess appeared in front of him. He imagined that they were on a chessboard, so he reasoned that the balance of power seemed to be even now. He looked at the witch and said that the problem was that the level 4 monsters on their side were support type. He then looked at the red envoy of purification and said that the enemy side, no matter how you look at it, were fighting type monsters, so that meant that Hyunsu should be able to handle them. He put his hand to his chin and mentally said that due to the cooldown, he still couldn't use the brooch of boiling force and the title of the Night Caller. The protagonist picked up the giant's heart extract and said that he should use his trump card. A green aura enveloped him and he shouted that it was definitely effective. He extended his sword forward and shouted that they were going to attack. The protagonist and the monsters ran forward. He cut down the golem in front of him. Hyunsu continued to kill the monsters. Meanwhile, the red envoy of purification killed the monsters with his huge hammer. The witch was flying in the air and screaming, trying to strengthen her allies. The protagonist looked at the statue and said that the quest was not to kill the leader, but to protect the village, and so he wondered if they could hold out until he finished off the enemy leader. The zombies smiled happily, but the protagonist said that he did not believe it at all. An aura began to emanate from the witch. Then an aura enveloped Hensu, because he received a boost from the monster. Because of this, not only did his condition improve, but the hot heat subsided. Knights on horseback entered the battle. The witch pointed at the ambassador of purification and shouted something, and the protagonist replied that he understood her, thanking her for the boost. The protagonist ran forward and struck with his sword. A crowd of golems stood in front of him. He raised his head and said that it would be difficult to break through. A knight on horseback immediately jumped up to him and offered to help. They jumped into the air. The horse jumped over the golems. The protagonist smiled happily and thought that this was good. However, a crowd of golems appeared in front of them again. They stopped in place because they were surrounded, and the protagonist said that they could not get past this crowd of golems. The protagonist got on his horse and said that this would not work, and so he would go from here himself. He jumped over the barricade of golems and thanked the knight on the horse. The protagonist jumped forward over the heads of enemies. He smiled happily and put his sword in front of him as soon as he appeared in front of the ambassador of purification. He immediately stabbed his sword into his head. His sword seemed to be absorbed. The protagonist fell down because an explosion occurred. The protagonist landed safely on his feet. He looked at the enemy's head and said that it was quickly recovering. Hensu's eyes lit up and he exclaimed that golems would die anyway if their core was destroyed. But suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that the golem's entire body was the core. The protagonist smiled and accepted the terms. He ran forward and exclaimed that it didn't mean he had no way to win. The golem struck with its hammer, but the protagonist jumped to the side. The protagonist appeared behind the opponent. He struck his leg with an ice attack. The purification messenger's legs froze. He extended his hand, preparing to use a fire attack, and exclaimed that he was finished now. A moment later, fire enveloped the monster's entire body. The protagonist jumped back. The golem was cut into two. The protagonist smiled and asked if he liked it. However, the golem suddenly began to regenerate. Hensu raised his head in shock. There were now two golems in front of him. They both attacked him at the same time. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and used fog acceleration. The hammers hit the protagonist. An explosion occurred. The surrounding area was covered in dust. The protagonist was kneeling. A red aura appeared around him and he said that this skill was too unfair because the opponent could regenerate into two individuals. The protagonist jumped back from the blow. However, he was thrown back into the stone. He gritted his teeth in pain. The golems jumped on him at the same time. They hit the ground, but the protagonist used fog acceleration. He was at a distance from them and said that this was a planned crime. Hensu stood with his back to the opponents. The golem slammed him into the ground, taking advantage of his inattention. The protagonist was lying on the ground, and both golems stood above him. The monsters raised their hammers, preparing to attack. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he would die. However, he suddenly opened one eye. An allied monster was standing above him. It turned out to be a knight on a horse who repelled the attack of the hammers with his hands. He winked with one eye and smiled, and told the protagonist to leave. The protagonist frowned at him. The skeleton knight opened his mouth and exclaimed that he would handle this himself. The golems swung their hammers at him, but he held his shield. After a while, the protagonist was sitting behind a rock and drinking some kind of potion. The skeleton knight sacrificed himself to buy the protagonist time, so he needed to find a way to win. The golems were heading towards the statue, and the protagonist was thinking about defeating both of the leaders to even have a chance. He peeked out from behind the rock and wondered if one of them was heading towards the village. The protagonist opened the system window, thinking about stopping them before they burned the village to the ground. He opened his eyes in surprise and said that almost all of his main skills contained fire. Even if he combined the skills, they would not be suitable for fighting the warriors of the Order of Fire. He presented 2 books and decided that he needed to choose a new skill. Several cards with abilities appeared in front of him. His eyes lit up and he said that he was given normal skills to choose from, but suddenly he noticed that the system offered him to combine these skills. The protagonist immediately pressed the button. The protagonist was reincarnated and now, upon death, all of his stats will improve 4-fold. Hyunsu happily opened his mouth and shouted that this was an 11th skill. He smiled and said that thanks to this, he will be able to cope with the difficulty that has arisen. In addition, he said that he hopes that the next combination will also be useful. He remembered the system window with the offer to combine skills and said that if the difference in levels between the skills is strong, then combining is impossible. That is why the luck indicator in his eyes gave him a signal. The protagonist happily exclaimed that he will do it. He opened his mouth in surprise and said that the difference between the levels was too great and therefore the unification did not happen. Dakshan and the protagonist raised their eyebrows in surprise, because the system changed its color to red and reported an error, namely, that the use of abnormal abilities was detected. The protagonist Shiraku opened his mouth and began to scream, because his body seemed to be pierced by an electric shock. The protagonist opened his eye and saw a notification from the system that it was performing an equality check. Sweat appeared on his face and he said that he was scared and thought that something serious would happen, but it turned out that there were no problems. A blue aura appeared around the protagonist and he said that now he would properly take revenge on his opponents. He stood in front of the golem and called out to it. Hyunsu pulled out his sword. He swung the sword and said that first he would deal with this monster, and then he would go defend the camp. Suddenly, the messenger of purification lit up and changed his appearance to a fighting one. The protagonist extended his arm with the bracelet and ran forward. The protagonist attacked him with fire projectiles. Then Hensu raised his head. The golem swung his hammer, preparing to attack him. The protagonist stood still and thought that he only needed one chance. The protagonist immediately dissolved into the fog using his skill. He appeared behind the enemy, and the system notified him that he was considered dead due to turning into fog. The golem turned around in surprise. It attacked the protagonist from behind. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he grabbed the hammer with one hand without any problems. Then he froze the hammer. The golem's hand and weapon froze. The protagonist stared at it with his glowing eyes. He completely froze the golem and swung his sword several times. The golem seemed to start cracking. The monster simply fell apart. The protagonist smiled, because the system reported that he successfully killed the messenger of purification. There was another golem behind the protagonist. This golem also changed its appearance to a combat one, discarding its old armor. Hensu immediately made a dash and disappeared from the spot. He appeared behind the golem, cutting it into small pieces. The golem crumbled and fell. The protagonist's hand glowed, and the system reported that he had received the element of fire. The evil spirits continued to fight the golems. After a while, all the golems were defeated, and the protagonist completed a hidden quest to protect the village. All the monsters raised their hands and began to shout joyfully, and Hensu said that they seemed to be happy. However, the witch lowered her head in displeasure. She walked forward while everyone else looked at her. They all bowed to the protagonist. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and said that he had received a boost from the monsters, and even gratitude. He saw 3 people smiling in front of him. The blue-haired beauty almost cried and told the protagonist that they were very grateful to him. A moment later, many people appeared around and the name of the 15th floor changed to the nightmare of the protector of the kingdom. He saw a red knight hugging a girl. On the belt of this man was a sword of frost flame. The protagonist stretched out his hand and ran towards him. The surrounding area was engulfed in flames. Golems were burning people alive. The protagonist was enveloped in a red aura and wondered what it was. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and wondered if the story would have been different if he had returned a day earlier. The protagonist returned to reality again and said that he seemed to have just seen something very significant. He put his hand to his chin and wondered what the system wanted to show him with this. Something on the floor glowed blue. The protagonist picked up this sphere and the system notified him that he had obtained the element of ice. The protagonist remembered the appearance of the monsters and the priestess. He also remembered the girl with the frost flame sword and thought that it was all connected somehow. He looked down and wondered if maybe when Lilka gave him the sword on a bet, his luck stat reacted to him because of the hidden quest on the 15th floor. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. He remembered the appearances of the monsters and the woman. Hensu entered the portal and said that he felt uneasy, and then he found himself in the portal. A moment later, the portal closed. A heavy rain began in the village. The face of the statue was lying on the floor. The rain continued to intensify, and the system notified that Hensu would have the patronage of fire as a reward for the hidden quest. The protagonist was transported to the 16th floor near the sea and realized that he had been fooled. He grabbed his head and began to scream that if he thought about it, he had not received the reward for the hidden quest. He stepped forward and said that he had received a stat boost and the elements of fire and ice. He waved to the fire spirits and told them to go away as he was already sick of them. The protagonist introduced the 4 orbs and said that the spirits, although considered monsters, could also provide assistance to those climbing the tower. He then spoke about people who had received abilities or skills related to spirits and said that they became soul masters. He picked up one of the fire spirits and said that this 16th floor seemed very easy. Doc Chun was covered in fire. The protagonist frowned and asked if Doc Chun was jealous that Hyen Su called them cuties. Doc Chun immediately slapped him on the cheek. He then sat down in the water and turned away from the protagonist, and Hyen Su began to apologize, saying that Doc Chun was actually the cutest. Doc Chun sat with his back to him, and then the protagonist thought about how he had overfed him, that he had gotten fat. The protagonist sat and looked at the sky, saying that everything around was covered in fire. He put his hand to the fire flower and said that he didn't feel particularly hot. He opened the system window and said that it turned out that it was time to level up. He went into the store and said that in that case, you also need to gradually increase the store level. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he earned points by working hard, but it felt like he was spending them the same way. The protagonist smiled happily and wondered if he would now be able to deal with level 1 and 2 monsters with his bare hands. Then he remembered his allies and said that it was time to look into the community. He remembered about Kildores and Jinsen and said that he meant that probably because of Kildores and Lilka the big guilds do not bother others for no reason. Besides, the protagonist does not need to worry about Jinsen anymore because he receives one-on-one training from Kildores. The protagonist remembered about the Empress and the quest to find the puppy, and therefore said that he does not know how Punch got involved with them, but he is glad that the Empress liked her. He opened his mouth wide and laughed, wondering what Jinsen should do alone. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes wide, because he read that Jinsen was going to look for him. He immediately ran into the portal, saying that there are many things to do on the 20th floor because, for example, he needs to quickly go up so as not to cross paths with him, because if they end up on the 20th floor together, that psycho will definitely find him. The protagonist looked at the frog and asked if he really cared why he didn't write about the passage of the 15th floor. He remembered the destroyed statue and said that the hidden quest on the 15th floor not only had many unclear conditions, but also many variables, and if the protagonist was unnecessarily laid out, he could encounter a negative reaction, so it was better to go to the next floor first. The protagonist stood at the portal. He turned around and told the fire spirits that if they wanted to live, then when they met Jinsen, they needed to bare their stomachs and wag their tails in front of him. Lizu stood in front of the bright sun. He sat on the stairs and wondered if the protagonist was not answering him. The player stood up and said that he would catch him. He adjusted his tie and entered the portal, wondering if he or Hyunsu would win. The protagonist found himself in the desert. He looked out the system window and said that it would be easy to deal with the sand monsters, but they should find an oasis first. He crouched down, preparing to jump. He jumped high into the air. The protagonist began to fly forward using fire bombs. After a while, he found an oasis. The water was crystal clear. He smiled happily and exclaimed that he didn't think it was that close. Then he flew down. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and started screaming because of the uncontrolled fall. The sand was right in front of his face. The protagonist threw Doc Chun somewhere, and he looked down. The protagonist caught the frog using fog acceleration. He smiled and exclaimed that they had arrived at the oasis. Doc Chun frowned in displeasure and yelled at him. The protagonist dodged the frog's attack. He smiled and said that he had been hit by the frog so many times that he now knew how to dodge. However, a moment later, Doc Chun attacked him with fire. Hyunsu raised his eyebrows in surprise. Something was approaching them, while the protagonist was cursing at the frog. Huge worms appeared from underground. However, the protagonist chopped them into pieces in an instant. He swung his sword and exclaimed that because Doc Chun made a noise, monsters crawled here. The protagonist looked at the frog, who said that thanks to him, he no longer needs to look for monsters himself. Hyunsu turned around. He saw even more sand monsters. He smiled and said that Doc Chun was telling the truth. A moment later, he chopped them all into pieces and completed the task for the number of monsters killed. The protagonist closed his eyes and exclaimed that the 17th floor was passed. He looked at the water and suggested that they rest for a while in the oasis before leaving. The key to the Hyalton ruins in his pocket began to glow. The protagonist took the key in his hands. He raised his head and looked at the oasis. After a while, he was standing near the holes he had dug himself and was saying that there were definitely ruins of Hyalton there, but he was not an archaeologist, so he could not find them by simply digging the ground. Doc Chun was sitting on a rock, so the protagonist shouted to him and asked for help. However, the frog was waving his hand, pointing into the water. The protagonist picked up the rock and asked with displeasure if Doc Chun really wanted to go without meat. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he saw a hint about where the ruins of Hyalton were. Doc Chun was yawning, lying on the rock, while the protagonist was shouting that he really was a genius frog. The protagonist looked into the water and said that he needed to check. He dipped his head into the water and thought that he had found something. The protagonist saw some kind of tunnel below that looked very deep. Hyun-soo opened the system window and said that he needed to see what equipment was needed to operate underwater. There was an air candy to choose from, which allows you not to breathe underwater for 20 minutes, and there was also an airdrop from a mermaid, which allows you to breathe underwater for 1 hour, and so the protagonist thought about what to do. Sweat appeared on his face and he remembered that Junseok seemed to have said that he could contact him if he needed anything. The protagonist opened the system window and said that he was still far from the 30th floor. The protagonist smiled evilly and exclaimed that, as expected of Junseok, he knew a lot. The protagonist imagined himself as a sushi chef and said that he needed to rip off the scales of a fish that had a human face. Then he imagined himself as a scientist and said that this fish needed to be kept in a weak acid solution for 15 minutes. After that, this skin needed to be put in the sun to dry. The result was a sloppy fishman mask that could be used to breathe underwater, but it could cause acne. The protagonist smiled and said that although he had bought the scale covering for 3,000 points each, he had made about 80 scales because they were so big. A blue aura suddenly appeared around the mountain of scales and the system informed the protagonist that these scales could be used as an ingredient for a top-tier elixir. The protagonist looked at one individual scale and the system also informed him that it could be used to make a top-tier elixir if he added ingredients such as Slumpy's slime and Maxo's roots. The protagonist began to stuff them into a bag and said that this was a real treasure because the elixirs could be sold for 50 million won later. Dikshun sat behind him and lowered his head. After a while, they found themselves in the water. The protagonist was wearing a mask and swimming down. He sank deeper and deeper. There was something glowing in his hands. He stepped on the ground and the system informed him that this was the entrance to the ruins of Hyalton. The protagonist stood in front of the keyhole. He inserted the key into the keyhole. The door began to slowly open and a bright blue light appeared behind it. Everything around was illuminated by light, and the system gave him 5,000 points because he was the first on the server to discover the ruins of Hyalton. The doors opened in front of the protagonist. There was a magical liquid on the floor, and the protagonist was entering the ruins of Hyalton. He clenched his jaw and felt the smell of fish. The guy grabbed his head and was surprised. High walls appeared in front of him, and the system said that this was the sacred land of the Order of Ice and Fire and let him personally prove his worth and blessing, and he would be able to get a relic. The god of fire was visible. Opposite her was drawn her opposite, namely the goddess of ice. The protagonist, smiling widely, exclaimed that he thought it would be good to get some sacred equipment, and here you can even get relics. His sword suddenly glowed. Raising it in front of him, the protagonist wondered if it reacts to relics. The arena floor began to shake, and the system said that he needed to prove his strength. Two large monsters came out of the door. Two more evil spirits also appeared. Hensu, looking at the whole horde, recognized them. He pulled out his sword and said that it was good for a warm-up. The guy grabbed the handle tighter. He stood on the remains of the monsters and said that there were about 100 heads of the second level. Two enemies of the will of fire and ice appeared, whose sacred weapons were of the third level. They jumped up and attacked the protagonist. The guy sharply dodged the attack. He, wide-eyed, was surprised by the speed of the enemy. The protagonist suddenly clenched his jaw. He pulled out his weapon to protect himself from the blow. An ice monster was visible behind him. The protagonist was able to dodge, and the monsters missed. An unusual steam appeared. The enemies lowered their heads, and Hyunsu said that they had a strong connection. The guy opened his mouth wide and offered Dakshin to show what they were capable of. The frog shot magical saliva at the monster. A hole formed in his chest. The protagonist left a mark. He pierced his hand into the body of the enemy. The protagonist smiled widely and told them to get ready. He frowned and shouted for them to shoot. The ice monster exploded into pieces. The fire opponent widened his eye and was confused. Hyunsu flew above him and swung his weapon. He cut the opponent with a level 3 cutter. The guy landed on the ground, and the system exclaimed that he had proven his strength, and the door opened. The protagonist, sipping something from a bottle, said that it was good that the messenger of purification did not appear. He watched the powerful flames and expected this from the Temple of Ice and Fire, and this was the second road to the Order. His leg appeared through the fire. Hyunsu, through the sweat on his face, said that although he had raised his fire resistance, it was still hot. He approached the door and realized that he was almost there. The protagonist doused himself with level 4 water because he was very hot. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that if the first obstacle was fire, then he understood what the third one was. The guy's body suddenly froze. He was surrounded by huge ice blocks, and the system explained that this was the third road to the Order and he needed to go along the ice road. The protagonist, hugging his pet, asked him to turn on the stove mode. He put his leg out with a thud. Hyunsu extended his palm and used the first level frozen break. Putting his hands on his cheeks, he said that with Dakshin's warmth and frozen break, this road would be quite easy, and his skin seemed to become taut, just like after a sauna. The protagonist opened the last door with a creak. Pushing them apart, he widened his eyes, and the system said that the Temple of Ice and Fire welcomed him to the Order, and the last obstacle was the test of Ragnarok. The protagonist opened his jaw in surprise. There was a mountain of gold in front of him, and it was said that whoever passed the test could choose a relic, and Hensu asked if this was the treasury. He joyfully shook his head and shouted that there was a tira everywhere, and he was welcomed into the Order. In front of him appeared Ragnarok, the Justice Priest of the Temple of Ice and Fire, who moves in the name of the will of the Order, and he is something like an entity that represents the entire Order and also contains the will of the deity, and it is impossible to crush him. He folded his hands and said that this place is the Order of Fire and Ice, and the support of the Order is chosen here, and he will implement the doctrine. His eyes were shining brightly, and Ragnarok continued that he had already completed the previous tasks and proved his basic abilities, so let him choose the relic he wants. The chain on the chest suddenly broke. An unusual aura circled around Hensu, and the priest explained that he would only be able to feel it for a moment, but he would not be able to receive it. Another chain suddenly broke. The protagonist, his pupils bulging, was very surprised by the treasures. He raised his head and watched the huge number of rewards, and their characteristics were visible above them. The treasures were in a magical shell. The protagonist extended his finger and exclaimed that he wanted to choose this. Ragnarok, crossing his arms, clarified what he chose. Suddenly, his eyes widened in bewilderment. Hensu wanted to choose the blade of the frost flame sword, and its description appeared. The priest, clenching his fist, replied that this was a good choice. The very blade appeared in front of the guy. Two magical glows were visible, which flew forward. They surrounded the protagonist's reward, and the system explained that they united the frost flame sword into one. The protagonist let go of his weapon. He covered his face with his hand, and a powerful surge of energy appeared above him. The frost flame sword, shining brightly, regained its original appearance, and its characteristics were shown. Hensu, smiling widely, was surprised that he even had an additional option of level S. He, having heard that if he could not obtain Ragnarok's recognition, then the relic is sealed, said that he would definitely make it his own. The priest, stretching out his palm, said that he thought he was ready and his test could begin. The protagonist opened his jaw. Several huge stones appeared. The guard Palanx, who was a double of Ragnarok and a priest of justice of the Temple of Ice and Fire, and also his level rises at Ragnarok's request, stood in front of the guy. His eyes glowed green, and he said that he would test his essence, adding that the Order of Ice and Fire has 3 dogmas. The protagonist's eyes widened and he listened, that the first is to protect what is dear to him, and he was asked what is most dear to him. He, biting his lips, thought about what is most dear to him. Imagining himself dressed in a black suit, the guy remembered that his parents had died. He, lowering his hands, added that he would not even wait for a call from his friends. His allies appeared, and Hensu thought that only his colleagues from the tower remained, but he did not understand whether they were dear to him. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist muttered that it turns out he lived a sad life. The frog took him by the ear and began to hum a song. The protagonist, hugging her, exclaimed that he had Dokchun. Jumping with joy, he added that his pet was more precious to him than anything, to which the priest replied that there was no problem with this, and they could begin the test. Near Ragnarok was his double, and he said that he should fight in order to protect what was dear to him. The guard ran towards the guy. He swung at him, and Hensu jumped back. Baring his teeth, he was surprised by its destructive power, and wondered if this sword had sacred power. The protagonist extended his fiery hand. He released a powerful stream of flame. The priest's hand suddenly melted. His limb began to regenerate. The protagonist, clenching his jaw, was amazed by his regeneration and told Dokchun to attack. The Ragnarok doppelganger was hit by magical saliva and his regeneration slowed down. The guy was waving a level 3 cutter. He, putting the sword on his shoulder, asked if this was the end, and the answer was heard that as he thought, one was not enough for him. The priest's eyes glowed red, and he explained that it was his duty to give him a suitable opponent. Stone scavengers appeared, namely the sacred weapon in the form of a level 2 animal and the guardians of Palanx. Hensu, clenching his fists, said that there were many of them. Above his hand hung level 4 enhancement cubes, which showed 3 points. He cut one of his opponents, and the system explained that additional damage is applied when attacking 3 times. There were many opponents in front of the protagonist, and he decided to go straight ahead. The guy used a level 10 firebomb, which exploded sharply. He bounced off the blast wave. The protagonist continued to attack, destroying all the enemies in his path. He cut them into pieces. There were a huge number of remains in front of him. Hensu bared his teeth, and Ragnarok said that he was unimaginably strong. His pupils shone brightly, and he added that he was the first to come here with a relic, and he was interested. The protagonist defended himself with his sword, and he clarified whether this added good points to him. Several formidable guardians appeared. They merged into one Demonite Guardian, which is formed by combining 5 of them, and the protagonist was surprised by this. The enemy, clenching his fists, screamed loudly. He suddenly jumped up. The guy, smiling contentedly, said that it was good that he had saved the artifacts, namely the Bracelet of Gravity and the Brooch of Boiling Power. He raised his sword in front of his opponent. Hensu held back the guard's magical onslaught. He lowered his eyebrows and thanked him because he had recharged himself and was absorbing a huge amount of damage. The guard's eyes widened, and the protagonist used the revenge skill. There was a powerful flash. Everything around suddenly exploded. The guy's silhouette was visible through the haze. He hid his face with his hands. An unusual crystal was visible in the enemy's remains. The protagonist stuck his sword into the ground and asked if they thought he would allow them to regenerate. The guard's pieces were covered with extraordinary energy. A large frozen crystal appeared. Hensu clenched his jaw and asked what the next dogma was. Ragnarok's eyes widened in bewilderment. The protagonist, grinning, asked if he thought he was that strong. Through the sweat on his face, he muttered that he was showing off, but in reality he was not in very good condition. The ability icons appeared, and the guy added that the brooch would end in 10 minutes, and he had already shown almost all of his best moves, so he would be ready. A scary image of the protagonist appeared, and he knew that he only had the abilities of Fog Acceleration and Return of the Dead left. The frog put its paws on its sides, and Hensu added that Dokchan's chaos properties still remained. A strong kick was visible. Magnarok, stretching out his hand with a magical glow, congratulated the brave man on the amazing passage of the first dogma. Strange fragments appeared from the wall. They glowed green. The protagonist opened his mouth wide. The system told him that the effect of the power-up cubes had ended, and whether he wanted to do it again, to which he, spreading his fingers, muttered that he did. A level 5 power-up cube appeared, on which was the number 6. The guy, raising his eyebrows, was surprised by this because it was the first time he had received one. Putting his palm on his chest, he realized that the mana consumption was huge. A magical spirit began to come out of him. He sank to the ground. The creature standing next to the protagonist was summoned by the system, and he materializes based on the magical power of the skill owner, and he is also the one who rose to the 84th floor. Hensu, looking at his face, thought that it was even higher than 64 floors, and was he really a human? The magical entity ran towards the guy, and a hint appeared that the spirit was summoned based on the magical power of the skill owner, and therefore it would be better to refrain from excessive actions. The protagonist, holding a sword in his hand, told him to fight only in a way that was within his power, to which Magnarok exclaimed that he had an interesting skill. The priest, narrowing his pupils, said that the first dogma of the defender is the resourcefulness of ice, and he coped with it amazingly. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in thank for the praise, and asked to quickly tell him about the second one. He, raising his eyebrows, listened to the fact that the second dogma was the moral principles of fire, and if he had received the blessing of fire, then he believed that he could handle this perfectly, and the guy asked him again. Magnarok's crown lit up, and he added that the temple of ice and fire was the second dogma. Hyunsu covered his head with his hand from the too bright light. Suddenly, a dark force circled around his head, and it was heard that it was revenge. The frog fell from the protagonist's shoulder. He, wide-eyed, noticed this. In the priest's eyes, he could see the guy who called Dokchan, but the pet died. Through tears, the protagonist screamed loudly and asked the frog to wake up. Its pupils sharply narrowed. Magnarok, folding his hands, told the brave man to blaze like fire. Baring his teeth, Hyunsu called him a bastard. He pounced on his opponent. Brandishing a level 3 cutter, the protagonist used firebomb several times. His pet could be seen through the flames. The boy was crying. He closed his eyes and said to himself that he couldn't protect Dokchan. The priest was burning brightly, and he said that being honest with your feelings was also the nobility of fire. The protagonist, stretching out his palms, shouted for him to shut up. Thrusting his sword into the ground, he used the ability of water and frozen break. The opponent was confused, and his crown glowed red. His body was quickly covered in ice. Magnarok, clenching his fist, shouted that it was not enough. Hyunsu, holding onto the weapon, was greatly surprised. He closed his eyes. The spirit repelled the enemy's attack. The protagonist, accelerating, shouted for him to hold it. He extended his fiery palm and magic blade and said for him to die. Huge ice shards appeared because the guy used frozen break. A powerful flame from a level 10 firebomb was visible. Two strong elements caught up with the priest. The protagonist, continuing to strike, called his partner. The spirit, taking out his katana, heard that he needed to hit with all his might. He, opening his mouth, answered that it would be done. His eyes glowed green, and he made an attack. A bright flash of energy appeared. Smoke was visible behind Hensu, and he fell to the ground. Magnarok, bleeding, fell to the ground. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, said that he did not have much magic power left, and let him come back. The magical entity looked at him and said that what could destroy the holy being was something with a more powerful force. In other words, it was only magic or chaos, because the tower took away a lot from them. The spirit, dissolving, hoped that they would meet again someday, and by mutual agreement, it disappeared. The guy's back absorbed an extraordinary aura. He suddenly jumped up. The protagonist headed towards his opponent, using fog acceleration and the return of the dead, from which all indicators increased threefold. He opened his mouth wide and asked how he dared to kill his precious Dokchan. Grinning his teeth fiercely, Hyunsu shouted for him to die too. A loud explosion was heard, and the system reported a second-level rematch. The protagonist, after the attack, left a deep hole under himself. He, closing one eye, cursed. The protagonist leaned on his knees and looked at the crown, and it was said that it was impossible to destroy Magnarok. The monster had only its head left, and the guy wondered if maybe he should have aimed at that crown. The Reaper, having restored his body, exclaimed that the second dogma was revenge, and he had done an excellent job with it because no one had ever reached that point. His eyes were burning with an unusual flame, and he continued that his anger was as strong as fire, but the fire path also had a vanishing frailty when burning everything. The protagonist, with his veins bulging, ordered him to shut up. He, drawing his sword, screamed loudly. Hensu could not move his weapon and heard that he would tell him about the last, third dogma. Ragnarok, calling ice and fire, said that they themselves are not ideal because fire melts solid ice and cold absorbs the blazing fire path, and forgiveness is the basis of their harmony. There was a bright flash, and he added that the third dogma was forgiveness. The priest's body glowed with a green aura, and he said for the brave man to accept reality and moderate his anger. Ragnarok, spreading his arms out to the sides, exclaimed for him to say that he forgives him. An unusual force circled above the guy's face. He remembered Dakshin, who was lying in blood. Hyunsu bared his teeth fiercely. He, waving a magic blade, shouted that how can he? Inflicting a strong blow, the protagonist added for him to die. He opened his mouth wide and angrily asked that he killed his precious Dakshin and asked for forgiveness, and spoke ill of him. Ragnarok, absorbing the attack, answered for him to stop because he had run out of strength and let him not overexert himself like that. The protagonist's fingers were stained with blood and he loosened his grip. Kensu dropped his sword and heard that there was something in the world that could not be helped. His body shook violently, and the priest explained that he must understand that anger could not solve everything. He, narrowing his pupils, asked him to stop. The protagonist suddenly clenched his fist. Clenching his jaw, he shouted for him, the bastard, to shut up. The guy struck, to which Ragnarok told him to stop. The protagonist did not stop attacking and screamed loudly. The enemy, putting his hands on his hips, repeated that he should stop. Kensu fell to the ground, and Ragnarok expected more from him. But he, it turns out, was already overcome with anger and said that someone who does not know how to forgive is not worthy of becoming a pillar of the order. Grabbing the blade with a bloody hand, the protagonist replied that who needs it, and he does not need peace of mind or becoming worthy of membership in the order. His eyes glowed red and he continued that he needed a power that would never let such nonsense happen to him. Suddenly, he was grabbed by magical threads and the Reaper said that it meant he couldn't forgive. He, emitting green energy from his palm, added that he was not worthy. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he had stopped forgiving, because forcing forgiveness was the same as giving up, and if he wanted forgiveness, he should have apologized first. Pulling him towards himself, Ragnarok explained that he had failed the test and he would take the relic from him and he would fall into eternal sleep. Hensu, baring his teeth, said that he would stand his ground until the end and would not even apologize, and he had attacked the wrong person. He grabbed a strong dagger that, when absorbing the owner's blood, casts a curse, but it only applies to the owner. The protagonist stabbed himself in the leg. He clenched his jaw and screamed in pain, to which the opponent asked if he was so overcome with anger that he was already self-torturing, and called him a fool. The strong dagger absorbed the owner's blood. Human veins appeared, and the system reported that the absorbed blood was filled and a hidden option was launched, and a blood curse was applied. Closing his fist, the Reaper said that he should die without pain, and this was his last gesture of care. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The protagonist, showing the middle finger, exclaimed that he would take the sword of frost flame. His image changed to a demonic one, and a request was heard for him to wait. Hyunsu dissolved into thin air and died. Ragnarok dropped his hands and was puzzled. He, holding his head, exclaimed that this could not be. A bright glow seemed, and the system said that he was resurrected in a safe zone, and he had a huge amount of coins left, and he also stole the relic of the Temple of Ice and Fire, and now his title is Relic Robber. The protagonist, sitting up on the bed, said that he returned to the safe zone. He, baring his teeth, shouted that this bastard Ragnarok, and he will definitely take revenge on him for Dikchun's death, and croaking was heard. The frog was lying and eating chips. Noticing this, the guy cried and was very surprised. He, tightly hugging his pet, asked that he, a scoundrel, became a ghost and came to him. Dikchun turned blue from hugs, and the protagonist exclaimed that he was real and was glad about it. After picking up the pet, he started to spin around with it and said that even if it died before him, it would resurrect with him in a safe zone, adding that he was a cunning bastard, because he was very worried. The frog puffed out its cheeks in displeasure. In the daytime, a house was visible, and screams were coming from it. The pet licked its paw, and Hensu told it that it was necessary to go. The protagonist's face was covered with bruises. He, holding his hand in his pocket, said that his only S-level weapon was sealed. But fortunately, he still received something, and the system reported the Frost Flame sword, which was sealed since Ragnarok's recognition was not received. The guy twirled a dagger with a blood curse in his fingers, and it was said that only the owner can use the blood curse, and otherwise it is an ordinary dagger, and said that he found a way to escape to the safe zone in a critical situation. Smiling broadly, he exclaimed that thanks to Dakshin, he had just pumped up his resistance to poisons, namely to the 2nd level. Looking at the screen, the protagonist told about his best achievement, about the title of Relic Robber, because it is not easy to do, abandoning moral principles, and although he had turned down the wrong path, he was still inclined to improve. A system notification was visible, which explained that the one who stole the relic of the order will also receive sacredness, and you can temporarily use the stolen relic. And the more relics are stolen, the more the sacred power indicator will increase, and Hensu did not know whether this is good or not, but he received a new sacred power. Satisfied, raising his head, he suggested going to check what this title is worth. The protagonist, remembering the image of the Reaper, added that it was said that Magnarok cannot be destroyed. He, clenching his fists, said that he will attack him not physically, but morally, and he will be finished. The ruins of Hyaltin were visible where Magnarok stood. He, narrowing his pupils, said that apparently another brave man had managed to get here. A room appeared, which was burning brightly, and the Reaper continued that he had already passed the fiery road and reached the ice one. He, looking at the door, said that his strength could be compared to the previous one, and this was impressive. The guard, widening his eyes, added that he was an idiot, because if he could forgive, he would become an amazing support for the order. Remembering the guy's evil smile, he said that how dare he mock him, created by the will of the gods, and steal the sacred relic of the order. Sounds were heard behind the door, and Magnarok hoped that this time a normal person would come, so that a worthy support would appear at least now. A portrait of the goddess of fire appeared. Opposite her was the goddess of ice, and the Reaper said that he hoped that he could revive the perished order. He, stretching his arms out to the sides, exclaimed that he would meet a new hope, a holy believer who could quench his boredom. The door to the room swung open, and the brave man entered the temple of ice and fire. The guard, spreading his palms, welcomed him to the order. He suddenly widened his eyes. Hensu, smiling widely, greeted him in return. Powerful explosions were visible, next to which the protagonist was running. Magnarok, raising his elbows, shouted that he was unclean and ill-mannered. The guy jumped back from the sharp flash. Large stones were flying straight at him. He, lowering his eyebrows, cut the attack flying at him. Raising his palm, the Reaper was surprised. The protagonist showed his middle finger and said that he had seen this move 6 times already, and it was too obvious. The guard's eyes lit up and he angrily exclaimed that he was a bastard. Hensu, holding a magic ball in his hand, was surrounded by a green aura. He said, grinning, that before he would have been injured by this, but now he has increased sacred power, and therefore he has become resilient. The protagonist, looking at the screen, muttered that this time he was rewarded with a new title for making a fishman mask, so he increased his sacred power and his statistics were shown, where all the indicators increased. There were messages on the forum about the fishman mask, about which Lick My Top said that they don't even sell it in the store. And Your Bald Head replied that the protagonist under his pseudonym is kind, and offered to take him to a restaurant as a sign of gratitude, to which he thanked for the instructions. The guy, raising the corners of his lips, heard him give the relics. Extending his palms, Magnarok shouted that these things are not for bastards like him. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist exclaimed that if he wants to take it so much, then let him apologize to him first. He took out a book of neutralization, which is able to combine energy of different nature, added that this time he got a cool thing. Hensu, raising his head, said that he had already stolen many relics, and it seemed enough, and asked if he should give them to someone, and if he wanted one for himself, and also what he would do with it, from which the Reaper furiously answered that he should have respect for relics. Kicking one of the awards, the protagonist said that it was not even a person. He continued that it stuck to his feet, and because of its round shape, and Magnarok's eyes glowed fiercely. The guy played with the relic, and the frog clapped for him. The guard released magical lasers. A green aura surrounded the protagonist, from which he screamed loudly. He, smiling widely, exclaimed that he was warm, and he had a heat resistance of the 10th level. Hens looked at his pet with satisfaction and said that he liked warmth. The Reaper, opening his jaw, choked. He spread his arms out to the sides and asked him to stop and give up the relics, and also to ask for forgiveness, and then he would forgive him too. The protagonist, putting his foot on the magical reward, replied that he told him in plain language to apologize to Dokchun on his knees. The guard, his pupils widening, exclaimed that he represented the order itself and was a being created by the will of the gods, and if he bowed before him, it would mean that the entire order had knelt before him. The protagonist, taking out a dagger with a blood curse, said that this was his problem. He, smiling fiercely, added that if he did not apologize, he would come again. The Reaper frowned menacingly. He suddenly fell to the ground. Magnarok, kneeling, said that he was sorry and asked Dokchun for forgiveness. The guy, looking at the lying creature, asked if Dokchun was his friend or something, and claimed that he was Mr. Dokchun to him, to which the guard asked the master for forgiveness, and the protagonist asked if his pet felt better. The frog jumped on Magnarok's head. An unusual liquid flowed down the enemy. The Reaper began to tremble and make sounds, and Hensu heard his voice. Dokchun, spreading his hind legs, croaked. The guy, putting the relic on the floor, said that his pet had moderated his anger and therefore he would leave it here, to which the creature thanked him. Leaving, the protagonist said that he was an idiot and should henceforth live by the rules and not touch family members dear to someone, and hoped that they would never see each other again, and thanked him for the parting gift, which he would use for its intended purpose, and Magnarok was glad that he, the monster, was finally leaving. The Reaper widened his eyes in bewilderment. There was no crown on his head, and he did not understand where it was. The creature extended his palm, and the protagonist, holding the crown in his hands, laughed. The guard sharply extended his fingers, shouting that he was a vandal. Hensu, running away, smiled broadly. He stabbed himself with a dagger and said that he was leaving and said goodbye, and the system reported that he had used a blood curse and then died. Ragnarok fell to the ground with his whole body. He began to cry through his tears. The Reaper, waving his fist, shouted that he cursed him and would make sure that his foot would never set foot here again. The protagonist happily bumped fists with his pet. He held Ragnarok's crown, about which the characteristic appeared, and thought that this served him right. The protagonist took the key and said that it was not a relic, so it did not increase sacred power, and he should look for something else. A lot of notifications appeared that Ragnarok had convincingly requested that Hensu be banned from entering the Hyalton ruins, and most of the relics were considered stolen. An entry into the ruins was prohibited for him for the sake of others climbing the tower, and the liquidation of the key, which began to evaporate in the guy's hands, began. The protagonist, crossing his legs, said that this idiot restricted his entry, and this is low, but he still had enough fun, so he is fine, and suddenly lick my top asked for a personal deal. He wrote to the guy that he does not like to only accept and not give in return, and therefore let him accept, but he does not know what it is, to which the protagonist, wide-eyed, asked if this was in return for sharing information about the fishman mask, and picked up a piece of unknown parchment, but he did not know what it was, but decided to take it. Putting his hands behind his head, Hyunsu exclaimed that he had been going to the ruins for a week, so he had spent a lot of energy, and dying every time was exhausting, but he had still accumulated points, so everything was fine. The system reported that he had died 10 times for the first time in the entire server, and he was given 10,000 points, and his balance was 36,400 points, and the protagonist, poking at the screen, decided to shop with the accumulated points. Silver and bronze coupons appeared, to which he thought that he should raise the skill level with them. These coupons began to shine brightly, and the guy used the firebomb upgrade with a silver coupon and the power-up cubes with a bronze coupon. Holding his chin, the protagonist muttered that it would be good to upgrade other skills too, but it would be very expensive. Imagining himself standing on a mountain of gold coins, he realized that in order to become strong, you ultimately have to spend a lot of money. Hensu, contentedly biting his lips, thought that he could improve his skills with the money he had, but it would be better to buy something else with the remaining money. An unusual aura parried above him, and he exclaimed that this was a combination of skills. The protagonist, browsing the online store, thought that last time he got the store to silver level, so the choice of skills became larger. His pupils glowed blue, and he said that the way his eyes looked, he needed a lot of things. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy, spreading his arms, shouted that it turns out he already had a skill, and he is now rich. The player, holding out his palm, turned to his comrade, whether he saw what the protagonist posted under his pseudonym, adding that it was even better than the fishman mask, to which he heard a question whether he posted something again. The guy, with his mouth open, replied that his post had become official, so there was a lot of noise and hubbub in the community. The protagonist's image as a princess appeared, and he wrote on the forum that he would not talk about passing a floor, but about cool skills. He wrote about the first skill, namely the camera, and the second, about posting a photo, and the player thought that in the tower, information is power and money, and does this mean that you can post photos? Hyunsu, in the image of a princess, explained on the forum that they are expensive, so let everyone work hard and save up points, because he is their fairy and will choose one of those who leaves a comment and give away 2 skills for free. The guys, with their jaws open, said that they need to leave a touching comment. They pointed at each other and said that the big guilds will not get anything, and that's what they deserve. Chanhu and Heung appeared, menacingly lowering their eyebrows. The girl kicked the door open and called out to Sunmo. She put her hand on her hip and asked if he knew why they had come. The newbie, holding a cigarette in his hand, replied that if they were talking about publishing the protagonist as a princess, he had seen it too. He put out his cigarette and suggested that they calm down and talk first. The guys, frowning, shouted that they were also suffering losses because of him, and Chanhu added that there was also pressure from other large guilds, and this problem was more serious than they thought. Sungmo, touching his forehead, asked what the idiots from other guilds wanted. The guy, opening his mouth, exclaimed that they were saying that they should stop touching the protagonist under the guise of a princess, and then they would secretly come to an agreement with him themselves. The man, putting his hands on the chair, said that then they would be excluded from the deal, to which Haeung replied that they would sell them anyway, and so it would be. The newbie, looking at the guys, said that the gap between the guilds had just widened, and they couldn't miss out on these skills. He stood up and added that everyone should gather, because at this rate they were finished. Sonmo, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that he had a plan. Hyunsu, smiling broadly, laughed loudly and thought it was cool. He looked at two skills, namely the camera skill and photo publishing. The protagonist, covering his mouth with his hand, said that making a camera costs 5,000 points, and publishing a photo costs 6,000, and if he sells them, he will get double the profit, but the price is too high for ordinary people. Everyone in the forum began to ask about these skills, offering different options for buying, to which the protagonist thought that in the tower, in addition to large guilds, there are many who have succeeded. He said with a grin that if you bargain with people from the higher floors, you can get more money or high-level items, and his acquaintances on the forum sometimes chatted about idols in the community, and he could give one away for free, because high-level hunters without a guild are very important, so he needs to make connections. In the guild chat, they wanted to make friends with him, and Hensu began to shake with laughter, thinking that even the guilds in second and third place in rank bowed before him. One of the forum players wrote that he knew about the options of an individual transaction, to which the protagonist's eyes widened and he asked himself again. He, running his finger across the screen, learned that the person buying this item must not be a member of large guilds, and if the conditions are violated, the purchased item is deleted, and he realized that this is a useful function and he will immediately use it. His balance was 113,400 points, which made him smile broadly and exclaim that it was selling well, and wondered if he should take a look at what his guys had filmed. The protagonist saw a rocket man jumping high and said that it was not interesting, and the bald man was entertaining himself. A picture of a piece of cake appeared, which a forum member had written about, to which Hensu said that he had started social networks in general. The guy looked at the picture of yellow checks, where Meow Meow Punch said that she was now a merchant, and let them buy these checks from her, and the protagonist was surprised that she had now become a merchant receiving assistance from the Empress, and Lick My Top wrote that he was bored alone on the 20th floor. Hensu crossed his legs and exclaimed that while he was dealing with Magnarok, he had already reached the 20th floor first, and he also had only one floor left. Stroking his pet's head, he asked him if they were going already. The protagonist stood at the entrance to the 19th floor and asked if it would start right away if he went in. The system informed him that he needed to gain the recognition of the fire pillar, and he, lowering his eyebrows, said that this floor was not a monster hunt, but a fight with a boss. There was a guardian depicted on the door, and the protagonist said that for some it was easy, while for others it was impossible, but in any case, he could try an infinite number of times. Hensu drank a potion for multiple vulnerabilities and exclaimed that if he couldn't, he would fight his way through until he could. He entered the boss and the fire was blazing around him. The heat made sweat run down his face. A silhouette of a face appeared behind the protagonist, telling him that he had arrived. The protagonist, frowning, did not understand when he had time. The man with glowing eyes suddenly extended his fist. The protagonist thought that he had died, but suddenly confetti appeared. The boss of the 19th floor, smiling, said that he missed him. Hyunwoo suddenly sat down on a chair. A fork appeared in his hand. The opponent put a napkin to it, and in front of the protagonist was a table with food. The man said to eat well, which made the protagonist's pupils turn white, not understanding what was happening. Spreading his fingers, the boss admitted that he did not know what the interlocutor would like, so he mainly cooked meat. To which the young man remembered that he heard that everyone has a different way to get approval for passing the 19th floor. Lowering his eyebrow in confusion, Hyunsu wondered if he needed to eat with the man for this, and the Chaos Frog made a loud sound. Dikshun put a large piece of meat in his mouth, and the protagonist thought that there might be poison in it. The guy said that the partner himself is poisonous, so it's okay, and he also has resistance, and then decided to try the food. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Eating pieces of meat with both hands, he exclaimed that it was very tasty, and Dikshun also caught the food with his tongue, and the system gave a hint that evil spirits or other types of monsters can eat several times more than themselves. Squinting, the boss said that they ate with such an appetite that his heart rejoices. The Chaos Frog lay on its back, holding its stomach. Hyunsu sat, leaning against the back of the chair, and the boss said that they finally filled their stomachs. The man raised his finger and asked if they would start the test. The protagonist looked at his partner in shock. He took the weapon in his hand and asked if this was the end already, to which the ruler of the 19th floor replied that food was food, and to gain his approval, one had to work hard. The man's eyes glowed red and he explained that the food was just a sign of his kindness, and the system reported that the boss could not show the full strength of his body, felt remorse, and was under the protection of fire. The protagonist's body was surrounded by flames, he received many enhancements and was surprised by this. Dokchun spewed fire from his mouth, and his master asked if he had become stronger. Swinging his sword, the boss repeated that this was his kindness, and the fire vessel was also ready so they could begin the test. Hyunsu turned around in alarm, feeling the heat from the wall of flames. Frowning, the ruler of the 19th floor explained that if the hero breaks through him and reaches the place behind him, he will receive a good gift, so the brave man needs to make an effort. Holding the guiding sword in his hand, the protagonist said that he then gratefully accepts the kindness of the opponent. Suddenly, the guy jumped up. Putting his hand forward, he used the 10th level water skill. The floor under the opponent's feet began to crack. Looking out from behind the shield, the man exclaimed that nothing would happen to him because Hyunsu got into his hair. Using the fog acceleration ability, the protagonist found himself behind his opponent in a matter of seconds, which surprised him. Grinning, the main character asked if it was necessary to fight, since he just needed to get to the place. Suddenly, the boss of the 19th floor appeared in front of his face and shouted that he told him that it would not work with hair. The man swung his weapon. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist dodged the blow. Keeping his guard in front of him, the ruler exclaimed that the enemy could not try to pass so easily. The young man was disappointed and pressed himself to the floor. A moment later, he was striking the opponent's shield with a level 8 chisel. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that as he thought, this would not work. The boss dealt a crushing attack to the enemy and shouted that this is for him. The man closed his eyes, and Hensu thought about how the ruler quickly began to attack immediately after defending, because he was sure that he could stop his attacks, and decided to use another weapon. Throwing the dice of reinforcement, the protagonist knocked out 4 points, which gave him the ability to return part of the damage received to the attacker. The young man rose above the enemy and used the firebomb skill twice. Raising his head, the boss asked the boy if he wanted to hide in the explosion and suddenly attack. The man smiled and said that this was a good approach. His legs began to be covered in ice after the protagonist used the frozen break ability. After breaking what was squeezing his legs, the ruler shouted that Hyunsu couldn't grab him with such ice, to which the young man thought he knew about it. The protagonist's weapon emitted a green glow, and he thought about what he would actually do, after which he used the relic robber skill, which allows him to ignore the enemy's defense and temporarily remove the seal. The young man threw a firebomb and attacked the enemy with a cutter. The shield of the boss of the 19th floor was cracked. The man, closing his eyes, laughed and said that it was a good blow and praised his opponent. The enraged ruler threw the protagonist back. Falling to the floor, the protagonist said that he did not even hope to hit him, but he really is very strong. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that he had 5 relics left and needed to win, which surprised the opponent because he thought he was depressed, and then asked if his eyes were still alive. Lowering his weapon down, Hensu said that he could not give up. The young man raised his hand, starting to call the skill relic robber and ice tranquility, which would freeze everything around and extinguish the fire. The protagonist was surrounded by a stream of blue magic. The fire in the room disappeared, and the boss exclaimed where the wall of flame was, and the young man said that he would now lead. Raising his hand, the protagonist activated the ability Calling to the Night, which created an artificial night, increased the indicators, and called the entities. The guy ordered the small monsters to take out as much as possible, and they began to attack the ruler of the 19th floor. Hensu began to suck in strength, and, surprised that sacred power was also possible, his eyes widened and used the skill Night Vision. The enemy fought off the protagonist's assistants, who ordered them to surround him and suppress him with the claws of the holy crab. The boss of the 19th floor exclaimed in alarm when he saw the appearance of the limb. The man screamed loudly when the holy crab grabbed his legs. Looking back, the protagonist exclaimed that the enemy should rest there for a while. The ruler's eyes lit up with anger, and he tried to break free from the claw. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist glanced at the opponent in alarm, and the system reported that the pillar of fire was rising. A high-energy glow appeared behind the ruler of the 19th floor, and he shouted that Hensu would not pass. He thrust his sword forward, declaring that the enemy should receive it. The man dealt powerful magical blows one after another. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The room was filled with a barrage of energy power from the boss up to the ceiling. Gray smoke enveloped the space in front of the ruler of the 19th floor. A sword was visible through the dark smog. The protagonist was kneeling, and the title of Relic Robber was launched. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that even defending himself with S-level relics, he would receive such damage, and decided to use the Frost Flame Sword, symbolizing the harmony of 2 deities. Reaching out for the weapon, the boss exclaimed that the opponent was still alive, and he knew that he needed to make these attacks. Frowning, Hensu thought that he would simply die from a second one like that. Grabbing the sword with both hands, the young man used the magic of the Night Caller and the Relic Robber at the same time. His weapon was divided into 2 energy parts of water and fire. The protagonist rose up with the help of the sword's magic and shouted that here it is for him. Dropping his jaw in confusion, the boss wondered what kind of sword the enemy was holding. The energy of ice and flame enveloped the ruler of the 19th floor. Spreading his fingers, the protagonist said that he had only used the original power of the weapon once, and already this result. The young man put his elbows out to the sides and said that if he used it skillfully, he could become a high-ranking one. He took a step to the side and the system reported that he had arrived at the destination and received approval, to which he exclaimed in surprise. A portal began to form behind the protagonist, and he admitted that he had not even noticed how he had completed the mission. Gritting his teeth, the boss called out to the enemy. With his mouth wide open, the man asked where he got this sword from, because it was a real sword of frost flame. Taking Hensu by the shoulders, the ruler of the 19th floor exclaimed how this could be possible, since it was destroyed, continuing to interrogate the boy about how he got it, to which he said that he was dizzy and asked to let go first. The man begged the protagonist to give him this weapon, to which the boy, puffing out his cheeks, asked not to shake him. Opening his mouth in alarm, the Chaos Frog made a sound. The boss, wiping his mouth, apologized and noted that the hero had just eaten, and he was probably uncomfortable. One of the protagonist's legs was in the portal, and he said that if the man wanted to apologize, he could first give a reward, after which he thought that if the ruler went crazy because of the sword, he would have to run away immediately. A dagger with a blood curse appeared, which can only be used by the owner, to which the ruler was surprised that there was a special curse on this weapon. He raised his hand with the seal and said that he was interested in the sword, so he would give Hensu something special. The protagonist's mouth opened wide when he saw the fire seal, and the man said that he should take it because it would come in handy. The vessels in the boy's head appeared, and the system reported that the seal of fire was being absorbed, after which it would give the effects of enhancing all fire abilities, sacred power, and receiving approval from the Order of Fire. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist thought that these enhancements were a cool reward. Pointing his finger at the screen, the boy clarified what the approval of the Order of Fire meant, to which the boss replied that looking at his relics, one could conclude that he was in the ruins on the 17th floor. Squinting, the man said that he definitely did not receive Magnarok's approval, and although not at full strength, he would be able to use the relics of the Fire Temple, because the ruler gave him approval. With his eyes widened, Hensu was surprised that he would be able to use the relics of the Fire Temple. Putting his palms together, the boss of the 19th floor asked again if the protagonist would give him this sword. Raising his hand, the man added that it was not for nothing, but that he would definitely give him what he needed in return, to which the young man asked him again. Above the ruler's hand was a red Felian helmet, which could be restored to its former power by collecting the remaining parts, and it was not for sale, and the man explained that it was just a set for the one he was wearing. Dropping his jaw, the protagonist realized that he had never seen it in a store and thought he could find it during quests or in the ruins, and did not think that the boss of the 19th floor had it. Extending his hand forward, Hensu said that this would do. The heroes made an exchange, shaking hands, and the ruler said that the guy made a good decision. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that he was leaving, to which the man replied that he wished him luck in battle. The protagonist disappeared, leaving behind only teleportation beams. A silhouette appeared behind the column, and the boss of the 19th floor said for the man to leave already. Stretching, Lilka said that he could easily handle him and let him go, but she waited for a long time. Putting his hands in his pockets, the ruler admitted that he had not had such fun for a long time. Smiling widely, the man said that he wanted to see the possibilities of an amazing talent, to which the red fox replied that he was still too cruel and an ordinary person would have died already. The boss replied that the hero eventually broke through, and the final blow was something special, and the girl, looking at the broken shield, explained that it was because he was using such scrap metal. Snapping her fingers, she asked if one of the pillars of the Temple of Ice and Fire could use such a thing. A new huge shield appeared in front of her. The man anxiously reached out his hand to the equipment, realizing what it was. He took the shield in his hands, and the system reported that he had met a suitable owner, after which it was said that only the one with the seal of fire could control it. Lilka hit the protection with her fist and said that for a long time she could not find someone on the 10th floor who could get the scale of the fire dragon, and then clarified whether the bomb would now go to the 29th floor. Lowering his chin, the man answered that he should. Smiling, the red fox said that they could hate him, to which the ruler replied that he still needed to take this into account. Closing his eyes, he noted that the third dogma of the Temple of Ice and Fire is forgiveness. Before disappearing in the beams of teleportation, the man said that he was going, and the sword of frost flame connected with another pillar of the order. Raising his head, the boss said that he was finally going to Magneta. Hensu left the portal and found himself in a safe zone on the 20th floor. Seeing the fighters, he realized that it was obvious that there were fewer people here than on the 10th floor, and they all looked capable. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist thought that Lick My Head was probably here too. Putting his hand in his pocket, he asked where Lilka was because she said that they would meet on the 20th floor. Suddenly, she ran out to meet him. The girl's mouth was dirty, and the protagonist loudly called out to her. The red fox grabbed the young man's hand and shouted that something bad had happened and that he should help her quickly, to which he clarified what had happened. The girl ran quickly, and the protagonist asked why there was blood at her mouth. Opening his mouth wide, Hensu shouted that the big guilds had really attacked her. Pointing her fingers at the counter with food, The girl asked him to pay her for it. The protagonist's eyes instantly turned white. Looking at the plate, the young man realized that these were not bloodstains. The protagonist realized that these were traces of food. Lilka stuck out her tongue, and the guy loudly called out to her. Holding the ladle in her hand, Bella asked how many times she could tell her not to bring God knows who here, and noted that she had a lot of money, but she always ate on credit, to which the red fox replied that it tasted better that way. Putting her palms in front of her, the girl said that money is money and she was glad to see Dikchun. Opening her mouth wide, Lilka exclaimed why Hyunsu was dodging. Clenching her hand into a fist, she shouted that the young man promised to let her touch the Chaos Frog, after which she asked if her girl missed her, to which the protagonist said that he did not remember when he said such a thing. Looking at the frog on his shoulder, the protagonist repeated the words of the red fox and asked if Dikchun was female. One of the players, looking towards the shop, saw Lilka and wondered if this was her next target, to which the other clarified who was next to her and he had seen him somewhere, and the protagonist thought about how he was attracting too much attention with this girl. Folding his arms, Hyunsu said that if she wanted to touch the Chaos Frog, she should first pay the debt, to which she exclaimed that the guy was a petty bastard. The red fox extended her hand and told her to take the money. Putting her fists to her head, she said that she received almost 9,000 points for the debt, to which the protagonist was outraged that she wanted him to pay such a huge amount. Lilka said that it was all over and asked to let her touch the pet, to which the protagonist, pointing his finger to the side, suggested that they first go to a quiet place. Bella, smiling, thanked the young man for today and promised to take good care of them if they came again, to which the interlocutor replied that they would see each other again. The heroes stood between the houses, and the red fox asked why the protagonist brought her to such an alley, because the first time they met, he also came to such a place, after which she clarified whether he had a fetish for them. Putting his hands in his pockets, Hensu clarified whether the thought usually comes to mind that people come here to talk secretly, and then noted that she was a merchant, meaning she buys and sells things, to which she replied that only if it was something useful. The girl said that there were people who liked his scarf and she would like to buy it, then added that Dokchun did too, to which the protagonist, with his mouth open in confusion, asked if she knew anything about the Felian set. Holding her chin, Lilka asked him again about the set. Pointing a finger at himself, the young man replied that this was his chest plate and helmet. A silhouette of a man in equipment appeared, and the protagonist explained that he had already collected 2, but there were still 5 artifacts left, and he was collecting the set and completing a quest for her. Extending his palm forward, Hensu offered to exchange if she had any of it. A holy crab appeared, and the young man asked to see what kind of artifact it was, and with it the deal would be profitable. Folding her hands, Lilka said that the relic of the Hyalton ruins was a pretty good thing, and she would not get it even if she wanted to. The girl agreed to buy his item, and the protagonist's eyes sparkled with joy. At that moment, the red fox said that she did not have anything from the Felian set, causing the protagonist to frown indignantly. The young man put his hands behind his back and asked if the girl was kidding, to which she asked him to wait since she knew an NPC who did. Lilka said that she did not know about the other parts, but he did have the right arm from the set, to which Hensu, smiling, told her to get it from that man and give it to him. The merchant stuck out her tongue and said that she was afraid that this was impossible since he did not make a deal with her. A snowy forest appeared, and the girl explained that the man was too fixated on his territory, so he kicked her out without even talking to her properly. With the corners of his lips down, the protagonist thought that it would not be easy, but despite everything, he had to buy it. The young man extended his hand forward and asked Lilka to give him all the information about this NPC, his location, character, name, surroundings. The girl pointed her finger at the holy crab item and asked if he would give it to her. The protagonist said that it would not do, so he would give her something else, after which he put the ice calm artifact in front of her, which could freeze everything around and extinguish fire. Closing her eyes, the merchant agreed and asked to discuss their deal, where she would only tell him the information. Folding her hands, she continued that he still had to go to the place where that person was, to which the protagonist asked her again, and the red fox exclaimed that he had to complete her quest. The system showed a description of Lilka's forced quest, to which the protagonist, grinning, thought that this task was terrible, and the girl said that the NPC was on the 24th floor. Dikchun yawned, and the red fox warned that if Hyunsu walked a little along the snow mountain of this floor, then he should be careful there. A house appeared, and the chaos frog made a loud sound. The frog jumped into the water, and the protagonist said that this was the place with the pool she asked for. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man said that Dikchun was a scoundrel because of Lilka's harassment she also sets conditions for him. The pet floated on its back, and the protagonist clarified whether she was happy and said that he would do business and she could rest. Taking the helmet in his hands, the guy decided to examine it. He put the equipment on his head, and the system showed the characteristics of the helmet and chest armor, to which Hensu thought that their initial settings were still not very good. Seeing the message about the effect of the Fellain set, the protagonist opened his mouth wide in surprise and exclaimed that if 20 were added to all the indicators, then all his characteristics together would rise by 50, and the equipment itself is repaired and cannot be destroyed. The silhouette of the player in a full set of these items was visible, and the young man thought that this was the effect of only 2 things, and what would happen if he collected the whole set, because it was really incredible, after which he decided to finish with the inventory and look at the news in the community. On the forum, Meow Meow Punch reported that she reached the 16th floor with fire spirits, to which Lick My Head said that he dealt with a couple of them, which other players considered cruel, and he replied that he could not treat them like that, and Hensu thought that they communicated well with each other. Lick My Top said that he was going to win the competition on the 20th floor and take first place, to which the protagonist, putting his fingers to his chin, said the player's words about the competition. The young man remembered this, his eyes widening. The protagonist entered the western area of the 20th floor of the tower and said that he almost forgot, and the system reported the remaining time until the main competition of this floor. A magic compass appeared, and it was said that in the competition, the defense must choose an area on the floor to protect. Players were seen killing goblins, and one of the rules was that in a certain amount of time it was necessary to hold back the wave of approaching monsters and count the points. The best players would be distributed among 3 pedestals, and the one with the most points would receive a reward. Participants with glowing eyes appeared, and the most important thing was that this was the first competition in the tower that must be completed together, and the system also reported the rules of the test. On the screen, Hensu saw that those who wanted to contact the NPC and choose a defense zone, and decided that he should start with that, after which someone greeted him. Holding a plate in her hands, Bella asked if the young man had come to eat and received an affirmative answer. The street was empty, and the protagonist noted that there were not many people, probably because the competition was coming soon, to which the owner of the shop said that trade was still going badly, and even worse during the competition. Turning her head, the girl said that although it was embarrassing to admit, this western district was not popular. Monsters appeared, fenced with blocks, and she explained that if there were many buildings, they could be used as a barricade, which was useful for defense. It was seen how the monsters easily bypassed one barrier, and Bella said that there were few buildings and many empty spaces, so there was almost no shelter, and for protecting a building they give extra points, but it is better to use them for defense. The merchant explained that if you die, then the reward will no longer be important, to which Hensu, closing his eyes, replied that if you die after all the suffering, it will be very offensive. Raising her hands, the girl said that this could be for the best, because the points of the deceased participant are distributed among the other players in this zone, and sometimes some bastards deliberately arrange the death of others. It seemed like goblins were running after the protagonist, and Bella said that wherever you go, there will always be bad people. Lowering an eyebrow, the protagonist thought about the merchant's words and realized that this could become an excellent variable if you try. Tears rolled down the girl's eyes, and she told him that there were always few people in the west and southwest, so they took a lot of damage every time. So they had to rebuild the buildings again, so there was no trade either, and because of that they had no quest rewards, people went to other areas, and it was a vicious circle. Putting his hand to his forehead, Hensu thought about how Lilka owed money to such a poor girl. The protagonist imagined himself on an empty section of the compass and thought about what it all meant. That the participants mostly gathered in other areas, and in this competition you need to work together, so they go to where there are a lot of people. The silhouette of the protagonist appeared with cutlery in his hands, and he realized that this meant that the one who protects the area without participants can get all the achievements alone. Wiping her tears with her hand, Bella said that this time it would be the same, so there was nothing to do but sit and wait, and while there was still time, the boy needed to go to another area and participate there. The girl closed her eye, and the protagonist said that if there were too many people, the NPCs might refuse, after which he asked if she would refuse him. Surprised, her eyes widened, the merchant asked the boy again. Hensu took her hand and asked if he could just walk past the crying lady. Frowning, the boy said that he would protect this area, while thinking that he alone would receive all the points and rewards for everyone. Bella, lowering the corners of her lips, explained that he did not have to do this, and the system reported that the degree of her interest was increasing. Holding the boy's hands, she exclaimed that he was a very good person. The girl said that she would help him so that he would cheer up, to which the protagonist, opening his mouth wide, shouted for her to let go of her hand first. The shop owner covered her mouth with her hands and apologized, to which the protagonist thought about the NPCs being real monsters. Bella took off her hat and said that she would explain everything she could to him. A tent appeared and the girl began to tell him about the defense competition. At the same time, in the southwest part of the 20th floor, players were watching the wave and wondering if it would start soon. A man in a green cap, putting his hand on the board, said that if he was not connected to the system, he would kill them with one blow of a knife, to which another player asked him to stop talking nonsense and make a move. The men looked at the guy pushing a pile of dirt and asked if he was still doing this. The player filled the hole with earth, and the others said that he came a few days ago and did something here alone. The gray-haired man called him and noted that if the bigger ones came, it would all collapse, to which another character raised a finger and explained that there was weak support there, so it was better not to make barricades, but to dig up the ground and create a trap. A guy in a yellow helmet appeared and he exclaimed why they didn't tell him earlier, because he had already prepared everything, and they were only now talking. The NPC said that he looked like his grandson. That's why he was helping, and the merchant confirmed that because of his mountain of garbage, their customers died, to which the third, spreading his arms, asked everyone to calm down. The man in the helmet threw the earth with his hands, and the man said that he was still going to protect them because he was trying very hard. A game board was visible, and someone asked about the fact that he came here because there were few participants to get first place, to which he was asked if it was possible. The player placed his palm on the ground and exhaled loudly, and the character replied that if it was him, then maybe. Lick My Head ran his hand over his helmet and declared that he was done. Putting his hands on his hips, Hensu said that he took the elixirs and checked his equipment, and then asked if Dokchun was ready. The Chaos Frog ate chips. Holding the magic blade, the protagonist admitted that it was the first time he used a Tira weapon, which he bought from Lilka thanks to the abilities of his eyes, and although it costs 20,000 points, it is absolutely necessary for first place, and then decided to look on the forum to see what others were doing. In the community, Your Head Bald said that he was rushing to the 20th floor, to which Meow Meow Punch asked if he could catch up, and received a positive answer. And Lick My Head wrote that the protagonist was on the 20th floor, but he was not visible, to which the player thought that he was not going to say where he was. Lick My Top again posted a message on the forum asking to tell Hensu where he is, to which the protagonist, smiling, said that he is an idiot and how thirsty he is for victory. The image of Bald Head appeared, and the protagonist recalled that on the 10th floor he had a fierce fight with him, and on the 20th he would have to fight Lick My Top, which would also not be easy. The system announced that the defense competition was starting, and the protagonist put his fingers to his mouth and said that it would be fun. The participants teleported to their chosen zones, and the boy noticed that there were about 30 people in sight, and there were definitely not many people here. Hyunsu, standing behind everyone, wondered if there was a player from the community, while the system showed the stats of heroes like Minhu and Jeonmin, and the protagonist thought that everyone was about the same level. Sanok and his stats appeared, and the protagonist noted that he was cool. Pointing his eye magic at the boy was surprised that with his level abilities, he had never died. The player began to disappear, and the protagonist wondered why he was suddenly running away. Putting his fingers to the evil eye mask, Hyunsu wondered who would catch his eye next. Sodom, who had mechanic abilities, was taking out equipment from her backpack. Raising his eyebrows, the guy thought about her AA abilities and an impressive sounding title and realized that wherever he went, there were cool people. Placing his hands on his stomach, Unsik shouted that they all knew that the probability of clearing the western zone of monsters was low, so they needed to stick together, and if they fought alone, they could die. The man took out a goblin corpse from his inventory and said that he had a rare ability of necromancy. Putting his palm in front of him, he commanded the dead monster to get up. The goblin's eyes lit up and it came to life. The monster stood up, and the system reported that it had been turned into a zombie. The players surrounded the creature Unsik had created, and he declared that this was not all, adding that he was not responsible if people got hurt, so it was better to move away. Opening his mouth wide, the man began to scream loudly. Suddenly, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. The place where the zombie goblin had been was just a small depression, which surprised all the participants. The guy in the chicken mask said that it was cool, and the other asked his uncle to work together, and Hensu, approaching them from behind, thought about how it was not comparable to his fire bomb, but it could quite easily inflict a fatal wound on the monsters of the first and second levels. Raising his fist in the air, Unsik laughed and ordered all the players to follow his instructions. The protagonist turned away, and the man called out to the participant in the competition with the devil mask. He closed his eyes and asked if the protagonist wanted to fight them. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that he was more comfortable being alone. Unsik opened his eyes slightly. Smiling, the man said that if the guy changed his mind later, he could come over because he was very generous, while there were 5 minutes left before the first wave. The system reported that the competition uses a rating system and awards based on the level of achievement, and asked to enter a nickname, and the protagonist, folding his hands, looked at the screen. He raised his finger, thought that this nickname would suit him exactly here, and called himself Evil Eye. Hyunsu looked at the sky, and the system wrote that in the eastern zone, the players were in 0 place, and in the southwestern zone, the rest were also in 0. Heat, putting his hand on his side, recognized one of the nicknames, did not understand why they made their nicknames like that, adding that he, like him, planned to capture an unpopular zone. In the western zone, at the end of the list, the protagonist's nickname appeared, and the participants, with their mouths wide open, thought that this was the winner in the arena, to which the guy thought that he had also made himself famous. The magical walls of the arena appeared, and the first wave began. Hensu, taking hold of his sword, exclaimed that he would see who would take first place. A thick fog was visible. Suddenly, a huge number of monsters appeared. The players, through sweat on their faces, shouted that they did not think there were so many of them and needed to run. The protagonist quickly ran up to the monsters. He sharply cut them with his weapon and received 27 points, and also rose in the ranking. The protagonist continued to swing his sword, destroying the enemies in his path. The participants, wide-eyed, were perplexed. They opened their jaws and decided that they could do it too. The crowd, watching the guy destroy the opponents, shouted that they would kill them. The players and Hensu raised their weapons and shouted loudly. The battle with the second wave of monsters was in full swing. The eyes of the orcs glowed red. A large hole appeared in one of the largest ones. Hensu happily threw a stone and said that it was convenient to kill them with his help. The guy turned around. The buildings were still in order. Bella cried with happiness. They were too kind to her. The redhead smiled slyly under his mask, realizing that the extra points for defending the buildings would be his. The residents continued to push back the monsters. The hero noted that there were not many of them, but there were normal players here, so they could hold out. Sodom stood out among them. Her machine was continuously creating robots using those iron things. It was not a skill, but an ability, so magic would never touch her. It was not for nothing that she had the title of Slaughterhouse. Further in the crowd, Sanak was chopping off the heads of monsters. He had amazing killing skills, such that the monsters did not even understand how they died. Hensu smiled, noting that in their zone, these two were the most outstanding. A group of hunters approached the hero through the field of corpses. The fat man at the head said that Evil Eye would not be able to catch everyone on his own anyway, so they would help. The monster with the hole in its body from the stone was still alive. The group pounced on it and began to divide the points among themselves. Unsik smiled contentedly and said that if they followed him, they could make money for free. The next stone went flying and stuck next to the chubby's leg. Evil Eye looked menacingly at the team. The fat man cursed, as if the hero was aiming at them. Someone noticed that the hunter was angry. The leader of the squad clenched his fist and said that they did nothing wrong, so let them not be aggrieved. So what if they got a little benefit? The team shouted enthusiastically. The leader told everyone to gather, because the hero still could not kill them. A shadow hung over the irritated hunter. The guy was indignant that weaklings finish off monsters caught by others. A huge orc raised his club to strike, but Hensu cut him into 2 parts with a gloomy face. The corpse fell to the ground. The system reported that the second wave in the western region was over. This region was the first to complete the second wave. Bonus points were issued. The player looked at the lantern and decided that he needed to take first place anyway. The system reported that the second wave in the southwestern region was over. The region where the liquor was located was in second place. The system opened the rating. Evil Eye grabbed his head in horror because he was in second place and the liquor was in first. He looked at the rejoicing weaklings and decided that it was all because they stole his glasses. The fat man shouted that thanks to them he was in 99th place. The man importantly raised his finger and offered to continue working together because he guaranteed everyone points. The redhead grimaced with anger and said that they would still see this. After a while, a large-scale battle with monsters from the third wave began in the southwestern region. The harpy clung to one of the soldiers, but her carcass was suddenly pierced by a beam. Hunter was flying freely, burning monsters with a laser pistol. Some harpies dodged the shots. Lizen extended his hand, asking where they were running. A bunch of monsters were tied up in a clay net. The player clung to the tower and looked at the beautiful explosion. A new wave of mobs was advancing. The hunter said that he had killed all the harpies and now only ground monsters remained. He decided that he would definitely take first place. He rolled a ball of stones and dirt, tossed it up like a volleyball, swung it, and hit it like a volleyball. The fragments began to tear the monsters apart. A group of orcs looked questioningly at the curious ball. A smile appeared under the mask. A voice said the release of the 10th level. Light began to pour in the center of the group of monsters. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. The player collected 2 more balls and asked how they liked the trash he collected, listening to the grumbling. Immediately there were 2 more explosions. The third wave in the southwest area ended at the same time as the western area. Lizen looked at the score with satisfaction and noted that although the difference was insignificant, this time he was faster. The rating changed, moving the player to second place. The player shuddered in amazement. On the 5th wave, Unsik's team trembled with fear. The man said that he saw third level monsters for the first time. Huge monsters hung over the people. The fat man threw up his hands and screamed. A small fireball crashed into the dragon's skin. The man's face was covered in sweat. He screamed that the monster did not even have a chin. Suddenly, the small ball turned into a huge explosion. Hensu angrily looked at the weaklings. They began to be indignant and asked, did he accidentally drag them here? The redhead smiled under his mask. He knew that the team would not be able to do anything in the area of high-level monsters. He cut down another giant and said he was very busy. Unsik looked angrily at his comrades and asked if he had really succeeded and that was it. Did the hero really think he would die so easily? Puckliash clenched his small fist and shouted that he needed to shit on Evil Eye one last time and cursed. Hunter, meanwhile, was chopping down mobs. A wall of huge creatures had grown in front of him. Although the hero thought he had already killed many, there were still enough left. The redhead cheerfully turned around and said that they had Sodom and Sanok, so they would quickly cope. But his comrades were surrounded by orcs. The guy looked at them in surprise and asked why they were not coping. Meanwhile, Unsik's team was driving the monsters towards Sodom. The man was shouting that this was their only chance to survive. Hensu gritted his teeth and shouted that this idiot was definitely up to no good. He presented a scheme where the three strongest carried out the defense in such a way that the hero in the front row would take out a pack of monsters, and those who split up to the right and left would be dealt with by Sodom and Sanok. Because the bastard Unsik ran away from the monsters, their entire balance was disrupted. The girl and the guy continued the battle with their last strength. The guy was indignant that Unsik, in order to survive, was endangering others. The shorty ran forward quickly. He knew that if people from one zone died, the survivors would get their points. The fat man smiled madly and thought about how he had risen in the ranking to 78th place. Blood was splashing behind him. The player said that if the useless participants with Sodom died, then he would be able to rise to 30th place, and Evil Eye would take the wave. The system showed a description of his ability to pretend to be a corpse, with the help of which the man was going to stand until the end. Unsik happily waved his hands, calling the monsters to him. The hero was still thinking why he violated the front line, but it turned out that it was because of those abilities. The red-haired man's eyes began to glow. He realized that the fat man was going to create chaos, pretend to be dead, and take the glasses of the dead himself. He jumped far ahead. Sodom shot back with her last strength. She looked up, hearing her name. The guy grabbed her, and then threw her out of the encirclement. The monsters pressed closely to the Evil Eye, but his body was covered in ice. A moment later, all the monsters around froze. The corpses began to split into many fragments. Hensu caught the fallen girl. Hunter looked at the player in amazement and wanted to thank him, but Hensu flew high into the air and landed behind Sanok. After that, he used the cutter to kill the closest enemies. The hero grabbed the confused guy by the collar, and he ran away. An explosion was heard on the battlefield. Among the horde of monsters, the players saw the Evil Eye helmet. Unsik pointed in its direction and shouted that they could survive there. The redhead turned around at the cries for help. A crowd of inexperienced hunters ran after him, led by the fat man. The guy put his hand forward and set off an explosion. The newcomers looked in fear at the bloody shreds behind them. Each of them fell to their knees and began to talk about forgiveness and that they would now obey the Evil Eye. Sweaty Unsik raised his finger and said that he did everything right, as he promised. Suddenly, Hensu came close to him and clarified that the fat man did not. He called upon the will of the protector. The item activated. An explosion was heard. The hunter grabbed the ranker's clothes. He fell to the ground and looked at the protective dome. At that very moment, he began to break and asked to let him in, but the walls were blocked. A hand fell on the man's shoulder. Evil Eye leaned over to him and said that the freaks who incite others to gain their own benefit, he despised people like him the most. Hunter jumped forward and told him to at least pretend to be dead in order to survive. Unsik screamed and began to ask the hero for help. The player began to beat against the walls of the dome while monsters approached from behind. The team leader pressed his back against the barrier and began to beg to let him in. A second later, blood and shreds flew in different directions. Hensu looked at the brutal massacre. The system reported that Unsik was dead. Now they were even. The guy took hold of the hilt of the sword, deciding that it was time for him to wrap up a little. The players watched the battle from under the dome. The girl asked if Evil Eye was able to cope with this bunch of monsters alone. Sanok adjusted his glasses and said that in order to save them, he took them on himself. A flash lit up the hunters' faces. An explosion was heard in front of the dome. The item of protection began to sparkle, frightening the newcomers. The will of the defender began to be cancelled. In the rising smoke, the light of the Evil Eye helmet appeared. The hero came out to the players, throwing his sword over his shoulder and said that everything was over. The protection in the western zone was over. A huge crater was smoking in the ground. The system reported that the hero was the first to withstand all the waves. Bonus points began to be awarded. All the defenders gathered in one place and began to praise Evil Eye. The newcomers cried and fell at the player's feet, asking for forgiveness for their actions. The guy waved his hand embarrassedly and said that it was already in the past. Sodom and Sanok approached Hensu and introduced themselves. The girl winked and said that she saw how the hunter fought on the 10th floor and saw how he saved the bald guy. That was also cool. The player coughed into his fist. He hadn't seen it, but he had heard about it in the community. But he had also heard that the hero was somehow connected to the chubby princess. The guy's cheeks turned red. He asked to thank her if possible. He corrected himself and said that he had no personal interest, but he would like to give her flowers. Evil Eye pointed his finger at the hunter and asked if he hadn't started avoiding him. At first, Sadok thought the hero was dangerous. He looked at the strong aura around the redhead. His abilities made him never want to mess with him, but now he knows what Evil Eye is and understands everything. Sodom cheerfully hugged her partner and said that they were also followers of the princess, and thanks to her posts they were able to become stronger. The player asked if the ranker was a member of the CLPL club. Hensu made a surprised face under his mask and asked again. The guy presented the diagram and said that this is a club created by the princess's followers. He clarified that it is not a guild, but they exchange information and communicate there. He does not know, but soon the name of the club will become widely known. The guy looked questioningly at the player and asked who created this club. Sanok smiled and replied that it was created by Chairman Junseok. Hyunsu grabbed his face in irritation. The girl added that although the hero could not take first place, he still tried hard. The guy raised his tired eyes and asked again. The system showed the rating, where the hero took only second place. The ranker was surprised by such a big difference in points. In the southwestern region there was only one survivor. Evil Eye looked at the surviving players and noted that Lizen was left alone in his region. An image of an opponent who took points for all the waves popped into his head. Evil Eye turned around and walked away. Sodom reminded that the competition was not over yet. The redhead raised his hand and said that he just needed to take first place. The guy approached the barrier. The surface vibrated from the touch. The system reported that until the end of the competition it was impossible to leave the designated area. Hensu took out his sword and decided that it was time for him to justify his price. The system showed a description of the sword of the fallen angel. Powerful energy began to flow from the handle. The system opened a window of additional information. With a swing, a wave of energy flared up. The barrier began to crumble like glass. The ranker walked forward and asked Lizen for forgiveness, but first place belonged to him. Meanwhile, the hunter threw up his hands and rejoiced at the rating plate. First place belonged to him. The player rubbed his helmet and asked himself, what should he tease the bald man with now? A questioning awe came from under the helmet. The rating plate changed. Now Lizen fell to second place. The thrown helmet bounced off the ground. The player did not understand how the hero completed all the waves and his points are still growing. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her hair and angrily said that this could not be. Ranker indignantly walked forward, shouting that Evil Eye even had more points than her, who took the points from all the waves. Does this even make sense? Lizen grabbed her head and gloomily said that the next time they met, she would definitely beat him. She remembered herself in a volleyball costume and asked how he dared to beat her, who received a gold medal for this sport. She also remembered that in childhood she received a gold medal in shooting at the Asian Games. The system reported the end of the competition and showed the final rating. Lizen put on a helmet and grabbed the back of her head. The hero's points had grown even more during this time. Was he cheating? The issuance of rewards and the disappearance of borders began. The girl put her hand in her pocket and looked ahead. The return of NPCs and those who did not participate began. Ranker looked ahead. She was addressed. A flag with second place rose into the air. A huge crowd of reporters from different guilds surrounded the player. A cheerful girl handed over a bottle of water, noting that the hunter had worked hard. Lizen got into a fighting stance out of anger. The crowd shouted that now was not the time for a fight. Everyone raised their hands in fear. Someone said that they didn't even have weapons. A cheerful girl handed over a large gift that they had prepared in return. She asked the player to moderate his anger and tell the chubby plints that they were not bad people. The ranker smiled under her helmet. Remembering that they had a showdown between the bald man and the plints, she decided that they wanted to improve relations with them through her. The crowd joyfully shouted that the player without a guild took second place, and this was simply amazing. The girl's hamstrings began to shake. The hunter began to stomp loudly and devalue her work, offering to kill everyone. After a while, in the western area of the safe zone, the woman thanked him for keeping his promise. Bella smiled, pointed to the table and said that thanks to the hero, their store was not destroyed, so they can eat as much as they want. The redhead looked at the indignant frog and muttered that they had done nothing, and now they were going to eat at someone else's expense. Lilka was indignant. Weren't they on such friendly terms? The fox looked at the guy sarcastically. The woman offered her a portion of food, because she had a lot of supplies, so they could eat as much as they wanted. The big-eared one began to overeat, while the hero thought that looking at how she was going to return the debt for the food with interest to help with money for restoration if the shop was destroyed. Then perhaps she was quite reasonable, because if she had given money separately for restoration, Bella with her character would never have accepted it. Hensu stretched contentedly while his partners were fighting for food. The guy said that he took his words back. While everyone was eating, the ranker decided to look into the community. He read the news and looked at the correspondence in the chat, where everyone was laughing at Lizen's second place. The redhead folded his hands together and smiled and asked, did the guilds really think that he would say that they were right and sell everything? The hero propped up his hand, realizing that he could not cool off until then. He looked at the fox, wanting to ask a question. He showed a piece of cloth and asked if she knew what it was. Loka suddenly froze in amazement and asked what it was. Bella wiped her sweat and said that she also had one. She was going to go to the warehouse and bring it. The guy looked at the merchant in surprise and asked if the NPCs had this too. The girl answered with a question. What do you think? Do NPCs give quests? The blacksmith took the parchment in her hand. It looked like an artifact, but it had no options. Perhaps they appear under certain conditions. The fox smiled in delight. She pointed to the parchment and said that it looked like a trigger artifact. The big-eared one smiled, imagining mountains of gold, and said that it was an artifact related to a quest or ruins. Hensu was surprised that in front of him was a trigger artifact that could be the key to a quest or ruins, but why would Bella have something like that? Lilka replied that even though she sold food, she was still an NPC, so of course she could have something like that, and asked if he knew what quest she was responsible for. The redhead raised his eyebrows and asked where NPCs got the artifacts that they gave as a reward for quests. Lilka smiled and replied that they either bought them in the system or got them from artifact merchants like her. Sometimes they even found them themselves. Hensu asked her to tell him in more detail how they bought them in the system. The girl winked and said that such high-class information would cost money. She would tell him for cheap for 50,000 points. The hero looked at her in shock and asked again. She answered that she had done it with the information related to the system is always expensive. She raised her eyebrows and said that if the NPC's interest level is high, then she no longer knows. The guy patted her on the head and said that this is a useless function. It turns out that there is some benefit from it, and thanked her for the information. Bella came up to them and said that they look friendly. He even strokes her head. Lilka hit the hero and said that he is a fool. She ran away and said that she is leaving. He should not forget about her quest, complete it and come to her. Hensu looked at her and asked why she is so abruptly. The girl replied that she is embarrassed. She said that each NPC has its own role and they should behave according to it. Lilka is a merchant, so she can only help them in the form of a deal. Bella smiled and said that such artifacts in the form of feelings are also usually exchanged for feelings. She asked how he managed to get her favor and then added that she would give it to them as a reward for protecting her shop. The guy smiled and thanked her. He said that he himself did not know how he was able to get her favor. He said that this parchment is a map. As far as he knows, there is a rumor that treasures are buried on the 28th floor. The system reported that he received the Purigo's treasure map. Hensu's eyes glowed. He thought that this was interesting information. He would definitely find this treasure. He smiled and said that he needed to go up. He thanked the girl for the delicious food. The hero posted on the account of the clever princess and said that this is the best snack bar on the 20th floor in his opinion. He left and thought that the followers of the clever princess would come here and her business would go uphill. The 21st floor of the tower. The system reported that the massacre of the two horned bears was over. A portal was opening. Hensu held the sword and said that he had found his cold resistance skill book. He said that he now had heat, poison, and cold resistance, and even a mid-level skill obtained in the competition and defense. The system reported that he now had the level 5 solid body skill. The hero said that he also had a skill book of at least rank A, 10,000 points, a skill improvement ticket, and a ticket to enhance indicators. The system reported that he now had the skill of Eternal Loner level 1. Hensu asked how he could use the ticket to enhance indicators. The system reported that he had received a low-level indicator enhancement. The guy looked at the system windows. He said that he had enough magical power, so he should invest in sacred power, which is difficult to artificially increase. He smiled and thought, how about something that is difficult to artificially increase? Red used a ticket to enhance a low-level indicator. Luck comes with it. He smiled and said that these were his special indicators, which were not even shown in the status. The system reported that the luck indicator was reacting. The hero asked did he really get the result right away. The system reported that the digging action was being used. Hensu exclaimed that it turned out that there was also a piece of parchment here. The system reported that the noble robber's Purigo's treasure map was filled with 3 out of 12. The hero thought about it and said that the road curved at a right angle. It looked like a labyrinth. If you didn't collect even one piece you could get very lost. He said that if, as Bella said, there were treasures on the 28th floor, then if we assume that from the moment the Hyaltin pieces were received, there would be a piece of parchment on each floor, a total of 9 pieces. Even if you find one on each floor before arriving at the 28th floor, they will not be enough. Nothing is easy. After a while, the 22nd floor, the system reported that an increase in skill level was used, cold resistance was applied, a solid body. Hensu climbed out of the water and said that he could not do any more. He dried himself with a towel and said that as soon as the body is touched by cold water, the level increases. This is cool since he has already raised the skill level. This needs to be increased and ranks. If you read the required ranks with coupons, 52,000 points, this is a bit expensive. He said that points can still be earned and paid. The system reported that he received new skills. Dokchan Quacknula, the hero, asked, is she really hungry? He smiled and said that she had suffered enough from Lilka, so she can choose whatever she wants in the store herself, and he will go about his business. The system reported that a piece of ironstone tail, insect monster liquid, human fish scales were removed from the inventory. The S-rank ability of eyes gazing at the stars is activated. The system reported that he collected the ingredients for the highest level elixir. Information is added. Hyunsu smiled and said that now all that remains is to buy a skill for crafting. What about points? He took out a brooch of boiling force, which can only be used up to the 20th floor. He said that it is no longer needed, so selling it will be enough. The hero said maybe he should arrange a fan meeting. He hasn't been there for a long time. The guy sent a message on behalf of the Clever Princess. He asked how is Lai. She heard that the Clever Princess fan club was opened. A message from the guy appeared. Did she already hear the news? He was going to tell when there are more of them. Now he is ashamed. Clever Princess replied that she is grateful no matter what. By the way, she has a request, that's why she wrote. Lee said that she can freely ask him anything. What can he do for her? The hero answered, can he get him a skill book for making potions in exchange for an item? He sent him a brooch of boiling power and 5,000 points. Hyunsu said that he would do anything for him. Lee said that it was a good thing, but why did she send points? Clutching Princess wrote that she can't just ask, he can buy himself something tasty with the club members. The hero laughed maliciously and said that just for a treat he can make elixirs, and he still has 45,000 points left. He turned to Dokchan and asked if she chose what she wanted. She can choose as much as she wants. It will come out to a maximum of 1,000 points. The system reported that the purchase was made. Payment 45,000 points. Hyunsu was shocked. He looked at the system window. He turned around. The guy grabbed the frog and asked what it was. She bought it, and it replied that he had told her to buy whatever she wanted. Hyunsu frowned and said that the silver level store only had lunch boxes for 1,000 points. Where did she find something so expensive, especially since there was nothing bought there? He frowned and thought maybe his mind had clouded due to the long battle with the monsters and he had seen everything incorrectly. Suddenly his face distorted. The system informed him that Hell Dying Kitchen had written to him. They said that they provide the perfect taste from the service, thinking first of all about their customers. The hero looked in shock at the message that they apologized for the delay due to the delivery of ingredients and the number of reservations. As a compliment from the establishment in honor of the First Order, they upgraded Special Dishes 1 for Special Dishes 2. They will see each other in 10 days. The guy screamed, what did she do? He grabbed his head and screamed, is there really an off-site buffet in the tower? How do they even do off-sites in the tower? He looked at her and asked how she even ordered something that wasn't even on the food list. The frog pointed to the system window where her order was shown. The hero asked how she used the search. She's a frog. Hyunsu frowned and apologized. He said it was too expensive and needed to be cancelled. The system reported that in Hell Dying Kitchen if an order is accepted, the ingredient supply team immediately starts working, so it can't be cancelled due to them changing their mind. If this results in an obstacle to doing business or causing harm on the sly, then their ingredient supply team will catch up with them. They ask him to take this into account. The guy looked at the frog and asked if he cancel, the battle monsters that catch level 5 and 6 monsters ingredients will catch up with him. She confirmed. Hyunsu fell to his knees and said that this meant shut up and eat. He would no longer trust her to go to the store. He said that since they had done something bad, they would have to eat something tasty later. The hero frowned and said Fellain at the NPC on the 24th floor that Lilka had talked about. The frog laughed maliciously. The system reported that the 23rd floor had been completed. The entrance to the 24th floor was in progress. The quest to deal with the snowballs 0 out of 30 was beginning. Hensu exhaled and said that they had to earn money, so they were late. He frowned and asked who was causing the hole in their wallet. He went ahead and said that he forgives her, let her just not do it anymore, they need to go look for the Ekaeri. The system reported that a forced quest is in progress. Lilka's request, you need to find the tears of the Ekaeri and the crown of the snow spirit. She said that he was here of course because of the quest, but according to Lilka, he needs to give it to the NPC so that they would show their interest. The entrance to the Ekaeri cave appeared in front of him. Hensu chopped up a snowball. The system reported that snowballs look cute but are more poisonous than a goblin's sting. The hero killed another snowball and said that Ekaetes still don't appear, only small monsters. A snowball appeared behind him. It bit him and injected him with poison. The system reported that the hero has resistance to poisons. He does not receive the influence of poison. The gentle ball shook with fear. The hero walked forward and said that there is no way. What is this strange image? The image lit up. The guy said that his eyes activated. Hensu took a pose and said that he needs to repeat after him. The passage opened. Then he needed to do it again. And again. The guy and the frog repeated the pose again. He leaned his elbows on his knees tiredly. Hensu smiled and thought it was funny. The system reported that the basic mating dance was learned. The hero entered the Ekaete festival. The system reported that fighting of any kind is prohibited here. Hyunsu looked ahead and asked what does a dance festival mean and fighting is prohibited. The system reported that a special quest for dancing with Yeti had been activated. He must enter the top 10 in the dance competition. The qualifying round had begun. Hyunsu went into the crowd and said, "Is this really a quest where you don't need to fight, but dance?" Yeti looked at him and asked in his own language if this is really a person. Another answered that this is a tribe that can't dance. Hyunsu swung and asked how dare they despise him if he danced like BTS at the corporate party. The system reported that he failed the qualifying round. The hero clenched his fist when the system reported that an additional round would soon begin. He said that it was fortunate that he got to the additional round, otherwise he was almost kicked out. He was all fired up and said that they would still see. The hero thought that there were only 10 people eliminated here now. He didn't expect to get through with his skills. Hyunsu hit the Yeti on the back of the head. He turned around. The system reported that it was impossible to deal damage due to the dungeon effect. The guy smiled and said that he had Dokshun, so it didn't matter. The frog exhaled when he said that he had a new mission to get rid of the competitors. She hit the Yeti. At first the system reported that it was impossible to deal damage due to the dungeon effect. But then the system reported that the properties of chaos were not subject to the system settings. Dokshun danced a victory dance. The hero said that chaos always helps in the fight against the system. Hyunsu laughed maliciously. He turned around and asked the participants if they would gather together for a while. The system reported that an additional round was starting. The participants should all go on stage. Hyunsu was alone on the stage. He innocently raised his eyebrows and asked where everyone went. The system reported that due to the lack of participants, he wins the additional round and goes to the main round. The system reported that the main round will begin soon. All participants need to go on stage. The hero was surrounded by those who laughed at him. He warmed up and said that he will show them. The system reported that the main round is starting. The Yetis performed movements. One of them said if he does not dance, then let him go. Hyunsu lowered his head and told them to wait. The music started to play louder. His eyes sparkled and he said now. Fire emanated from the guy. He raised his hand and water splashed from it. The system reported that the power cubes were used. The radiance skill is used. Hyunsu said that he will win with effects. He began to move and said that he will use the mating dance that he recently learned. Hyunsu made the last move. The Yetis were delighted. The system reported that the touched Ekaete shed tears. The guy smiled and asked if he really had to get their tears. The system announced that the main round was coming to an end. Then the list of winners was announced. The hero was in third place. Yeti Eichel was in first place, and Eris was in second place. Hensu frowned and asked if these bastards were really in first and second place. He stamped his foot and said that he couldn't lose. He was using a secret weapon. The guy used the frozen break effect. He created an ice mountain. It cracked. The hero broke it and used a killer pose. The system announced that the Yetis were shedding tears, touched. They all headed to the stage. The system announced that the end of the main round was announced. The winner was announced. The hero smiled when he was announced as the winner. He showed a heart and the entire audience screamed. Hensu was holding Ekaete's tears in his hands. He looked at the bag and said that he got 53 grand, that's good. The hero blushed and said that if he hadn't won, he would have had to do this disgrace again. Why did he do such a thing? His mind was clouded for a moment. He said how good it was that in exchange for this disgrace there was a good reward. The guy smiled and said that he didn't even want to look at the mating dance, so for now he would just learn it. He looked up and said that the crown looked like he was looking for attention, but it had a lot of magic and gave the status of a king, so he should wear it. The system reported that he had received the crown of a dancing master. The system reported that he had received the title of personification of fire and dance. If you light a fire and dance, then a boost will be created. The guy said that the last reward, the title, was very expensive. Since he got it, maybe he should try it. He started dancing around the fire. The system reported that his mood had improved. There were fewer deviations in his condition. The recovery effect was increasing. The indicators were temporarily increasing. Hensu frowned and thought that this was a good improvement. But this was a sight when you dance in a cave in front of a fire just like a primitive man. He smiled and thought that it was strange, but he was having fun. The 24th floor, the snowy mountain. The hero walked forward and said if that NPC lived here, these were the 20th floors, and he lived in such a harsh place where third-level monsters lived. He approached the barrier and asked if his territory began from here. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that his name was Alios, and Lilka said that he liked jewelry, flowers, decorations, and dresses. He was told that he was a formidable man, and his tastes were specific. Hensu smiled and said that in any case, he had prepared a lot of Ekaedi tears for a gift, so it was time for an introduction. He looked forward in shock. Everything around was green. The guy asked why the atmosphere was completely different here. Suddenly a voice sounded that this was his territory. Those who penetrated must leave immediately. Hensu looked ahead and said that he came with him to meet. Alios replied that he did not want to meet anyone. If he left now, he would not take his life. The guy pulled out a bag and said that he brought a gift too. Could he at least for a little while? He was knocked down with one blow. The voice said that he had definitely warned. Alios thanked him for the gift. The system reported that he had died. After some time, safe zone on the 20th floor. Hensu frowned and asked how he could die like that. He even took all his tears with Ekaedi. Bella replied that this NPC was not himself either, it was difficult for them. The guy frowned and said that he offered to talk to him, and he suddenly cut his throat. Well, maybe he was a psychopath. She replied that she did not know, maybe it was thanks to him. He turned around when Bella said she was glad she could show him this sight. He said he was glad she was doing well. The girl covered her mouth when she almost let it slip that he was the one advertising her on behalf of the clever princess. The guy clenched his fist when she asked if he would try again. He said sure, even if he died, he would still kick his ass. His head was blown off again and the system reported that he was dead. Hensu screamed at Alios to get out. The system reported that he was dead. Then he called him a thief and the system reported that he was dead. And so it was repeated many times. Safe zone on the 20th floor, guest courtyard, respawn place. The guy grabbed his throat and said what a bastard he was, a strong freak. He can take heads off up to his neck. The system reported that he had survived death 12 times. He clenched his fist and said whether he would kick his ass or not, but he didn't even see his face. Hyunsu frowned and said that he couldn't handle it on his own. It was a shame, but he would have to call for help. The cat smiled and said that Meow Meow Punch seemed to be on the 10th floor now. Entered Empress Jumchan's Hwajiguk, and one of Hwajiguk's duties was to make deals with NPCs. Meow Meow Punch wrote that Alios was their client. The hero smiled and said that he borrowed this seal from Meow Meow Punch. It proved his affiliation with Hwajiguk. Since he makes deals with them, he wouldn't attack him if he saw it. The guy licked his lips and thought that when he let his guard down, he would rip his head off. The system reported that he was entering NPC Alios' territory. The voice said that it seemed that he had killed him more than 10 times, but he still came. Does he really have an infinite amount of coins? The guy said that he killed him not 10, but 20 times. The voice asked if he knew what he was going to tell him now. If he left now, he would spare him. The hero stuck out his tongue and said that he didn't want to. The blade of the sword flew towards him. The guy smiled and said that he finally saw his face. Alios looked at him in shock and asked if this was the seal of Hwajiguk. The hero smiled and said that he came from Hwajiguk, and this was a gift sent to him from there because he likes flowers. He clenched his fist and said that he had another gift. He gritted his teeth and said that this was his fist. Alios cut off his head again. He fell to the ground. After a while, the hero woke up. He jumped up and said that he died again. Hensu came out of the room and asked where he was. This was not the guest yard. The man looked at him and asked if he was awake. He did not know where to put him, so he threw him in the pantry. The guy frowned and wondered if he had hit him on the head and thrown him into the pantry. He was a real psychopath. Alios said he had a very impudent look. He even turned on the fireplace for him, and he was so ungrateful. The brunette drank the drink and said that he even pretended to be from Hwajiguk. Why did he bother him? Hensu held out his hand and said that he came for the Felian set. He has it, right. The man closed his eyes and said, "Is that all?" He replied that there were still tears of Ekaedi. The hero frowned and asked if he knew what he had to do for this. Alios put the cup on the table and said that he thought he was weird, but he turned out to be nothing special. The guy pursed his lip when he said that he fearlessly challenges him more than 10 times, has an unusual amount of coins, pretends to be a messenger of Hwajiguk and tries to hit him, and even wants him to take and lay out the thing he wants. He thought about it and said that Lilka probably told him that he had a Felian set. He smiled and said that it meant that he was probably friends with Lilka. All the freaks who tried to get into his territory were friends with each other. Hensu said that he heard that he had driven Lilka away too. Why was he so sensitive about his territory? Alios replied that she was very dangerous. He could easily contain the guys from Hwajiguk, but with this Lilka everything was complicated. He said that he didn't know what he thought about her, but she was not that simple. He didn't want this place to be destroyed. Hensu looked at him and thought that this bastard was annoying. but he didn't have a violent character. He said that in any case, he adhered to the principle of not letting anyone dangerous here. The hero frowned and said that since he brought him here, he confirmed that he did not consider him dangerous. He gritted his teeth and thought that this was putting him in a bad mood. The guy said that normally he would have killed him already, but his efforts were commendable, so they could chat a little more. The man snapped his hands. Thelane's blue right hand appeared. He asked if this was what he wanted. Hensu's eyes widened. He thought it was the Felane set. Alios asked what he would give him if he gave it to him. The guy looked at him and said that he had taken the Yeti's tears. The guy said that he would never have that again. The guy said that he was a real psychopath. The man pulled his sword out of its sheath and said that whatever he had prepared, he didn't need it. He could offer him something. He wanted to kick his ass, right? He smiled and told him to try. The man said that if he could do it even once, he would give him the artifact. The guy looked at him warily. Hensu's sword began to glow. Alios smiled and said that he knew about their difference in strength, but he still attacked him. Such courage is worthy of respect, so he will give him an advantage. The system reported that he put on the handcuffs of the great criminal. They suppressed 98% of the force. The hero frowned when the brunette said that he gives him 10 minutes. Alios attacked and said to just try to kick. The guy parried the attack. He frowned and thought that all his blows were very strong. Kensu thought that at least it was not like before when he could not even react to his attacks. He thought that now he was quite capable of it. There was an explosion. Alios looked back. He thought how agile he was. Is he not even going to dodge? He swung his sword. The man attacked again. Kensu gritted his teeth. He used a fire bomb. The hero turned his attention to the enemy's house. He thought that he was fighting as if he was defending his home. The hero stretched out his hand and thought he should check it once. Alios blocked his blow. He screamed that he was a bastard. How dare he specifically aim at his house? Hensu disappeared. He waved to the man and said that he was here. He used fog acceleration. The brunette rushed to him and asked when he managed. The hero smiled and said that he seemed to value this very much. He rubbed the wall of the house and said what would happen if the skill level hits the house. Hensu looked back. Alios screamed. The guy looked at the stone in shock. The man asked where he got it from. He smiled and said that this artifact obeys only him. Will he really kill him? Hensu smiled and said that unlike the Yeti's tears, he himself put it in a bag of jewels. Only he can pull it out because this artifact belongs to him. Alios gritted his teeth. The hero laughed and said that he saw that he really wanted to get it, then let him kill him. He told him not to do stupid things. He would take it from him even without strength. The hero licked the knife and said that he couldn't. That's why he was acting like this. If he kept showing off, he would just leave. Alios closed his eyes and said that he wouldn't attack him and would give him what he wanted, but then he had to give him the soul stone. Hensu smiled and asked how he could trust him. The brunette raised his eyebrows and said that NPCs were tied to the system, so they couldn't make contracts. The guy smiled and said that he didn't know. He had no guarantee that he wouldn't take the soul stone and kill him. Alios looked at him and said that he would make him his successor. He closed his eyes and said that NPCs couldn't attack their successors. The system said that he was going to make him his successor. Did he agree? Hensu looked at the system window in shock. It said that an NPC could only choose a successor once. The guy opened his eyes and thought, surely there would be no harm in that. He agreed. Alios extended his hand and asked for the soul stone. He replied that of course he would, but first. The man looked at him in shock. The guy slapped him in the face. He smiled and said that he felt relieved. Inside the Alios residence, Hensu looked at the hand and said that in terms of its external characteristics, it was such trash. He said that apparently the effect of the set was really good. The guy opened his eyes and thought, is it really possible to improve each part? He generated a water ball and said that before he could only emit water, but now he can also control it. The frog jumped to the water and then climbed into the ball. Hensu smiled. The man told him that even if it were not a soul stone, he still could not get it. The guy looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Is this a trophy that he fairly received by kicking his ass? He replied that he seemed to misunderstand the meaning of the word fairly. He took hold of the door handle and said that he was coming in. The door opened. Cold came out of it. Alios approached the girl and said that this is the reason he lives. The system reported that Penny Juster, the daughter of Emperor Great Front, had died. Hensu looked in shock and thought, so that's why he was so aggressive towards everyone who entered his territory. Besides, did he really decorate everything like that for a dead person? The man looked at the girl. The hero said that he has an ability with which he can see information about a person. He is a criminal, and she is the daughter of the emperor. Isn't that a strange combination? The man smiled and said that this is a very banal story. The hero looked at him and asked if she was his wife. He replied that they were unable to get married. Then the guy assumed that she was his fiancée. Alios said that they did not have time to get married. Hensu then asked maybe the girl. He answered him that in fact they did not even start a relationship. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked what then. The brunette pressed himself to the ice and said that sincere feelings always reach another. If you look at it that way, you can consider that this was the beginning of a relationship. He brought the soul stone and said that it was time for her to wake up. The system reported that the soul trapped in the soul stone was reacting. There was an explosion of energy. Alios's residence, living room. The guy thought it would have been better for him not to interfere with Penny's revival, right? He said that he could ask him what he was interested in later. He looked at the boots and said that his luck indicator was reacting. The system reported that these were the rebels' last boots. Alios entered the living room. The guy smiled and asked if he had finished, how Penny was feeling. He replied that the body and soul had been separated for a long time, so it would take time, but she should wake up quickly. The man bowed and thanked him. He said that it was not worth it. Alios looked ahead in surprise. He saw his boots on the guy. He smiled and said that these boots were just right for him. Could he wear them? The man smiled and said of course, he didn't wear them anyway. He didn't feel sorry for anything for Penny's savior. He thought, however, that he was very angry. The guy smiled and thanked him for the good thing. Alios said that he had to talk to him about something. He needed to go out for a while. After a while, the hero looked at him and asked what he wanted to talk about. He replied that he would tell him more about the NPCs and their successors. He said that the NPCs are creatures that belong to the tower, and in order to survive they pay a huge price for it. Someone becomes a boss on the floor, and someone with the help of trade works out points and for this gets the right to live. The hero looked at him and asked what happens if someone does not fulfill their duties or cannot. The man answered that they lose consciousness and completely dissolve in the tower, completely becoming an NPC as they are called. The guy asked if he does not have any duties. He looked at him and confirmed. He said that this is why he cannot stay in safe zones. He said that most people live in safe zones, and it is one for everyone. However, on the battlefield, the floors have their own infinite versions for everyone who goes up. That's why he has never seen others there. The man said that in other words, now even at this moment, someone passes the 24th floor and he also exists there. He is torn into several hundred versions, and this is what he must endure as a price. The hero looked at him in shock and thought that the pain of your soul itself being split into pieces is terrible. He asked how he can endure this. Alios looked down and said that in fact, he does not have much time left. Penny will soon revive, and he made a deal with the system that he will take on its burden. He pulled out his sword and said that he can hold his consciousness for a maximum of 10 years. The NPC can finally be freed when his successor goes through the entire tower. You can consider this his last chance to escape from the system. He pulled out his sword and said that he must train his successor hard, and he must become stronger for his sake. Alios said that many NPCs would target him, those who had already missed their chance, those who were jealous that he had found a successor, those who would just want to crush them with him for fun. The man said that he must become stronger. If he could not conquer the tower, the same path awaited him. The system reported that the unity with Alios was becoming stronger. The man pulled out his sword and said that he was Alios, the ghost swordsman who tried to take over the Golden Empire and its last night. He could take everything from it, then he would be able to see what was at the end of the tower. The system reported that Alios, who had challenged the 99th floor, was beginning his training. Hensu struck one after another. He frowned. The man touched him and said that he was straining his shoulders too much. He frowned and said that he was not ready yet. There was no time. He needed to go through all 100 floors of floors in 10 years. He looked to the side and said that it took him 10 years to reach the 99th floor. His eyes widened. After a while, the hero looked at him and asked why he was suddenly surprised and came to the workshop. He answered that he felt Penny's energy. Hensu looked ahead in surprise. The man said that she would wake up soon, and before that she needed to make a gift for her. He frowned when Alios said that he would make a necklace from the jewelry that Penny loved so much. The guy frowned and said that it was a material for his quest. The brunette asked how much he needed. He answered that he needed 30 pieces. The man exhaled and said that he was Penny's savior, so he would give him 30 pieces. The hero screamed as if he was tearing them from his heart. Alios handed him the tools and said that first he needed to cut them, so he should give him the cutters with the numbers that he would name. After a while, the guy looked at the table in shock. Alios said that the necklace was ready. They went to Penny. The system reported that Penny was coming back to life. She came out of the ice. The hero looked at her in shock. The system reported that Alios must withstand the destruction of self-consciousness. For Penny, the destruction of self-consciousness is accelerating. Hensu looked at him and called out to him. Alios replied that he was fine. The girl called out to the man. She smiled and said that it was really him. The man burst into tears and congratulated her on her return. The girl asked where they were. The girl lowered her head when he replied that it was a tower and said that it meant that the empire had collapsed. She looked back and asked who it was next to him. The hero introduced himself. Penny smiled and said that she was the daughter of the Emperor of Great Front. Hensu looked at her and apologized for bothering her with questions right after waking up, but could she tell him what happened? The girl said that as they had said, they were from Great Front. One day a tower appeared and many people heeded its call. Among them was Alios, who was a knight at the time. He was unable to pass the 99th floor, return to the Empire, but at that time the entrance was always open, so the world was plunged into chaos. The girl said that Alios came to the call of the tower and became an NPC. He found a way for her to become an NPC. He trapped her soul in a soul stone and sealed her body in a crystal to bring her to the tower, but he lost the soul stone and she was still sealed in the crystal. The hero wondered if you don't go through 100 floors, the entrance constantly opens and the world collapses. Alios said that the most important thing is that they met again. He showed the box and said that it was a gift that he gave her while waiting for her. The girl asked if it was a necklace this time too. She widened her eyes and said that it was very beautiful. The guy smiled and asked if she liked it. His face distorted when Penny said that she was not particularly interested in jewelry or other items. Alios held out his hands and said that she was always so happy when he gave them to her. She replied that it was because if she didn't accept them, he was sullen all day and tormented the knights in the squad. She smiled and said that she actually really liked cooking. Didn't he know that? Hensu smiled and thought that he should help him. He said that of course he knew that. The girl looked at the hero when he said that Alios prepared something special for her. They should follow him. The man looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The boy told him to shut up and say that he prepared it. Penny's eyes sparkled. The monster bowed and welcomed them to Hell Dying Kitchen. The table was groaning with food. Penny exclaimed in delight. She handed the plate to Alios and told her to try it. It was very tasty. The man looked up when they asked him if he was okay. The hero looked at him with concern when he said that it was so delicious that he briefly fell into a stupor. Hensu pointed his finger at the brunette and said that they needed to talk for a while. They left the table and the redhead said that it seemed difficult for him now. Alios confirmed. He scratched his head and said that the speed of destruction of self-awareness was faster than he thought. Even if he lost self-awareness, his status as a successor would remain, so he did not need to worry. The hero suddenly approached and asked if he was joking. He was asking because he was worried about him, not about himself. The man frowned and said that there was no other way. The guy asked if he was ready to do anything just to be near Penny. He confirmed. Hensu raised a finger up and told him to go and bring one of the best gems that he cut. The brunette asked why. He frowned when his student said that he had a plan for everything, so he should hurry. Alios evaporated. A moment later he held out the stone. The hero said that he really was fast. He looked at the brooch. The system reported that it was called the Golden Snake. It was made by the hands of a master. The guy smiled and told him to wait. He wrote a message to Meow Meow Punch. She asked why he was the first to write. The hero answered that it always whispers in his heart. A gloomy aura emanated from the brunette. He said that looking at how he texted, it seemed like he was losing consciousness faster. Well, what a cringe. The redhead clenched his jaw and said that he was helping him now. It would be better for him not to be sarcastic. Alios noted how refined his nickname and manner of communication were. The class of A Princessa wrote that she was grateful for the help and also prepared a gift for her. The system reported that the seal and the Alios brooch were being sent to Meow Meow Punch. The girl admired it and asked what it was. A very cool brooch. Princess replied that she was glad that she liked it. She said that she was looking for something that Empress Jumchin would like, working in HY Jaguk. Would it suit? She confirmed. The hero wrote that in fact the brooch was made by Alios. Meow Meow Punch asked if it was that psychopath from the 24th floor. Hyunsu replied that it turns out that he has such a talent. The hero laughed that Alios was called a psychopath. Classing Princess asked how she could make a contract with Empress Jumchin so that he could continue making jewelry and precious stones. Meow Meow Punch replied that if she succeeded, she would get a promotion. A message appeared that the Empress agreed and a person with a contract would come to them soon. Hensu extended his fist to the teacher and said that the way for the NPC not to lose self-awareness and continue to live is either to do work helping the system, or to buy the right to live with points. Alios bumped his fist into him and thanked him. The hero said that he needs to work hard and earn a lot of points. Penny clapped her hands. The man said that she liked Hell Dying Kitchen so much, she should call them sometimes. The brunette walked to the table. The system reported that friendship with Alios increased. The degree of assimilation with the ability of the unbending ghost swordsman increased. The hero asked if it was possible to increase the ability in this way too. The devil smiled and asked if the gentleman liked the food. He replied that he had only eaten a little so far, but everything was very tasty. The creature reached into his inside pocket and said that they were glad. He held out an invitation to the party they were organizing. The system reported that this was an invitation given to select VIPs. The boy opened his mouth and asked why they gave him a VIP invitation. The devil replied that they hoped that he would order from them often in the future. The green-eyed man raised a finger and said that in fact, they also try to create friendly relations with authoritative individuals and groups. It is embarrassing to say, but they sometimes lack people in the ingredient supply team to solve everything. Hensu frowned and wondered if they really find regular customers and want to occasionally receive monster bodies from them for ingredients. Alios and Penny were happy with another delicacy, while the devil said that they had seen many customers, but they had not noticed anyone being as friendly with an NPC as he was for a long time. John bowed, introduced himself, and said that this was also a sign of personal interest, so he hoped that he would accept the invitation. The hero watched him go and thought that he should go once later. Hensu sat at the table and said that maybe now he could enjoy it too. Everyone enjoyed the food, laughter sounded around the table. Night fell. The hero was sleeping in an embrace with Dokchun. Suddenly, someone hung over him and woke him up. The hero screamed in horror when Alios told him to pack his things and go out. After a while, barely keeping his eyes open, the red-haired man asked what he had done so early in the morning. He answered that people from S1-3 would come this morning. He had now decided to work as a master of precious stones. Hyunsu yawned. His teacher said that he had to leave before that. He asked why. The guy opened his mouth in shock when the man said that he looked at the list of those sent from S1-3. These are the ones who skillfully collect information about people, and they not only mention the clever plinth, they can also guess that he is his successor. A drop of excitement rolled down the hero's cheek when Alios said that it was unknown what would happen if they found out about this, since he had become his successor. It was better to avoid those NPCs that seemed dangerous. The red-haired man asked if it was really possible to become a successor to only one NPC. Hyunsu raised his sword up when the swordsman replied that an NPC only had one chance, and the one who climbed the tower could become a successor to several NPCs. The guy smiled smugly and asked if there was any reason to worry then. What if they really liked him and wanted to make him their successor? The brunette waved it off and noted with displeasure that, to tell the truth, he was not that good, and there was a rumor that Empress Jimchon had already chosen her successor. The guy raised his eyebrows in shock when Alios said that in the end, the successors collided with each other and then competition could not be avoided. He asked what he meant. The man frowned and told him to get to the top. He could do it. After a while, Hensu walked slowly, resisting the wind. He remembered how his Alios kicked him out of his barrier. The man turned around and said that this was all he could do for him. He would explain everything to Penny. He didn't have to worry. The redhead smiled and thought that he was grateful for the parting gift. The system reported that this skillbook helps to reproduce the battle in a dream. The battles in which Alios participated were recorded on it. The hero asked if he had really gained experience in battles from the NPC, which could not be bought for any wealth. Hensu smiled and said what a tsundere he was. He ran forward and said that it was time to open the portal. Suddenly a message from Meow Meow Punch appeared asking if he had really done something. The NPC said that it seemed that the Empress was looking for her. Their NPCs went towards the 24th floor. If she was there, she should run away quickly. The guy widened his eyes and said that this meant that their arrival in the morning to Alios was a lie. They should hurry up and get some snowballs. He saw 4 scouts ahead. The system told him that even if he fulfilled the conditions for passing and created a portal, but died and was passing the floor again, he needed to fulfill the conditions again. Hensu looked at the NPC from S1-3. One of them looked straight at the hero. One of the scouts looked at his colleague and asked what he was doing. He looked phlegmatically into the distance and said that he felt someone's presence there. The man jumped up and said that he would take a look and come back. Hensu put on his mask and thought about whether he should fight. It was impossible to defeat an NPC, and at least for the sake of Alios, he needed to avoid conflicts. His eyes widened when he realized that if they caught him here, his face would definitely become known and there would be no way to escape. A scout jumped out from behind a snowdrift. Hensu thought that he had nowhere to go. The NPC jumped onto the snowdrift, behind which he felt a person. The rest of the samurai caught up with the captain. Everyone was looking at the dent in the snow. In this place the storm had died down. The depression was filling with snow. The warrior assumed that this was because it was located below the relief, since it was impossible for some guy who had only climbed to the 20th floor to deceive them. The others agreed and said that the person could not have disappeared so easily. The leader adjusted his hat and suggested going and looking for him at the same time. The ninja went their separate ways. They said that the Empress wanted to talk to the stranger. Meanwhile, Hensu was sitting in the guest yard of the 20th floor with a knife in his hands. Every time he felt uncomfortable about it. A minute earlier, the NPC was approaching him. There was nowhere to go. The hero plunged the knife into himself and activated the death curse with subsequent movement to the save point. At the moment of the NPC's jump, he disappeared. The redhead sighed and said that he was too lazy to go up from the 21st floor again, but this was the best option. Dokchun croaked. The entrance to the 25th floor began. The guy came out of the portal and asked if they really hid for 2 days to find him. He barely managed to get up, and only thanks to the fact that Lilka scouted the 24th floor. A quest appeared to turn on the electricity in the laboratory. The player walked forward. Using night vision, he noted that here he needed to be in a building, unlike other floors. His foot stepped on abandoned books. Hensu took it. The system showed a scenario of the destruction of an ice shelter. The red-haired man noted that this was a post-apocalypse, like on the 16th floor. Images of monsters popped into his head. The guy asked if the creatures from the apocalyptic world had really become monsters here too. The player rubbed his nose. He didn't think that all the monsters here were like that, but there was a possibility. A weak stream of poisonous energy began to hit the hero. The system reported the activation of resistance to poisons. Hensu walked forward against the energy flow. An open barrel of pernuktotoxin appeared ahead, which released poison when reacting with water. The player crouched down and began to collect a sample for himself. He had never heard of such a solution before. He obtained 3 liters of the solution. After that, the hero walked on. Everything around looked quite modern. Dakshin croaked and pointed to the side. An exit sign was burning above one of the doors. The guy assumed that it was an emergency exit that was not opening. Hensu cheerfully spread his arms, deciding to forget about this exit, because if his ability had reacted, he would have found a way to open it, but no luck. The couple stopped and looked ahead in surprise. Double rifle turrets, which were robot monsters, pointed their guns at them. The shelling began and the player immediately hid behind the opening. He pressed himself against the wall in fear while the cars were approaching him. The redhead smiled nervously. He began to remember the past. Memories of monsters appeared in his head. Soldiers were shooting at monsters, and the guy sat to the side in horror. He covered his ears with his hands and cried. Now the guy confidently clenched his fist and said that a lot had changed since then. A fresco with light and darkness appeared in his imagination. Who could have known that the carrier of the artifact Hunter E-level would receive cunning abilities and become one of the strongest hunters? The mask began to creep over the redhead's face. He laughed and added that you never know which side of life will turn to you. The warrior jumped forward, scaring the frog. The bullets bounced off the mask and now the hero began to laugh. He made a few swings and cut the robots into pieces. Hensu walked forward in an epic manner, leaving the debris behind. Putting the sword in its sheath, the protagonist said that now there is no longer that coward who grimaced at the mere sound of gunshots. The system informed the guy about the opening of the portal and the opening of the central spare entrance. It also reminded him of the progress of turning on the electricity. When the light in the right corridor turned on, Hensu sighed. Tearing the gun out of the monster, he said that it was better to look for something useful after turning on the electricity. Looking at the rifle in his hand, the guy said that they would not work on a monster of the 1st and 2nd levels, so he, not being particularly versed in technology, could not use it. Remembering Sodom, he said that she was supposed to be in the alliance of the clinging plinth. Through the system panel, he sent a message to Junseok. Junseok sent a message telling the protagonist that he had already obtained a skillbook for making elixirs as he had requested. A moment later, the system reported the skillbook sent by Junseok. The protagonist gritted his teeth and frowned, asking Junseok not to do anything strange. As a result, the protagonist began to correspond with Junseok, asking him to check if he could make a weapon out of a monster's rifle. Soon, the guy had a new weapon in his hand. He also received the skill for making weapons along with making elixirs. The new gun was good for killing level 1 monsters, and a regular elixir was better than average. Stretching, Hyunsu said that it was difficult, but he was still able to create something useful. The events take us to the central equipment room, in which a portal opened. The protagonist squinted and said that it was as if he was being told not to go in there and to go up to the floor above. Hyunsu went up and looked at the ventilation pipe. He smiled widely and whispered something to Dikchun. The frog froze, seeing the guy's shining eyes. The guy clapped his hands while the frog hopped along the ventilation. He continued to clap and praise Dikchun. His eyes suddenly lit up due to the use of the luck meter and the gazing eyes. Looking at the frame in front of him, he said that this frame turned out to be a secret door, although there was no separate switch or handle. Reaching out his hand, he told Dikchun that there should be a switch on that side that could open the door. Soon, the guy opened the door and went inside. Smiling widely, he said that this place should be where all the electricity in the warehouse was conducted. The protagonist suddenly froze, seeing the capsules with a terrifying aura. The protagonist saw flasks with rotten bodies of people. He froze in front of the capsules, while the system informed him that the capsules contained people from a small country who hoped to survive thanks to the support system, but the power supply was interrupted and they all died. Hensu squinted looking at the remains of an extinct world. The guy walked away from this room feeling bitter. The rotten corpses were alone again. Having risen to the 26th floor, the protagonist defeated the monster with ice. When the monster fell, the system informed the guy about the victory over the half-breed vampire. As a reward, he was given a piece of the treasure map of Pujeros. Hensu smiled widely, saying that only a humanoid monster can become a half-breed, so he could look for its image on the glacier. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the guy. Lilka sent a photo asking if the 20th floor was always like this. In the photo, Hensu saw a raging tornado. Seeing this, others in the chat began to say that this should not happen. Messages were changing at a huge speed. The members of the group almost quarreled, trying to understand in a panic what was happening. The protagonist, looking at the system window, thought. Through the system, he wrote a message to Junseok saying that people should arrive soon. All the main members of the Princess Alliance gathered, reading the message in which the protagonist tells them to distribute equipment only to small and medium guilds. Junseok, after reading, immediately wrote 3 messages, starting to favor and idolize the guy for his kindness. After that, he reported that 3 newcomers from the 30th floor were plotting something in the safe zone of the 6th floor. Hyunsu wrote a message telling Junseok not to worry and to pass on the information to Jaehyuk. Jaehyuk, the former head of the Sangun Guild, turned around, sensing that someone was talking about him. Smiling, Hyunsu said that now they need to see how the people from the large guilds react. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and decided not to wait any longer and headed to the portal to the 30th floor. The events take us to the meeting room in the Sangun guest house on the 30th floor, where all 3 newcomers have gathered. Sanmo, holding a cigarette in his hand, asked his partners if they had received an order to proceed to the 40th floor when the new players had completed the tutorial section. Chan-Hu smiled, saying that he had received such an order, while Hien angrily screamed, saying that the other people from their guilds had left everything to them and had gone up themselves. Sanmo broke his cigarette, realizing that the crouching princess was planning something. Frowning, he lowered his head, mentally saying that if they publish an incorrect walkthrough of the tutorial, then there is a possibility that in the worst case, all the affairs in the Sangun Guild will go awry. Frowning, the guy looked at his partners and asked if they could recruit people and strengthen control on the 6th floor. Chan-Hu raised his hand, saying that they were left here together, so of course he would help. Opening his eyes, he said that they also have a problem, because if they act, it will be impossible to get the camera and photo skillbook from the protagonist. The other guilds already think that they allowed themselves to do too much. Now the 3 had to either surround and catch Hyunsu, or surrender. Suddenly, a subordinate swung open the door. Sungmo released the intent to kill, reminding the subordinate that he warned him not to disturb them. The subordinate screamed in fear, saying that Jaehyuk told them that he successfully got the camera and photo skill. The guy suddenly calmed down and froze upon hearing this. Chan-Hu extended his hand and said that this could be a turning point. Sungmo clenched his fist and agreed with his friend. When the protagonist entered the 27th floor, he received many notifications from players discussing his relationship with the Sangun Guild. The heads of some guilds began to make him offers with favorable conditions through messages, trying to start cooperation. The protagonist grinned, realizing that the guild representatives would think that he might want to cooperate with them, so he would not be able to act so easily. Walking through the dead forest, he said that while the large guilds were in confusion, they needed to quickly rise. Passing by the trees, the guy said that these trees were actually life-sucking monsters. Because of them, there was not a single plant left in the area. Suddenly, the hollows of the trees began to glow like eyes. The branches rushed towards the protagonist's back. He turned around sharply, cutting them. Frowning, he said that all the trees in the forest were monsters. Hyunsu rushed towards the branches. With one swing of his sword, he cut a couple of trees in half. Soon, the system notified him of the formation of a portal. Looking at the stumps, he said that it was quite easy. The guy smiled widely when he received a notification that his assimilation with the SS level ability had increased and reached 6.2%. Poking Dokchun with his finger, he said that he had already completed the floor's mission, so they should look for the snow spirit's crown. Stroking his chin, the protagonist said that there was a treasure hidden on the 28th floor and the 29th floor was right before the safe zone. Most likely there would be a boss there, which means that there was definitely a snow spirit on the 27th. While the guy was looking into the distance, the branch in front of him twitched. Hyunsu grabbed his sword, looking at the cold-blooded tree in surprise. The tree was shaking from the cold and was bent. Dokchun stopped the guy when he raised his sword to kill the monster. Hyunsu looked at the frog and asked him why he stopped him. Suddenly, the tree began to wave its arms asking for something. The protagonist pointed at it and asked if it asked to destroy everyone in the area. Turning around, the guy, happy with his own cleverness, said that he came here for the crown of the snow spirit and not for help. Giving the tree a thumb up, he told it to be patient, because it would soon return and help. Suddenly, a crown of a withered snow spirit appeared on the tree's hand. Its energy had declined, because of which no flowers grew on it. The protagonist turned around and froze, asking the tree if he was a snow spirit. The tree spilled water as if crying. When a monster nearby attacked, the protagonist extended his hand telling the tree not to cry because it would help him. The tree only trembled, feeling the heat from the explosion. A path of soil heated to the limit appeared in front of Hensu. Smiling widely, he told the tree to wait an hour and then he would be the only tree left in the forest. Soon, explosions began to occur throughout the forest. After the bombardment ended, the protagonist came to the tree. The spirit was smiling and trembling. A sprout grew on its top. Suddenly, a bright light burst out of it. The protagonist stared in surprise at the figure above him. the guy saw a weak flow of mana near him. A girl with blue hair and eyes thanked the protagonist, saying that she survived only thanks to him. The girl who appeared looked at her hand and said that her power had not yet returned, to which the protagonist indignantly asked who she was. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said that her name was Hainu, and she herself was the queen of the snow spirits, and thanks to the guy's help, she was able to regain her strength, albeit briefly. Hensu was interested in why this snow spirit suddenly turned from a tree into a human. The girl looked at her hand in disappointment and said that she thought that the guy was ignorant. She conjured up ice figures and decided to personally explain to him what was happening, and he had to watch carefully. The first figure was an elf, namely a snow spirit, the progenitor of druids and elves who possess the energy of a tree. She blew cold and said that they usually look like this, but if their strength runs out, they become trees. Hensu laughed cheerfully and decided to congratulate the queen on her return, after which he asked if she would give him the crown she promised. Hainu touched a strand of her hair and said that spirits always keep their promises. She tore off a hair and blew into it. Snow whirlwinds immediately sparkled around her, and the protagonist had to cover himself with his hands, activating the 9th level of cold resistance. The boy gritted his teeth from the cold, thinking about how the girl said that she was the queen of the snow spirits, so it was no wonder that she was so cold. Finally, the crown of the queen of the snow spirits appeared, and Hainu asked to accept it. Hensu immediately fell to his knees and began to thank the queen, to which the girl said that his eyes were full of impudence. The protagonist could not contain his joy, but said that this could not be, since he looked at the girl with eyes full of respect. He looked at the system window and muttered that he had completed Loka's second quest. However, the system showed that the crown of the snow spirit was still not found, and he began to ask himself why this was so. Was it because it was not the crown of the snow spirit, but the crown of the queen of the snow spirits? He immediately looked at Hainu and asked if she was the only snow spirit left. The Snow Queen explained that all the snow spirits had disappeared, at least for now. She explained that new snow spirits could be born from her body, and if a snow spirit were to be reborn, it would give the boy what he wanted, and then she imagined herself being reborn from a tree. Hainu looked at the protagonist with a tense expression and asked if he would help her. Hensu stared in surprise at the system window, which announced a unique quest, Rebirth of the Snow Spirit, while the queen fell to her knees in defeat. She was feeling sick, and steam was coming off her body. The protagonist immediately rushed to her and began to pick her up, asking if she was okay. The Snow Queen explained that her strength was waning, and that she would soon turn into a seed, and when she became a seed, it was necessary to find a suitable place for her to grow. The boy looked at her in surprise and asked if she needed to be buried, to which she replied that although it sounded strange, that was how it had to be done. Hensu immediately asked where she needed to bury it, and Hainu told him about a high elf or druid that he needed to find and who would help him. She melted before his eyes, saying that she was leaving their future to the boy, but Hensu wanted to have time to ask if she had seen the map. He handed her the Purigos treasure map, and the girl immediately exclaimed how he had found it. Her face expressed alarm when she began to tell him that she and her companions had helped the Baron and had definitely sealed him, and this was a disaster for the Great Fron Empire. Hensu held the map higher so that the girl could not take it, and he himself asked if the Snow Queen knew Penny and Alios. Hainu called them ragamuffins and said that she definitely knew them. The protagonist laughed merrily and said that he needed information anyway, then he would collect the treasure again and destroy it, to which the girl replied that he did not look like he was going to do that. She pointed her finger at the top of the mountain behind the protagonist and suggested that they come and dig there on the hill. He looked at the Snow Queen with disappointment and asked if there was any other advice, such as how to get out of the labyrinth. Hainu frowned and suggested that he eat enough food, and then said that the future of the snow spirits was on him, and turned into a seed. Hyunsu looked at the seed of the world tree and decided that it looked ominous, so he needed to dig on the hill, and to do this, he had to go up. After some time, the protagonist dug a hole and, looking at the map, said that there were 2 pieces. He carefully examined the map, noticing that the place where the treasure was located was missing. Hyunsu clenched his fist, encouraging himself and saying that they were already close to the goal, so they needed to collect everything and take possession of the treasures. The protagonist thought about the tower and that there were also 9 days left before new people came to the tower, and before that, he needed to go up at least 1 floor. Hyunsu arrived at the 28th floor of the tower when the system told him that he needed to get to the last island, and he had a time limit of 5 hours. The higher he went, the colder it became, but thanks to Hein, his resistance to cold increased that time, so he could endure the cold of the first level. The guy walked on the ice, saying that he and Dikchun needed to go faster. Some time passed. Finally, the protagonist arrived at the last island. He looked at the mountains with a smile when a portal began to form and then said that it was not difficult here. Coming to the wall of the building, he wondered if it was worth calling it a castle instead of an island, after which he posted a walkthrough so he should tell the guys in the chat that there is this treasure on the 28th floor. After which he immediately began to write that he posted a walkthrough so the guys need to watch it and come to him on the 28th floor. Hensu joyfully pointed his finger forward and said that now they can go. He ran to the front door, shouting that the treasure is calling them. In the corridor, he did not immediately figure out where he needed to go. The protagonist activated the luck indicator, muttering that it would show him the way, and at that moment the stones under his feet began to crumble. The guy looked down tensely. This should have been his luck, but at that very second he fell into a hole. During the fall, the protagonist hugged the toad tightly to himself. He began to carefully rise on his hands, asking if Dakchun was okay. In front of the protagonist was a steel door. He realized that this was a secret place. He came closer to the door, and the system asked him if he would enter the Purigo's labyrinth because it could be very dangerous. Of course, Hyunsu decided to enter the labyrinth. At first, the guy was swallowed by darkness when the system reported that he entered the noble robber's labyrinth, and its effects were that it was forbidden to use the store and make personal transactions. And also you can't get out of the labyrinth for a week, so it really could be dangerous, and after that, the protagonist was enveloped in a green light. Hyunsu was surrounded by ominous spirits and immediately began to entangle his legs. Then on the way, Hyunsu met an acid fog that could dissolve his body. The next stage was exploding electric arrows, which the protagonist also avoided. He stopped, looking into the depths of the corridor, and muttered discontentedly about the fact that there were a lot of traps from the very entrance, after which the system warned about rolling stones and sharp spears. When the protagonist passed by another arch, a terrible cold blew from it. Then an ominous sound was heard. A green glow appeared from the darkness. The monster rushed at Hensu, sparkling with its emerald fire. The new enemy for the protagonist looked like an ominous mask that did not stop laughing, and the system reported that he had found a corpse lamp. Hensu furiously shouted about the corpse lamp and that he had heard about it somewhere before. At this time, the spirits began to surround him again. The protagonist remembered the horror story about the corpse lamp and how people went through this. Then the people from the horror story also went to the glow, seeing a green light in the tower. A huge number of ghosts came out from there, and this drove these people crazy. The protagonist thought that it was just a horror story, but the spirits that pierced him confirmed that it was true. The protagonist cursed, since the attacks did not affect the spirits. The same was with Obtector, and the system reported that he had reached his limit. So his feelings were dulled, powerlessness appeared, his will was reduced, and a mental disorder appeared. Hyunsu asked Dokchun to attack with chaos, and immediately the space was filled with pink smoke from the frog's mouth. The protagonist praised his assistant, since the effect really was. However, he did not rejoice for long, since something tensed him. There were still a lot of spirits, and he remembered that he was warned about the danger. As soon as the enemies entwined his body, the guy was indignant that this was too much, and the frog continued to burn the enemy with fire. Soon one could see how Hyunsu was engulfed in a cocoon of ghosts. The mask continued to laugh furiously. Suddenly, fog began to swirl through the ghosts, entangling Hensu. A huge explosion was heard, which made the mask cough in surprise. Hensu came out through this smoke and announced that he had already fought ghosts. His body was burning with fire when he said that he did not think that he would use the last holy artifact here, and the system reported a pilgrim of hellfire. The protagonist captured the mask and ordered it to quickly remove these ghosts. The system reported a corpse lamp and that if you close the lamp, it stops working, and then begins to consider the one who closed the lamp as its owner. At that moment, the protagonist closed the lamp's eyes with his sword. The corpse lamp stopped. Now it belonged to Hensu, which made the guy very happy since it was an 11th artifact. The protagonist even sat down with joy, saying that the owner of the labyrinth was a noble robber, so there was a lot of that here, and now he was full of energy, but Dokchun believed that her owner was still mentally ill. They continued walking along the corridor. Finally, the protagonist came to a crossroads. Various geometric figures were drawn on the walls, and the protagonist realized that the symbols had some meaning. Some time passed. Hyunsu drew a triangle, a square, and a circle on a piece of paper, and he put a question mark above the triangle since there was a trap there, and crossed out the square with a cross since this was the wrong road. Behind him lay the corpse of a Hydra, which was a level 4 monster, but the protagonist did not pay any attention to it. He looked at the Hydra's pearl and said that before they went to check the circle, they could walk around the triangle and collect 11 artifacts. Dakchun hadn't been eating enough lately, so the guy offered her to take a Hydra, and the frog, anticipating a hearty meal, immediately jumped off the guy's shoulder. She bit into the monster's flesh with her teeth. A bright light immediately began to emanate from the frog, which greatly surprised Hyunsu. The next moment, spikes appeared on Dakchun's back. Hyunsu read the system window, where the frog's new characteristics were, and realized that it even had armor when a message from Jihak arrived. The guy was very indignant, so he wrote an angry message, which said that he received the status of a semi-rookie thanks to the skillbook he gave him, and Fennec would be in charge of the 6th floor, so it was necessary to take advantage of their mistakes to pull out new participants from there. Hensu looked at the broken plate with symbols and said that Fennec is in 6th place among the guilds. They took the 6th floor, so he thought that their pride was hurt, because they have to put things in order after Sangun, who is lower in the ranking, and if they succeed, they may have problems in their relationship. So he started texting with the guys again about how they had an opportunity for new members to avoid the 6th floor. Finally, Hensu decided to go to the arch with a circle drawn above it. He marked everything on the map, but apparently the treasure was really on the missing piece of the map. He remembered Hana and how she said that they shared it with their comrades, which means that everyone had at least 2 pieces, and that the treasure is on the 28th floor, so the pieces of the map should be up to this floor, but he did not find them because he might have missed something. A corridor with a destroyed hypnotic trap and a destroyed blade trap opened up in front of the protagonist, and the guy was very surprised that all the traps along the path marked by the circle were destroyed. He touched a chip in the wall and muttered that, apparently, someone had already passed through here. If you think about it, there was no message about the first detection at the entrance. Hensu thought about it, and then remembered that there were words that he entered the labyrinth, but it was not mentioned who was the first to find him or who had already tried to enter here, which means that there was someone who climbed the tower before him. The protagonist remembered the circle drawn on the wall and decided that he needed to check it out. Words about the circle kept spinning in his head, and it was also drawn on the walls inside the corridor. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he began to quickly rush along the corridor. Hensu ran into the room surrounded by such circles, and the system said that this was the place where the treasure was sleeping. If he was not ready, he should leave. The boy's eyes sparkled with interest when he realized what he had found. He opened the doors and took a step towards adventure. The protagonist entered a room full of shelves with treasures that Pyrigos had collected. The treasures were glittering and eye-catching, but the protagonist muttered that he only needed to choose one treasure. The same was true in the Hyalton ruins. The protagonist walked past the shelves when he realized that there were valuable treasures, but there was nothing that could be called a disaster, at which point he came to the end. The boy was overcome with horror when an ominous voice asked who had entered the labyrinth. A skull appeared in front of him, asking if the boy was climbing the tower, and how dare he fearlessly desire the treasure. It turned out to be the Lik Pyrigos, a man who had succumbed to temptation, and he guarded the treasure forever. Kensu was overcome with horror when he realized who exactly was standing in front of him. Kensu looked at the monster in front of him and asked himself if Pyrigos was not a man. Behind the monster's back, a horn glowed, calling out to demons, with which one could summon demons and make a contract for immortality. Pyrigos rolled his empty eye sockets and said that the treasure-hungry man should not have come here. Hensu barely held back his laughter, and when the monster asked him if the boy laughed, he replied that he got sick with laughter whenever he heard it, and then asked if the Baron himself had not gone crazy because of the treasure. Pyrigos exploded with anger when the protagonist asked if he had not taken all the cards alone and wanted to be content with the treasure himself away from everyone. The monster began to scream that no one should insult his victim, since he had no choice but to stay and guard his other fools, after which he exploded with fiery light and raised his scythe, demanding that the boy shut up. Hensu had resistance to fire and a fortified body, so he withstood the attack. Flames engulfed the entire space, and the monster ordered the enemy to fall into eternal sleep right there. The system windows reported a boost when Hensu took a fighting stance and used the properties of the fallen set. Blue smoke began to take the shape of skulls as the protagonist focused on attacking the enemy. Pyrigos fought back with his scythe. He raised his weapon to strike. The space seemed to be cut into pieces as waves of light began to emanate from the monster's weapon, which greatly impressed the protagonist. Pyrigos' next blow hit Hensu exactly and should have cut him in half. The monster laughed contentedly, saying that he was a foolish mortal in front of him. He should die from the blade of death of darkness. But the protagonist managed to find himself behind the enemy in an instant, cheerfully shouting that he would not die. The monster asked in surprise how someone could survive being struck by a sickle, to which Hensu said that he had the Return of the Dead, which increases all stats by 300%, frees from all debuffs, and restores and strengthens skills by 300%. He himself attacked Pyrigos from above with a chopping blow. For a moment, the enemy froze as his skull began to split. He raised his hands to the sky and began to ask how a mortal dared to do such a thing. However, Hensu did not stop and attacked again, activating the ability of an unbending transparent swordsman. A moment later, the defeated Pyrigos lay on the ground. A moment later, his eyes began to glow with fire again. He said that this was pointless and again flared up above the ground. Hensu looked at his opponent intently and thought that a Lik is a creature that usually has a good command of magic, and he will be endlessly resurrected until the vessel of life in which his soul is contained is destroyed. He hugged the frog tighter and told her that he would distract the monster, and Dokchun should find the Vessel of Life, which should be in the treasury. The opponents again stood opposite each other, ready to fight, and the protagonist said that the monster became a lick to gain immortality, and his comrade Alios became an NPC and was doing quite well. After which he asked how he liked it. Purigos immediately indignantly asked where the guy met Alios, and if it were not for this bad man, the empire would not have weakened. Hyunsu smiled and said that while this man was climbing to the 99th floor in the tower, where Purigos himself was he really pretending to sacrifice himself for the empire, but in fact he wanted to satisfy his greed. The protagonist showed the seed and asked if the monster knew what it was, and seeing the enemy's confusion, explained that his comrade Hainu had been protecting the treasure map until she was exhausted. The monster heard accusations that he had become a lick with the help of the artifact that they had decided to seal. The protagonist began to mockingly praise him and clap his hands, saying that Purigos was a bag of bones. Hensu remembered the beginning of his journey here, after which he began to show obscene gestures and say that it was the monster who made those markings in the labyrinth in order to get here again. After which he called him vile, insidious, and mean. Purigos screamed from unwillingness to listen to this, after which he exploded in a column of flame, causing unbearable pain, which was accompanied by the destruction of consciousness, after which he began to say that Hensu did not know anything about what it was and what he sacrificed for the empire. However, the protagonist was already behind the monster and said that he was not interested in this. Several blade strikes cut the monster's body again. Suddenly, something caught the protagonist's attention and he asked Purigos if he was really a lick, since he didn't look like he was good at magic. The monster started laughing while his body was shaking, and he asked if his opponent knew how to stay alive in a collapsing world. The protagonist was puzzled when he heard that those who climbed the tower could become NPCs, but what happened to ordinary people and those who couldn't climb to the higher floors? Suddenly, the monster's mask fell off the man, and he began to tell them that he only reached the 35th floor, but he was an ordinary person, not a mage, and an ordinary person who couldn't even get a chance to become an NPC. Then Hensu understood what was being said, so he asked if the man had made a contract with a demon and was forced to level up. The enemy began to laugh, saying that those who remained in the destroyed world die, but if you become a servant of the demon, you can enter the magical world. After which he remembered his demon and said that he personally became a supporter of the demons so that their empire would gain the status of a magical one. The monster appeared in front of the protagonist again, who said that the empire ignored his words, although he tried to do it before the world collapsed, but was only one step late because he had already become a part of the tower, and the protagonist had already asked if he could give up because it was too late, and why was he still staying here and acting so pathetic. However, this question greatly angered Purigos, and, looking at the enemy, he angrily asked if Hensu knew who he had made a contract with. The monster thought of his master, the Great Kildores, the ruler of the Seventh Circle, and the one who could save his subordinate even if he was in the tower. The monster's flame turned scarlet with admiration. Hensu was imbued with the enemy's emotions, repeating the name Kildores. He remembered how the demon ate ice cream. The protagonist told his opponent that his master Kildores was currently on the 10th floor performing NPC duties, and at that moment the demon himself thought that his body was good today. The monster's flame turned white, and he shouted that this could be. Purigos was discouraged when he said that this could not be, since such a strong master could not be imprisoned in the tower, and his opponent did not know how cruel and strong he was, because he was able to turn him into a lick, and at that moment Hensu took out the Kildores summon card, thinking that if he summoned him now, it would be fun. The protagonist definitely wanted to see an interesting spectacle, but he did not want to waste the artifact on a monster of only level 4, although the picture of his opponent in the form of a dog amused him. At this point, the frog continued to search for the vessel. She looked under the shelves in her search. Finally, she came across a shining bundle. Purigos held his head and was indignant at how Hensu could mock him and the great lord, Kildores. The monster exploded with its flames again, screaming that this was simply unforgivable. His indignation was interrupted by a frog that was carrying something in its paws. It turned out that it was holding the vessel of life. The monster immediately screamed that it should be given to him, stretching out its bony hand. He was already ready to grab his vessel of life, but Dokchun broke the artifact. Hensu began to laugh at the discouraged frog, because she gave and the monster did not take. Purigos screamed loudly, and the system reported that Hensu had defeated the boss of the labyrinth for the first time in history, after which the monster's body crumbled into dust. Some time passed. Hensu came out of the labyrinth onto the castle wall, saying that it was good to breathe fresh air after that dusty place. He looked at the electric shock in his hands and said that while he was defeating the boss monster, his luck indicator was just exploding, so he won the lottery. The protagonist decided to look at the functions of the new skill. He began to wave his new weapon, exploding the space. The water under the walls of the castle exploded, raising stone chips, which greatly pleased the protagonist. He smiled contentedly, saying that he regretted that he did not have anything for a long-range attack, after which he decided that he should quickly tell the guys about the passage of the 28th floor. But the guys in the chat immediately noticed that Baldhead was missing, and someone said that he was now trying his best to climb the tower. So he was probably extremely busy, because on the 30th floors you need to climb with a partner, and he wanted to do it with Hensu. The protagonist was very scared and disappointed because he would have to climb with Baldhead. On the 29th floor, he needed to get the boss's approval. Now there was only one floor left until the 30th, and from the 30th floor, he would have to go up with a partner, and Baldhead would probably force the protagonist to go up with him. The guy did push-ups, thinking that he was scared from just this thought, so he would need to hide his identity more carefully. He trained in the cold, since he needed to increase his resistance to cold, after which he turned to the frog and asked it to increase its resistance to poisons. Dokchun began to breathe poisonous fumes on him. The system immediately reported that his resistance to poisons had increased. After some time, this happened in the safe zone on the 30th floor in the Sangan Guild. Hien was sitting on the table and asking how much longer they would hang around here. Changho slammed his hands on the table and said that he didn't care when the new recruits came and read the walkthrough because it was possible that the influence of the princess would increase and the authority of those laughingstocks of alliance would also increase because the big guilds didn't know what to do. In the room with the drawing of a bear, the world sounded about how they should go up again when the new recruits came. Changho slammed his fist on his chest and said that they said that Jaeuk would be in charge of the 30th floor for a while then. The guy showed his tattoo and said that they were treating him like a newbie. But was it necessary to tell him about it since they had no way to restrain Jaeuk? Sungmo blew out cigarette smoke from his mouth and said that he decided to follow him first because he was currently on the 24th floor, so they should talk when he arrived on the 30th. He put out his cigarette when he heard Hien ask if the guy was fast because he was probably faster than them, to which he replied that they had only been climbing up the tower with ease before, and that it was a good time. Sungmo went to the window and said that they would also need to start climbing soon, and that they needed to finish their business until then. He opened the window and shouted out to the street that all the guild members should gather, and then announced on behalf of the 8 guilds that he was ordering the expulsion of the cultivating princess and all of her followers from the tower. Hien Su was practicing by the fire, happy that he had achieved the goal of increasing his resistance to cold, strengthening his body, resistance to physical attacks, and resistance to poison. He felt the energy from the title of Dance Master when a voice rang out, complaining that Hien Su was not passing despite having climbed to the 29th floor. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise, saying that she now understood what he was doing, and Hensu realized that this was the boss of the 29th floor. He immediately tried to cover his body and began to quickly say that he did it to gain a boost with his title, since he had no other reasons or strange preferences, so he did not want to be misunderstood. However, the boss did not care. She demanded to follow her. They walked into a beautiful house. The guy was thinking about the fact that he did not notice her approach at all. Magneto was the pillar of the Order of Ice and Fire, the sword of the Holy Kingdom, and the first to pass the Ragnarok test. As soon as he entered the house, he exclaimed in surprise. On the floor, on his knees, with his hands raised, he was greeted by the boss of the 19th floor. He explained his presence here by saying that forgiveness usually takes a long time, but in fact, it was not his fault. Magneto explained that the fact was that the followers of the Order of Fire burned down the last remaining temple of the Order, to which the boss of the 19th floor only sighed, because at that time he was in the tower, so he could not do anything. Hensu looked at the bosses, who were now standing next to each other. He thought of them as a beautiful couple who were hugging. Hensu pointed at them and said that if you think about it, they are the couple he saw in the story of Tunganus on the 15th floor. Magneto confirmed that he saw them, since they are the pillars of the Order, but they committed many sins, so they fell into remorse. The girl bowed and thanked the protagonist for washing away their sins. As soon as the boss of the 19th floor looked out from behind her and asked what they were talking about, Magneto put her finger to her lips and thanked her for helping the protagonist meet Hugo again. She looked at the smiling Hensu and said that normally she would have given him a test, but there was no need for that, and the boss of the 19th floor confirmed this, saying that this guy deserved to advance above the 20th floor. The protagonist smiled contentedly and thought that he had high merits when he heard that instead of a test he would receive a gift. Mana began to sparkle around the girl when she said that by right of the saint she would grant him a seal. Magneto explained that with her Hensu would become a paladin in honor of the Order of Ice and Fire, and Hugo said that this was just a remaining trace of the disappeared order. Hensu looked at the seal when he heard that, according to Hugo, they failed to protect the order and Helton became history, but there was always a chance. Hensu was now becoming a follower of the order, so he had to climb higher and higher up the tower, telling everyone about their order in the process so that it would not be forgotten and would be reborn again someday. The protagonist experienced indescribable emotions and said that he understood them. Magneto warned that it would hurt a little and then handed over the seal. The protagonist's hand was covered by a glove of ice. He was scared because his body was freezing, to which the boss of the 19th level said that if he did not use the seal of fire, he would die from freezing. Hensu needed to use the seal, drawing on the energy of fire, and immediately his body was covered by red flames. It was as if fire flowed through the guy's veins. There was an explosion of energy, after which the seal of ice merged with the body, and the protagonist became a paladin in honor of the Order of Ice and Fire. The stork created the title of Paladin of the Forgotten Order. The protagonist clenched his fist when he heard that he belonged to the order and would now be able to use the received artifacts without limit. Hugo put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he saw that he did not have sacred skills, and since he was called a paladin, the boss would give him one suitable skill. The protagonist's eyes lit up with interest when he was told that now he, as a representative of the order, must have a sacred skill so as not to lose face. The protagonist received Love and Pass, with which he could peacefully put his favorite enemy to sleep and which appeared at the will of the user. Hugo smiled widely, saying that the sacred power shines the most when it suppresses the enemy. Hensu laughed contentedly and thanked the bosses, thinking to himself that their dogmas were crazy, to which the boss of the 19th level asked the guy to check his rank, because he had already found a way to increase his sacred power, and the system immediately reported that his rank was a paladin of the Forgotten Order, so now he had to climb higher up the tower. The protagonist was interested in what floor the bosses had climbed to, and it turned out that Hugo had climbed to the 94th floor and Magneto to the 96th floor. Finally, the boss of the 19th floor decided to give the guy one piece of advice, after which he hugged his beloved. He remembered their passage and said that when they went into the tower, Helton began to fall apart. Then a terrible battle began between the warriors of fire and ice, and the order, previously a single whole, was divided in two and was eventually destroyed. Magneto hoped that he would not conflict, but would join forces. Hensu thought that he did not understand what conflict was being discussed, and at that time Magneto said that this was all they could do, so she blessed him. A portal immediately opened under the guy's feet. Hugo waved goodbye as Hensu began to fall down. Finally, the protagonist shouted to the bosses that they both looked good together, which confused them. Hensu found himself in a safe zone on the 30th floor. The sky here was dark, and lightning cut through it, and Hensu remembered that recruits would soon arrive, since there were about 2 days left. He looked around and decided to look for the guest yard first. Some time passed. He wandered around the city and did not understand why there was no one there. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he decided to peek from around the corner. An angry crowd was standing under the windows of one of the houses and shouting for someone to surrender. He recognized the guilds Eclipse, Phoenix, and Fireflow, but did not understand why they had gathered here. A rather beaten Sanok was also there. He still did not understand what was happening and could not figure out what was happening. The protagonist looked at the crowd of assassins who were looking for the Clashavuya prince, and immediately realized that they were looking for him. Dujun smirked and said that if S1-3 listened to them, they would not kill him. However, the boy shouted angrily that one should not underestimate their alliance. Hyan-Su noticed the cute chicken logo of their alliance and realized that Junseok made it. S1-3 intercepted the convenient sword when he heard that they were too overconfident, since the large guilds would easily cut them down. The protagonist opened the system window, realizing that it was the large guilds who gave the order to attack, although Jai Hayek and Junseok did not write anything to him. Rocks fell to the ground. The protagonist decided to help S1-3 first. The attackers shouted that they needed to be killed when a rock flew into the back of the head of one of them. S1-3 screamed in fear when the assassins around him began to fall unconscious. The attackers realized that the guy had an ally, but they couldn't figure out where he was. Finally, they saw him standing on the roof in a mask, and they called him Evil Eye. Dujun pointed his finger at the guy, shouting that they needed to catch the main character since he was the one they needed. However, at that moment, a wave of horror washed over them. The killer cursed foully, shouting that they needed to leave. Dujun turned to Sanok and said goodbye to him to tell their leader that he had a week. If they did not delete the walkthrough and retreat during this time, a war would begin, after which he ran his thumb across his throat. The killers quickly left from there, and Hyan-Su still did not fully understand who they were pretending to be. He removed his mask, muttering that they even wanted to start a war in order to hide the truth about the tutorial, but it was unclear what their true intention was and what they were hiding. Meanwhile, on the 26th floor, Jiyook received a message that the other rookies from Dasan and Eclipse would continue their ascent and kick the clinging princess, her allies, and the alliance out of the tower, and while they were eliminating them, he was to stay on the 30th floor and kill those who were resurrected, and the manager of Fireflow would help him. When another message came promising that Jiyook would become a full-fledged rookie when this was all over, he cursed because he was being forced to do the job of a manager again. However, when he learned the truth about the tutorial, he lost his desire to be their lapdog, after which he tightly squeezed his hand on the dagger and told himself that he had committed too many sins under the title of a manager of the largest guild. The guy, helplessly, continued to squeeze the hilt of the dagger and said that he, too, would properly receive what he deserved for what he had done. Jae-hyuk slashed his sword because he didn't know how else to vent his anger. He thought about Sungmo and how he needed to end their long, spiteful relationship before that, so he mentally ordered Sungmo to wait for him. Hyunsu looked out the window and said that judging by the sky becoming brighter, the recruits had entered the tower. He opened the system window and thought about how he needed to avoid being trapped by the big guilds and climb up without any problems. He wrote in the chat that the guys shouldn't forget to climb up together after passing the 6th floor, since on the 6th floor, the weapons that the Alliance gives will still work while pretending to be a little girl. The guy took a double revolver, a high-level elixir, a stone with a firebomb, thought about how the artifacts distributed by the Alliance made the survival rate much higher, then asked the guys in the chat to unsubscribe whether they were alive or not, to which they immediately began to send messages, after which it became clear that the survival rate was 70, but the large guild suddenly began to behave quietly after the attack on Sihanouk. He remembered how Jae-hyuk said that he had a week left. If he did not delete the walkthrough and retreat during this time, then a war would begin. Hyunsu received a message from Junseok that the large guilds were diligently climbing to the 31st floor with their teams, especially the trio of newbies, and, as Jae-hyuk said, there was a high probability that they would wait and suddenly attack the clinging princess and her allies. The protagonist squeezed the window frame tightly and thought that he had no reason to run away then, because he decided to give them hell and get it over with. The players went outside and stood with protest signs, to which Hensu decided to end it first. Lilka rushed at people, demanding that they buy something from her. She knelt down in front of a passerby and said that she had been doing badly lately, to which the girl said that she could buy it, but she couldn't. However, Lilka still tried to force her to buy it, for which she immediately received a blow to the head. People began to turn around to Hensu and whisper that he had hit an NPC. He apologized to the passersby and said that he would deal with the girl. A little later, carrying her on his shoulder, he demanded that she stop bothering people, but Lilka began to be indignant about why he hit her on the head. The protagonist smiled and said that she was so small and cute, so where else to hit her if not in the head. The girl smiled and agreed with him, and the protagonist was pleased that she was so naive. Lilka asked if he had collected all the ingredients for the quest, after which she asked him to quickly give them to her, since she definitely needed to get a reward this time. Hensu handed her a bag. The girl enthusiastically shouted that he had collected all of Ekaete's tears. However, her expression changed when she asked where the crown was. Hensu smiled disarmingly and said that it was not there, to which the girl, almost crying, asked why. The protagonist thought about the crown and explained that all the snow spirits had died out, but in exchange he had the crown of the Queen of the Snow Spirits. Lilka trembled and accepted the crown and said that it was good, but not what she wanted. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest as he saw the girl start crying the next moment about all the snow spirits being extinct, so he hurried to tell her that there was a way. He showed her the seed of the world tree and said that if she planted it, the snow spirits would return again. Lilka took the seed, hearing about the guy having a hard time getting the Snow Spirit Queen's quest. He gave a thumbs up and said that he would definitely complete the quest and all the difficulties were solved, so he needed to stop tormenting other people. Lilka agreed with him, after which the system reported that her friendliness had increased. She then immediately began to discuss where to plant the seed, since the queen said that the protagonist should find high elves or druids, so they needed such an NPC, to which Lilka said that the seed of the world tree is very strong, so it doesn't matter where you plant it. The most important thing is that he always has someone by his side who will pour magic into him and protect him, so she told him to find high elves or druids. The girl coughed into her fist and said that she remembered some people, but it would be too much for the guy, to which he was indignant that he was also strong enough. Lilka raised her finger up and said that they were above the 70th floor. The girl said that the closest one was on the 35th floor, and it was a druid priest, and the guy was interested in who it was. Lilka explained that because of the accusation that he wanted to destroy the human kingdom, he was removed from his post and kicked out, and because a person from the kingdom burned down his village, he now has a strong hatred for people, so the girl was interested in whether the protagonist could handle it. Hensu believed that he could. Some time passed. The protagonist walked through the city, happy that he met Lilka. He knew that in order to go up to the 31st floor, a team was needed, so he needed to find partners, and for this, at least 4 people were needed in a team. He thought that it would still be more convenient with those he knew, and at that moment, he was called his evil eye. Sodom, with a satisfied smile on her face, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy looked very cute and held a poster with words of support for Hensu, which discouraged him and left him confused. People surrounded the hero, recognizing him as the Great Evil Eye, a friend of the Clever Princess. Hyunsu twitched. Sodom asked if he was also a member of the Clever Princess clan. She smiled and pointed to the merch of their alliance. Hunter stood there in confusion and listened to the empty praise about his merch. He noted that he was only wearing a red helmet, a yellow chest plate, and blue armor on his arm. Did they really think that this pink armband looked good? How could it have such a significant meaning? The pink-haired girl smiled and said that if he hadn't found partners yet, then he could go with them. The team of guys named Sajian, Taejin, and Yomi smiled. The guy thought that they were pretty good, so they reached the 30th floor. He gave a thumbs up and said that he would be glad. The girl asked what his position was. Hyunsu thought and said that his main skill was explosion, so it was more convenient when no one was around, so it would be better for him to stand at the forefront if he was assigned somewhere. The team moved forward epically. The hero said that he would be the commander. The squad came to the portal. Sajian frowned and noticed that the large guilds were already here. Other players were coming out of the portal. The fat man whispered whether Hyunsu had heard that they could start a major war. The player giggled, because they had evil eye and they had nothing to worry about. The redhead smiled nervously and said that even the manager couldn't handle him. What can you do? The players went to the portal. In the forest, the system announced that they had entered the 31st floor and announced the start of the obstacle course quest. The hero looked at the list of participants, 2 teams from the Clutching Princess Alliance, 3 large guilds and 1 without a guild. Hyunsu jumped. He was going to check where the final point was. Pushing off from the trees, he galloped forward. The final point was in the mountains. Hunter returned to the team and said that the point was on the left side. Taejin smiled and decided that since he and Evil Eye were scouts, they would go ahead. He would take the right side and the hero the left. Ahead of them, a snake was waiting on a tree. It was quietly crawling along the branches above the player's head. He was nervous because he was participating in a team game for the first time. Suddenly, the snake attacked him. He struck and cut off its head. The guy killed the monster and asked why a snake with a jellyfish head appeared here. Suddenly, its eyes lit up. Hyunsu looked at it in shock. He clenched his fist and said, "Is this really petrification?" The hero crushed its head. He looked to the side and said, "This is the curse of petrification when crossing eyes. You will have to try hard." The guy returned to his team and asked if they were okay. Taejin returned to them. The girl asked if they heard the sound of the explosion. Hyunsu answered yes and asked what happened to Taejin. The brunette looked at them and said that he was on reconnaissance. He smiled and said that he found a curse-resistant skillbook right on the stone. There are exactly 5 of them for the whole team. Hyunsu smiled and said that he was the best. He thought that he needed curse resistance. Taejin smiled and said that he learned from Clutching Princess that good things should be shared. The hero thought that it seemed like he chose a good team for himself. Sodom asked where they should continue to go, towards the sound or to the right. Hyunsu thought that in the usual case it would be safer to go to the right. The guy showed the camera skill and said that he alone would go check what was there and return to them, and for now they could go to the right. He would find out all the information he could find. Sajian said that he had the camera skill that the clinging princess gave out. Not many people have it. The guy raised his hand and said that they would see each other later. He ran forward. Something was shining ahead. Those monsters were attacking people. The guy stretched out his hand and screamed. Suddenly, a flame appeared in front of him. Hyunsu appeared in front of them and told them to stay behind the fire. They would be safe there. He threw elixirs and told them to heal the wounded. The hero ran towards the monsters. There was an explosion. People looked forward in fear. The guy showed them a thumbs up and said that he dealt with everyone. They could rest easy. The players cried and thanked him. They said that he was just an angel. Hensu approached them and said that they seemed to be from the Clutch Princess Alliance. What happened to them? They answered that large guilds used a weakening on them. The guy cried and said that a notification was issued weakening opponents by attracting monsters. He pointed his finger forward and said that he saw the light from the side of the mountain that emanated when using the artifact. The hero thought that the opponents had already weakened others and reached the mountain. He thought that he needed to prepare a gift for them. After a while, the guy climbed forward and said that it was great that their elders told them about this proven road. It was more convenient to go this way. They were on a different level with these stupid incompetents. They said that behind that hornstone there was another artifact for artisans. The guys smiled and said that they were leaving quickly. The brunette smiled and said that if there were 2 spellbooks, they would have no equal. He frowned when he heard a scream. He ran into the cave. The green jellyfish turned his colleagues into stones. The guy wondered what it was doing there. It only lives in the forest. Hensu jumped off the mountain. He smiled and said that he was taking good information and an artifact. The hero smiled and said that the curse had a very good effect. How good that he took it with him. The snake looked at him and began to extract the curse. The guy smiled and said that thanks to it, he increases resistance to curses. He said that it turns out that these spellbooks are hidden all over the map. He smiled and asked if it was worth giving a gift to his comrades. Hensu saw several more spellbooks. Sodom smiled and asked if this was really an artifact that can only be found near the rocks. The hero held out his hand and said that this was a spellbook that weakens opponents. Along the way, he also smeared a couple of teams from large guilds. The girl asked if he really did it alone. His team exclaimed that he was the best. With this, they would be able to face teams from large guilds if they united and attacked. After a while, the team was moving forward. The girl said that once they passed this mountain area, they would reach the finals. Sejong looked at her and said that he was hungry. Do they have any beef jerky? She handed him the meat. At this time Dikchun croaked. The hero looked at her and asked her to be patient, and then he would buy her something delicious. He raised his eyebrows. The guy looked at the team and thought that he would not hide her all the time, especially since he could trust them. He raised his hand and asked for some meat for himself too. Sodom asked if he could eat without taking off his mask. He replied that it was not for him. A paw stuck out from behind his jacket. Dikchun began to eat the meat. The guy said that it was for his pet. Everyone looked at her admiringly and said that she was very cute. Sodom smiled and asked if she could pet her. What was her name? The girl petted her and called her by name. She looked at the guy in surprise and asked again what her name was. The team looked at him and thought why she had such a strange name. After a while, Hensu looked up and said that they only had to go through here, they couldn't use skills here. The hero looked at the team and suggested that they attach themselves to each other and that's how they would go up. They took the first step. A system window appeared, informing about the activation of the effect of a strengthened body, resistance to physical attacks. The guy turned around and asked if they were okay. Everyone smiled and said that they were holding on for now. He replied that they were almost there, they needed to push harder. A system window appeared and informed that the opposing team had used a spellbook. Hensu received a weakening, a deterioration in condition, and a slowdown in steps. His team also received these effects of powerlessness and clouded vision. A dark cloud hung over them. It knocked the players off their feet. The hero thought, will they really lose? Hensu frowned and thought, aren't skills the only limit? He created a light crab. The guy grabbed the ground with his claws. He pulled out all his allies. The crab's effect disappeared. The players coughed. Sodom smiled and said that they survived thanks to him. They didn't expect that they would use a spellbook when they spent all their strength. The hero held a ball in his hand and said that it was good that they could use artifacts. They went forward and said that the final line was there. Hensu asked them to wait and said that they needed to take revenge on those villains. The team was in the sand. They said that they used the spell. How did they survive? The hero smiled and said how they managed to compare them with them. A system window appeared and said that he used the spellbook. The team was engulfed in sand. The system window appeared saying that they were the first to reach the final point. The 31st floor had been passed. The waiting room of the 32nd floor. The system window appeared. The wounds had been healed. They must wait until they were assigned opponents. Hensu looked ahead and asked if 2 boxes with high-level skills were really given out randomly. Sodom handed him a box with high-level skills. The players surrounded him and said that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to take first place. In fact, all of this should belong to him. Hensu scratched his head and said that it was because everyone without exception tried hard. The girl smiled and told him to take this as a token of their gratitude. The hero offered to split everything together. Everyone went to their rooms and said that they would conduct an audit in the remaining time and then meet. The hero looked at the system window. He said that his skill levels had increased greatly. He stood up and said that he checked the skills, and now he needed to open the box with them. A system window appeared. He received a fire bomb, a B-level skill. He already had such a skill. The guy hit himself on the head and asked, is it really the same? Should it be used later when connecting with another skill? What will be the next one? A system window appeared. The luck indicator is applied. Hyunsu looked up in shock. A system window appeared. He received a skill level and neutralization of magic. The hero began to shake the frog and said that it covers his disappointment from the repeated firefight. I wrote to him and said that they have problems. He said that large guilds prepared for team competition on the 30th floors indiscriminately attack people from the alliance. Hyunsu looked forward in shock. Jin-Hak wrote that the 33rd and 34th floors are on the verge of collapse due to team rookies from the 30th floor. The player was lying on the floor. Jin-Hak wrote that those who died on the 33rd and 34th floors are resurrected on the 30th, and there they are commanded by the manager so that they leave the tower. The player was stabbed. Jin-Hak wrote that I will continue like this, there many people from the alliance will be excluded. The guy frowned and said to listen to everyone. From now on they will remove all the fools from the alliance, knocking Princess on the 30th floor. The 27th floor of the tower. Jinsen smiled. He dealt with the cold trees on the 37th out of 20. He laughed and said that it was very easy. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. Knocking Princess wrote to him and asked he still hasn't reached the 30th floor. The villains from the big guilds are plotting against them. In the next message, she asked him to quickly go up to the 30th floor and help the people from the alliance. Jinsen replied that he was her eternal knight. He would immediately go there. In return, would she drink a glass with him when they passed the 30th floors? Knocking Princess replied that you will wait for him on the 50th floor. He wrote that he was very much looking forward to their meeting. Jinsen felt sorry for Lack and said how dare they touch his princess's fan club, they will be in trouble, bastards. The guy winked and told his princess to wait for him. The 32nd floor of the tower. Sodom prayed and said that 6 of the 12 teams are large guilds. They have united and are attacking them. What to do? They left only one member in the capture zone, and the rest are attacking them. She raised her head and said that they are not trying to capture, but to kill them. The hero replied that they initially wanted to kill them. Hyunsu frowned and thought that they can't do anything but run away. In the end, they will eliminate them like this. He stood up and said that he would lure the enemies as far away from the capture point as possible, and they would capture their zones, a total of 10 capture zones, without him, and although 10 people, so one for each. Did they understand? The guy stood up and said that he did not know that he was strong, but how could he resist them alone? There were more than 20 of them. The hero frowned and said that there was nothing to be done. This was the only way out now. He thought that now he could use all the artifacts. He had prepared an attack strategy with combined skills. That was enough. Hyunsu said that he would still lure everyone in except for those who were left to guard the point one by one. He told the team to attack them separately. The hero said that even if something happened to him, the enemies would already be far away, so it would be difficult for them to capture the point again. Sodom frowned and asked did he really want to sacrifice himself for them. The other guys smiled and said that if he wished, they would follow his plan. They believed that he would return safe and sound. The girl cried and said how could he do this? She would fight him. Hyunsu put his hand on her shoulder and said that this was all they could do. She had to believe him. She frowned and said that he should definitely return. The guy showed a thumbs up and said that he would definitely return. They would see each other later. He took a step forward. Hansu shouted to the people from the big guilds that the evil eye they were looking for was here. He prepared to attack. The villains shouted for all 20 people to gather in one place. A system window appeared. The effect of the only and invincible is applied. Life is a lonely fight. He becomes stronger when he fights alone. The guy dodged the blows. A notification appeared that curse resistance, magic neutralization is applied. He said that he was amazed by their warm greeting. The brunette frowned and shouted to quickly kill him. His subordinate apologized. He reached the commander and said that there was only an hour left until the end, should they continue to pursue him. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. The brunette had an injury in his stomach. Did they really think that he would say that? No, he will not fall for such a stupid trick again. A system window appeared. He died. The hero smiled and said, isn't this the fool who threw a stone at him on the 30th floor? The guild cast a curse on him. Hensu looked up. A system window appeared. He was in a bad state, lazy, and had decreased sensitivity. He said that deterioration meant. The guy started dancing and said that he would respond to this with a boost. The players looked at him and said that he was a bastard. Be careful, he was using a strange skill that worsened vision. The hero used a murderous pose and said that he was dancing so hard. What kind of deterioration in vision was there? The guild ran at him with weapons and shouted that he needed to be killed. Hensu thought that he had dragged them here well, said that he was very scared. He smiled and said that it was time to dance with a blade. The hero cut everyone with one swing of his sword. A fireball and a magic rocket flew at him. He turned around and then what a good effect of neutralizing magic. Suddenly blood was spilled. Pythons all pierced his stomach. The brunette laughed and said that he could not resist the skill and damage. The guild ran forward and shouted that he was injured. They should all attack together. The hero turned around. He attacked them with magic. The guy frowned and thought that it was dangerous. He should use what he had prepared. They surrounded him and said that they caught him. They should report to the newbies. Hensu smiled and said who caught whom. The guys looked at him in shock. The effect of the holy crab and frozen break caught them. Someone tried to escape. They shouted that they needed to retreat and organize a front line. Hensu created a barrier wall of the defender. He spread his arms to the side and asked if they like fireworks. The hero smiled and said that she became time passed and he would probably go. They will have a lot of fun here. An explosion occurred. A system window appeared. The effect of a time bomb is applied. A system window appeared. Team 1, 3, and 7 you are due to liquidation. There was a mass murder by explosion. The hero received the title of Bomb Master. Issuance of 10,000 points. A system window appeared. Everyone on the battlefield was amazed by his skills. The effect of the title of Paladin of the Forgotten Order. The sacred power grows. Hyunsu was lying on the ground and said that he slightly avoided the explosion thanks to fog acceleration, but received heavy damage. A system window appeared. There are 2 minutes left. Everyone who is outside the capture zone after the end will die. The hero raised himself and said that they need to quickly go to the capture point. He raised his eyebrows and asked did he really overdo it. A system window appeared. 1 minute left. He said that it seems that the others did a good job of capturing. Sodom cried and called him. She and Tejan helped the hero reach the final point. He asked why they were here. There was little time left. The girl replied that they knew that he would be in this state, so they came for him. A system window appeared. 26 seconds left. Hyunsu said that if they don't make it, they will be expelled. The guy said that they are not the only ones here. The hero looked forward in shock. A system window appeared. The capture mission is over. His alliance smiled and cried. They shouted, how can they abandon their comrade? Everyone smiled and shouted, glory to the evil eye, glory to the alliance of Klaskavea Princess. A system window appeared. The 32nd floor has been passed. In the waiting room after passing this floor, the hero looked at the ceiling. He remembered how his alliance said, how can they abandon their comrade? The guy looked up and thought that he was called a comrade. Thanks to them he passed the floor. The frog looked at him and he apologized to her. He said that next time he would not fight so recklessly. He just wanted to see the effect of the new skill. He said that its destructive power is similar to a fire bomb, but the double overlap makes it amazing. You can also use the skill and sit in ambush, so it has good versatility. A system window appeared. He was given the name Bomber. Hensu stood up and said that he was very good. Since he activated the skill connection, he should take advantage of it. He wrote a message on behalf of Klaskavea Princess where she said that he was back. He was starting to sell camera skills and photo publishing again. This time there was a 20% discount when buying 2 at once. They should try it. The guy smiled and said that they were still popular. A system window appeared. He received a photo. He widened his eyes and said, wow. Garrison of the Alliance of Large Guilds. The brunette pointed forward and said that one of them ran. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and immediately pierced him. The other answered him that they were so funny, he just can't. Suddenly Jinsen appeared and said, knock knock. The villain frowned and said, oh my god. The guy smiled and indignantly asked, how dare they kill the members of the fan club of the great princess. There was an explosion. The warrior raised his hand up and said that he was a knight of his great princess and his name was Jinsen. The hero looked at this photo in delight and said that he was crazy. After all, now you don't have to worry about the 30th floor because he wrote that he arrived on the 30th floor. He smiled and said that due to the fact that large guilds have gone wild on the 30th floor, people are also unhappy, and among the participants of large persons, discontent is also growing. While public opinion is what it wants, you can with a clear conscience focus on passing the next floor. Everyone from their team gathered. Tejan asked how Evil Eye was feeling. He replied that everything was fine already, could Yomi give hers for a while. She held it out. The hero took it in his hand and began to enchant it. Everyone looked at it in shock. The girl said that it looked like those stone bombs that were given to recruits. If you think about it, fire bombs are now associated with Evil Eye. Everyone looked at the hero. The girl said that the Alliance chairman gave the Clutch Princess the enchantment skill. Could it really be Evil Eye? The guy gave a thumbs up and thought that Jinhyuk was completely incapable of keeping secrets. He said that the Clutch Princess asked him to help people with this skill since he handles the fire bomb well, and that's why he received it from her. Sodom smiled and said that the power of his fire bomb was universally recognized. He asked if they should make more of these. After a while, Hyunsu exhaled and said that it was difficult. Yomi thanked him. Tejan extended his hand and asked if he could have won. The girl told him to wait. He blushed and said that it actually hurt. Then she asked, can I blow on her? The hero looked at her with disapproval. He hugged his frog and said that she was his only one. A system window appeared. The enemy team was selected, moving to the 33rd floor. The system window reported that they must transport the sick person to the safe zone. The time is limited to 5 hours. The team looked at the arrow. It pointed at Hyunsu. A system window appeared. Evil Eye was selected as the sick person. He began to fall. The players looked at him and called for him. A system window appeared. If they do not manage in time, the sick person will die. After the time expires, an additional time of 1 hour is given. If the sick person dies, another team member becomes sick. A maximum of 9 teams can enter the safe zone. After a while, the players ran forward and told the hero to hold on. They are fast. A system window appeared. The patient cannot use skills. Hyunsu thought that the skills do not even work, but the magical and sacred power is still there. He called the bracelet of gravity. Suddenly Sajun began to feel very heavy. The guy asked for forgiveness and thought that the artifacts were working. He answered that he caught him by surprise. Tejan raised his hand and told everyone to wait. A large guild ran past them. The guy said that they had already stumbled upon them. The girl suggested pretending that they did not notice them. Sajun looked at them and said that there was still a high probability that they would unite and attack them before arriving in a safe zone. It was better to remove them one by one. Everyone prepared to attack and said to do as Sajun says. The players ran forward. Suddenly the guy exploded. The team ran forward and said to kill them. One was cut by discs. Tejan cut another in half. The last survivor looked at them. He raised the death button and said that they were bastards, so they would die together. He pressed the button. The frog lit up. An explosion occurred. A system window appeared. Team number 10 was eliminated, the reason for the destruction. The hero used the Will of the Protector skill. Tejan looked ahead and said that they were crazy, who knew that they would blow themselves up. Hyunsu gave the frog's fist and said that she was a good girl. After a while, Sajun looked ahead and said that the road ends here, there is a cable ahead. Hyunsu said, it seems we need to follow it. The brunette's eyes flashed. He said that they would go first. Suddenly they were hanging upside down. Sejun looked at the hero and called him. He thought that they looked stupid. The guy started to glow. He usually didn't trust people. The brunette said that when he participated in the defense on the 20th floor, his comrades threw him as bait. In the end he survived, received a rank and quickly became stronger, but the distrust in his soul was still growing. He narrowed his eyes and said that now he changed his mind. The guy crawled forward and said that he never abandoned his team, always sacrificed himself. Crawling up the cliff, Sejun said that it was his will. He did the same recently. The guy looked at the hero. He said that he was a cool person. He told him to wait. Hyunsu's eyes lit up and he screamed. An ambush appeared behind Taejin and Sodom. The enemies waited for the moment when they split up. Yomi frowned and said that they were bad people. Sejun asked her to take care of Evil Eye. The brunette looked forward and said that he wanted to become as cool as him. The system window appeared and reported receiving the title of surviving sacrificial lamb. Sejun crawled forward. He turned around and promised that he would return. The man picked up the phone and said that they had found the alliance of the clever princess. They looked at the boy and girl and said that there was also a person supposed to be Kim Sodom. The players smiled. The leader said that they would completely deal with them, and they asked their team to transport the sick, and that was the end of the line. Tiwoo smiled, introduced himself and said that he was the leader of the Sangun Guild. Taejin and Sodom looked at him when he said that they did a good job when they climbed the tower, and now they should take a break from it. The boy and girl attacked them. The pink-haired girl frowned and told them to rest themselves. The attackers were beheaded. The players looked at the girl. Their leader shouted that this was Sodom, the killer. They should attack not the robots, but her. A guy snuck up from behind and yelled at her to die. She turned around. The brunette was cut in half. Taejin appeared. The girl thanked him. A system window appeared. He used the stealth skill. The guy turned around and said that he would cover. A system window appeared. He used the skills cover his tracks and natural assimilation. He cut the opponents one by one. They screamed where he was. He attacked them suddenly. The leader used the skill detect hidden things and said that they were fools. They have the detection skill. Why don't they use it? The villain turned around and said that he was here. They pointed swords at Taejin and yelled for him to die. Sejun appeared and said enough. There was an explosion. Taejin opened his eyes when he was called. The brunette held back the swords and said that he had come. He smiled and said that they could defeat them together. A system window appeared. He used the ability Suicide Squad activated. Fortitude of Will. Two said that it was pretty amazing. The players looked at him and the man praised their alliance because the three of them defeated 20 people. The guild leader threw up his hands and said that with their current state, they would have enough of this composition. Hugh smiled and asked if they should say goodbye then. A system window appeared. The sick third team was reassigned, as well as the sick seventh team. He turned around. The system reported that teams 1 and 9 were eliminated. The brunette frowned and said that the sick were reassigned and the teams were eliminated, which means the transport team too. The guy ran towards him and screamed that it was that very person who betrayed them. Jihyuk hit 2 in the head using an S-level ability, a master of kicks. The guild members looked at him and asked why he did this to him. Was it really he who killed the transport team? The guy's eyes lit up and he said that he had already spoken about his betrayal and was now going to kill them. A system window appeared, informing that teams 3, 7, and 6 had dropped out. Hyunsu looked at them and said that the blonde guy appeared at the right time. While he hadn't seen him, he had become a real monster. Yomi looked at him and asked if he really knew this person. The hero smiled and said that he could be called an acquaintance with whom he was not particularly friendly. He thought, is he really going up to the 33rd floor with them? Jinhyuk wrote a message to the clever princess. The princess replied and asked him to reply if he was on the floor. The player replied and asked why she was writing so suddenly and what a stupid nickname. The clever princess wrote to him asking him to help the evil eye team. He asked why he should help. She replied that they were in the same boat anyway, so they needed to help each other, and if he helped, she would give him the right to use the evil eye. He agreed. Jihyuk made an explosion. The hero thought that he had to sell himself out of urgency. But what else could he do? After a while, the team hugged. Sejun said that he was very glad that they were all okay. Jihyuk asked why he was sad. The guy smiled and said that it was only a joy for him, if only he could continue to suffer like this and finally die. Hyunsu looked at him and noted that it was too harsh. He replied that they should change the subject. The blonde grinned and asked if he heard the price for helping them from the clever princess. Hyunsu trembled and said that he was crazy and he should have guessed at that time when his cheeks burned. He frowned and said that he was crazy. He was not interested in his body. The guy looked at Hyunsu and interjected that he needed him to kill the newcomers from Sangun, Dasan and Eclipse. He, after thinking, answered okay, and on this matter, of course, he will cooperate. The team looked at the guys and one of them noticed that they were talking so easily about killing newbies. The other added with concern that they were on a completely different level. After a while, the team was walking through the forest. One of them said that Sungmo no longer had any coins. Ji-hyuk looked at the hero and said that Haeun also had problems, adding a rumor that Kim Chang-woo had one left, and since the others did not have one, there was no need to worry since they were now on the 34th floor to kill him and the comrades of the clever princess on the 35th floor. A system window appeared, saying that they had arrived at a safe zone. The guy stopped and said that he intended to go up to the floor together and kill everyone. A system window appeared, saying that the sick had recovered. The man in his hands said that he was a traitor. Ji-hyuk stabbed him with a knife and said that he was now useless, so he should die. Hansu stood up and said that the hunter is scary and sometimes he thinks that he is a psychopath. The blonde looked at him and said that it is not a good idea to talk to the psycho eye about this. The killer threw the tubes to the hero and told him to catch them because they will be needed. The redhead took one in his hand. Jaek said that it is an artifact with which the guilds communicate. The hero decided to go ahead and said that everything is fine. They took everything, now they can go up. A system window appeared, which said that the enemy team was selected, movement without waiting time, entrance to the 34th floor. The flash blinded Hensu. A system window appeared, which said that there are 8 teams in the game, the worst one is eliminated. The players looked forward, the team lineups were announced. The hero looked to the side and asked what was going on, except for them and the third team, all from the large guilds. Lilka and Kildurs smiled. The girl screamed that she was putting evil eye, so he should try. Magneta and Hugo waved to him. Penny and Alios looked at the hero. He smiled and asked if all the spectators were NPCs. Suddenly, someone shouted that they had been waiting for them for a long time. The girl flapped her wings and asked if it was difficult to climb the tower. She spread her arms to the sides and blessed the team for courage. A system window appeared, which said that they had received the blessing of light, fatigue disappeared, wounds were healed, and the mind was cleared. Fleta smiled. A system window appeared, which said that she was the NPC responsible for the 34th floor. The hero lowered his head and noticed that this was a familiar name, or had he heard it? The girl smiled and thanked the spectators. She looked at the hero when he shouted that she was a traitor. Suddenly her face became gloomy. Hensu looked at her in shock. Fleta smiled contentedly and noticed that the red-haired man was a very interesting young man. A system window appeared, saying that she was using her powers as the leading NPC and the difficulty of the competition had increased. The plant touched the guy's hand. Tejan looked at the palm in shock and said that it had done something to his battle suit. The system reported information about the flower. Other dangerous plants also appeared. The hero asked himself if these were all the plants that grew above the 40th floor, and also the poisonous fog. He raised his head and thought that he had only misspoke once and she was taking revenge like this. Fleta smiled and did he like her? Sodom and the others were looking at the plants. The girl said that there was so much grass growing here that she was seeing for the first time. It was very beautiful. Hyunsu thought that they were very carefree. Fleta frowned and said that before the start she would determine the teams. The combat indicators of all 8 teams were measured. A system window appeared, which spoke about the team's combat indicators. Ji-hyuk threw up a knife. His combat indicator was 4 and 4 points. The hero thought that he alone had a combat indicator of 4-5 people. This is incredible. A system window appeared, saying that Team 8 had a combat score of 18, of which 10 belonged to Evil Eye. His team ran up to him and said, "Wow, he's amazing." Fleta smiled and said, "This team is very unbalanced, isn't it?" She raised her eyebrows and said, "Maybe she should balance things out for the sake of an interesting competition." A system window appeared, saying that the teams had changed, and now the weakest and strongest teams had merged into one. Team A consisted of 30 people, including teams 1 through 6, with a combat score of 28. Team B consisted of 6 people, including teams 7 and 8, with a combat score of 22. The girl smiled and said that the teams had been reorganized, but the rules were the same. The worst team was eliminated, and the participants died. Hensu looked at her in shock and asked if they thought she was being too hostile to him. The brunette spread her arms and told the audience that they could already place bets, points, artifacts, abilities, anything. The crowd cheered. Fleta hovered in the air and said that they could earn proportions as much as they bet. Lilka screamed that she had bet her entire fortune on him and promised to kill him if he did not win. Bella said that she had also made a modest bet and even bet her shop. Alios promised that if the hero lost, he would not be able to live with his head held high. Did he understand him? Fleta's eye lit up and she said that it would be unfair if only they enjoyed themselves. She said that she would give 1% of the bets to the winning team. The players clenched their fists. They wanted to take the winnings for themselves. The girl smiled and noted that they were very self-confident. But okay, then they could begin. A system window appeared, which said that there would be 6 matches. It was necessary to win 4 times. The host would determine the number and order of participants at her discretion. First round, Team A 2 people, Team B 1 person. Hyunsu looked at the girl and said that she was first in line. The hero frowned and said that she was setting the conditions as she wanted. they would see. Fleta said that if they refused or capitulated, the match would end. The losing team would die after the results were announced. If there was a tie, then everyone would die. She spread her hands and said that now their competition was starting. Sodom jumped when a system window appeared, which said that their team had won. In the second round, Jae-hyuk won without difficulty. Fleta laughed slyly. Hyunsoo said that this scoundrel sent only one person to Jae-hyuk. She was going to send the rest for others to make the balance of power. He looked back and said that she should not underestimate their team. They were strong. He would make her regret it. A system window appeared, which said that in the third round, Tima won. The score was 1-2. Seojeon fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. The hero smiled and said that there was still competition left. Everything was fine. In the fourth round, Tima won again. The score was 2-2, and Hensu looked at the score in shock. Taejin fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. He said that he was confident in survival, but fighting was not his strong point. The hero said that they worked hard. Next in line, Yomi curled up into a ball and talked to herself. Will she be able to cope? She must definitely win. She bit her nails and said that if she loses and Evil Eye wins, they will have a draw and they will all die a terrible death. Fleta hovered in the air and told the participants of the fifth round to go to the arena. Hyunsoo asked her to wait. He lit a fire and asked Yomi to come to him. The guy took her hand and said that if she danced, the mood would improve. She asked, "Do you really have to dance suddenly?" He whirled her in a dance. The couple got into the final pose. A system window appeared, which said that they received the title of the personification of fire and dance. If you light a fire and dance, a boost will be created. The mood improves, all weaknesses decrease, the recovery effect increases. The indicators increase for a short time, protection of the mental state. The girl smiled. The guy asked her how she was, whether she could cope. She replied that she was no longer worried and would try. Hyunsoo looked to the side and said if she saw mushrooms in the distance, if you touch them, flammable spores will come out of them, and what looks like a pine tree, and gives off light like a flash bomb when touched. These growing vines will increase and begin to grab things around if you touch them. Enmi smiled and said how amazing it is that he knows so much. They are on the same floor. But how can I say this? It's as if he has been in the tower for a long time, just like an expert. Hyunsoo looked at her in shock. She ran forward and said that it was time for her to go. She would definitely win. He answered her that she could do anything. Good luck. The girl stood in front of the men. She thought that if she lost, the course of the battle would be entirely in the hands of the enemy. She frowned and thought that she had to cope. Fleta shouted for them to begin. The players rushed at her and said that she was just some snotty kid. They would have fun. The girl jumped over the hill. The bearded man climbed over it and said that she was running away. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards him. Enmi summoned a beam of light. The guys were blinded. They sank to the ground. The girl said she would make them pay for underestimating her. The brunette took aim. A system window appeared, which said that she was using growing vines, which, when given an impulse, grow rapidly. She fired them at the opponents. The vines began to grow rapidly. They grabbed the players. The man frowned and asked what kind of tricks these were. The girl took out gunpowder mushrooms from her inventory. She threw them at the guys. She said that now she would finish them off. Enmi frowned and said that this would be the last. A system window appeared, saying that she was using a ballista. She was releasing a mysterious energy of destruction. Hyunsoo looked at their battles and said that this was the signature skill of the British Hunter S level, Rick Shadle. It takes a long time to recharge, but it has such power that it can kill even large monsters with one blow. Enmi frowned and shouted forward. A system window appeared, saying that the skill determines the target. The opponents looked at her in shock. Suddenly, they began to be carried away by a shock wave. An explosion occurred. The smoke cleared. A system window appeared, saying that Tima was destroyed. The girl cried and said that she did it. Her team rejoiced with her. A system window appeared, saying that Team B had won. Hyunsoo looked at the girl and said that he had told her that she could do it. She thanked him. Jae-hyuk smiled and said that if he lost, they were done for. He crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had to win if he didn't want to die. Sodom hit him and told him not to push him. She hit him again and said that he was very nasty. The hero looked at the results table and said that he was right. If he lost, the points would be equal and they would all die. He looked at the opposing team and thought that they had 16 people left. Stupid Fleta had left him too many. The girl hovered above him. A system window appeared, saying that she was about to be added to the rebel list. If she rebelled, Yara, she might be punished. The hero smiled and said that's how it is. Fleta frowned when he called her. He raised his hand and told her to start quickly, then they would finish quickly so that he could rest. The veins on the brunette's face stood out. She asked how dare he address an NPC like that. She approached and said that she would cut him into pieces for such disrespect. Hensu smiled and said that then she would also receive a system restriction. He approached her and whispered that in fact, she had already crossed the line, managing the competition. She herself should know that she was acting biased. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and said what will happen if she goes against the system. Fleta pulled away and said that she knew. Since he said such a thing, he laughed and asked, is she really confused? The hero asked with a smile if he should do it once, since he fits into the role of a villain well. The brunette clenched her teeth and asked what he wanted. Hensu smiled and said that he wanted to place a bet like NPCs do. She crossed her arms over her chest and noted that the guy didn't think about losing at all. The girl raised her finger and agreed. She said that they could only bet on one thing. The guy turned to the team and said that they could also bet now, so they should bet their best artifacts. Xiaojun raised his eyebrows and asked if they should believe and bet. Yomi smiled and said that even if they couldn't, they should try. Jaehyuk frowned and said that he was crazy. The hero put in the holy crab. A system window appeared, saying that additional bets had been made. If the team wins, the participants will receive a reward. Hyunsu stood in front of the opponents and said that they were starting the last match. The players rushed to attack. The guy began to think, how can he catch 16 people at once? The red-haired man looked ahead and asked the frog if there was a good way. She took out an artifact and croaked. He smiled and asked, does she really want to catch them with this? The hero began to spin her in his arms and said that she was a genius frog. The enemy asked, did he really go crazy from the difference in their strength? The guys smiled and shouted that they needed to catch him, then they would win. They gave the order to catch him. Hensu dropped the artifact and said that you are very scared of him, so he runs away. The guy turned around. He looked at the horn with incomprehension. A system window appeared, which said that this is a horn calling to a demon. It lured those who are weak in spirit. His colleague turned around and asked why he was not going and asked where he got the S-level artifact from. Everyone ran to him and demanded that he give it to him. The guy was knocked down. He shouted that he found it first. The guild member stretched out his hand and asked what it was. The dead man's lamp reacted to the invaders. The summoning of ghosts began. The hunters tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly, they were entangled by ghosts. A system window appeared, saying that their condition was depleting, weak sensitivity, powerlessness, decreased willpower, and confusion of spirit. The guild was immobilized and screamed. Hensu looked at them and said that everything was according to his frog's plan. He aimed downwards and told them to enjoy their meal. The hero used the Aurora Beam skill. An explosion occurred. A system window appeared, saying that Team A was destroyed. Team B wins with a score of 6-4. The entire crowd cheered. The team screamed that this was to be expected from the evil eye. Fleta frowned and asked how 16 people could catch one. She looked down and said that they were useless trash. The woman frowned and told them to die. The guild looked at her in panic. An explosion occurred. A system window appeared, saying that all members of the losing team were dead. Team B looked at them in shock. A system window appeared, saying that the 34th floor had been completed and the bets were being counted. Hyunsu looked at his team and said that he would tell them about useful things, so that they should take them from the map before the count was finished. Teijin replied that it was a good idea. The players were taking artifacts from the field. The hero said that fortunately the horn was fine, but the lamp was broken, and he should throw it away. Suddenly he found himself in a white room. Fleta appeared next to him and said that she had something to say. The guy recoiled and asked what was happening. She replied that he had a sword that she used to pierce the edge of heaven, and she didn't like that he now owned it. Hyunsu asked her, does she really want to take it? Fleta replied that she didn't need the sword. She asked him to give her the horn. The hero looked at her in shock and indignantly asked if she knew that it was an S-level artifact. The girl looked at him. She knew it, as well as that it could be used to summon Kildors. Hensu wondered to himself, did she even know that? The brunette looked at the player and said that she had business with him about her ex-husband. She said that they got married in the middle of the war between heaven and hell, and in addition, she became a traitor because of him, so they were not on such a good relationship. Hensu decided that she cut the edge of heaven during the war for Kildors, and he used her love to win. The girl frowned and said that if he gave her the rock, in return she would give him a means with which he could get the Fellain set. Hensu looked at her and asked how she knew that he was looking for it. She asked if she really gave in to such an idiot. Fleta pointed at him and asked if he would change. The guy frowned and thought that he was in debt to Kildors, so wouldn't it be wrong to arrange a meeting with his ex-wife? He can't even repay him. He smiled maliciously and said, of course I agree. He thought that he couldn't resist recruiting Fellain, laughed and apologized to the man. After a while, the protagonist's team moved to the waiting room of the 35th floor and happily exclaimed that they won. They surrounded the protagonist, who said to himself that he seemed to hear the horn buzzing when they moved, then apologized and thanked Kildors, and then a notification appeared in front of him, saying that he received the Saphira box from Fleta. After a while, he sat in his room and said that it was time to look at the reward, and in his hands was a disposable virtual reality stick from Fleta, which contained the reward. When he opened it, he was very surprised because he received a huge list of items, among which were skill boxes, armor, flags, potions, and points. Then the guy heard the joyful cries of his comrades, who apparently also received good goods. Suddenly, he saw that his frog was looking very closely at the decision-making lollipop. Hyunsu immediately gave it to him, and Dokchun put it in his mouth. Magic power suddenly enveloped the amphibian, after which its level rose to level C. Seeing this, the guy stroked the pet and happily asked if it was so delicious that even its level rose, adding that he should also improve his skills. Having said this, he stretched out his hand and used the items Tears of the Sage, Crystal of the Water Snake crawling on the ground, and Fragment of Ancient Eternal Hope, which improved all of his stats, after which he said that new weapons and skill fusion should be added to this. After all this, the guys gathered together and entered the next portal. They found themselves on the 35th floor, on which 20 teams participated. Their task was to get to the safe zone, of which there were 18 left. And they were also told that there were 5 bosses on the 35th floor. Over time, the boss's zone of action increases. In the boss's zone of action there is a difference in the percentage of survival. All 5 zones were located one after another. In the first there was the monster Karzan, in the second the hermit Denium, in the third the predator Zach Halton, in the fourth the dream path guide Homer, and in the fifth the banished druid Pengrel. Seeing that there was an banished druid on this floor, the protagonist asked why the druid he was supposed to meet was the strongest boss here, after which he said that survival was more important, so we need to look for a safe zone. He looked into the distance and used the eyes that gaze at the stars, and the next second, a red system window appeared in front of him, which said that the use of this ability is limited here since it can have a direct impact on the competition, but it can be used when approaching a safe zone. After reading this, the guy was very surprised and asked dissatisfiedly if the system really imposed a restriction. Then he looked at the dangerous zones that were highlighted with bright light and said that they set the rules as they want, but he can pass the floor without this ability. The guys moved forward, and the guy in front suddenly said that if they have to go through the boss's action zones to find a safe zone, then they should move through the second one, where there is a higher percentage of survival, to which his fat comrade agreed. The protagonist looked down and said, okay, adding that large guilds do not really say anything useful. When suddenly he saw a notification that said that the boss's action zone has increased, which made him surprised. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard in front of them, and the guys were told that they had entered the zone of Zach Halton, a predator of the swampy area in which the survival rate was 65. Hensu, seeing this, immediately suggested that they leave quickly, but as soon as he said this, a message appeared in front of him that a safe zone had formed in the bossa zone, which greatly surprised everyone. The protagonist turned around and said that in this case, they would still have to enter the boss's zone, when suddenly a loud cry was heard from his radio, informing that Team A23 had entered the swampy area, so they needed to check for a safe zone, adding that Team C09 would be moving. They needed to watch them as carefully as possible. Hearing this, the guy put his hand to his chin and said that they were definitely watching them. The next second, his frog pointed to the side, and its owner asked what was there. Bright green eyes appeared in the darkness and thick fog. Suddenly, Zach Halton, the boss of the third zone, who the guys had completely forgotten about, ran out. He launched a quick attack, but Hensu quickly reacted and attacked back. Gritting his teeth from the tension, he said that the boss was definitely strong, but he could be dealt with. Zach Halton rushed into battle again with a loud cry. The angry monster grabbed his weapon, swinging it at the guy with all his might. Hensu turned around, asking the guys if everything was okay, to which they replied that thanks to the main character, they were fine. The guy turned forward, saying that he would change his strategy. Breaking into motion, the guys all ran towards the boss of the third zone. Sanmo was sitting by a tree, watching the explosion in the swampy area. Taking the sword, the destroyer of the mountains, in his hand, he stood up, saying that he would finally see his face. Stopping, Sanmo gritted his teeth. Frowning, he said that they needed to deal with the rat who betrayed them. With a smirk, he suddenly turned around, saying that they hadn't seen Jayok for a long time. The manager looked ahead from under his brows. The monster opened its mouth, screaming loudly in anger. Swinging its weapon, it tried to hit the guys. Dodging the attacks, the protagonist jumped up. He stretched his hand forward, starting to release fire mana. Hyunsu frowned, ordering the monster to go away. A strong stream of fire was immediately directed at the boss's head, burning it. The system immediately reported that the predator of the swampy area was defeated, so the issue was 10,000 points, when suddenly the guys with joyful cries rushed into his arms, saying that they killed the monster, while the protagonist thought that everyone had definitely become stronger. The guy suddenly looked up, reading in the system window that the one who became the best in the raid on the boss is given the right to own 3 zones on the 35th floor, as well as an item reporting the right to own 3 zones. The protagonist took the item in his hand with a smile on his face, saying that it was a really cool thing. After activating it, the guy saw 3 safe zones. Looking into one of them, Hyunsu noticed that Sanak was also on the 35th floor, and apparently he had lost his comrades and was being chased. The guy suddenly turned his head to the side. he saw Jae-hyuk fighting with Sungmo. Sungmo grinned, saying that the guy had become a little stronger. Jae-hyuk gritted his teeth, menacingly ordering not to joke with him. He suddenly shouted loudly that he no longer worked under his command when he suddenly activated crescent-shaped strikes, directing them at his opponent's head. Sungmo managed to duck, replying that such obvious attacks would not touch him. Swinging, he immediately used blows that cut through the space. The fire beam quickly rushed past Jae-hyuk, who managed to duck. The manager turned his gaze to the side, grinning maliciously. Swinging, the guy shouted that the opponent was very obvious. The guys began to fight, blocking each other's blows each time. Sungmo spread his arms to the sides, saying that the guy was able to fight him, which meant he had become stronger, and in this case, it would take a long time. Raising his hand up, he shouted that it was an honor for Jae-hyuk to see this skill. Without moving from the spot, he used a giant strike, which gave a strong blow. Sungmo frowned deeply, ordering the guy to die. Beads of sweat appeared on Jae-hyuk's face when suddenly he saw a sword in front of his face. A bright beam hit the guy, illuminating everything around him. Sungmo looked away, saying that Hyunsu was next. An incredible magical attack in the form of a huge axe was flying at Jae-hyuk, who had lost hope. Gritting his teeth, he said to himself that he could not stop such an attack when suddenly a notification appeared in front of him, stating that the powers of the manager were used. The ground under the guy's feet split. Suddenly, a huge mountain appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. A powerful magical explosion was heard. Jae-hyuk closed his eyes in fear, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice, which made him raise his head. Not far in front of him, he saw the protagonist, who was asking why he was lying there. Hyunsu was holding the stone he had received in his hands and said that he had come to help him. Jae-hyuk began to get up with a wide smile on his face, saying that he had come a little late, to which he replied that they did not have time to talk, so he should go after him. The guy jumped up to the protagonist and asked if they were really going to go at him together, to which he replied, no. Suddenly, they saw Sungmo running towards them with his subordinates, and Jae-hyuk asked in surprise what he meant by no. Hyunsu picked up the zone control stone and replied that they had to leave first. He created a huge stone wall in front of his opponents, and he and his comrade ran away. Seeing this, Sungmo clenched his teeth in rage and hissed through them, asking if he had really blocked his attack as well, if this idiot had really defeated the boss. At this time, the terrain of the zone continued to change rapidly. Jae-hyuk ran next to the protagonist and said that this was a good chance to deal with Sungmo, so why were they running away? To which he replied that his lackeys were helping him, and it was unknown when the other newcomers would arrive. Hearing this, Jae-hyuk frowned and said discontentedly that by this time they would have already. But before he could finish speaking, Hyunsu stopped and said that he was not the only one who needed saving. At this time, Seongmo's subordinates were about to attack his comrades. They were eager to fight and shouted that they were the protagonist's comrades, so they must be captured. But before they could finish speaking, one of them turned around. Hyunsu immediately found himself in the thick of the enemies, carrying out a quick circular attack. Having defeated his opponents, he put away his sword and asked if everything was okay. Sanok sat behind Taejin and, raising his hand, answered that thanks to him, he would be indebted. A minute later, Jae-hyuk ran up to them and asked discontentedly if they had really let Seongmo go just because of him. Sanok immediately grabbed the blade. Jae-hyuk folded his arms across his chest and mockingly said that he had been wondering who it was, but it turned out that it was a trifle included in the list of those who needed to be killed. Hearing this, Sanok grabbed his opponent by the chest and angrily asked if he really wanted to die, to which he calmly replied that if he did not lower his hand, the protagonist's efforts would be in vain. Hyunsu immediately separated the guys, saying that it was better for Sanok to be patient, because Jae-hyuk had not yet learned to behave in society. After a while, he sat on a rock and told the team that they did not need to disperse their forces, they needed to think about the opponent's strategy. If we take into account that they would continue to trip them up, then they needed to get rid of all the newbies on this floor. Then he remembered Sanok and others like him, after which he said that as Sanok said, he and his comrades faced 80 members of large guilds, and if we take into account the newbies, it might seem that they had no chance of winning. The protagonist raised his stick up, saying that he had a plan, when suddenly Sodom asked about it. The guy drew a picture on the ground, saying that the girls' robots would scout out how they were doing, and then began to explain about his and Sanok's route. At this time, the guys were gathering in the central zone. Hien folded her arms across her chest, asking where the main character was, to which Seongmo confidently replied that he had missed him. He frowned, adding that he had learned information that Hyun-soo had killed the bosses of 3 zones and seized control over them. The guy was talking about the main character controlling the zones as he wanted. He could change the landscape, control monsters, and the like. He said that there was a high probability that they would target the bosses of other zones as well, and would think that the powers of a manager were the only way to resist them. To which Chang-hu laughed, replying that the guy was right. Seongmo, his eyes shining, menacingly said that their next target would clearly be the second zone with a high survival rate, and that this place would become their grave. In the second zone, the girl looked back, saying that no one was in sight yet. Hee-in sat down, adding that according to the plan, Sung-mo, Hyeon-soo and the team should have already appeared. A drone suddenly appeared in the air. A loud explosion was heard behind the girl, as well as Chan-hoo's scream about an attack. Hee-in turned around menacingly, asking if they were really being brazenly attacked. She ran forward with loud screams when suddenly So-dam ordered them to act according to the plan. Together with San-ok, she turned around and ran forward. With burning eyes, Hee-in ran after them, loudly shouting that she would catch them. Her face suddenly changed, shocked, asking what it was. The girl stopped in place, seeing that the guys were running to the 5th zone, where the survival rate was 0, and they were clearly driven into a dead end. She looked back, adding that the guys were terrified, after which she asked how they could run there. Some time ago, the main character stood in front of the zone, saying that he would confidently capture the 5th zone for the sake of their plan. He put on the crown of the Snow Spirit Queen, saying that he was a little scared, but still the crown could be trusted. The guy came closer, exhaling heavily. After a couple of minutes, Hensu made up his mind, taking a step forward. At that very second, they entered the 5th zone. It was filled with monsters when suddenly the system ordered the guy to get out quickly. The protagonist carefully moved the plant aside. Looking out into the clearing, he suddenly noticed a silhouette. Pangrel raised his head up, saying that he had not had visitors for a long time, and even a human. Hensu came closer, saying that he came to talk, after which he wanted to tell him about the crown of the Snow Spirit Queen and the seed. Pangrel enveloped himself in mana, menacingly saying that there was no point in talking to a person. Mana began to come out of his eyes. The earth suddenly began to shake, and stones rose up. Pangrel stretched out his hand forward, ordering Hensu to die. He fired an attack straight at the guy, saying that he knew this would happen, so he prepared himself. Suddenly, a demon appeared in front of the protagonist. Seeing him, the guy pointed his finger at the druid and mockingly asked if it was true that he had not expected such a turn of events. But suddenly Kildoras turned to him and shouted furiously that he had sold it well. Hensu was very confused and said that he had sold the artifact, and the demon held him by the chest and shouted that it was the same thing, after which he asked if he knew how much he had suffered from Fleta because of him. While he was shaking him, the guy said that he should have treated her well, adding that he had heard that he had used her for war. Hearing this, Kildoras' eyes lit up, and he shouted even louder that Fleta was a liar because he had never asked her about this. Then he let the protagonist go and said that Fleta herself had escaped from heaven to hell, and if she returned, she would be killed, so she told him to bear responsibility for this. When Hensu heard this, he received another blow to the head. The demon clenched his fist tightly and said that since he had used the coupon, he would do his job and then talk to him. Suddenly, the druid interrupted their conversation and asked the guy what he was. The protagonist folded his arms and happily replied that he was a simple participant who was simply climbing the tower, and the demon turned to him and asked if he had really called him here because of this druid. His appearance changed back to a fighting one, and the guy replied yes, adding that he wanted to talk to him, but he was not making contact. Hearing this, Kildoras showed his aura and said that then physical contact was necessary first. The druid's eyes lit up when the demon asked if he had really been the one to destroy the human kingdom outside the tower. Kildoras raised his hand and angrily added that he had brought both heaven and hell to their knees, so he wanted to see the druid's abilities. Having said this, he took off at lightning speed. Two powerful forces collided with each other in the air and on the ground, and Hensu said to himself that he couldn't even follow them with his eyes. Suddenly, Kildoras appeared in front of him. He looked at the guy, and while he was telling him to wait outside, because if they fought properly, not only he, but the entire 35th floor would die, the druid's attack was flying at him from behind. The demon reacted in time and broke it with a light blow. Looking at the protagonist out of the corner of his eye, he said without a drop of doubt in his voice that he would take care of the druid. Having said this, he rushed to attack, and before that he used space blocking. Hensu found himself outside the huge dome and said that fights between NPCs were very cruel, but he would leave this to Kildoras and he himself. He imagined Sanmo and his comrades in his head and finished by saying that he would go catch the newbies. At this time, in the 5th zone, Sodom was stepping back and asking Hien if she was just entering the 5th zone and wasn't afraid of Pangrel. The girl with a spear in her hand was walking towards her and answering if she really thought that she would fall for that. If she really thought that she wouldn't suspect something was wrong with the fact that people like them were just walking around this zone. Sodom smiled widely and replied that she had already fallen for it. The girl bared her teeth with veins on her face. She turned around abruptly and dealt a strong blow to Sanok. Hien pointed her sword forward, saying that judging by that pathetic attack from behind, she recognized the guy. A loud explosion was immediately heard. The girl smiled, saying that she was impressed that Sanok dodged her attack. The guy gritted his teeth, saying that it was not for nothing that they were newbies, because the attacks did not even work, when suddenly Sodom frowned, asking what they should do then. The girl turned to the side, noticing Jae-yuk, who at least fought on equal terms with them, but the other members of the team only knew how to defend themselves. Sodom worriedly gritted her teeth, wondering what to do in such a situation, when suddenly she heard a ringing laugh in front of her. Hien confidently walked forward, saying that the guys would still face reprisals if at least the main character did not show up. She smiled sarcastically, adding that he still hadn't shown up and apparently died when he fought the boss, which meant that their circle had come to an end when suddenly a confident voice was heard from behind, asking what had come to an end. All three of them looked up in shock. Hyen-soo raised his hand up when suddenly the system announced his new title, Caller of the Night. The guy immediately summoned detectors that sucked in the stats. Hien began to wave the monsters away in bewilderment, asking if the protagonist had really defeated the boss of the 5th zone. A strong blow flew at one of the monsters. Chang-hu pushed away from it, saying that these were monsters of darkness that could be defeated with holy weapons. Hyen-soo turned to the guy, saying that he was one of the clergy, so he ordered the monsters to attack ordinary guild members. Suddenly, he jumped out of the tree. The guy stretched out his hand forward, confidently saying that he would deal with Hien and Chang-hu himself. A bright beam of fire immediately moved forward. Chang-hu covered his face with his hands, saying that he was surprised because he had activated a prayer for healing. He smiled, saying that the protagonist uses darkness, so he definitely wants to kill him. The guy raised his weapon up, activating the Supreme Blessing, Temple, and Call to God. Chang-hu jumped up, shouting that it was time to have fun. Landing on the ground, the guy hit it with all his might, breaking it into small pieces. Hien ran up to the protagonist, starting to scream loudly, wishing him death. Hyen-soo swung, blocking her blow at the same moment. The girl grinned maliciously, asking with burning eyes if the guy really knew how to wield a sword. Hyen-soo frowned, thanking her for the praise, when suddenly Dok-chun stuck his tongue forward. He quickly wrapped it around the girl's weapon. Hien gritted her teeth, starting to pull the weapon towards herself. The protagonist raised his hand with the sword up, saying that she was the first. He immediately hit her with all his might. The guy was surprised, not noticing anyone in front of him. Chang-hu and Hien looked at Hyen-soo with a malicious smile, saying that although he was strong, it was not easy to defeat two newcomers. The protagonist was covered by a protective barrier. When it collapsed, the guy said in surprise, "Wow." Not far in front of him, he saw Chang-hu close the angel's protective wings, which blocked the enemy's attack and also show great resistance to normal attacks. Hien, her eyes glowing, rushed into battle. She made many quick attacks, but Hyen-soo dodged each one. While dodging, he grabbed his weapon. At that moment, the blade of his sword was at Hien's neck. But at the last moment, Chang-hu protected the girl with his wing, saying that it was useless. Seeing this, the guy frowned with displeasure and said that he was very annoying. He stared at his opponents and said to himself that Hien was attacking, and Chang-hu was holding the defense, a good alliance. After a short pause, Hyen-soo rushed to attack. He dealt furious blows to Chang-hu's wings, after which he dodged Hien's attacks. While the fanatic was shouting that he couldn't cut those wings with his sword, the protagonist smiled widely and replied that he didn't know if that was true, then used his eyes that looked at the stars. The next second, he saw the darkness in the opponent's wings, after which a red system window appeared in front of him, which said that they had low resistance to attacks containing holy power and magic belonging to darkness. After reading this, the guy injected holy power into his sword. He then unleashed a powerful attack, cutting his opponent's wings. Seeing this, Chang-hu jumped back and screamed, asking how. Hyun-soo pulled out his sword and said that he would pluck him and cook him like chicken soup, and Hien immediately rushed at him. Then the protagonist used the skill Pupils of the Abyss, which makes you meet your inner demon, from which you cannot escape. The girl immediately fell into this trap. Shock appeared in her eyes, and at the same time, her consciousness defense was activated. But a moment later, she fell and a sword strike whistled through the air. At the very last moment, Chang-hu saved his partner, putting her behind him. He stood in a stance and said that when Hien wakes up, she will kill Hyen-soo, because he simply hates such jokes. Suddenly, he rushed to attack, shouting that it would be better for him to die from his Rukyu. His weapon collided with the protagonist's sword. Hyen-soo used the unyielding Phantom Swordsman ability, after which he began to attack furiously. At one point, he extended his hand towards his opponent. Then he grabbed him tightly with his hands. Using a firebomb, the protagonist, along with Chang-hu, took off from the ground. In the blink of an eye, they were high in the sky, and the guy asked if his opponent liked rides. The protagonist hit him, answering that he liked the free fall tower the most, after which he activated the gravity bracelet. Having activated the firebomb, the guys began to rapidly fall down. Chang-hu closed his eyes, loudly screaming that the protagonist was crazy. Quickly approaching the ground, Hyun-soo activated the enemy's defense ignore. A bright beam immediately lit up the entire sky. Blue bright mana exploded on the ground. Hyun-soo leaned his hands on the ground when suddenly the system reported that the Ring of Sacrifice was taking part of the damage. The guy looked at his hand, after which the ring of sacrifice began to collapse, and the accumulated damage for revenge reached the maximum point. Chang-hu was lying on the ground, quietly groaning in pain, after which Hyun-soo came closer to him, asking if the guy was still alive because he fell from such a height, but in this way he dealt with one person. Raising his head up, the protagonist said that it would be necessary to quickly deal with Hien before she came to her senses. Suddenly, a strong blow hit his head. The guy activated foggy acceleration and bent down, crouching on the ground. Hien took the form of a devil, menacingly asking how Hyun-soo dared to fool her and kill Chang-hu. The girl jumped up, screaming loudly that she would kill him no matter what. The protagonist was enveloped in mana, activating the return of the dead. Taking a step back, he thought that even though he stopped the fight with the return of the dead, the girl was still impressive, and he needed to conserve his strength as much as possible to fight Sungmo. Suddenly, Hyun-soo noticed a brand on himself that only remains on the enemy, and punishment is applied to him. Hien's face changed, menacingly rushing forward with a sword, wishing death on the guy. Suddenly, a strong blow hit her face with all its force. A large ball threw the girl back, when suddenly a voice was heard from behind the protagonist. So-yeon stretched out her hand forward, saying that they were all here. The protagonist looked at her, thinking that she had become much stronger than when they met on the 20th floor. So-yeon clenched her hand into a fist, menacingly saying that Hyun-soo eliminated her on the 20th floor and took first place. She pointed her finger at him, saying that the winner would be the one who killed more newbies. The girl ordered to send all forces forward, because she would kill both Hien and Sungmo. A fierce battle began between the teams. Hyun-soo quickly turned around, saying that he was running after Sungmo. Hien frowned, shouting after the guy that he was a freak. Suddenly, a strong blow from a ball was aimed at her, which the girl managed to block. So-yeon stretched out her hand forward, saying that she would be Hien's opponent. Hien directed a menacing look forward, saying that she would quickly deal with her, while So-yeon replied that she would kill her first and then go after Sungmo. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. Jae Hyuk covered his face with his hands, rolling on the ground on his back. The protagonist was surprised, asking why the guy was spinning like that. He stretched his sword forward, asking if he could start already. Hyun-soo suddenly called out to Seongmo, who looked up, noticing the enemy. The protagonist and Seongmo stared at each other. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk turned to Hyun-soo and shouted at him to leave, because he would deal with him himself. The protagonist looked at the boy's shaking legs and told him to first see what condition he was in. Then he gave him an elixir and rushed to attack. The swords of the two opponents collided with a characteristic clang. Hyun-soo pressed on his opponent and said that he heard that Seongmo wanted to see him too much, then activated Pupils of the Abyss. Gritting his teeth, the newcomer used mind defense and furiously shouted that he was using stupid tricks. With a sharp movement, he pushed the protagonist away from himself. Then he prepared for a blow and shouted, asking if this was all he could do. At that very second, Hyun-soo saw a bright trace of fire in front of him. A powerful magical explosion was heard from the ability of blows that cut through the spaces. But when the smoke cleared, Seongmo saw that his opponent was not injured. In front of him was a frog that covered its owner with its body. Seeing this, the newbie frowned and asked in shock if his attack was stopped by some toad. Hearing this, the protagonist and his pet released Firebomb and Dokchun's fire towards the opponent. Seongmo made a quick attack, shouting that fire was nothing to him. His fire met with Hyun-soo's fire. The protagonist jumped back and asked if Seongmo stopped their common fire attack. The newbie slowly walked forward. He walked through the raging flames. Coming out to the enemy, he said with an ominous smile on his face that he had long analyzed him. The main skill is explosion and additionally has skills of speed and resistance to cold, and he can also tell about others that he knows. Hearing this, the protagonist shuddered, and his opponent continued to say that he had already prepared a set of artifacts to fight him. Suddenly, the guy hugged himself and said in fear that some dark-skinned man knew information about him in such detail, how horrible, and then asked if he was one of them. Seongmo stopped and asked in surprise, one of them. Suddenly, he understood everything and furiously shouted that he liked girls. Jae-hyuk suddenly appeared behind him, asking him if he really had time to talk during the battle. At the same second, he made several quick kicks. The newbie reacted and barely dodged each blow. While he was looking at Jae-hyuk, a magic beam was flying at his head. At the last moment, the man managed to duck from the aurora beam. The protagonist stood with an outstretched finger and mockingly asked why he yawned during the battle. While Seongmo was running at Hyun-soo, Jae-hyuk appeared above him, about to make a kick. The newbie saw this and raised his sword above his head. Jae-hyuk used the crescent moon slash technique to attack, and an explosion was heard. When the smoke cleared, Seongmo was kneeling. The protagonist stood to the side, asking if their opponent would never come to his senses. Jae-hyuk looked at the newcomer with hatred in his eyes, saying that the final blow would be his, to which Hyun-soo replied, "Okay." Seongmo, gritting his teeth in pain, looked at the opponents. Then he turned his gaze to the ground, where there was a mark left by his comrade, and said that Chang-hu had died. At this time, Hyun was running away, dodging the attacks. Sweat was pouring down her face, and the newcomer said that if Hyun died too. He tightly gripped the handle of his weapon, saying that it would be fun now if Hyun died too. A bright beam immediately shot upward. The guy frowned, continuing to stand unwaveringly. Sungmo waved his hand, directing an attack at the guys. Jae-hyuk covered his face with his hand, saying that this was Sungmo's special skill, to which the protagonist looked up attentively, saying that it was impressive in real life. Jumping up, Hyun-soo asked menacingly if Sungmo really thought that they would let him use this. The guy's eyes suddenly glowed fiery. Leaving the guys, Sungmo raised his hand up, activating magical walls, a repelling wave, a lightning mine, a sticky trap, and a field of suffering thorns. Jae-hyuk gritted his teeth in anger how many obstacles stood in front of them, while the protagonist activated fog acceleration. Mana was immediately directed at one of the obstacles. Hyun-soo was thrown back, and the system reported that his attempt was cancelled. The system immediately reported a lacy blue curtain that stops shapeless objects, which shocked the protagonist. Squinting, he looked at Sungmo, saying that he himself cannot fly to that place. Suddenly, Hyun-soo thought about flying. Turning away, he asked if Jae-hyuk wanted to kill Sungmo with his own hands. At that very second, the protagonist grabbed the guy by the shoulders, adding that he would fulfill this wish. The manager's body immediately turned into iron, when Hyun-soo suddenly said that this was his new skill, so it was time to use it. Letting go of him, Jae-hyuk's body immediately began to rapidly fall to the ground. Hyun-soo grabbed the guy's legs, activating a time bomb. He released Jae-hyuk forward, activating a firebomb and an aurora beam, while the guy screamed loudly, calling him a bastard. Sungmo continued to stand unwaveringly in defense. Jae-hyuk was getting closer and closer to him. Sungmo gritted his teeth in horror and bewilderment. Hyun-soo raised his head up, looking at the red sky. Putting his hand to his head, the guy said that he salutes comrade Jae-hyuk, who heroically sacrificed himself for the sake of victory. The boy's body was covered in dust that had risen up. Sungmo raised his head forward with the last of his strength. The protagonist came closer to him, putting his sword close to his neck. The protagonist tied up Sungmo and said that it was over. At this time, Soyeon dealt with Hien. Jae-hyuk, turned into metal, was stuck into the ground. When the effect of the skill ended, he began to twitch his legs and scream that Hyun-soo was a bastard. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and told Sungmo that it was time to talk, because he needed to learn a lot from him. The newcomer was shackled by the clinging spirit while he said that they were all making a mistake, adding that they needed to disband the alliance and submit to the system before it was too late. Hearing this, Hyun-soo leaned towards his opponent and asked why they were spreading false information. Sungmo twitched and angrily asked if the guy really thought he would say that. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk climbed out of the ground and kicked him in the face with all his might, yelling at him to be obedient. Seonmo laughed and said that Jae-hyuk was very arrogant, adding that if it weren't for the protagonist, he would have been kicked out of the tower a long time ago. The guy clenched his fists in rage, but Hyun-soo stopped him. He suddenly saw a bright glow on the newbie's neck and realized that it was the Valmark restriction. He then said that he knew about the rumors that newbies had restrictions, but he didn't think it was true, after which Soyeon approached him and said that if so, she would try. Hyun-soo stepped aside, and the girl approached Seongmo. Extending her hand towards the man, she used the disable skill. This skill caused a powerful flash. The seal on the man's neck disappeared for a while, since the restriction cannot be completely disabled. Removing her hand, Soyeon said that her technique would not last long, after which the protagonist leaned towards his opponent and ordered him to speak quickly. Sungmo suddenly smiled mockingly and asked if they really thought that he did not speak only because of the restriction. Hearing this, Hyun-soo became angry and said that words alone were not enough with him. Turning his comrades in the other direction, he asked them not to turn around. Slowly turning to the prisoner, he menacingly said that if he did not tell what he knew, it would be hard for both of them. Sungmo smiled even wider and mockingly asked if he really thought that he would be afraid of torture. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the protagonist but in front of him. Hyun-soo used the mating dance skill. Sungmo opened his mouth in horror at what he saw. Jae-hyuk and Soyeon looked in the other direction with their mouths open. The protagonist used the killing pose technique. Then he did the same thing, turning the other way. Seonmo looked at this and tried to use mind defense. In his eyes was the protagonist's, but his psyche was seriously damaged, and disgust was replaced by horror. Suddenly, blood spurted out of his mouth. The protagonist continued to move, and Seonmo began to shout that he would tell everything if only he would stop. Hearing these words, Hyun-soo joyfully clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that he was able to pass through the mind defense that stopped even the pupils of the abyss. Having come to his senses, the newbie with blood on his lips said that they think that large guilds are evil. It is quite possible to be so mistaken, and then asked if they really think that the security policy exists only in their country. He explained that in America there are big candy and guide platform policies, and in England Energy Stone and Guardian Project, when suddenly the protagonist asked if it is really not only in their country that false walkthroughs are published. Sanmo leaned over, shouting that it was not because of the benefits for the big guilds, but because the whole world needed it, and ever since the tower appeared, they had been walking the path of destruction. He lowered his head down, angrily adding, "The more hunters there are, the deeper the chaos becomes, but they should not forget that hunters are also other creatures, just like monsters." His face changed, shouting loudly, "If the participants have a head on their shoulders, then it is better to think about why there are more and more gates every year, because chaos will lead to the death of everything," after which the system reported that the sign of the vow was activated again. The guys looked at the angry Sungmo in horror. The guy suddenly fell headfirst to the ground. Hyunsu looked at his body, saying, "If everything is true, then this is simply unbelievable, because if the gates become more, they must think about making at least one hunter strong." Soyeon put her hands in her pockets, answering that there is definitely something else they do not know, when Hyunsu suddenly said that it is known that the heads of large guilds, when they were novice hunters, mostly rose to the 50th floors. Raising his head up, he added that if they could rise to their level, they could find out clues about the tower and the destruction of everything, so they would only have to rise. The system suddenly scraped off that the 35th floor had been passed, so the survivors could form new teams of up to 5 people, after which Jaehyuk joined Sanok's team, who said that they would be the first to rise, when suddenly the manager exhaled, saying that it was an honor that he had joined the team. The protagonist smiled, thinking that they looked friendly. Without opening his eyes, a voice behind him asked why he was smiling. Kildors pressed on the protagonist's head, menacingly asking if he could press harder, to which the guy screamed in horror, "No way." Putting his hands in his pockets, he stepped aside, warning that Pengrel said that he was waiting for Hensu in his garden. The protagonist frowned, asking if they had really ended on good terms. Kildors clenched his fist, grinning and answering that there is a phrase in hell, manners can be instilled physically. Turning around, he said that he hasn't gone out for a long time, so he will take a walk and come back, to which the protagonist bowed, saying goodbye to him. Without turning around, Pengrel realized that a person had come, when he suddenly asked what he wanted. Hensu extended his hand forward, asking to take care of the item, and nothing more. Pengrel took the seed of the world tree in his hand in shock, and the protagonist was sure that it could be grown well. Pengrel bowed, answering that they do not forget their roots, and if the mother's womb disappears, then they will repeat his fate, and he also believed that all people are trash. But the protagonist is different, so he expressed gratitude to him on behalf of everyone, when suddenly the system reported that the degree of his friendliness had increased. Hensu scratched the back of his head, embarrassedly asking if he could get something good. Pengrel lowered his hands down, threateningly saying that people are unpleasant creatures, after which the guy laughed in confusion. Suddenly, Hensu accepted the druid zone of the world from him, which could be useful one day. The system reported that all the spirits were friendly to the guy, and he also received the crown of the snow spirit and the seed of rebirth. Suddenly, she added that the world tree had sprouted. Pengrel and Hensu raised their heads up. Opening his mouth in shock, the guy was very surprised. Pengrel turned around to look at him, saying that this was a snow spirit, and when he grew up, he would become a queen. Hearing movement to the side, Hensu turned around, noticing Son standing nearby. Suddenly, she reached for her helmet with her hands. Taking it off, the protagonist was very surprised to see the girl. Soyeon approached his face with a smile, asking if he really thought that he was the only one hiding his identity, and it would be better for them to switch to informal terms, otherwise she felt sick. Suddenly, the girl called the guy's nickname, which greatly shocked him and Dikchun. The hero jumped back, asking what she was talking about. He awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, saying that she was mistaken and that he was not Hyunsu, but a man named Evil Eye. The girl asked displeasedly if he was really going to pretend. Her hand lay on the protagonist's shoulder. Son led him to the side, pushing him in the back. She took a step forward, telling him to stop acting hard to get. The girl put her hands in her pockets, noticing that there was no one else here, so he could speak as is. The guy put his hands out to the sides, saying that he was not Hyunsu. Son frowned and clenched her teeth, saying that she asked him to show his face, and he continues to pretend. Does he really not understand in a good way? The girl turned around and put her hands on her knees, noticing that he danced coolly. She began to imitate his movements, remembering the hero's dance. She moved her body in front of him, asking if everyone would crack after something like that. Hyunsu pressed his hands to his mask, asking him not to stop. He pulled her up, loudly saying that he would take off the mask, but she needed to stop. The protagonist looked down, holding the red helmet in his hands. Soyeon pulled his cheeks apart, asking if he always made that face when he took off his mask. The guy's eyes widened when she asked if she had ever met a real nakama. There was a slapping sound. The girl removed her red hand from his face. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, asking how she knew it was him. Soyeon held her hand out to the side and introduced the guy in love, saying that both of his characters under different aliases did everything the same, only a fool would not notice. She thinks that Meow Meow Punch guessed too. The girl smiled and waved her hand in front of the protagonist's face. That devil eye never communicated with others, but for some reason he moved very quickly and his route was the same as his other nickname, and they never appeared together at the same time, although Devil Eye always came to the rescue almost instantly when his character under another name asked for it. She asked if he needed any more explanations. Hyunsoo looked down sadly, saying that he understood everything. Soyeon asked him not to worry because she would not tell anyone about it. The protagonist smiled widely, asking if this was true. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that it was because she was not that mean. Hyunsoo opened his mouth wide, imagining the image of the guy, while Soyeon said that she could not wait for him to meet the bald man on the 50th floor. She extended her hand to him, offering to start over from scratch. The girl smiled widely. Lightning flashed between the hero's eyes when she said that she was not going to lose, so they would see who would reach the end first. Soyeon turned around and raised her hand, saying that she had to go, and he should do what was necessary. The guy asked what that meant. Hyunsoo froze in place when the girl noticed that he had not yet published the last walkthrough, and those in need needed to show the strength of his character. The protagonist sat down on a stone, saying that he would do it. A status window appeared in front of his face. He noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. He had not been here for a long time, but he was just a little busy. A tear fell on the guy's fist. Hyunsoo closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, asking himself why he was crying. The hero died of shame and spent a coin because of it. Pangrel approached him from behind. He looked at the guy, assuming that something had happened to him. The hero put a mask on his face and opened his mouth in surprise, seeing the druid. Penrol raised the man in front of him with his branch-like hands, saying that he did not know the details, but if the hero was honest with himself, then there was no need to cry. He did not regret at all when he destroyed the human kingdom and killed everyone, and then was banished. Hyunsoo opened his eyes wide, saying that he would know from this. He thought that this was a rather strange example. The guy put his hand forward, saying that he was honest with himself, so he needed to be more confident. The protagonist gritted his teeth, clicking on the status window in front of him. The text was written. Enthusiastic comments from viewers appeared in the chat, who were happy to see him. The guy covered his face with his hands and imagined the image of Soyeon, saying that he was sure that she would mock him. The hero turned to Penrol, who was standing with his back, asking if he knew what it was. A golden box appeared on a bright background. The guy thought that he had received it from Flat. He needed to understand how to assemble a feline set with it. Questions appeared in the status window. What to put inside the box, what it would turn into, the item would disappear after use. Penrol presented a gem that was placed in the box and then transformed into an unknown item, saying that the Saphira box was a kind of exchange artifact. If you put a gem in it, it would turn into the thing that the user makes, even if it was level AA. The protagonist imagined an image of a man in a helmet and armor, thinking about what Fleta told him that this could help him. Apparently, with this item he could get the feline set, as long as he had a red helmet of rank C, a blue right arm of rank D, and a yellow chest plate of rank E. It turns out that the items of ranks S, A, B, and F remained, which means that in order to get what he needs, it is necessary to put an item of at least rank A, or better yet, AA, in the box. The protagonist looked at Pengrel, asking if they could get a jewel with which he could get an artifact of rank. The druid imagined an image of a man with horns and bright eyes, saying that on the 39th floor there is an NPC named Meglet. He can ask him. The protagonist thanked him for his help. Hensu looked at Pengrel standing next to him, thinking that it would be good if everything worked out, and if not, he had good items, so everything was fine. The events take place on the 84th floor. The hero was sitting on the body of a defeated monster. Looking at the comment in the chat of the system window, the audience discussed the events that had occurred. The guy in the mask said that the actions of the protagonist were changing the order, which made it even more interesting. The events take place on the 36th floor. Mission data appeared in the system window. It was necessary to get to the island. 8 teams were participating. When the 7th team reached the island, a whirlpool would begin. The girl in the helmet clenched her hands into fists, saying that this could not be. She screamed when she saw the protagonist. Iron Will, rank B and level 1, Aurora Beam, rank A and level 1, Fire Bomb, rank A and level 10 were moving rapidly in the air. They left a bright trail behind them. Hyunsoo raised his hand to his head and smiled, saying that she would lose this time too. He went, and the girl could take her time. Soyeon cried out in irritation, clenching her hand into a fist. She lifted the guy with her hands, saying that they were also coming. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. The girl told him to bend over. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed, turning over in the air. Soyeon threw him forward, bending her leg. Hyunsoo smiled widely, asking if she was coming. The heroes rose from the 37th to the 39th floor. They walked along the road forward. The mission data appeared in the system window. It is necessary to collect all the jewels to create a portal in the amount of 5 pieces. Hyunsu thought that large guilds do not interfere with them, so they reached the 39th floor without problems. If Son had stayed on the 36th, they would have had problems. The girl bent her arms and jumped up, saying that there was no one to send her. She caught up with the others, swimming across the lake. The main character frowned, asking how she was going to swim such a distance. Clearly there was trouble with her head. The team stopped, looking at the deep tunnel in front of them. The guy noted that they needed to quickly get up and leave. They passed the bodies of giant stone monsters. The girl looked away, saying that it was somehow gloomy here. The guy noted that it should be safe. Hensu asked everyone to look ahead. In front of the heroes in the wall there was a circle with recesses for precious stones. The system reported that this was a portal generator, a stone wall generating a portal. It was necessary to arrange the precious stones in the correct order. The hero noted that he needed to quickly collect all 5 stones to get out. The body of the stone monster began to come together. Its head was being assembled from stone fragments. Hensu looked ahead, asking where they should get them from. The group of heroes turned around, seeing a giant shadow above them. Everything around shook. A monster with red horns appeared in front of them. It was the devil Kagoel, who has the power of the devil, loves to torture enemies and slaves, has 4 levels of difficulty. Next to him was a stone monster with bright eyes. It was the demon Cardion, who has the power of the devil, protects the slavery, and has 4 levels of difficulty. Against the background of human skulls, windows of the system appeared, where there was a sedan that these are the 5 sides of the slavery of the demonic order. A subordinate, exploiting labor, chooses new slaves. Hensu raised his head and cried out in surprise, not believing that someone was choosing slaves. The giant stone monsters stood opposite each other. The system reported that those who were enslaved must undergo training in the slavery. The guy put his hands in front of him, stopping the monster's attack. The masked hero looked ahead, asking the others to cover him. The people moved forward. Behind them, the stone monsters were restoring their bodies. Hensu rushed towards the devil Kagoel with a war cry. The guy used a B-rank cutter, level 9. Bright streams of light enveloped the giant creature's body. The hero ended up behind him, landing on his knee. The system reported that the luck indicator was activated. The protagonist realized that monsters were dropping gems. The red gem was among the stone debris. The system reported that it was the southern scarlet gem. It stored the power of the scarlet demon that captured the southern part of the 4th circle of hell. It was cloudy because it mixed various forces, but it could be used to generate a portal. Hyunsu took the bright stone in his hand, thinking that he needed to learn more about the scarlet demon. He raised his head, hearing a loud sound. The guy's team dealt with the stone monster. Sodom stood on the body of the creature. The hero thought that they had become so strong that they could defeat a level 4 monster. The girl took the blue gem in her palm, telling the protagonist that they had another stone. The guy noted that, apparently, stones for activating the portal can be obtained by killing monsters. The heroes inserted 2 gems into the portal generator. The system reported that they had inserted the western and southern stones into the wall. Gray and red stones were located in the recesses of the wall. The system reported that if all the stones were inserted, the portal would open and the territory of the 39th floor would decrease. The guy noted that if they continued in the same spirit, they would quickly collect everything. A stone monster's leg appeared behind them. People turned their heads in surprise, looking at the giant creature with bright eyes. The monster opened its mouth wide and growled. The protagonist tightly gripped the handle of the bright sword, noticing that the creatures themselves were going to their death. But this was even better because they would get the stones faster and rise. Sodom walked among the stone debris, asking if they were just lucky at the beginning, because they had already killed so many monsters. But there were still no stones. The system reported that most of Kadian and Kagoel were killed. The protagonist unclenched his hand and turned around, noticing a message from the system that the head of the slavery was choosing a suitable slave for himself. People cried out in surprise when Hyunsu's body disappeared, leaving behind a bright energy trail. The guy in Sodom moved to a room with a high ceiling. It was the slavery. The girl opened her eyes wide and rubbed the back of her head. The hero noticed that she was here too. Jihyuk folded his arms over his chest and looked at Hyunsu with displeasure, saying that he did not expect to see his annoying face here. The protagonist rested his hands on the floor, asking if they were also on the 39th floor. The guy put his hand in front of him, noticing that there seemed to be something about the head of the slavery, but he was not here. Sodom said that the door did not open, so they could try to knock it down. The girl raised her hand and looked at the guys, saying that she had a bad feeling, so they better listen to Jihyuk. Hyunsu rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking about what Pegral told him about Meglet, the head of the slavery. This is his chance to find jewelry for the box, but he feels that meeting him will not end well. The hero suggested running away. He told the steel Jihyuk to go ahead. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, asking why he called him that. The hero furrowed his brows in irritation, asking if the guy was going to do what he was thinking about. The guys picked up the steel jahyuk. Heading forward, the hero opened his mouth wide and shouted. Sodom smiled, wishing him luck. The door was knocked down, streams of dust rose. The protagonist looked ahead, saying that they need to leave quickly. A male voice noted that these are very active slaves. The hero dropped the steel jahyuk on the floor, asking who it is. Meglet raised his hand to his face and smiled, introducing himself as the head of the slavery. He was a demon of the fourth circle of hell. The man froze in front of the heroes, saying that they needed to be trained first and then get to work. The main character stood still when a fist approached his face. The events take place in a slavery on the 39th floor. It is necessary to dig the earth to find relics. The guy was sitting on the ground. The system reported that they would be slaves until they died or the team opened a portal. The girl asked the guy sitting with his back to her if everything was okay. Hensu sadly frowned. His face was swollen from the blow. He answered with difficulty that everything was fine. A collar appeared on his neck. The hero thought about the fact that this demon said that he would train and began to beat and also put shackles on him. Sodom pointed her finger forward, saying that there were other people here who were caught before them. The protagonist looked at the men with metal balls tied to their legs, realizing what a slave labor facility looked like. The girl also drew the guy's attention to the NPC. Gale was sitting by the wall. This is a demon of the fourth circle of hell. A black demon who absorbed blue energy, belongs to the clan that lost the war. Pomeram with red hair was sitting next to him. This is a demon of the fourth circle of hell. A white demon who absorbed scarlet energy, also belongs to the clan that lost the war. Bright streams of energy appeared in front of Hensu's mask. He noticed that there was apparently something here that he did not know. A giant stone monster was beating a man, swinging a bright whip. Sonman put a pick on his shoulder, asking if the guy was new here. The hero said that he was. The man closed his eyes, advising him not to even look in their direction. The young man asked how long he had been here. Sonman swung his pickaxe, saying that today was exactly the 490th day. The guy asked if he hadn't even tried to escape all this time. The man was breaking the stone in front of him, saying that there were two ways to eat from here. Open a portal with a team or die. All those who remained here were loners whose teams die, or those who had no coins left. Besides, there wasn't even a wall with stones, so soldiers couldn't portal like that, and if they tried to die, the monsters would see and stop them. Hensu looked at him, asking if there really wasn't another way. Sonman turned his attention to the demons trying to escape, saying that if such a way existed, those two would have been gone for a long time. A rat was sitting by Gale's hand. The protagonist approached them and said hello. The demon covered his nose with his hands, asking if this was really a human. The guy handed them a dish on a plate, saying that the food here was terrible and he just brought something. He asked if they wanted it. The demons opened their mouths wide, looking at the steak on the plate. Pomeram asked if the hero would give them the dessert that was on his shoulder. The guy screamed, saying that the frog was inedible. Gale sighed heavily, pushing his lips forward. The demons lay with their bellies full. He noticed that they had not eaten so deliciously for a long time. The hero wondered how long they had been hungry. Gale rubbed his fangs with his finger, asking what the guy wanted. They understood everything. They were not stupid. Hensu awkwardly scratched the back of his head, saying that he just wanted to make friends. The demon laughed, noticing that the guy did not know how to lie at all. The creatures smiled widely, saying their names. The protagonist asked why they were here, since they were NPCs. The demon said that they were locked in the slavery. Although they belonged to the tower, streams of translucent energy passed over the stone growths of the cave. Gale clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he would kill Meglet. The guy imagined an image of a smiling demon in glasses, asking if they really wanted to kill him. Gale noted that they had already tried to do this when they had the chance. The hero asked if that didn't make them worse. The demons smiled widely, saying that they were not punished for attempted murder. Pomeram noted that the guy was an interesting guy. The system reported that Meglet was holding a meeting. The slave who was called must go to the head of the slavery's office. Gale pointed his finger at the hero, saying that it was his turn. Hensu stood next to the stone monsters. The demons raised their fists up, saying that the first impression is most important. If he wants to show himself, then he needs to hit the man hard. This is advice from them. The protagonist sighed heavily, standing in front of the wooden door. The guy frowned, remembering the demon's words. When Meglet allowed entry, Hensu pushed the door with his hand. The hero moved towards the demon with a sword in his hands. There was a bright explosion behind him. He used a rank of fire bomb, level 10, and an aurora beam, rank A, level 1. The guy loudly shouted that he had come to him. Meglet arched his eyebrows in confusion, leaning his head on his hand. Hensu's face was swollen again after the blows. The man noted that it was the first time he saw a person attack him at the first meeting. The demon sat on the guy's body with a grin, saying that if he wanted to surprise him, he succeeded. Hensu thought that this probably happened before. Meglet sat at the table, telling the guy to stop his jokes. The system reported that his interest had increased slightly. The demon smiled widely, asking what the hero wanted. Hensu looked at him, thinking that the demons told the truth. He pounced to kill him. and he liked it like a psycho. The protagonist's mouth opened wide when Meglet asked if he had a girlfriend. The guy replied that it was not so, he had never met a girl. The hero found himself a body under the floor. His head was visible on the surface. He wondered if the demon really called this a meeting. Meglet was drawing a portrait of a guy, asking if he had any difficulties at work. The hero answered that he did, but the demon noticed that he was a very hardworking slave since he said that he had no problems at work. The man arched his eyebrows, asking him to wait a minute. A bright stream of light illuminated the protagonist's face. The guy put his hand in front of his face, asking where he had disappeared so suddenly. Meglet reappeared in front of him, saying that there were some small problems in the slavery. The demon opened his mouth and looked at his notes, asking what kind of girls he liked. Hensu asked him to stop. The guy opened his mouth wide, saying that these were useless questions. He did not understand what kind of meeting this was. This was real stupidity. Meglet leaned his head on his hand, noticing that this was his job. The guy himself knew that all NPCs had their own roles. The hero said that the demon was very businesslike. The man closed the purple notebook, saying that the boy had entertained him a bit, so they could move away from formalities. If he was interested in something, he could ask. Hensu looked at him and smiled, asking what the all-out war was. Meglet frowned, repeating his words in surprise. He moved away from the table, noting that he would not even ask where he heard it from. The man looked out the window, assuming that those stupid demons had told him about it. Meglet's eyes shone brightly when he said that the all-out war was a sacred process that united the demon race, divided into 5 branches. The white demons defeated the scarlet, the blue, the black, but even after that they could not compete with the likes of himself. The yellow, although they became much stronger, but in comparison to them they remained pathetic scum. The hero presented the form for calling the portal. The demons with yellow horns stood on the bodies of their defeated rivals. Meglet looked out the window at Gale and Pomeram, saying that they were originally superior to others, and therefore could not be won with this trash, so they killed everyone and enslaved them. The demon smiled widely, saying that this is a total war. It is a beautiful story. The protagonist's eyes widened when the system reported that he learned of the 4th circle of hell, a hidden quest called Demons Dreaming of Revenge is available. A total war was needed to unite everyone and so that peace without wars and barbarity would reign. But the yellow demons did not obey and enslave the rest. It is necessary to punish the creatures that forgot about their essence. We need to unite with the demons from the slavery and punish Meglet. The protagonist sat on cloth bags, saying that it was impossible to kill NPCs, at least by conventional methods. He looked at the slaves in front, saying that he would need not only the power of demons, but also the power of all the people stuck in slavery. The hero opened his eyes wide, about to announce what he would do first. The frog croaked loudly. Dakshin smiled happily. Holding the black gem of the north in her paws, the boy cried out happily, realizing that she had been looking for the gem all this time. The man came closer to Hensu, asking him to hide it quickly if he did not want the gem to be taken away. Sonman brought his hand to his mouth, quietly saying that if the monsters noticed something, they would immediately take it away. The boy thanked him for the information. The boy hid the gem in his sleeve, surprised that these gems could be found here too. The man with the pickaxe stood in front of him, saying that it was true. However, these monsters immediately take them away, and there is no wall generating a portal here either, so they are also useless. Hyunsu handed him a chocolate bar, saying that it was his gratitude for the information. The guy thought about Meglet having stones to activate the portal. Sonman pressed the bar to his face and smiled happily, seeing the bar, which was only sold in the store. His store was blocked, so he could not even look at it. The man's eyes widened when the hero noticed that he seemed to have found a way to escape from here. Sonman squeezed his palm with both hands, saying that they had no team, no walls. How could such a thing be possible under such conditions? Hyunsu smiled happily, saying that it was possible, but he would need help from everyone here. 3 days passed in the workhouse. Meglet smiled. Dodging the swings of the protagonist's sword, he grinned at the guy attacking him every time they met. It amuses him. The demon punched him in the face. Hensu flew back, kicking up rocks and dust. Meglet asked if he just liked being punched in the face. The guy was lying face down on the ground, breathing heavily. His eyes shone brightly when he thought about how he managed to find the stones. The demon hid them in the wall. The protagonist puffed out his cheeks under his mask. The demon smiled widely, looking at him and asking if he really always attacked Meglet. The system reported that the NPC's interest had increased slightly. The hero looked ahead with swollen eyes, thinking that there was a reason for this, because he studied the paths in the mines, and he managed to find what he needed for the preparations. He came closer to Gale and Pomeram, noticing that the preparations were complete. The guy asked if they would participate in this. The demons sat on the bodies of the people. Their eyes shone brightly when they said that it was predetermined. They must go to the end. Gale and Pomeram bowed their heads, saying that they had a plan. The protagonist squatted in front of them, asking them to tell him about it. There were bright flashes against the dark background. Megalith stroked the head of the guy sitting on the ground, saying that he had already had enough, but still continues, he has incredible willpower. With him, he doesn't even have time to get bored. The system reported that the demon's interest had increased slightly. The man put his hand in front of him and clenched his teeth, saying that they were having a lot of fun together, but the slaves still bothered them. He asks the hero to forgive him. The demon disappeared, leaving behind a bright flash that lit up the guy's face. Hensu opened his eyes wide and smiled, noticing that as soon as problems occurred in the slavery, he immediately left. The protagonist pressed his palms to the floor and summoned a magic seal, deciding to take advantage of the moment. The system reported that a Ranka time bomb had been planted. Megalith appeared in front of the guy, saying that nothing serious had happened. The demon thoughtfully rubbed his chin and raised his head, asking where they were. The protagonist said that he wanted to ask a question. Hensu looked forward, asking why the man was collecting gems. The demon raised his hand in front of him, saying that he liked everything shiny and beautiful. Megalith smiled widely and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he liked gems especially much, and also enjoyed watching the torment of the slaves who mined them. The protagonist sat on his knees in front of him, saying that he was not interested in it. He asked if the demon had any high-ranking gems, because Pengrel said that he had some rare gem. Megalith reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, realizing that the druid had told the guy everything. The demon smiled widely and held out his hand with the bright stone of the beginning, saying that it was a relic hidden in the slavery. Hyunsu's eyes widened, asking if he was making them work to find something like that. The demon noted that it was. This stone had been his for a long time. Megalith smiled widely and grabbed the stone with both hands, saying that they were destined to spend their lives in the slavery, because he was not going to let them go. It was good when there was a goal in life and it did not matter whether it could be achieved or not. The demon laughed and arched his back. The boy tilted his head down, asking if there was any way he could get this precious stone. Megalith smiled widely, saying that he did not know, because it was a very valuable thing. Hyunsu's eyes widened. Thinking that this was sad, he asked if this meant that he should just kill the demon and take this jewel. The protagonist pressed his hand to his mask. Megalith bent over and lowered his head down, laughing loudly. He noticed that it was a good joke. The demon smiled broadly and wiped away his tears with his finger, saying that he liked the guy because he had been incredibly bored before, and his appearance had even cheered him up a little. For entertaining him, he would give the young man something. A glowing text appeared in the scroll. Megalith said that if he died, the stone would go to Hensu. The system reported that the stone would begin to be stored in the Promise Store. Upon fulfilling the terms of the contract, the precious stone would go into the possession of the other party. The demon smiled broadly and brought the scroll to the protagonist's face, offering him to try to kill him, and then the stone would go into his possession. He could not wait for the young man to do something funny again. Hensu smiled broadly, saying that he had already thought of something. He asked if Megalith wanted to hear about it. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly with a red light. A group of people gathered in the workhouse. Someone spoke to the protagonist standing between Sodom and Jaehyuk. Sungmin smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he didn't have a chance to speak, but he was very grateful to him. Or rather, they were all grateful. Hyunsu awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, noting that they hadn't escaped yet, so there was no need. The man stood in front of the crowd, saying that they were still very grateful to him, since at least they were trying to do it. He shouldn't take care of losers like them, but he did it anyway. They all bowed. The protagonist put his hand forward, quoting his character's words about how in the tower you shouldn't fight each other, but you should climb together. So they should escape and climb further together. The guy mentally spread his hands, thinking that he would just use them to kill Megalith. The man's eyes widened and pressed his hands to his mouth, saying that they would never forget the character with that nickname. Jaehyuk opened his mouth, saying that the guy can now hang any noodles on their ears. Hyunsu looked ahead, asking if he can really read his thoughts through the mask. The hero opened his eyes wide and imagined the images of demons, thinking that they would soon reach Megalith. He hoped that Gale and Pomeram would come to the indicated place, because they were the main part of the operation. The heroes took fighting stances when they saw a bright light in front of them. Megalith smiled widely and put his hands in his pocket, saying that the main hero had a great idea. The demon noticed the slave's eyes burning brightly with anger behind Hyunsu's back, saying that such looks gave goosebumps. The guy pointed his finger at him, saying that he would remember this day forever. Megalith smiled widely, saying that this was not true at all. Streams of bright light appeared around the demon. He clenched his hands into fists, offering to have fun. The system reported that the time bomb was activated. The man gritted his teeth and turned around, not understanding what was happening. A bright explosion thundered in front of the protagonist's face. Hensu smiled, saying that he would stop the explosion. The people opened their mouths in surprise, asking what happened. The guy pointed his thumb at himself, asking the slaves not to worry, because he had the necessary skill. They had time until the demon returned, so everyone should follow him. Hansu opened the door to Meglet's office. The people picked up the slabs for creating portals, saying that there were a lot of them here. Sonman arched his eyebrows, asking if they were useless without precious stones. The protagonist pressed his palm to the wall, asking everyone to step back. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and raised it to strike. Sonman covered his face with his hand, and streams of dust and stone fragments rose into the air. The people cried out in surprise, seeing the precious stones shimmering brightly in the light. They did not believe that the gems were hidden in the wall all this time. Hansu told them to grab the right ones and insert them into the slabs. The man looked at the guy, asking what to do with the curtain of space that would block the activation of the portal. The protagonist held out the bright sword of the fallen angel in front of him, saying that he had a way to bypass it, so everything was fine. A bright stream of energy cut through space. The people hurried through the passage through the gap in the curtain. The guys opened their mouths wide and raised their hands, informing Hansu and Sodom that they were here. They rushed to hug the heroes, saying that they missed them very much. They had to go through a lot. The guy smiled, saying that Jihyuk hadn't rotted in the slavery after all. The hero looked at him, asking how he would have risen without him. The crowd of people joyfully greeted those who came out from behind the curtain. The main character froze, thinking that there was still something left. The guy held a stone slab in his hand to summon a portal, thinking that there was a reason why Meglet was collecting stone slabs and increasing his possessions with the help of slaves. He did not understand why he was worried about everything that happened in the slavery. Information about the portal generator appeared in the system window. Hyunsu imagined the image of a demon, behind whom there were bright silhouettes. He thought that all NPCs have their own territory, in which their existence makes sense, and, therefore, if the territory disappears, then he disappears along with it. Precious stones were inserted into the stone slab. The system reported that the portal was created. A stream of bright blue energy appeared in front of the heroes. Sodom turned around and extended her hand to the guy, noting that they also needed to hurry. System windows appeared on a bright background. The process of destroying the location was first 29% complete, and then 33%. Hyunsu smiled and pointed his thumb at himself, saying that he had one more thing left to do here. He would deal with Meglet and catch up with the others. Sodom opened her mouth wide and grabbed his shoulders, asking if they were really going to kill the NPC. Why were they doing something absurd again? The protagonist lowered his head, asking them not to worry. He turned to Jaehyuk, standing opposite, asking him to keep an eye on them. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that he would kill him if the heroes tried to do something. Among the bright streams of light, there was a system message that the process of destroying the location had reached 64%. Hansu quickly ran to the door, asking the boys to hold on a little longer. Meglet opened his mouth wide, calling Gale and Pomerim scum. The demons held him from both sides. The man clenched his teeth in anger, saying that they were losers. Gale arched his eyebrows and opened his mouth, asking how dare he say such a thing. The demon opened his mouth wide and screamed, seeing streams of bright flames in front of him. Meglet looked at the main character in front of him, asking if this was his doing. How dare he go against him? The guy held out a bright sword in front of him. Hansu smirked, noticing that the demon wanted to have fun himself. Meglet frowned and clenched his teeth, saying that he was too kind to the guy. The demon clenched his hands into fists. Bright streams of energy appeared around him as he said that traitors will have one fate, death. Streams of yellow energy rushed towards the guy's head. Hansu ran, leaving a bright trail behind him. Using the skill Misty Acceleration, Ranka the hero fell to the floor. Bright beams of energy overtook him. The system reported that the process of destruction of the location had reached 74%. Hansu turned his head to the side, noticing that he needed to hold on for just a little longer. Meglet clutched a bright fiery spear in his hand, asking if he really thought that everything would be as he planned. The demon launched it forward. A bright stream of energy pierced the body of the protagonist. Gale and Pomerim raised their fists to strike and approached the man from the front. Meglet smiled widely, using distortion. His body was surrounded by bright streams of light. The demons' bodies were pierced by shining beams of energy. The guy pressed his hand to his shoulder. The demon noted that his betrayal was a big mistake. Meglet looked down at him and clenched his fist, saying that the hero and those two demons would die the most painful deaths, and then he would turn the boy into a walking corpse and make him rot here until the end of time. It would be so much fun. The demon lifted Hansu into the air, wrapping his modified arm around his neck. The protagonist winked at him and smiled, telling him to come to his senses and look to the left. The man's eyes widened, his face illuminated by bright streams of light. A powerful explosion thundered in front of the boy. Hansu fell to the floor and lowered his head, saying that it was over. Gale's eyes shone brightly. He agreed with the boy's words. The demon's body became stronger. His hands were glowing with bright tongues of energy. The system reported that this was Gale, an NPC, a demon of the fourth circle of hell. A blue demon who had absorbed white, red, and black demons. His state was very unstable. Gale had absorbed demons of all kinds except yellow. He had been promoted to a great demon. The system reported that the destruction process of the location had reached 85%. The guy looked at the demons fighting in the air, saying that they were fighting equally. But this was only because Gale and Pomeram had recently merged, their state was very unstable. The demon opened his mouth wide, clenching his hands into fists. Hyunsu looked up, saying he couldn't believe they could do it. The boy asked Ikchun to prepare a plan B. The frog croaked loudly. It jumped off his shoulder and moved to the side. The system reported that the location destruction process had reached 88%. Meglet smiled widely and clenched his hands into fists, saying that even after strengthening, a non-entity is still a non-entity. His body was enveloped in bright streams of energy. Gale's eyes shone brightly. He put his fist in front of him, telling him not to dare laugh at himself. The demon raised his fist to attack, approaching Meglet. Hyunsu froze, looking at the bright, mixing streams of energy in front of him. He clenched his hand into a fist, standing in place. Gale's body was broken. His upper body was lying on the ground. The system reported that the location destruction process had reached 92%. Gale smiled, saying that he should have held out a little longer, but he would leave the rest to the guy. Hensu's eyes widened, looking at the demon's decaying body. A bright blue gem remained in his palms. The system reported that the location's destruction process was worthy of 95%. The protagonist bowed his head down, pronouncing the fallen demon's name. The system reported that the location's destruction process was worthy of 99%. The creation of the portal was complete. The destruction of the location was stopped. Megalith put his hands in his pockets, approaching the guy sitting on the ground. The demon raised his eyebrows and smiled widely, asking what he was going to do next. Because everyone except him had already risen, there were no slabs left, so he was doomed. Hensu lowered his head, asking if this was true. The guy smiled slyly, clutching a stone slab with gems in his hands. He asked if the demon was sure of his words. Meglet opened his mouth wide, asking when he managed to get it. The guy pointed at the frog on his shoulder, saying that he asked Dokchun to take the slab and stones just in case. The heroes covered their faces with their hands from the bright light. The system reported that the portal was created. Meglet opened his mouth wide and screamed. Hyunsu smiled widely. Looking at him, the process of destroying the location reached 100%. The demon put his hand forward. His body was illuminated by a bright light as he cursed the man. His image dissolved in a bright flame, promising to definitely deal with the guy. The protagonist rose from the ground, asking him to finally die. The system reported that the 39th floor was completed. The hidden quest, a demon dreaming of revenge, was completed. According to the terms of the contract, a reward was received. For the first time the floor was completely destroyed. The reward was received. The title was promoted. A bright flash appeared against the dark high tower. The system reported that the tower had recreated the 39th floor. The old NPC Meglite had been replaced by Gale, a new ruler had appeared, and the opportunity to complete the tower was open. Hyunsu came out of the bright portal. The system reported that this was the entrance to the safe zone of the 40th floor. The heroes bowed their heads to the guy, saying that they believed in him. Thanks to him they even received the title. People celebrated the guy's return. Jihuk closed his eyes, saying that the guy was very long. The hero turned his head to him. The guy gritted his teeth, saying that he wanted to leave, but because he was late, he was late. Hyunsu put his finger to his head, asking why he was waiting for him. Jihuk turned around, saying that he needed to go to the sanctuary in the east. There he could increase his power level. The guy walked through the crowd, noticing that next time he would definitely kill him. The members of the main character's team looked after him, thinking that he was at Sundir. Hyunsu raised his head, expressing displeasure at the guy's character. He asked if Jihuk would ever find a girlfriend. Lilka ran forward. Seeing the main character, the guy opened his mouth wide, saying that they needed to leave, otherwise they would have to repeat the quest because of her. The girl rushed to hug Hyunsu. The guy spread his arms out to the sides, asking what she was doing here. Lilka pressed her cheek to Dokchun. The frog frowned with displeasure. There was a blue sky with white clouds above the buildings. The girl asked if he was really dragging her into the alley again. Was this a fetish? Hyunsu followed her with a disgruntled expression, saying that it was all because someone had made a lot of noise and everyone had run away because of her. Lilka suggested that they talk at her villa. The hero cried out in surprise, asking if she really had a villa. Behind the tall stone buildings, hung with bows and ribbons, was a giant teddy bear. Lilka clenched her fists and smiled, asking if her villa was cool. The guy widened his eyes, saying that it was a dump. Hyunsu smiled, sitting with a towel on his head and saying that this was the first time in a long time that he took a relaxing shower. The hero stroked the frog on his lap, saying that everyone had received titles. It was time to see which one he had. The system window showed that he had received 3 titles. Demon's Friend. Demons were friendly towards him. He had received the patronage of the main demon. Demons below a certain level were afraid of the hero. Rebel of the demonic workhouse. One who had fought against great evil. received a buff against strong enemies, one who had supported the oppressed. The last title was one who had rewritten history. The guy had changed the history written by the tower had responded to chaos, the hero had opened up new possibilities, chaos was available, current number 15. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking what chaos was. Lilka opened the door, saying that if he had bought it, it was time to eat. The guy pressed the frog to his cheek, saying that the girl had come just in time. He asked what chaos was. A piece of pink cake fell to the floor. Lilka opened her eyes wide and covered her mouth with her hands, asking not to talk about the chaos to people or NPCs. The hero asked what the problem was. The girl imagined a tall dark tower, saying that he would find out about it if he climbed to the top. She asked him to stop this talk and take the reward. Modelto's golden ring appeared on a bright background. The system reported that the quest Lilka's request was completed. Modelto made a ring for Haida, but died without giving it to him. He is very sorry, so his wish needs to be fulfilled. You also need to give him a letter. The item gives plus 14 points of magic power, plus 31 to dexterity. Lilka hugged the frog, saying that he would receive the rest of the items later. They say Modelto's letter is somewhere on the 40th floor, but she does not know where exactly. The protagonist looked at the golden ring in his palm, thinking that this is definitely an item trigger, but now he needs to do something else. The guy asked if the girl deals with gems. The girl frowned and let go of the frog from her hands, saying that it is because she is a merchant. There was a golden box on the table. The protagonist asked if there are gems above AA rank because he wants to exchange them for an item. The girl asked if he wants to exchange the stones for a Felian set. The guy said that it is, but he feels sorry for wasting them on exchange. Lilka presented a bright white stone of the beginning of the SS rank. It is part of the crystal used to create the world, the material for making the Philosopher's Stone, very valuable. She presented a purple mystic gem of the middle A rank, a stone with strong energy that will explode violently if the conditions are met. Contains 1% of the Philosopher's Stone, can be used as the heart of a homunculus or a high-level golem, created by John Traylor, who once climbed to the 92nd floor. The hero suggested exchanging items of the same level, with exchange arrows pointing from Lilka's icon to the main character's icon. The girl smiled happily, asking to give her a greenish item of an unusual shape. Moment of Sorrow number 3, rank AA. This is the third series of the works of the great creator and hunter Fegel. Hensu raised his eyebrows and smiled when the girl said that there would be another pleasant bonus. The system reported that a forced quest was available. Lilka's request, it was necessary to collect the ingredients again. The shell of a stone turtle, 0 out of 30, mandrake, 0 out of 1, the egg of a mysterious bird, 0 out of 3, the mask of a demon with an iron face, 0 out of 5. The hero imagined an unusual bird without feathers and with a long beak, thinking that this was nonsense, because the mysterious bird was worth 5 stars. Lilka winked at him and showed her fingers a peace sign, wishing him luck. A boy's indignant cry was heard inside the teddy bear. The events take place in the eastern part of the safe zone. Hyunsu approached the water, saying that he had just started a quiet life, but because of Lilk, he had things to do again. He had already received some. So he would start from the place Jaehyuk spoke of. The system reported orange armor on Felian's right leg. The effect of the set is available. It is possible to use some skills contained in the set, the back facade of the shrine. The protagonist looked at the blue water below, saying that there was only a pond here, but Lilka said that there would be a reward here. The girl raised her index finger and smiled, saying that this was a place where all the difficulties were rewarded. The hero looked at his reflection. The system reported that he needed to prove himself. The challenger's strength was being tested. Bright streams of energy moved from the red mask to Hensu's head. The guy said that he had passed everything perfectly. He asked how much better he could become. System windows appear, reporting the strength of the S level. Skills are being synthesized. The challenger is tested. SS strength level, unfinished unbending sword ghost. The first in the north has 3 powers. Has chaos. The protagonist put his hand in front of him. When the system window showed his levels: strategy, excellent; fortitude, high; connection with NPC, high; combat power, excellent; survivability, inestimable; chaos awareness, average; personal growth rate, excellent; power usage level, highest. The hero is excellent at conquering towers. A giant wolf's face appeared in front of Hensu. The system windows showed that there are a total of 6 tests. The first one, defeat the boss of the 9th floor Dalkin, 3 seals broken, personal statistics decreased, test started. Dalkin jumped towards the enemy, smiling nervously. The protagonist said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. The giant wolf opened its mouth to bite him. Blood spurted out. The fangs cut into Hensu's body, but did not leave a scratch on him, thanks to the skill's strong body and resistance to physical attacks. The monster looked at him with a puzzled look. The guy was surprised that his skills were so high. The young man raised his hand and brought down a firebomb on the enemy. Black flames engulfed the monster's body. The player said that it was quite heavy. The boss swung his paw. The swordsman grinned and activated a rank SS skill. He dashed forward and left many deep cuts on the enemy's body. Dalkin's fangs were destroyed. The system reported that the first test was passed and that the characteristics were restored. The protagonist clenched his fist and wondered if he had really managed to level up that much. Lightning flashed around his hand. A notification announced that it was time for the second test. Hyunsu confidently frowned and decided to move forward. There was a pile of stone debris on the floor. The fifth test was passed. The system reported that the sixth test would soon begin. Stretching his shoulder, the guy was glad that this was over and asked what would happen there. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when he learned that his opponent in this test would be an NPC. At the same time, dark energy appeared around him. A wave of magic wrapped around his body and began to choke him. The unknown person said that they met in the wrong place at the most inconvenient time. Megalith grinned and reminded him that he said that they would meet again. The system explained that a special test would be conducted taking into account the strength and rank of the user. The player clenched his teeth and tried to free himself from the oppressive energy. It dissipated, and, falling to the floor, the swordsman wondered who came up with the idea of fighting an NPC because it was so stupid. A notification said that for balance, some restrictions were imposed on the opponent and that the condition for passing the test was to dodge 3 attacks or attack him once. The hunter grabbed his neck and asked how it was possible to fight an NPC despite such easy conditions. The sixth test began. Dark waves of energy appeared around the man. The demon pointed them towards the enemy and said that he would make shish kebab out of him. The protagonist used fog acceleration and dodged his attack. Gritting his teeth, Hensu remembered that his opponent could not move further than a meter and decided to dodge his attacks with the skill. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him that fog acceleration was temporarily sealed. The guy asked what kind of a setup this was. The monster pointed a finger at him and urged him to continue running away. The firewall protected its owner from the waves of dark energy. However, several of them managed to break through it and damage the enemy. The young man began to dig an underground passage and decided to simply hide in a hole. The dark aura completely filled the dug hole. A scream was heard. Megalith adjusted his glasses and asked if his enemy really thought he could block his attack with such a pathetic skill. The player put on his battle suit and thought that he would die from damage faster than he could dodge 3 times, since this fog was getting to him everywhere. The swordsman looked to the side and asked if there was a way to avoid this. The system reported that the luck indicator was activated. His leg glowed. The hunter read that his boots unlocked some skills that a full set gives, and asked what skills he was talking about. Squinting, the protagonist realized that he had to shout out their stupid names to use them, and wondered if Fellain had gone completely crazy. Spreading his arms, the man asked why his opponent, who had been hiding underground, came out and suggested that they end it here. The demon clasped his hands and shouted that he would tear him to pieces. Waves of dark energy headed towards Hensu. He trembled and tried to pronounce the name of the skill. The guy closed his eyes and shouted the words rainbow reflection. A shield appeared around him, reflecting the enemy's attacks. Rainbow arrows approached the shocked monster. They pierced him through. Blood spurted. The system reported that the condition for passing was met. The boss fell to his knees. A notification announced that the final test was passed. The youth asked if the enemy liked his rainbow reflection. Megalith grabbed his shoulder. The player grinned and asked him to admit that he lost to the rainbow. The swordsman stuck out his tongue and suggested that he was very ashamed now. The man disappeared into thin air. As he was called back due to the end of the test, the hunter wished him death. The protagonist joyfully raised his hands when the system reported that all tests were successfully completed and that the user received 2 SS rank abilities. A huge teddy bear was sitting outside. Lying on the couch, Hensu shouted that he was bored. Wilka looked back and asked him not to distract her, as she was making equipment. The girl started to hammer the anvil. The guy envied her, since it was an SSS ranked dungeon hammer. The young man and his pet yawned widely. He said that he was already tired of resting and decided to go into the community. The player narrowed his eyes and asked how his comrades were doing. The woman passed by him with a menacing look. The swordsman asked what was wrong and reminded that she seemed to be busy. Smiling, the red fox clarified if he was tired of resting and wished him luck. The hunter turned pale and thanked the system for increasing the level of his consciousness defense skill. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he read that there was a very evil NPC named Gale on the 39th floor. Megalith was squatting and going crazy about the rainbow. Hensu asked if he was the boss. Lick My Head replied that he was definitely not alright in the head. The guy looked at the notification in shock and realized that the 39th floor had been restored, and Gale had become the main NPC. The system reported that the user had changed the history written by the tower and created a new reality. A detailed description of what had happened appeared. The young man opened his mouth in amazement and said that this couldn't be true when he read that his chaos level had to exceed 100 units to be able to get to the 100th floor. Looking at the system window, the player realized that he needed to change at least 9 more floors to get to the end of the tower and asked if it was even possible to do this. Evil Lilka looked into the room when she was called out and asked what he needed. The girl stared at her comrade in surprise when he asked how he could get the chaos they were talking about. The woman closed her eyes and said that she should never be told about this. The hunter noticed that there was no one here except them. The red fox raised an eyebrow in confusion when the hunter asked if even the cutest, most handsome, kind and cool master in the world would not tell him about this. The merchant agreed. The protagonist grinned maliciously and thought that it was too easy. The girlfriend asked how he managed to get chaos. Hensu scratched the back of his head and told him that the floor changed after killing Meglet. The blacksmith opened her mouth in anger, calling him a madman, and understood why Meglet disappeared from her client list. The guy stared at his ally's hand in surprise. Lilka promised to tell him everything if she was given 2 B-rank items. The young man opened a system window in front of him and called her too greedy, even though they were friends. The girl ran to the door. The woman smiled widely and said that chaos begins to be given on the 60th floor. The red fox slammed the door and declared that this was V. The player's eyes widened in confusion and he asked what it meant. The teddy bear fell on the roof. The hunter shouted that it was a hoax and asked his friend to open the door. The beautiful princess winked and wrote on the forum that there was a place on the 40th floor where you could level up your abilities. Lick My Top asked why they should do this. The user asked him to do it for the sake of those who were climbing the tower. The hunter passed by the portal and thought that he had written all the information to the community and that now he could move on. The system informed him that he needed to make a choice. The protagonist put his hands on his belt and decided that the entire tower was a sequence of choices. Hensu saw a tall tree in front of him and realized that it was the same place as on the 40th floor, and that there were even unusual plants there. His eyes lit up. The guy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The young man put his hand on the facade tree and said that he didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck that lightning had struck him 100 times. Against the background of green energy, the sap of the facade tree appeared, which allows you to deceive monsters sensitive to smell, and a branch that can be used as a sword handle. A flash appeared next to the tree. The player asked if there would be anything else related to abilities. The swordsman smiled and saw the skill book Electricity Resistance. The hunter picked it up and studied the skill. Someone's scream was heard. A herd of monsters with 4 stars approached him. The eyes of the metal buffalo lit up. The 2-horned Mustang angrily clenched his teeth. The system asked the user to choose who he wanted to fight. The protagonist looked down and thought about how some of them had high endurance and others had high speed. Hyunsu took out a sparkling sword and made a choice. The guy cut the bull's body in half. He swung his fist and chose to kill everyone. A bright flash illuminated the monsters. The young man struck the ground and threw the enemies into the air. The monsters trembled and broke out in a cold sweat. The beast backed away and ran into a protective barrier. All the animals were under the dome. The player wondered who to start with. The swordsman summoned a cloud of energy in his hand and asked what degree of roasting they preferred. A fiery explosion was heard under the dome. Surrounded by the corpses of monsters, the hunter said that today they would eat their fill of meat. The system reported that the 41st floor had been passed. The process of moving to the 42nd floor began. The main character disintegrated into blue particles. Closing his eyes, Hensu realized that after the 40th floor the transition between floors was automatic and was upset that they did not even have time to eat. The guy saw a shrine in front of him and asked what it was. Suddenly he looked back. A broken carriage without wheels lay on the road. A skeleton sat in the place of the cabman. The young man concluded that this person had died quite a long time ago. The player looked out the window and noticed another skeleton inside. Something sparkled in his hands. The swordsman felt something unusual. Dakshin plugged his nose with his paw. His owner said that he did not mean the smell. The hunter stretched out his hands to take the object. The protagonist touched the box. At that moment, the skeleton turned to dust. Hensu took the box and asked the dead man for forgiveness. Inside the box were the key to the secret space of Count Belstein and a letter. The guy opened the envelope and decided to see what this count was hiding. There was something written on the paper. The young man realized that he did not know this language, and remembered that he had a special skill for such a case. His eyes lit up. The player quickly familiarized himself with the letter, which was related to the occult and the Inquisition. There was a handful of ashes on the floor of the carriage. The swordsman realized that the count was involved in the occult and collected objects related to it, and when this was revealed, inquisitors were sent to him. So Belstein wanted to destroy all the objects, but it was too late since he died with a letter in his hands. The system reported that this was the correct conclusion and gave a bonus of 5,000 points. The hunter put his hand to the tree and wondered what happened to the ominous objects, since the count could not get rid of them. Ashes were flying over the sanctuary. The protagonist concluded that they should still be here somewhere. Slits appeared on the wall of the building. A piece of the wall flew forward and raised dust. Hensu got inside through a small hole. He opened his eyes and used night vision. There was a shield with a coat of arms hanging on the wall. The guy realized that they had come to the right place. There were objects on the shelf. Walking past the cabinets, The young man felt like an arrogant teenager. On the shelf were a 7-colored eyeball, a kraken fang, and fairy wings. The player stopped in front of them and assumed that this was an ingredient warehouse. The swordsman smiled and decided that he was lucky anyway, because he was just about to level up his potion-making skill when a knock was heard behind him. The coffin in which the Demidman was sealed shook. The system reported that this was the one who destroyed the Count's family, and that the Inquisitors destroyed the castle to find the coffin, but they failed. A choice window appeared. Ignore and escape or move the remains and strengthen the seal. The hunter looked at it and asked why the choice arose now. Looking up, the protagonist remembered that he had to make a choice immediately and that after the end of the mission he would immediately be transferred to the next floor, and was upset that he did not have time to level up his potion-making skill. Hensu kicked the coffin with his foot, cursing the system. An ominous aura oozed out of it. A warning appeared that the Demidman would tear apart the one who removed the seal from it. The guy put his hands on the coffin and asked for forgiveness. The young man smirked and asked permission to give him something as an apology. The system reported the start of the input of divine power. A bright aura enveloped the coffin. The Demidman promised to kill the villain and howled in pain. The system reported that the seal was strengthened. The player tapped his finger on the lid of the coffin and enjoyed the silence. The swordsman turned away and asked him to keep quiet if he did not want to be roasted by divine power. The Demidman swore that he would never forget this. Putting his hands on his belt, the hunter thought about the fact that he strengthened the seal, so now they have some time to start brewing potions, and decided that he will need to buy the ingredients from the cat. The protagonist raised his hand, shrouded in lightning, and wanted to pump up his resistance skill first. Hyunsu used the electric shock skill and shocked himself. The guy fell to the floor and realized that it was too powerful. The young man stretched and wished his pet a good morning. The system reported the transfer of combat experience during sleep. The player looked out the window and decided to test the potions they made yesterday. The undead were walking the streets of the city. The swordsman noticed an excellent test subject. A vial of living water appeared in his hands, which contains divine power. The water enveloped the body of the ghoul. The hunter was surprised that it was effective even against a monster with 4 stars. Jinsen stood in front of the corpse of the monster on the 30th floor. The protagonist wondered what his friend had been doing since early morning. Flesh-colored tights were hugging his groin. Moon Guardian called it disgusting. Your head is bald's friends disagreed with him. Junseok said that they were preparing for a new event. Hyunsu thought that he was already scared. The guy put his hands on the coffin and injected some more divine power into it. The system reported that on the day the seal disappears, the Demidman will find him and punish him in the harshest way possible. The coffin trembled. The monster sincerely asked the enemy to be gentle with him. The young man asked what all this pride was for them. The player uncorked a bottle of living water and asked if the monster wanted to try it. The boss replied that it was not necessary at all. The swordsman poured water on the coffin and explained that he was doing this out of the kindness of his heart, so the enemy should not refuse. The coffin began to shake from side to side. The Demidman swore on his name that he would tear the scoundrel to pieces. The hunter smiled broadly and suggested that he wanted more divine power. The protagonist poured out another bottle of living water and said that he could not refuse him since he was asked to do so. Suddenly, a message about changing the choice appeared in front of him. The system offered him either to continue pouring living water further or to leave the seal and leave. The monster asked why his enemy hated demons so much. Hyunsu raised his index finger and answered that he actually even had the title of Friend of Demons. The coffin trembled again. The monster asked why he needed all this. The system reported that the user lived on the 42nd floor for 15 days, sitting in front of 2 potions. The guy remembered that Dokchun almost killed him when he poured an unpalatable potion into his food. The frog grabbed him by the collar. The young man asked her for forgiveness and promised that this would not happen again. A message appeared that the user was able to pump up several skills and the ability to brew potions. The player put his hands on his belt and decided that he got what he wanted and that it was time to make a choice. The boss begged for living water. The coffin began to shake. The swordsman realized that living water had become like a drug for him. A puddle of living water appeared under the coffin. The hunter scratched his cheek and thought that he had overdone it. A notification suggested that if the user stayed in the tower for a long time, he would start having mental problems. The protagonist raised his hand and realized that he had finished with all the business and that it was time to leave. A light aura appeared around him. Hensu said that it was fun and promised not to forget the noble sacrifice of the Demidman. The guy stopped and shuddered when the monster promised to give him a ring of subspace and a hint on how to pass the tower if he was given more living water. The young man shed a tear and assumed that the monster felt that they were parting and decided to give him a gift. The player uncorked the bottle. The living water poured onto the lid of the coffin. The boss was very happy and screamed with pleasure. The swordsman threw away the empty bottle and asked him to fulfill his part of the deal. The Demidman said that demons always keep their promises. A demonic ring of subspace appeared on the hunter's finger. The protagonist stuck his hand into the portal and realized that he could call the subspace if he stretched out his hand. Looking at the coffin, Hensu asked what about the tips for passing the tower and suggested that in front of him was not a real demon, but an NPC. The coffin shuddered. The monster explained that it was sealed when it incarnated in a human body. The guy's eyes widened in surprise when the monster told him that the demonic world was destroyed, so with the help of incarnations they began to penetrate the human world. The young man looked up and remembered that the lick from the labyrinth said something like that and that the boss made a contract with the demon to escape from the destroyed world. The player poured more living water on the coffin and asked if everything would be okay with him, since this was already the 4th bottle. The coffin was enveloped in darkness. The Demideman told him that those who walked along the tower failed, and that leaving for another world did not solve the problem, but only accelerated the destruction. When the monster wanted to give a hint, the coffin splashed out a huge amount of energy. The system reported that for the first time on the server, the monster was completely sealed. The swordsman opened his mouth in shock and realized that the boss drank too much living water. The system began the process of transferring to the 43rd floor. The hunter grabbed the coffin with his hand and asked the Demideman to tell him at least something else, since it was very important. His hand disintegrated into blue particles. Empty bottles of living water lay next to the coffin. A notification said that the monster sank into peace. The protagonist found himself in the mountains of the 44th floor and thought that the boss on the 43rd was quite strong. Next to the giant beetle was its own larva. Hyunsu remembered that Mestok was a monster that caused many casualties and was nicknamed a disaster, and that the boss on this floor was its larva. The guy opened the system window and decided that the reward was worth it. An image of the skill book tunnel movement, the skill book digestion, which allows you to digest anything, and the predator's lump, which allows you to use a bite and increases stats, appeared. Next came a cleaning sticker that cleans dirty equipment and increases defense, Mestok's larva flesh, and Mestok's larva bag, which can be used as a skincare product. The young man stuck his hand into the subspace and said that he managed to find materials for Lilka's quest. In his hand was a screaming mandrake, which is a legendary elixir and a top-tier magic ingredient. Dakshan hit the plant with his paw. The player said that it screamed too loudly. The mandrake burst into tears. The system reported that the mental defense and curse resistance skills had been increased. The frog grinned. The swordsman said that these screams had no effect on them anyway, and asked the monster to close its mouth. The hunter shoved blue energy into its mouth and said that he still felt a little sorry for it. The plant sucked in the soul of the possessed ghost. It fell to the ground and put its paw on its swollen belly. Extending his hand to it, the protagonist asked if it was tasty and promised to take care of it if it obeyed him. The mandrake's eyes sparkled when Hensu decided to name it Tadog. The amphibian thought that its owner had never learned to choose names. The guy put the pets on his shoulders and decided to move on. The boy climbed the cliff and found the floor mission and ingredients for the quest Lilka. The system announced that a war between strange birds and iron-faced demons would soon begin and asked the user to bet on someone's victory. The masked monsters frowned, hating the birds that hunted them. The strange bird spread its wings, not intending to retreat as it was protecting its eggs. The monster raised its dagger. The winged monsters pounced on the group of demons. The player peeked out from behind the cliff and asked if Dakshan understood that his help was needed here. The frog grabbed Tadog by the leaves. The owner asked them to try their best. The amphibian jumped forward and grabbed its new friend with it. The bird saw the beast approaching. A tear rolled down the mandrake's cheek. Suddenly, it frowned menacingly. The plant opened its mouth wide and used the skill Soul Cry. A bright aura appeared around the howling monsters. The swordsman praised his pets. The hunter dug an underground passage and decided to take advantage of the commotion and take the eggs. The protagonist emerged from under the ground. In front of him was a nest with strange birds' eggs. Putting one of them in a bag, Hensu declared that the operation to rob the nest was successful and asked if it was too easy for him. A strange liquid dripped onto the top of his head. A giant bird hung over him. The guy realized that something always went wrong with him. Scratching the back of his head, the young man greeted the monster and asked if he could take its children. The monster opened its beak and screamed loudly. An explosion was heard on the cliff. Standing on the corpse of the beast, the player thought that he wanted to leave in peace, but they forced him to use force. The swordsman grinned and said that he had already received the eggs. He took a step forward and decided to go for the masks of the iron-faced demons. The hunter swung his sword. The protagonist directed several attacks at the enemies at once: a fire blast, an aurora beam, and an electric shock. The monsters were defeated. Hyunsu took the mask and said that it was easy, even though they had 5 stars. The guy opened his mouth in surprise when he found himself on the 45th floor. In front of him, a huge whale and a small fairy were drowning in the sea. The system asked the user to choose which of them to save. Standing on the shore, the young man asked what kind of choice this was. The drowning people were begging for help. They turned pale when the player asked why he even needed to save them. The swordsman scratched his nose and asked if he really needed to do this. Since they were asking him so much, Dakshin said that this was to be expected from a person. Mobilidic frowned in disappointment and called him a friend of the earthly spirits. The hunter remembered that he received this title for the quest Hainu. Chihirin raised her hand and asked him to save her because he defeated the Mestok larva. The protagonist realized that his friendship level with the fairies had increased after killing the boss. Frowning in displeasure, Hensu noticed that they did not look like creatures that needed help and asked where they otherwise had the strength to talk to him. Keith said plaintively that they were being carried away by a wave. The girl furiously opened her mouth and shouted that they could not leave due to the system limitation. The guy gave her -1 point for rudeness. The woman raised her hand and asked him for forgiveness. Suddenly, the young man looked away and noticed strange sparks. The eyes of the spirit of the earth sparkled. He reminded that he did not say a single bad word. Keith smiled when the player gave him +1 point. Waving her arms, Chihirin called herself very light. Unlike some, the beast asked her not to grab onto other people's problems. The NPCs glared at each other. The player concluded that he could only save one of them no matter what. The drowning men smiled widely as the swordsman made his decision. He grinned maliciously and promised to save the one who would give him the best reward. The fairy's eyes widened and she called him a real devil. Putting his palms together, the hunter said that the girl had promised him pollen from her wings, mithril ore, a huge buff, and a passage to the underground city, and asked if he should fulfill his promise. The mobile cursed the names of its relatives. The woman raised her hand and promised to tell her the secret of the fairies. The protagonist jumped into the water. The system repeated that he only needed to save one. Hyunsu looked back and called out to his pet. Dikshun looked away and sighed. The guy explained that the system said that he could only save one character, but if he helped him, they could save both. The frog smiled happily when the owner promised to buy her another Heldian kitchen. Water dripped onto the green grass. The young man carried the whale on himself, while his pet helped the happy Chihirin. The heroes fell to the ground. The player said that he was about to die. The swordsman turned his head and asked how they ended up in the lake. The beast widened his eyes and told him that he wanted to get to the safe zone. The fairy added that to get there, you need to go through the lake, but they both almost drowned. The hunter closed his eyes and thought that this smelled like a new quest. The protagonist looked towards the storm clouds and asked if crossing the lake was really the only way to get to the safe zone. The girl confirmed it. Hensu looked at the animal and asked why they needed to get there. Mobilidic answered that the safe zone also works with NPCs. The woman wrung the water out of her dress and said that everyone thought NPCs were cool and strong, but small things like them had to survive. The boy looked up and remembered that NPCs were creatures tied to the tower, paying a high price to live here. Gale and Pengrel were standing behind Alios. The boy decided that not all NPCs were treated well. Chihirin sat on the whale's back and said that this world was unfair. The player asked what floor you could go up to. There was a rotunda at the top of the tower. The fairy explained that you could go up to the beginning of the 80th floor, but they were already quite high. Spreading her arms, the girl shouted that she climbed in order to survive, and was indignant that the strong quickly climbed the tower and they had to climb floor by floor. The beast said that the spirits of the 4 elements are divided into ranks from birth and expressed dissatisfaction with his innate limitations. They looked down in disappointment. The woman said that the path to the safe zone was very difficult, since there were many strong creatures there, and it was pitiful to even look at them. The swordsman thoughtfully looked down and wondered if they really ended up in the water because of this. Chihirin folded her hands behind her back. The hunter realized that they wanted to reach the safe zone to save themselves, but stayed where they were, afraid of what could happen there. The protagonist looked up when he had another choice, to ferry the rescued across the lake or leave them here and move on. Furiously opening her mouth, the fairy asked him for help and said that he would be able to do it, despite the fact that the others who had risen were unable to do it. The beast frowned menacingly. The system reported that they had issued a common quest. Hensu put his hands on his belt and offered to try to cross the lake together. The girl asked if he would really accept the quest. Pointing at himself, the boy confirmed this and said that he always finishes what he starts. Sitting next to the boat, the young man thought that, according to the information they collected after several swims, the diameter of the lake was about 1 kilometer. Lightning flashed in the sky. It was difficult to swim to the center of the lake because of the storm. The player had never seen so much lightning on the lake. Broken boats lay on the shore. The swordsman decided that they would not be able to cross on a cheap boat from the shop and wanted to make a more reliable one, but there were no trees nearby. The hunter squeezed a piece of earth in his hand and was indignant that there was nothing here at all except dirt. He took a handful of earth and came up with something. The protagonist grinned and called the NPC to him. Mobilidic widened his eyes in fear and felt something strange. Hensu looked at the giant wall of earth and praised his comrade for his excellent work. The whale was indignant that he did not even have the strength to lift his tail. The mud wall almost blocked out the sun. The boy said that he would have to jump off this hill. Imagining the beast soaring into the air, the boy explained that this way they would be able to fly over the storm and called it Operation Water Slide Jump. Chihirin called him crazy. The player smiled broadly and decided that it was a compliment. The swordsman climbed onto the beast and asked if everyone was ready. Lying on a wooden sled, Mobilatic slid down the hill. The hunter detonated firebombs to speed it up. Keith flew forward from the cliff. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked him to speed up as much as possible. A huge amount of energy appeared behind him. Hensu gritted his teeth. The fairy shouted that they would die if they failed. The beast flew right over the storm clouds. After that, the animal began to fall. The girl noticed that they were losing speed. The waves were raging ahead. The woman asked what they should do now. The boy closed his eyes and asked if they really thought he hadn't thought this through. A block of ice appeared in his hand. The ice enveloped the heroes, and the Mobilatic bounced off the surface of the water several times. Eventually, the heroes landed on the shore. A huge cloud of dust rose into the air. The boy raised his hand and clenched his fist. Lying on the ground, the player shouted that they managed to get to the other side. Next to them was the promised well, through which NPCs can get to the safe zone. The swordsman said that it was time to pay the bills. The whale said that spirits never forget their promises. The beast closed its eyes and cast a spirit protection on the savior, and also gave him mithril ore, which is a material for high-level equipment, and a pass to the underground city of Franberg on the 50th floor. Chihirin kissed the hunter on the forehead and wished for all his endeavors to end successfully. The system reported that the result would justify all the efforts. A barrel of fairy honey wine and pollen from fairy wings, which is used as a magic ingredient, appeared. The protagonist took out Odelto's ring and asked what it was. The girl replied that he needed to get to the 49th floor with it. The heroes waved to each other. The woman said that they would see each other again. Chihirin looked into the well and asked if they could handle it. Mobilatic asked her not to panic. Suddenly, they shuddered when Hensu asked if they really stayed because they wanted to go together. The fairy raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked how he understood. The guy assumed that this was the reason they could not cross this lake for so long. Approaching them, the young man remembered that they were scared because there were many stronger characters in the safe zone, and said that he felt the same way. The player looked up and said that he had no talents when he came to the tower, but he continued to climb and climbed higher step by step. Sparkles appeared around the NPCs. The swordsman asked them to hold on to each other and added that among his acquaintances there was a demon who climbed to the 80th floor and became the boss there, so they should not be afraid of the unknown. The heroes jumped into the well. A splash of water rose. The system reported that they would never forget what the hunter did for them, and that for the first time on the server, both NPCs got into a safe zone. The main character's body disintegrated into blue particles. A notification suggested that the NPC on the 45th floor had hope. Hyunsu sat on the shell of a huge stone turtle. The system announced that the hidden boss of the 46th floor was defeated. Smiling, the guy said that they had collected all the materials for Lilk and suggested going to the next floor. Suddenly the community called him to a fan meeting. The beautiful princess opened her mouth in shock. In front of him was a crowd of inspired fans. The user turned around and asked what was going on. Junseok guessed that their idol was very surprised. The spotlight pointed at the young man. The host of the meeting explained that they had prepared a cue and a time to raise morale and communicate with the fans. The player clenched his teeth in fear when a lot of messages from fans appeared in front of him. The crying people shouted that they loved the beautiful princess very much. They raised their hands and asked their questions. The man said that they had specially set up a large screen in the safe zone for this moment. The swordsman remembered that his friend had planned to hold this event not long ago. The hunter brought the microphone to his mouth and announced that from now on the queue and a section is declared open. The protagonist waved his hand to everyone present and decided to discuss this with his friend later. A gigantic number of questions began to appear on the forum. People wanted to get to know their idol better. Hyunsu noticed that there was not a single worthwhile question here. The boy walked to the edge of the stage and asked if all his fans wanted to get to the 100th floor. Everyone said yes. The boy raised his hand and told them that to get to the 100th floor they needed chaos points, and that they had to do more than just get to the floor to get them. The player wished everyone good luck. The audience raised their hands in joy and thanked the beautiful princess for helping them. The swordsman closed his eyes and thought that this was too tiring. Fluffy wrote to him on the forum. The hunter's eyes widened. The user reported that a group of newbies that were not affiliated with major guilds were watching him from the upper floors. The villain's eyes lit up. Another player decided to warn the idol in advance, since he was most likely on the 60th floor. Other participants in the discussion said that this could not be. The protagonist raised his fist to his mouth and thought that he learned a lot of important information about someone watching him from the upper floors, and that from the 70th floor the community channels were separated. So there was very little information about the upper floors. Scratching his chin, Hensu imagined the confrontation and decided that he needed to build up his strength and influence to prepare for a meeting with those who lived there. The guy found himself in a dead desert and asked if a nuclear bomb had exploded here. The system asked him to make a choice, escape from hate or hold out in the safe zone for 30 days. Looking at the protective barrier, the young man assumed that this was the safe zone and decided to look around here first. A stranger with wings on her back was standing on the hill. The fairy looked back. The system reported that part of her mind was damaged and that she was looking for something. Her eyes lit up. The girl rushed to the player and called him her friend. The swordsman opened his mouth in fear. There was a blow. The hunter grabbed his head. He asked if everything was okay with his friends and noticed shackles on his hand. The system explained that it was a chain for containing the catastrophe created by the dwarves from Franberg. The protagonist realized that the villain had kidnapped her. An ominous shadow hung over him. The woman rubbed her hands and asked if he was Odelto's friend. Haida pointed to the ring and explained that she had not been able to find it for a very long time. There was a cemetery outside the window. The fairy told him that there were so many different people here, but Odelto was not among them. Hensu assumed that these were the graves of those people who had been here. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked who killed all these people and destroyed this field. The girl cried and said that she did not remember anything and that she just wanted to find her Odelto. The system suggested that mysterious creatures cannot lie. A description of a hidden quest appeared. The woman looked up when the boy told her that this ring was a gift from Odelto and that he came here at his request. Raising his shackled hand, the player added that he had something else, but he needed to find it outside and asked her to open his shackles. Smiling widely, Haida agreed and, calling him her only friend, explained that she would go with him because, according to Denium, if you leave a friend alone, evil spirits will take him. The swordsman asked if she really allowed non-friends to leave alone. The fairy pointed behind him and replied that she had left them there. An ominous darkness fell over the cemetery. The hunter frowned tensely and heard laughter. The heroes went outside. The girl looked at her comrade and asked him where the thing Odelto had asked him to give her was. The protagonist smiled and replied that he had probably dropped it on his way here. The heroes walked through the deserted land. The woman suggested looking for it together. Hensu wondered how he could find the letter in this wasteland. Sweat dripped onto the ground. The boy closed his eyes and asked if it really existed. Haida began to spin and rejoiced that she had a true friend. The young man noticed that she was never tired. The fairy smiled and declared that her friend should never disappear. The player approached her and asked if all her friends had disappeared. The girl confirmed this and said that she had never seen them again. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and asked what about Denium. The woman jumped into the air and told her that this person sometimes comes, looks at her from afar and then disappears. Closing his eyes, the hunter remembered that nothing was said about him in the quest and wondered who he was. There was a protective barrier behind him. The protagonist activated his eyes that looked at the stars and suggested that there might be something in the safe zone. Hensu pointed at her and suggested that they go there. Haida shuddered in fear and screamed that she could not go inside. The guy replied that he could go there himself. Throwing herself at him, the fairy said that they should always be together and asked if he really wanted to leave her and then disappear. The young man threw Dikchun in her face. The girl hugged her. The player said that this was his most important friend and asked if he could trust her with him and go to a safe area where Odelto or a gift from him might be. The woman agreed. The swordsman crossed the protective barrier. Inside was a mansion. The hunter concluded that everything looked normal here. Someone approached him and asked if this was a new adventurer. Denium put his hand on his heart and greeted him. The system reported that this was a man mired in power, calling for a catastrophe. Smiling, the man assumed that the guest was surprised to see a man here and introduced himself to him. The old man raised his hand and asked him not to worry about anything, since they were safe here because that monster could not penetrate this place. Looking away, the protagonist realized that they were talking about Haida, who considered him her friend, and decided that this person was definitely suspicious. In front of the mansion was a garden. To go higher, you need to spend a month in this zone. The Duke invited the guest to rest at his house. The heroes entered. Hensu said that it was quite spacious. Denium replied that it was actually very cozy and asked him to make himself at home. Frowning, the boy said that nothing was free and asked what he needed. The man said that he liked his intelligence. There was a portrait of a young man on the wall. The old man asked the guest to look at the painting. The young man asked if it was really him in his youth. The boy in the painting was smiling. The Duke replied that it was his son, Odelto, who had passed away before reaching adulthood. The NPC grabbed the guest's hand and said that he loved his son very much. Frowning furiously, Denium explained that this devil had killed him and asked the adventurer to seal her away to avenge Odelto. The system reported receiving a hidden quest. The player held a personal diary in his hands. The boy wrote that he helped a fairy who was mentally ill, but in the end he was betrayed. The swordsman turned the page. Odelto told him that his father taught him to forgive people and guide them to the right path, but he could not forgive the girl who took everything from him. Imagining the woman jumping for joy, the hunter thought about the Duke giving him this diary and wondered how she could betray the man she loved so much. The protagonist frowned and used the eyes that gazed at the stars. The system reported that this was a fake diary in which Deneom forged his son's handwriting. Hensu went to the bookcase and assumed that the original should be somewhere here. The guy took the right book from the shelf and noticed that there was a letter in it. Opening the diary, the young man read that the NPCs had feelings for each other and decided to take revenge on the man for trying to deceive him. The player left the library. The old man spread his arms and asked if the guest had already rested. The swordsman confirmed this and explained that he was able to do this thanks to his care. The evil hunter closed his eyes as the Duke suggested that the journal had made it clear to him that Haida could destroy this world, and replied that he understood his feelings perfectly now. The protagonist looked up and said that he was a little worried about the idea of having to catch an NPC. Grabbing his hand, Deneom called him the last hope and explained that he was running out of time. Hensu frowned and said that he was not doing well as an NPC. The man widened his eyes in shock and asked what that meant. Tildoras and the other heroes were standing in front of the tower. Each NPC had a role. The boy stated that his role was hardly limited to giving the quest to seal Haida. The old man looked down. The young man explained that if the ferry was still free, it meant that no one had completed the quest. The Duke remarked that he knew a lot. The player raised his hand and said that he had communicated with NPCs a lot. Putting his hands on his shoulders, Deneom confirmed that he was doing a bad job in the safe zone and asked him to avenge his son. The swordsman agreed that he needed to ease his pain, and thought to himself that he really wanted to hit him. Handing him the soul storage device, the man said that this artifact would help him seal Hyde, and added that he could use it himself, but there was a limitation. The old man burst into tears and promised to increase the reward for the quest. The hunter asked him not to humiliate himself and just trust him. The protagonist entered the hut. The fairy was happy to see him back. She took the letter from his hands and thanked him. The girl jumped for joy and called her friend the best. Hensu decided to study the original diary more closely. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise and he realized that the Duke was even worse than expected, as he used a woman as a weapon for war. Haida had created a powerful explosion when she was under stress. Deneom used this and threw her loved ones into battle to provoke these explosions. The man grinned maliciously. The boy assumed that this was why he was given the title of Duke and asked if this was humane. The diary said that a great sage could turn Odelto into a homunculus and hide the fairy so that they could start over. Someone approached the player from behind and said that his plan had failed, but they still had a chance. The doll with the boy's soul clenched its fists and declared that his existence was proof of that. The shocked swordsman looked back and realized that his soul had survived. The doll asked him to accept the quest and facilitate their reunion. There was a bright gem shining next to John. According to the quest, the hunter had to reach the 52nd floor and ask it for help. The protagonist raised his hand and accepted the quest. The mannequin asked permission to ask him for one more thing and said that he wanted to take revenge on his father. Hensu raised his eyebrows in fear and asked how a simple tower conqueror could defeat an NPC. Odelto promised to give him the S-rank soul break skill as a reward. The guy smiled happily and agreed. The young man approached the protective barrier and thought that there were many useful things on this floor and even a fellain set with which he could easily deal with the villain. The player kissed his armor and decided that he simply could not refuse such an incredible skill. There was a safe zone ahead. The swordsman asked Dokchen to help him. Deneom handed him a device for sealing spirits and was glad that the guest agreed to help him. There was a portrait in his son's clothes on the ground. The man explained that when Haida saw them, she would let down her guard and could be captured. The hunter burned the portrait, said that he could manage without it, and thought to himself that in this case, everything would not go according to his plan. The old man cried when he saw his son's things burning. The protagonist wondered how he could lie and not blush. Hensu pointed at a pile of stones and asked the NPC to hide there. The Duke asked him to return the device to him if he could seal Haida. Deneom hid behind a stone and explained that he could become responsible for the floor if he destroyed the fairy's soul. The guy waved his hand and said that he understood everything. The young man looked around. The girl called out to him. She jumped out from behind the boulder and announced her presence. The woman squatted. The player asked her to do her best. Haida jumped high into the air. The man looked at the sky. The old man's eyes widened and he asked why the devil was going this way. A blast of destruction rang out in the wasteland, sending rocks flying into the air. The swordsman covered his face with his hands to avoid being caught in the blast. The blast created a giant crater on the ground. The fairy fixed her hair and asked if she had managed to do it and if she could meet Odelto. The hunter pointed the soul-sealing device at her and asked her to sit there for a while. The system reported that the hidden quest had been completed. The protagonist stopped when someone asked what was going on. The Duke grabbed his severed arm and ordered him to return his soul-sealing device. Hyunsu threw the sphere to Dokchen. The frog grabbed it and jumped into the portal. The system suggested that if the pet passed through the portal before its owner, it would be in a waiting state. The boy raised his hand and asked what they should do now. Denium opened his mouth in anger and yelled at him. The man gritted his teeth. The young man said he couldn't even complete the quest properly and asked how long he could hold out. The player held his sword in front of him and promised to make him a real NPC. The old man raised his hand and used an earth strike to destroy him. The Duke asked what a pathetic tower conqueror was doing. The swordsman ran away from him and asked what happened to him since he himself was an adventurer. The villain summoned an earth snake. The hunter called him a rat that lived by always running away from something. Waves of energy hit the ground behind him. The villain ran up to him and asked how the adventurer dared to challenge him. The protagonist said he could do something else besides running. Denium looked down and noticed a glow. A bright light illuminated his face. Several time bombs exploded simultaneously. Hensu summoned a magic circle and declared that today the enemy would die by his hand. A flame flared up in front of him, with smoke coming from it. The man stuck his hand through it and called this attack quite interesting. Black smoke rose high into the sky. Suddenly, a black lightning of the underworld fell on the boy. The old man raised his hand in front of him and decided that such power should be more than enough. The boy fell to his knees. The Duke asked how the pathetic tower conqueror dared to challenge the NPC. The player drank a high-class potion and asked why his enemy repeated the same words like a parrot. The villain opened his mouth in shock and asked how he managed to survive 4 lightning strikes. The swordsman raised his weapon above his head and called himself strong enough for this. The villain flashed his fiery eyes and asked if he really thought he could change anything. A bright flash appeared in front of the hunter. Pink flames burst from his mouth and eyes. Denium raised his hand and said that the tower conqueror would not be able to withstand this and that he would be better off listening to him and sealing hide. The protagonist turned into a misty entity and used the skill Resurrection from the dead. The man opened his mouth in fear when he saw the approaching waves of black energy. Grinning furiously, Hensu decided to end it and used Astral Rainbow. Tadog crawled out of his scarf. Mandrake opened her mouth wide and brought down a cry of the soul on the enemy. The guy used his skill and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. A cloud of multicolored aura from the abundance of various techniques appeared on the battlefield. A giant cloud of black smoke enveloped the heroes. Lowering his head, the old man said that he should become an NPC and declared that no pathetic tower conqueror would dare to block his path. The system reported that his consciousness was unstable. The young man grabbed his wound and thought that his opponent would remain out of his mind until the end. The player explained with a menacing frown that the Duke had used hide as a weapon and had killed his own son with his own hands, and asked if he had really gone mad and wanted to kill a fairy. The swordsman approached him and said that he couldn't do anything. The hunter swung the bottle of memories and urged the villain to feel at least some of the pain that the girl had experienced. The bottle smashed on the villain's head. Clots of dark matter appeared in front of him. They approached his face. Denium tried to stop them. The man grabbed his head, surrounded by Odelto's thoughts, who wanted to end this and stop his father. The old man fell to the ground. Dark energy rushed into the sky. Foam came out of his mouth. The Duke admitted that he was wrong and that he had made a mistake, and asked for forgiveness from his son. The system reported that his consciousness was completely destroyed. The protagonist put his hands on his waist and said that it was too late to apologize. The system reported that Denium had now been moved to the 48th floor as a full-fledged NPC. Hensu smiled and hoped that Odelto was pleased. The guy looked at the system window, which showed a description of all his choices made from the 41st to the 48th floor. The young man's eyes widened in surprise when he learned that he had been given the title of Pioneer of the New Path. A notification announced that the user had never submitted to the will of the tower. The system windows in front of him turned red. Chaos interference was detected. The system assigned him the unrecognizable chaos category. People were walking around the 50th floor. A notification warned that a partial server merge had occurred here. Looking around, the player noticed that this was something new and said that now was not the time to relax. The soul storage device sparkled. To complete the quest, you need to get to the 52nd floor and meet the sage before Haida wakes up. The swordsman decided to check the artifacts that he was given as a reward for the quest. A bottle with AA rank blue dragon tears and a sword of greed appeared, which with a small chance steals enemy items in battle. Then an element of a large mountain and equipment of the hero of the destroyed world appeared. The hunter was indignant that Denium called the most ordinary spoon that. Wilka was sitting at a table in a summer cafe. The main character put his hand on her head. The girl asked who dared to touch her hair. Hensu smiled broadly and announced his return. White clouds floated across the sky. Light particles flew in the air above the streets. Sitting in front of the system windows, the woman said that all the items for the quest were in the best quality and asked where the mandrake was. The guy handed her a frightened Tadog. The plant clung to his hand. The young man asked if his friend was really going to use it as an ingredient and said that he would only give it to her as a pet. The player pressed the monster to his cheek and hoped that he would be happy with the new owner, even though they had become so attached to each other during this time. The merchant grabbed the mandrake and congratulated her friend on completing the quest. Wiping away his tears, the swordsman asked the pet for forgiveness and promised to never forget the time spent with it. Suddenly, the hunter's eyes widened in surprise when the system reported that the NPC's sympathy level had reached its maximum and that a special event, contract conclusion, had appeared. Her eyes sparkled. The blacksmith offered to quickly conclude the contract. The protagonist asked her to pay him right away. Hyunsu opened his mouth wide and asked her to give him what he needed, as there was no specific reward in the quest. Lilka's eyes widened in confusion when the boy explained that he wanted to improve his crafting skills and asked her to teach him forging. Dakshin folded his paws under himself. The boy asked what a creature with the attribute of chaos meant. The girl awkwardly looked away. The player asked if she really didn't know what it was. The woman smiled nervously and suggested that it was better for him not to know. The swordsman asked her to tell him about it. A bright flash appeared above the planet. It turned out that the appearance of a creature with the attribute of chaos was a sign that his world had entered a transitional period of destruction. The hunter opened his mouth in horror. The red fox asked him to try as hard as he could before everything disappeared, adding that it was some kind of warning. The fire dragon opened its mouth wide. Now more portals will open in his world, and the level of monsters will increase, so this can be called the beginning of the end. In addition, his world was a little late with the transition period. Someone cheated and reduced the number of tower conquerors. The protagonist's eyes widened. He remembered that large guilds tried to control the number of hunters, thanks to which the destruction slowed down, and realized that he had sped it up with his own hands when he began posting information about the walkthrough. The merchant spread her arms and said that the tower conquerors in his world were not very strong, since many left almost immediately after sunset, and that the transition period was inevitable, so there should have been many strong conquerors left. Hensu closed his eyes and thought that his efforts were not in vain after all. People came out of the portal. Now fewer and fewer people will come to the tower, and eventually it will be empty. The blacksmith said that there was still a lot of time, but they needed to prepare in advance. Handing the document to her friend, Lilka suggested finishing this and moving on to the contract, asking him to sign it quickly. The boy took the contract in his hands and said that he had to read it first. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise when he read that he would become the heir of the Red Fox after completing the quest, and asked what that meant. The girl pointed at him and shouted that he would become her heir. Clenching her fist, the woman explained that she hated the tower and wanted to leave it as soon as possible, so she decided to trust him. The player stared at her in surprise. Raising his eyebrows, the swordsman remembered Alio's words about NPCs being released when their heirs passed the tower, and that this was the only way to exit the system, and thought that choosing an heir was a very important task. The merchant smiled happily. The hunter found it strange that she trusted him with this matter. The protagonist clenched his fist and decided to free her, as he had infinite coins in chaos, with which he could pass all 100 floors. Pointing at himself, Hensu thanked his friend for her trust, and wanted to say that he had something, but the system did not allow him to do so. Many warnings appeared around him that this information was not subject to disclosure and that unauthorized dissemination of information would result in severe punishment. The guy frowned and realized that the system would punish him and everyone who found out about the infinite coins. Jumping around him, Lilka asked what he had and asked if everything was okay. The young man wondered if these system windows were invisible. Taking the contract in his hands, the player cursed the system and asked himself how it dared to threaten him with fines. Signatures appeared on the contract. The girl thanked her friend for signing the contract. The swordsman asked why her signature was a palm print. The woman showed him her hand and said that it was her palm. The hunter said that her palm was actually 3 times bigger. Suddenly, her hand was covered in a light aura. The red fox offered him to look at it since he did not believe her. The protagonist frowned menacingly. His face was illuminated by a bright light. Hyunsu and Dikchun widened their eyes in shock. The merchant turned into a little girl and showed him her palms. The blacksmith spread her arms and explained that this was her everyday image, and that image was for work because it was uncomfortable for her to hold a hammer. The guy asked why she showed it only now. Lilka explained that she did not inspire confidence in this form. The young man raised an eyebrow and asked if Kaldors knew about this. The girl replied that she did not hide it, and added that they went through 99 floors together. The player's mouth dropped open when he heard this. The woman asked if her friend would be participating in the friendly match and remembered that he would have to represent his server. Clouds were floating above the arena. A friendly match is an event that is held on the 50th floors, where servers from different countries are united for the first time so that players can communicate and evaluate their strength. The winning team receives valuable rewards, including a one-time artifact of invulnerability. The swordsman entered the waiting room through the portal. Representatives of the Korean server stood in front of him. The hunter waved at them and asked if Jinghyuk was also participating. Jaehyuk said that he would kill him if he mangled his name. The protagonist asked what happened to his friend's nickname. Soyeon spread her arms and replied that she changed it in memory of Meow Meow Punch, who was not among the participants in the draw. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and whispered that it was very good that she would be with a beautiful princess. Hensu looked around and asked her to be quiet. The woman said that the mask would not help him. The guy put his hand on her helmet. Lick My Head suggested that they continue their unfinished battle here. The young man looked at her and asked if they could fight each other. Son asked if, in his opinion, a battle only meant fighting. The girl put her hands in her pockets and suggested that they see who would win each game. The player asked if she was so sure of her victory. Remembering how they played volleyball, the woman called herself the queen of the national volleyball team and explained that her gift of insight was simply magnificent. Waving his hand, the hunter said that he was not interested in volleyball and did not understand anything about it, and asked why they needed another tiring battle. The protagonist threw a menacing look at his comrade when Lick My Head asked if he was really scared. Hyunsu grinned and agreed to a duel. Son suggested playing with bets. The system announced the start of a friendly match. The girl clenched her fist and decided to show her opponent her insight. The guy thought that he needed to decide what to wish for in case of victory. The man in the arena raised his hand. The notification announced the victory of the Mongolian server. The woman looked back and asked if it was cool. The boy confirmed it and realized that he saw everything thanks to his skills and luck. What was happening in the arena was broadcast on the screen. The system warned that the top-level matches would soon begin. The heroes realized that their turn had come. The top-level hunters appeared in the arena, while the wounded fighters had already left it. Venkatesh put his axe on his shoulder. Next to him stood newcomers from the guild Tiwan and Tinchin. The girl looked out from behind the player's shoulder and said that she was scared. Xianghua trembled. Her status window said that she had skills with unstoppable power. The villain smirked and called it strange that the representatives of Korea were not newcomers from Gurium or Muhaxian. His comrade said that this country is not so good. Jihyuk smirked, called them too talkative and asked them not to forget to tear off what was on their necks. Magic shackles appeared on the throats of the foreigners. The warrior began to wave his arms furiously. The system reported that physical clashes were not allowed before the match. The protagonist called his comrade a real provocateur. A summoned reinforced giant guardian appeared in the arena, who had the power of 5 stars. Lick My Top adjusted his tie and said that he would go into battle first. The monster opened its mouth wide and used intimidation. A group of fighters stood in front of him. One of them suggested that it would be too hard. His comrade suggested that they team up. Son raised her fist and called them cowardly losers. The girl rushed forward and shouted that first place would be hers. The monster destroyed the ground with its powerful arms. The woman jumped high into the air and appeared above its head. Lick My Head touched its back with her hand. A bright flash lit up the space around. The AA rank compress skill was compressing the specified object. The huntress lowered her head and sent energy into the body of the guardian. Son snapped her fingers and used the destruction skill. A powerful explosion thundered inside the golem. Because of it, the monster's body flew into pieces. The system reported that the first boss was defeated. The protagonist raised his hands in surprise when rubble fell next to him. The girl put her hands in her pockets and asked if he would be able to pass the test 100%. Many ghosts appeared around him. The system reported that Evil Eye took first place. Hyunsu asked if his girlfriend really thought that he couldn't handle it. The foreign hunters opened their mouths in shock, not understanding how the participants from Korea could do so well without the help of large guilds. The opponents looked at each other menacingly and decided to check who would win. Xianghua killed 4 opponents and asked Evil Eye to at least look at her. Judging by the final score, the guy was ahead of his comrade by 2 points. The woman trembled and asked how this could happen. The young man smiled widely and asked if she really lost at the last stage again. The player patted her on the shoulder and explained that she needs to believe in her home country more, because when you don't trust your teammates and bet on others, you can lose. The man had a Chinese flag on his chest. The swordsman remembered that his girlfriend bet on China in all the matches and suggested that she change her citizenship. Lick My Top bumped her forehead into his and asked why he was talking like he was one of those people who chatted on illegal gaming sites. The hunter explained that he was just trying to keep the games fair and honest. The protagonist raised his hand and said that his girlfriend should get what she deserved. The system reported that due to the tie in points, an additional match would be held. The heroes entered the arena. A notification suggested that the representatives of the Indian, Japanese, and South Korean teams, who scored an equal number of points, would have to fight each other. Hyunsu pointed forward and asked what it was. His opponents frowned menacingly. The guy asked why everything happened so suddenly and said that in general he didn't care about it. The young man poured out vials on the ground and explained that he wanted to try out a new artifact before the match, which he had recently made with the help of Lilk. The player took the vials like brass knuckles and decided that this was his chance to try it out. The hunters cut the weakness and sleepiness potions thrown at them with their weapons. The swordsman continued throwing vials. Venkatesh called him to stop and attack normally. The protagonist summoned 3 shields in front of him at once. The tip of the axe cut through them. The system suggested that the first blow of this weapon inflicts increased damage. The man swung his fist and wished death on his opponent. A huge cloud of smoke rose in front of him. The foreigner asked if his opponent understood the greatness of the newcomer. Hyunsu raised his index finger. The guy grinned and said that in Korea his attack would have seemed insignificant, since its power level was approximately 1. The villain grinned angrily and asked what the hell he was talking about. The young man summoned a bright beam of aurora and called it insignificant. A bright flash lit up the arena. The system informed that Venkatesh could no longer fight. Kaznavu frowned tensely. The player stated that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The swordsman summoned several weapons above his head and decided to experiment a little with the equipment. Dozens of swords were aimed at the enemy. The man asked if he really thought he would fight him with such cheap trinkets. The hunter appeared behind him and swung his weapon. His hat was torn to pieces. A cluster of energy appeared around him. The protagonist looked at his weapon and explained that it was a sword made from facade wood struck by lightning, which kills the effectiveness. Hyunsu put the sword on his shoulder and said that his skills in making weapons and artifacts had improved thanks to Lilka. The Red Fox said that her friend had simply become stronger. The system declared South Korea the final winner. Delighted cries were heard from the crowded arena. The foreigners hung their heads in disbelief. Venkatesh asked how they could lose so miserably on a server without newbies and how these people from Korea could be so strong. The guy picked up a top-quality potion and decided to give them souvenirs since they all worked a little. The heroes trembled with anger. The young man asked them to consider this just another failure and not to hold anger in their souls, since anger is a shortcut to suffering, and said that if they try harder, they can get closer to his level. Son called him simply amazing. The player spread his arms and laughed. The swordsman scratched the back of his head and called himself a kind person for giving potions to his opponents. The girl called his thinking too strange. The woman asked what he planned to do now. The hunter raised a finger and said that he had a quest with a time limit, so he needed to hurry. Lick My Head promised to see him again. The protagonist said goodbye to the guys and entered the portal. Lilka crossed her arms over her chest and said that she was watching the match. Hyunsu leaned towards her and thanked her. The girl was glad that her heir was telling her such words. The woman smiled and asked if her friend would go upstairs. The guy confirmed this and explained that this was the only way he could continue his quest. Snapping her fingers, the Red Fox noticed that her comrade was now eager to carry out his mentor's tasks and wished him luck. The young man looked at her with a smile. The next moment, the player grabbed his sword and ran after her. The swordsman fell into the pond on the 51st floor. The system reported that he needed to swim out from under the thickness of the water and avoid death. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and began to greedily swallow air. The hunter put on the mask of the fish man and grabbed Dokchun's paws, which directed him in the right direction. The northern serpent and the giant crocodile emerged from the depths of the sea. The protagonist looked down and saw their sharp teeth. Hensu surfaced thanks to the corpses of the monsters. The guy smiled and noticed that his sword tingled pleasantly in his hand if he used it in the water. The sun rose above the horizon. The young man thought that he would need a lot of mana to get there, since the monsters here are very strong. Bright energy enveloped the Stardust Crystal, which has pure magical power. The player decided that it was time to use the reward for the match. He looked at the artifact and said that it had a great effect. On his feet were stormtrooper boots. Then a leather shield from the face of a giant appeared, which reduced the enemy's fighting spirit, an ancient incisor that cast a curse, and a victim substitute bracelet that was destroyed after the death of the owner. Sitting on the monster, the swordsman remembered that he could become Lilka's heir if he completed her task. On the forum, Meow Meow Punch asked if the beautiful princess was close to Evil Eye. The hunter replied that he could ask him for anything. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and decided that this was a good way to make money when the user wrote that he wanted to exchange his artifacts for potions and weapons that he used in a friendly match. Hensu was sailing on a raft on the sea when he saw the wreckage of a ship nearby. The guy looked at them and wondered where they came from. If the mountain peak was already nearby, someone's cry was heard. The stranger grabbed a log and begged him for help. The young man looked at him thoughtfully. In the end, the player extended his hand to him. Grabbing it, the man said that he was pretending and ordered him to give him all his things right now. The player destroyed his weapon with his hand and said that he had no doubt that he was a villain. The pirates jumped out of the water and decided to kill him. Putting on his mask, the swordsman realized that they were killing and robbing their own comrades, and warned them that they would all die today. A bright pillar of light appeared in the sky. A ship was sailing on the sea. The pirate was outraged by the behavior of the guilds and said that they were not dogs to guard this place. His comrade reminded them that they were paid handsomely for this. The sailor raised his hand and reported that everyone who went out to rob died, and that other areas before the intermediate base were also destroyed. The captain smiled and explained that these people died because of their stupidity, since they were warned that they must not let their guard down. His subordinate looked away and explained that their guys hadn't even touched anything and that some crazy guy had been chasing them and had attacked first. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the sea and a raft appeared. The hunter raised his hand and greeted the lower life forms. The protagonist clenched his fist and promised to teach them a lesson. Hensu grabbed the scoundrel by the throat. He explained that his team was the lowest in the assassin squad and that they were just carrying out an order from a large guild. The guy approached him and asked him to explain everything in more detail. The pirate added that the guild had ordered them to attack strong opponents and drive them outside the tower. The young man threw him to the ground and asked if their squad was really created to eliminate capable conquerors of the tower. The scoundrel confirmed this. The player frowned and wondered if this could be due to the fact that the hunters outside the tower did not go higher than the 50th floor. The swordsman clenched his fist and said that it was very annoying. The man told him that a raid on the Kraken would soon begin and that it could not be missed in order to rise higher. The hunter scratched his chin and decided that it was true. She bowed her head menacingly. The protagonist grinned slyly and said that he had enough time to finish them all off and asked the villain to give him everything and prepare for death. Screams were heard. Hensu took a few bags with him and thought that they had nothing but gold goblins. The system reported that the user had entered the Ocean Peak area. The guy saw several ships ahead and concluded that quite a lot of people had gathered here. Members of large guilds were on board. Someone's shadow appeared under the water. The system announced that a field boss had appeared. Giant tentacles crawled out from under the water. The man pointed a gun at them and ordered his subordinates to open fire. Standing on the rock, the young man decided that this was very good because the guilds would distract him. There was a splash of water. It was quite dark at great depths. The player dove and headed straight for the monster that guarded the top of the ocean. The swordsman frowned and was indignant that the large guilds did not know that they needed to aim for the body, not the legs. The tentacle tried to hit him, but he dodged. The hunter raised his hands and addressed the great underwater spirit. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and decided that it was time to attack the octopus. Hensu used the skill sticking and climbed onto the enemy's tentacle. The guy grinned maliciously and said that the most important thing was to deprive him of his limbs. Thanks to the skill revenge, one of the tentacles was cut off. The kraken rounded its only eye and roared. The tentacles surrounded the young man from all sides. The player dispersed in the air using fog acceleration and asked Dokchun to hide. He managed to break away from the giant tentacles and approach the monster's body. The swordsman swung his weapon and felt an unpleasant burning sensation. The hunter pierced the octopus's eye with his sword and used electric shock. Lightning enveloped the boss's body. The protagonist gritted his teeth and felt intense pain from his own attack. The system reported that his resistance to electricity had increased. The pupil in the kraken's eye dissipated. Hyunsu realized that he would have died if not for the protection. The guy took a few tentacles with him just in case. Ships were sailing above his head. The people standing on board noticed that the monster was not moving and continued to shoot at it, thinking that their attacks were working. The young man waved his hand in front of the monster's eye and asked it to distract the guild until they reached the top. Dokchun grabbed his master's helmet and they swam forward. A portal opened near the underwater cliff. The system reported that the top of the ocean had been reached and that the user had received the underwater breathing skill as a reward. The player thought that it was not much with his glowing eyes and used his eyes that looked at the stars. A notification announced the discovery of a hidden reward. The swordsman stuck his hand into the subspace and said that this skill never disappoints him. Underwater, a skill book, underwater vision, and an ocean gem that can make even the deadest sea come to life appeared. The hunter took it in his hand. The system reported that the kraken had been killed. Looking back, the protagonist realized that the raid was complete and offered to leave here before people reached them. The system transferred him to the 52nd floor. Flames were burning everywhere. Hyunsu said that he would die from this heat. According to the conditions of the floor, he had to restore the statue in the lava caves of the Karta Mountains. The devil's friend pointed forward. The system warned that the user would get what they deserved if he ignored him. The boy realized that John was somewhere in that direction and that he was waiting for him. The sage standing in the middle of the fiery rock said that he was very glad to meet him. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked if the conqueror of the tower brought Odelto and Hyde, and asked him to follow him. The heroes found themselves in a shelter full of bookcases. The old man explained that he had not had guests for a long time, so the place was a real mess, and asked his guest to settle in. The young man asked if anyone else had come here before. The magician took a pile of books and replied that about 10 years ago a group of people came here. The player's eyes widened in surprise when he heard their names. Hwangmo of Guryeong, Songtak of Muhaksin, and Munho of Chinjiang stood against the background of the coats of arms of their guilds. The swordsman raised his hand and asked the NPC to tell him more about them. John guessed why he was so interested in them. Turning to him, the sage told him that Heian, Chunsu, Jahan, Arshad, and Sowi came to him once, and later they became masters of the so-called guilds. The hunter realized that these were the names of the masters of Phoenix, Sangu, Eclipse, and large foreign guilds. The moon hung above the planet. Most of the pioneer hunters passed through this place and founded guilds. Songmo once said that fake tutorial strategies and safer policies are the same all over the world. The man's eyes sparkled. The protagonist concluded that those who met him on the 50th floors conspired and created a system, and the sage probably warned them that with the increase in the number of hunters, the speed of destruction will increase. Hensu was reflected in his eyes. The old man assumed that his guest knew a lot and asked what he knew about the tower. He replied that he was poorly informed on this issue. A light aura appeared over the planet. The magician said that the tower appears when chaos comes to the world of people. Minor conflicts that grow into global conflicts increase chaos exponentially. Several towers appeared on the earth. It turned out that there is a certain ceiling of chaos, and the tower breaks this ceiling, and then huge chaos appears, which erases everything and starts all over again. The guy opened his mouth in shock and asked if it was really true that when a tower appears, foreshadowing huge chaos, they need to prepare for destruction. John replied that the tower, on the contrary, exists to maintain order and controls people through a system to contain chaos. The young man widened his eyes and asked if the tower was really created to resist chaos. The sage confirmed this and explained that both chaos and order are needed to cleanse the tower. The man added that the minimum requirement to reach the 100th floor was 100 chaos points. The player sat on the stone and asked if the only way to prevent destruction was to gather chaos and clear all 100 floors. The answer was affirmative. The misty hand reached for the stone. The swordsman stated that in that case it would be more logical to develop talented hunters rather than get rid of the weak ones, since then they would have a better chance of reaching the 100th floor, and suggested that this was why the pioneers hid the truth from them. The old man frowned and asked if his guest was angry with them. Clenching his fist, the protagonist confirmed and explained that they had destroyed a huge number of talented people who could have passed the tower, and this should not be so if they did not want to see the death of the world. Approaching him, the mage asked him why he thought the NPCs had failed, and told him that there were many strong heroes in this place and in other worlds. A giant tiger attacked a man. Most of them suffered at the hands of stronger creatures, and in the human world there were no heroes who could fight against unreasonable creatures. Looking up, John added that they would have achieved nothing with brute force anyway, and explained that the tower cannot be climbed alone, so they failed because they overestimated themselves. The people from the large guilds looked ahead. The sage told them that they needed cunning to buy time and team spirit to fight common enemies, but greed was their undoing. Narrowing his eyes, the man said that they too had failed and that their time was up, but now it was the turn of the beautiful princess. Hensu's eyes widened in shock when the old man called him by that name. The protagonist took a step back and asked the sage how he knew who he was. The sage had an aura about him and said that he had learned to notice many things over the course of his life. The protagonist's eyes suddenly lit up. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder. He looked at him and said that in order to revive Odelto, he needed to complete his task. He stretched out his hands and said that they did not have a core, the most important part of the homunculus, and that an artifact with powerful magical power was needed to create it, but it would be difficult to find one. The protagonist put his hand in the bag and asked if this artifact would do. The old man's mouth opened in shock when he saw a primordial SSS rank crystal. The protagonist found himself in a fiery location and said that he could take a walk while the sage created the homunculus. He smiled and asked if he would receive an SSS rank item in exchange for an SS rank item after completing this quest. There was a noise behind him while he was talking about Janetta being on the 70th floor. He turned around and wondered what the noise was. A man was lying on the ground asking for help. The man with the scar on his lip smiled and said that no one would come to help. However, the protagonist sat down on a rock and took a photo of them, then stuck out his tongue and said that they were the spitting image of villains. The men bared their teeth and shouted that it was Evil Eye. They all ran away. However, the protagonist knocked out one of them and stood in front of them. A magic sphere appeared around his hand and he said that he did not let them go. An explosion occurred. The man was sitting on the ground and thanked Hensu for helping him. The protagonist looked at him and asked who they were and why they were chasing him. The man closed his eyes and said that those guys were from the assassination squad who pretended to be collectors and then attacked the hunters. The protagonist immediately remembered the past and how he had already killed one such squad. The protagonist introduced the images of several people and said that this meant that they all came from different groups that worked for the governments of their countries in order to weaken the influence of other nations. The man raised his head and asked Hyunsu to be careful, even though he was strong. Then he smiled and exclaimed that he was Hoi from the Chinese guild Golden Tiger, and therefore he swears that he will definitely repay the protagonist for saving him. Hyunsu walked past the fiery cliffs and said that the world is on the brink of destruction, and all they do is get rid of talented guys for profit. He raised his head and said that they need to contact Junseok and develop a plan. Several system windows appeared in front of him and he said that they did not believe him, as he thought. The protagonist introduced Jinsen, who wrote that he knew that in their country there is a special 94th detachment of the armed forces. The protagonist put his hand to his head and said that he couldn't believe it, because they attack civilians not only in the head, but also outside of it. Suddenly, his eyes widened, because the system notified him that the seal on the Mind Guardian's body had been removed. He looked out from behind the stone and saw a green aura. The eyes of this young man were glowing blue. Odult had acquired a body. Haida threw herself into his arms. He smiled and apologized for being late, but the girl exclaimed that he was just in time. The sage began to cry and said that he was glad that they met again because he had been unable to keep his promise for a long time. The system rewarded the protagonist with some kind of cursed sin doll as well as a vessel of karma, and so the protagonist thought about the fact that it was possible to use both items to cast a curse on someone. Odelto bowed to the protagonist and thanked him for saving him and Haida. The protagonist smiled happily and said that he did what any man could do. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder and said that thanks to him, he was able to keep his promise. He then pointed to the mountain and said that in order to go to the next floor, he needed to restore the statue. He turned around and thanked them, saying that it was time for him to go. The old man looked at the protagonist from behind and said that before getting to the 79th floor, he needed to raise all the stats to 1000 because this was the requirement to enter the 80th floor. The old man smiled and wished him luck. The protagonist found himself on the 53rd floor. A roaring monster appeared behind him. He turned around and saw a bear, which is called the Master of the Cold. Hensu opened his eyes wide in fear. The protagonist immediately struck and he fell. On the monster's back stood a man who said that he was prepared for anything, but did not expect the Master of the Cold to be defeated in one blow. Jakyung smiled and said that it was very cool. Then he crouched down next to the monster and began to cut its meat. He turned around and invited the protagonist to come with him since the stars aligned like that. The man was carrying 2 large pieces of meat. He kicked the door open and shouted to the master that he was back. Someone immediately hit him on the head. The man frowned and reminded him that he had asked many times not to tear down his new door. Then he looked at Hyunsu and asked who he was. Jakyung put his hand to his head and said that he met him on the way here and wanted to feed him. The protagonist looked at him and introduced himself, and the man immediately realized that he was Lilka's friend. The man extended his hand and said that his name was Heglik. He pointed to the table and said that Hyunsu could sit down while Jakyung cooked. The two of them were sitting at the table, and the master was shouting at Yikayong with displeasure at him to cook something from today's catch. He pointed at his student and said that he was the one who taught him everything, otherwise he came here with a bottomless stomach, and immediately called himself his student. The protagonist's eyes widened when he realized that he was talking about the ability to cook. He imagined the perfect dish and mentally said that he could learn the skill of creating food from monsters that could not be used as inventory ingredients. The master looked at the protagonist in surprise while he was thinking about how he could get this knowledge from a simple NPC. He slammed his forehead on the ground and called Heglik a master. He smiled and said that from now on, he wanted to become an NPC chef student. The man frowned angrily and said that of course the protagonist needed a new skill. The protagonist put his hands on his shoulders and called him a master, but the man shouted in displeasure. After a moment, he smiled and told the protagonist to massage a little closer to the neck, and Hyunsu was thinking that fortunately, he often massaged his superiors in the past. Heglik turned around and said that he appreciated his eagerness, but he couldn't teach him cooking because it was one of those skills that was passed down through generations. The man imagined different badges and asked if the protagonist had ever heard of someone learning to cook by buying a skill from the ability shop, hunting, or trading. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked if that meant that Yikayong had inherited the skill from a master, and the man replied that it was. Yikayong wielded the knife like a madman, and Heglik said that some skills, including cooking, can be passed on once they reach S rank, and the ability level will be C when passed on. But Yikayong dreamed of becoming the strongest chef so much that he managed to develop it to a rank. Heglik frowned and said that in order for him to teach Hyunsu, his ambitions should be no lower. The protagonist smiled happily and began to shout that of course he was ready to embark on such a difficult path. The man crossed his arms and decided to ask what the most important thing in cooking was. Hyunsu smiled happily and said that it was hygiene, but the man exclaimed that it was only needed when there was time to take care of it. Heglik tensed his muscles and said that self-sufficiency and adaptability were the 2 pillars of field cooking, and to achieve them, one would need to be strong to survive and bring back prey. A powerful aura surrounded him and he said that the stronger the monster, the tastier its meat, and in order to harvest monsters, one must be strong. Yikayong appeared behind him and exclaimed that Hyunsu was strong, as he had killed the Master of Cold with one blow. The protagonist picked up his weapon and asked if they really wanted to see his strength, and the man closed his eyes and said that at this rate, he would grind all the ingredients for cooking into powder. Heglik extended his hand and said that if he was so interested in cooking, he should show him some worthy prey. But he should also keep in mind that only body parts from monsters of at least 5 stars that Hyunsu had caught himself would be accepted. The protagonist presented the flesh of the mestock larva as well as the tentacle of the kraken and then asked if this was enough. Then he showed his spoon as an inventory, after which the protagonist showed his A rank skill, which is needed for cooking, and then Heglik said that a cook should not be afraid of fire, but then Hensu said that he has a B rank resistance to flame. A system window appeared in front of him and he upgraded his fire resistance skill to rank it to meet the conditions. The cook fell to the floor and screamed that Hyunsu had hurt his pride because he had never given up his skill so easily. Yikyung put a bowl of soup on the table for Haglik to eat. He then approached the protagonist and said that the master had arranged all these tests only for his own whims, but there was a way to soften it. Hyunsu was holding a barrel of fairy nectar in his hands. The master drank it with his eyes closed and wondered how such a rare wine had ended up in the protagonist's hands. The three of them sat at the table. Yikyung said that he knew that drinking was the master's main weakness. Dokchun smiled happily, and the young chef continued to tell the protagonist that it was amazing that he had received parts of monsters that he had never heard of, and he knew about seasonings. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked what would happen if he used these ingredients in cooking. Would there be an effect like a potion? The master pointed his finger and said that there would be an effect, and there was no need for herbs, because each part of the monster also had its own effect, and that was the main point of being a chef. But the fact is that without the necessary knowledge, success cannot be achieved. The protagonist looked at them carefully and thought that with the help of eyes looking at the stars, he would be able to learn many new combinations of food that would give the same effects as potions. Then Haglik looked at Hyunsu and said that he was only here for a short time, so he might not even know him as a master, and that he was more than enough with just one student, and that he would teach the protagonist the basics and would try to do it in 1 week. Hyunsu raised his finger and said that Haglik not only fed him well, but would also teach him, and that he would not remain in debt and book a catering service called Hell's End Kitchen. The man introduced the demons and said that the protagonist was no stranger to this since he knew them, and that Haglik had met them once. Yikyung wondered what kind of Hell's End Kitchen this was. It was snowing outside, and they were scolding the boy for being a hunter but not knowing about the store in the online community. A week later, it was still snowing outside, and Haglik's screams were still loud. He looked at the dark soup, more like swamp mud. Hyunsu immediately tried a spoonful of the soup and said that if it was edible, then the appearance did not matter. A moment later, he fell to the ground and died from the deadly poison. After a while, the protagonist opened the system window, and when asked where he had been walking, he answered that he had taken a short walk. Hyunsu had recently given the assassination squad a taste of his food to taste, and he also made a post in the community to deal with the assassination squads together. The protagonist imagined the image of Jinsen and mentally said that the alliance members began to destroy the assassination squads with joint efforts. He looked at the photo of a familiar girl and wondered how long she had been hanging out with Jaehyuk. Dokchun jumped off the protagonist's shoulder. A ray of light appeared in the sky, and the protagonist said that the catering was already here. Some demon landed on the ground and bowed. He opened his eyes and said that his name was Franken, the managing manager of the 50th floor. They stood in front of a huge table, and he said that they had prepared everything for the best banquet. He then looked at the protagonist and said that he had heard about him from Gale and that he wanted to meet him, and he also said that he was from the 4th dimension of demons. The protagonist smiled happily and exclaimed that it was no wonder that he seemed familiar to him, since he was a white demon. Franken smiled in response to the question and said that thanks to the protagonist's efforts, Gale's life had become much better than before, and the protagonist said that he was curious if the staff of the Hell's Doom Kitchen were all demons. Franken opened his eyes and said that the Hell's Doom Kitchen was made up of various races, including demons, fairies, angels, and beastmen, since race meant nothing when it came to cooking. Haglik pulled the demon towards him and asked Hyunsu if he minded if they chatted for a minute. Franken lowered his head and apologized, but the protagonist replied that it was fine. Yikyung stuffed himself with food, so the protagonist was shocked because he had only just started. After a while, the plates were empty, and the young chef said that thanks to Hyunsu, not only did he learn a lot, but he also ate until he was full. But the protagonist replied that they were even, because it was Yikyung who invited him, and therefore, if it weren't for the young man, he would never have learned to cook and would not have been able to throw a banquet. Franken approached the protagonist and asked if he was satisfied with the food, and the protagonist replied that it was simply amazing and even better than last time. Franken pointed to his horn and said that they tried a little harder this time because they knew Mr. Haglik would be there too. The demon gave him a map of some sort and said that there was another reason for his visit, and that the protagonist must have already received an invitation along with the reservation confirmation. The demon leaned over and whispered that they were holding a banquet in 3 days and invited Hyunsu, and that many influential VIP guests would be attending the banquet, so it would be a great opportunity to meet. Yikyung stood nearby and eavesdropped while the demon said that there would also be a gift exchange ceremony with the management, but that it was not a strict rule and Hyunsu could just join as a guest, and that only select guests would be attending the banquet. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was a great opportunity to establish useful connections. They turned their attention to the young chef, and Hyunsu told him that if he had something to say, he could speak up, since his eavesdropping was an eyesore. He put his hand to the back of his head and asked if he could go there, but Franken said it was forbidden. The protagonist immediately hugged him and asked the demon if they could make an exception, since he would be lonely without a companion. Heglich put his hand to his chin and said that since his student had decided to go himself, he saw no obstacles. Franken closed his eyes and said that, apparently, he had no right to refuse the request of such authoritative figures, and therefore believed that they could let the protagonist's companion in. Yikyung immediately opened his mouth wide and shouted joyfully. Hyunsu hugged him and thanked the demon, and the demon added that the student would not receive an additional invitation and that he would need to stay close to the protagonist. A beam appeared around the demon and he said goodbye to them. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that it was time for him to go too. He bowed and thanked Heglich for the week, who in turn handed him an object. The man gave the boy his recipe book, as well as his disciple's medal, and said that no matter what Hyunsu did, he was his disciple, so he could not disgrace his name. The man poked Yikyung in the shoulder and said that he was strong, but not very smart, so he asked the protagonist to take care of him. Hyunsu watched them from the side, thinking that this was where their paths diverged. Heglich suddenly hit the disciple in the face and yelled at him, reminding him that he had asked him not to mention that he was his heir. The master turned to the protagonist and was about to start making excuses, but Hyunsu said that he understood and would keep it a secret. The two of them walked forward, and along the way, Yikyung asked if it was true that they were going to the Eternal Frost Crystal, which the protagonist confirmed and thought about how there were two ways to get past the 54th floor, either spend a month here or leave a mark on the Eternal Frost Crystal. The young chef smiled and looked at Hyunsu and said that he had already opened the portal and knew the way to the crystal, and Hyunsu replied that he had probably spent several months here learning from Heglich. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that Yikyung had spent more than 10 years here. The young man looked at him with a frown and said that time here didn't fly like it did in their world. He crossed his arms and said that he had entered 5 years after the cataclysm, so he was probably one of the old-timers. An image of a tower appeared in their minds, and the young chef said that the tower had appeared here 13 years ago, and he had entered here 5 years later, so it turned out that 8 years had passed outside and 10 years had passed here. Everything around was covered in snow. The young man continued to say that it was just at that time that the large guilds had just begun to establish zones of influence, and also finalize their security policies. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and mentally said that he was so shocked that he could not even laugh, because Jekaion, one of the pioneers, was stuck in such a place, and therefore he felt like he was lying. Jekaion pointed at himself and, answering the question, said that on the first floor of the tower he met about 3 goblins. Then he closed his eyes and said that the traps on the 3rd floor were really a problem, and the protagonist thought that this chef was telling the truth. Then Yikyung turned around and asked Hyunsu about when he arrived at the tower, and he replied that he arrived about half a year ago. So the chef exclaimed that it took him 4 years to get to the 50th floor, because at that time they did not even understand what the tower was. They walked through the forest, and the protagonist, listening to the chef, thought that the pioneers must have worked very closely together. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and exclaimed that there was a crystal of eternal frost. They looked at the frozen monster, and one of them said that the monster guarding it was called the Ghost of Eternal Frost, but it would not be a problem for Hyunsu. They took a closer look at it, and the protagonist said that they needed to deal with it, but the chef did not understand why, because it could not even be eaten. The protagonist looked at him from behind and noticed that he was thinking about food all the time, but there were more important things. They looked down from a hill, and the protagonist said that there was a battle going on with a squad of assassins. The heroes lowered their heads, and Hyunsu said that they were a bunch of scum that couldn't even be called people. He looked at the man with the sword and said that these assassins were trying to outnumber those unfortunates. The man fell to the ground. The monster stood over the 2 men, and Yikyung said that the assassins were pushing the unfortunates into the monster's territory, cutting off their escape. Several people stood in the middle, the monster stood behind them, and the assassins stood in front. The cook raised his spear and told the protagonist to deal with the monster as he wanted. He threw the spear and said that he would deal with those worms himself. The masked killers smiled and said that their opponents had nowhere else to go, and now they would either die at their hands or be finished off by the monster. Suddenly, a spear flew at one of them. He managed to dodge and it did not hit him, but it scared the killers well. The cook picked up another spear, and the protagonist praised his throw. Then they immediately jumped down. Having landed, they ran at the enemy. The unfortunates looked at the protagonist running past and said that Evil Eye had come to save them. Hyunsu jumped behind the monster and swung his sword. He stuck the sword into the monster's neck and it screamed in pain. Something blue was approaching him. He immediately jumped back from the monster. Then he stretched out his hand and a blue aura appeared around him. The shells flew straight at the monster. Then, magic circles appeared above the monsters as the protagonist used another ability. He ran forward, holding a sword in his hands. Hyunsu jumped into the air and hit the monster, leaving a red mark. The severed tongue fell out of the monster's mouth and it began to scream in pain. The protagonist looked at the tongue and told Dikchun that he did a great job. A fire sphere appeared in his hand and he wished the monster a peaceful rest. Everything was covered in fire, and the system suddenly notified Hyunsu that all the conditions were met, as the ghost of eternal cold had received significant damage. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the crystal. The protagonist turned around and said that it was time to help the cook. However, the cook sat on their corpses and said that they were certainly strong, but they were no match for him. Hyunsu looked down and was surprised to think that Ikeung had scattered the enemies without any special skills with his bare hands. The rescued people stood in front of the protagonist and admired and praised him out loud, and said that they wanted to join his alliance, but the problem was that they were too weak. Hyunsu smiled and said that the conditions for joining were not that high, but, according to him, they should ask Jinsuk about the conditions. The chef closed his eyes and said that he never thought that he would get his share of glory just by standing next to him, and the protagonist replied that an alliance does not work like that at all, because you just need to go to the community and gather information. They stood in front of the portal, and the protagonist said that it was time to go, but their portals led to different places. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the chef. Ikeung smiled and suggested that they add each other so that they could correspond and see each other much faster. The protagonist's mouth opened wide because they were talking about his nickname in the community. He opened his mouth wide but remained silent while the cook was talking about how he had chosen some embarrassing nickname. The cook continued to point at something, saying that he saw strategy notes from the princess, and he also said that he thought that she was also a beauty in real life. Ikeung smiled and said that he wanted to meet the guys from the community as soon as possible, but the protagonist was only thinking about running away before it was too late or just knocking out the cook. The protagonist was still standing with his mouth wide open, because Ikeung was waiting for an answer about the nickname and he didn't know what to think of. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, realizing something. He raised his finger and shouted that he was banned, and therefore he cannot be found even by his nickname, because he can't really write anything there. They stood in front of the portal again, and Hyunsu said that on the 50th floors there is always a second condition to clear besides survival, so they will meet at the quest point. Danchu smiled with relief, sitting on the protagonist's neck, because they both knew that Hyunsu almost got caught. He entered the portal and found himself in a deserted area. The protagonist turned his head and read the system notification that he cannot use the store on this floor, but he can steal or open items from the pocket dimensions of enemies, including bound items. On the floor, he saw a sign saying that a night of emptiness is waiting for him there, and so he said that he should immediately go into the dungeon, trying not to run into monsters. The protagonist dove into the ground using his skill and said that it was strange that the condition for clearing was confession, and not killing the boss. Suddenly, he looked forward and said that they were there. The protagonist emerged from under the ground. A strange skeleton was sitting in front of him. This huge monster introduced himself as a Void Knight and said that he was Velzat. The Void Knight lowered his head and said that it was surprising that Hensu was asking what he wanted to do first, since most people usually asked why Velzat was sealed. He introduced himself as a man and began to tell a story about the times when he still had a body, but Hensu suddenly interrupted him and asked if his comrades had come here. The skeleton widened his eyes and exclaimed that he was telling a story, but the protagonist was talking about how there were no hunters around, which was strange. He put his hand to his chin and said what his two comrades were up to, and the skeleton continued to yell at him. The skeleton frowned in irritation, but the protagonist threw him a chocolate bar and asked him not to interfere. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought about how Lizard had probably decided to stay here for a month. Hensu's eyes lit up. The knight began to emit a purple aura and shouted for the protagonist to feed him until he filled the emptiness in his stomach, because only then would the knight agree to acknowledge him. The protagonist smiled and thought about another quest awaiting him, because the Knight of Emptiness longed to be freed from the curse. Velzat lowered his head and said that if the protagonist lifted the curse, he would acknowledge him. The skeleton turned his attention to the nail that nailed him to the wall and said that he was always hungry, because these were the conditions of the curse placed on his soul. But he himself could not understand the conditions, and besides, once the curse disappeared, he would immediately die, because only bones remained of him. Hensu put his hand to his chin and asked if this meant that lifting the curse would kill him, and he replied that it did. The monster opened his eyes wide and said that he really wanted to be freed from the curse, but was not ready to die. The protagonist crossed his arms, and Velzat explained that even after committing a mortal sin by devouring the hunters that came here, he still clung to life. The protagonist looked at him and asked about the fact that since he had sinned, he should acknowledge it and atone. Hensu smiled madly and said that he was an NPC, so the atonement would be quite simple, for example, an additional reward for the quest. The knight exhaled heavily and said that if the protagonist helped, he would not only acknowledge him, but also reward him, but so far no one had succeeded in doing so. The protagonist immediately used the water skill on him and said that he wanted to test something. The protagonist began digging the ground. He threw pieces of dirt into the Void Knight's mouth. Velzat narrowed his eyes and screamed that the dirt did not work either. Hensu raised his head and asked if Velzat was eating because he was hungry or trying to satisfy some other need. The knight lowered his head, and the protagonist continued asking questions about why he lost control of himself and did such a thing. The bright sun shone on the rocks, and Velzat thought out loud that after the curse was cast, he did not immediately become like this, because at first he just wanted to eat at least something, but the emptiness inside was driving him crazy, and he wanted to fill it, and hunger came much later. Hyunsu put his hand to his chin and mentally said that this is true, because if he was going crazy from hunger, he would not even talk, and therefore his true problem is an all-consuming thirst for consumption. Baekchun looked at the protagonist and said that even if he was so hungry, he still should not eat dirt. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. Yikyung was standing in the distance, waving at him. The cook approached the Void Knight and wondered in shock what kind of huge skeleton it was. Then he smiled and said that if he were the boss, he would immediately turn him into a steak. They stood opposite each other, and the cook asked how much time they had until the Hell's End kitchen banquet, and the protagonist replied that they had about an hour left. He tightened his blindfold and suggested that they prepare a little, since he had heard that it was customary to bring gifts to such events. He picked up the knives and said that since he didn't have much money, he would cook something. The knight looked at them while they were busy in the kitchen. There were several high-quality dishes on the table. The protagonist took a bite and said that the meat was excellent. Velzat looked at them in surprise and thought that he wanted to try it too. The skeleton looked at them and shouted at them to let him try the meat, since he wanted to too. Yikyung started cutting the dish and asked which part the Void Knight wanted to try. The protagonist opened the status window and said that they had to go. They both began to teleport and said that they were leaving it all to Velzat. He cried while looking at the dishes and shouted that he was tied up. Masked men appeared nearby and talked about Hyunsu leaving. The skeleton continued to cry, and they talked about how the portal did not open, so they probably failed to win Velzat's favor. Many assassins were watching them, and they talked about setting traps to catch them right away when they returned. They went inside, and the protagonist asked if their clothes were appropriate for the dress code. A demon approached them and said that weapons were not allowed in the banquet hall, but that was the only restriction. Yikyung stood in front of the table and began to wonder about the sauce. The protagonist watched a group of people discussing how to pass the tower. He then looked at another group and realized that they were NPCs, but the protagonist did not recognize any of them. He looked straight ahead and thought that most likely all these NPCs came from levels above 50, and therefore he thought it would be quite useful to get to know them. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. The protagonist turned around in shock and asked who it was. A dark-haired curly man was smiling. His t-shirt had pictures of girls from the real world on it. This man started to pose with his muscles, and so the protagonist realized that it was Fluffy. He noticed his t-shirt and said that it had pictures of his favorite idols from a pop group, and the photo was taken using the protagonist's camera skill. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and said that he saw him trading with Punch, but he didn't think he was such a fan of them. Vusiok looked at him smiling, and the protagonist thought that he had managed to reach the 65th floor, and therefore, if he left their tower right now, it would be a sign of an S-rank hunter. Although his authority was lower than Hyunsu's, Hyunsu could not read the details of his skills and title. He looked at the protagonist and warned him to be careful with the NPCs, but the young man wondered why he was saying this. Suddenly, someone slammed their fist on the table and loudly asked since when the kitchen of Hellish Doom became a haven for garbage. The pirate pointed his finger at Hyunsu and asked if there weren't only VIP guests here. Yikyung raised his hand and apologized, but the man started shouting even more. Vusiok looked at this and said that now he didn't even need to explain why it was better not to mess with the NPCs. Everyone around looked at the protagonist with displeasure and said that since he was a beggar, he should be conquering a tower and not having fun at a banquet. Vusiok turned around and said that it was extremely difficult for an NPC to become a VIP client of the kitchen, so those who came here considered themselves the elite of the elite. Then he extended his hand and said that he forgot to mention something. Someone was standing behind the pirate, and Vusiok said that there were some hunters here who deliberately irritated NPCs. The stranger raised the bottle up. He poured it on the pirate's head. Everyone around opened their mouths wide and wondered what he was doing. The pirate turned around in horror, and the stranger said that the pirate needed to go to bed and sleep it off if he had drunk too much because it was not worth ruining the mood of others. The pirate immediately swung his fist. However, the stranger caught the fist. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered if he had blocked the NPC's attack. His eyes lit up as he wondered who this guy was. This masked man was Tijin, who had climbed up to the 84th floor. The pirate fell to the ground, and Tijin said that he wouldn't have climbed in if he hadn't seen someone he knew. He took his mask in his hand and began to take it off. Yikyung's eyes widened in surprise. Tijin smiled and asked him how many years they hadn't seen each other. Tijin opened his mouth and said that he hadn't heard a word from him for 10 years, to which Yikyung replied that he had been busy studying with his master and all that, adding that he didn't have social media. He held out his hand and said that the man had invited him and called him over, introducing his comrade to him. The protagonist, holding out his palm, was glad to meet him and introduced himself as Evil Eye. Taejin, raising the corners of his lips, asked him again for his name. He smiled and asked if he was the one who had slaughtered the rookie hunters. The guy, clenching his fist, continued that he was one of the first players and stood at the origins of the Nine Dragons Guild. Hyunsu, wide-eyed, was surprised because it was the strongest guild in Korea and he was one of its first members. A dark silhouette of a player appeared and the protagonist thought that something was wrong because if he was one of the first players, then shouldn't there be restrictions on him? Taejin, grabbing his sweater, exclaimed that what he was looking for would not be here, and if the restrictions were imposed by a hunter whose floor was lower than his, then he could easily bypass them. He circled around the protagonist and said that he heard that he had wiped the rookies off the face of the earth and asked what he should do with him. The guy lowered his eyebrows and asked why he killed them. Hyunsu raised his palm and said why he was asking. He slapped his interlocutor's hand away and added that they deserved it and asked if he had any problems with it. Taejin narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He suddenly bent down and started laughing loudly. The frog narrowed her pupils and the guy continued to mock. He wiped away his tears and exclaimed that he was a funny guy and introduced himself with his nickname, and Yikyung asked what he said that was so funny, adding that this man laughed like crazy at everything. The bearded man listened to them wanting to drink something and, opening his mouth wide, said that they were bastards. He clenched his fist and shouted for them to at least apologize, to which the manager asked him to calm down. Franken exclaimed, smiling, that he personally called them here, and the sir replied that these hunters were not even VIP clients, and wasn't this an abuse of his authority. The players frowned when they heard that they were Heglick's guests and students, and they had the right to be here. The protagonist turned his head, and the men discussed that he had retired and was now training hunters, and since that was the case, they were here for a reason, and the protagonist thought that first Franken, and then all the guests, understood everything, but who was Heglick? The assistants hummed into a musical instrument and greeted the director. The director, with his mouth slightly open, wished everyone a good evening and hoped that they were enjoying the banquet. Kite adjusted his tie, and the system reported his characteristics and said that orders with him cannot be cancelled just because someone changed their mind. He smiled broadly and said that he inadvertently overheard their conversation. The headmaster, lowering his fists, asked if it was true that these two gentlemen were Heglick's students. The boys, holding out their badges, replied that he was quite right. Kite, rubbing his hands, said that he saw that it was so, and that they had come at just the right time. He turned around and suggested that they begin exchanging gifts, and said that if it were not too much trouble, he would be happy to test their skills, as it would be an excellent gift, to which the boys shouted that this was exactly what they had planned. The director, standing near the table, said that he was looking forward to it, but it would be boring for him to enjoy such a buffet alone, and asked if he could invite everyone present, to which the players responded positively, adding that it was fun to cook for one person while the others stood and watched. The man, clapping, said that he liked their approach and suggested that they begin. Two guys found themselves in the kitchen. Hyunsu, perplexed, asked what he had even thought about what they would cook, and Yikyung, holding his head, yelled that there were too many questions and his brain was overheated. The protagonist, raising his palm, whispered to him, to which his partner replied that it was a good idea, according to the best advice of the master. The guys, joyfully clenching their fists, decided to start cooking, helping each other. The frog picked up the cutlery, and Yikyung asked to light the hottest fire, and the protagonist heard his request. A huge table appeared, on which there were many dishes, and they were ready. The player, putting his hands on his hips, said the dishes, and added his special dish with grated apple to reduce fat, and sea salt. Kite, crossing his elbows, asked if they served meat and fish at the same time, saying that such a balance is easy to upset. Hyunsu explained that that is why they serve a special sauce with the dish, and it is a company secret, but he will hint that there is blood in it. Yikyung, opening his mouth wide, said that this is not all, because they still have a final surprise. The protagonist, smiling under his helmet, thought about the theme for the buffet, which he proposed to his colleague. He held in his hand the famous drink, the tears of the Azure Dragon, created from the tears of the most powerful creature of the East, which improves many indicators, and introduced this drink to everyone, thinking that there were dishes that go well with alcohol, so that even those who have already eaten their fill could join in the celebration. The man in glasses, sweat on his face, shouted that it was a rare drink, and where did ordinary hunters get it from, and the protagonist told everyone to take glasses and asked the director if he would say a toast. Kite choked, and Hyunsu was sure that high-ranking men simply adored it. The director said that he hoped that each of their days would be filled with joy, and he was also extremely happy to meet the students of an old friend, to which the protagonist raised his glass and thought that long toasts were also a universal activity. The man, holding out his glass, continued that in conclusion, he sincerely wished prosperity and development to everyone gathered and the kitchen itself. Everyone raised their filled glasses, shouting that they would drink. The frog, sitting on the protagonist's head, closed its eyes contentedly, and he learned that this drink really did contain magic, and it gave a great boost of energy. Suddenly, an unusual aura swirled over Hyunsu's head and over Dokchun. The system reported that Dokchun's rank had increased and his abilities had become stronger, and a special skill had appeared, causing the frog to open its mouth wide, and the protagonist thought that it had become an adult and was surprised by its punch rank. He bared his jaw and exclaimed that even he only had one of these, and did not understand how an ordinary frog could surpass its owner because it was just a hairless amphibian with 2 ventricles and 1 atrium. The frog raised its paw menacingly and croaked, causing the frightened protagonist to say that he was not serious, and it was just a joke and not to be angry. Hyunsu's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He thought that he had entered a heavenly meadow, and all the guests were very pleased with the taste of the drink and also became kind. And the system reported the effect of this drink, explaining that the hearts of everyone gathered warmed, and the protagonist received the title of chef. The protagonist thought that it was all thanks to Yikyung, and Pugrid, wiping away tears, shouted that when they were on the 67th floor, let them come to him, he would repay them for their generosity. Hyunsu, rubbing his stomach, heard that the banquet was coming to an end, and asked everyone to carefully walk to the exit, and said that it was very good and a cool experience. Yuseok, spreading his arms in different directions, turning to Evil Eye, exclaimed that thanks to him, he tasted wonderful food and drink. He reached into his pocket and said that let him take this as a sign of his gratitude. The guy happily took out his treasured personalized t-shirt. He, frowning, added that this thing was his main treasure, and if he loses or tears it, then the same will happen to him, to which the protagonist said that then there is no need to give it to him at all. Yusek gave the gift and left, and the protagonist did not understand if there were any normal people here at all. The guests, standing by the carpet, told each other how much they liked everything and said goodbye, and the system wrote that the respect of many NPC had increased greatly. Teejin, putting on a mask, told Evil Eye that he would closely monitor his progress. He, grinning under the mask, continued that he would soon get to his floor, and then they would have fun, and was also waiting for him with impatience, to which the protagonist thought that he was a weirdo. The guy added that if he got into a fight with his friend Yikyung, he would feel bad, to which Yikyung raised his hand and replied that he should be more careful and eat well. The player continued that they would now be able to communicate more often, and Hyunsu, holding a note, did not understand what he had given him. The director, lowering his head, said that Hegelic students had adopted a lot from him. The guys looked at him in bewilderment, listening to how, thanks to them, he remembered the good old days of his youth. Kite, crying loudly, shouted that from now on, Hell's End Kitchen would support them in everything. The protagonist asked again about support, receiving the answer that it meant that Haldane Kitchen would cover their rear, and Jekhyom, opening his mouth, exclaimed that he did not know exactly how it worked, but it sounded good. The director, sitting at the table, said that as far as they knew, there were many influential groups at the top of the tower, and it did not matter whether they were NPCs or the conquerors of the tower themselves, to which the player clarified whether they were large guilds. The man, introducing 3 chefs from Haldane Kitchen, offered to tell them about some of them. Members of the Kingdom of Flowers and Birds Guild, ruled by the Golden Empress, appeared. Players of the Arena Alliance were visible, where Kuldres is the representative. A question was heard whether Kuldres had his own faction, and the answer was that all the tower arenas were united into one union, and 2 members of the faction appeared. Kite said that this was not all, because there were many such factions, and he introduced the Hidden Garden team, led by druids and elves. The magical creatures of the Fractal Park, created by fairies and nature spirits, appeared. 3 guys who were in the group of experienced conquerors of the upper floors were visible. Frog folded her arms, and it was heard about the groups of newcomers, lovers of sea fishing, to which Hyunsu asked if the lovers of sea fishing were just a club. Is that right? The director answered that another union of PP Jin had recently appeared, and their growth was impressive, which made Yikyung, smiling widely, exclaim that it sounded funny. The man folded his fists and added that he didn't want to brag, but Haldane Kitchen was one of the largest organizations, so they could provide them with significant support. But in order to do so, they needed to establish a certain relationship with them, otherwise they wouldn't have a formal excuse to interfere. The protagonist put his hand on his side and clarified that he wanted to say that they should do something useful for Haldane Kitchen to strengthen that relationship, and he received a positive answer. He crossed his arms and thought that all NPCs had their own limitations, and except for special cases, they couldn't directly attack or help the conquerors, so they needed to make such formal excuses. Yikyung extended his finger and exclaimed that he just wanted to ask for something, and while he was still inexperienced, he wanted to work here as a cook. Kite raised the corners of his lips and said that they would stay for a while to gain experience, and he noticed that they were busy with the main dishes. He looked at Hensu and added that the VIP was responsible for preparing ingredients and supporting tasks, and heard a positive answer. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, exclaimed that he wanted to do something other than cooking. The director, raising a finger, asked that perhaps the VIP should enter into a partnership agreement then, adding that the Haldane kitchen had a team for preparing ingredients, but as NPCs, they were limited in their actions. Flying sheets of paper with instructions appeared. The protagonist, holding a paper, clarified whether this meant that he needed him to bring ingredients, drinks, spices, and other things that could not be found here. An unusual gate was visible, and it was heard that they had reached an agreement, and the system reported that a partnership agreement had been concluded with the Haldane kitchen, and an exclusive artifact for the kitchen's partners had been received. A bracelet appeared on Hensu's hand, and he heard that he would be able to exchange the resources he received through this bracelet, which temporarily connected him to the Haldane kitchen, and he would be able to choose the rewards himself. The protagonist, lowering his palm, asked again about the information, receiving the answer that they have many employees scattered throughout the tower, and therefore they hear a lot. He, looking at the director, asked if he knew what was on each floor of the tower. Kite, squinting his eyes, said that within the limits that do not violate the system restrictions, to which the protagonist said that he would try to maintain good relations with him. They shook hands, and the man added that if later he found something valuable, he would contact him. He, crossing his palms, wished him a successful conquest of the tower, and Yikyung apologized for leaving him alone. The system wrote about the end of the meeting, and the reverse summoning was activated, and the player, raising his hands to his mouth, exclaimed that he did not know if this could be called gratitude, but he could take the kitchen tools left there for himself. Hyunsu found himself on the 54th floor, and he, standing at the kitchen table, said that he had returned. Velzat, with his mouth wide open, shouted for him to quickly put the braised ribs in his mouth, to which the protagonist replied that he must have been really hungry. He, taking the pot, said that if he had known, he would have taken the leftovers from that meeting with him, and this had already cooled down, so he would cook something new. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened, and his SS rank ability was activated. He clenched his fist, and the installed skills and artifacts were flying above him. Hyunsu saw the monsters and thought that all the artifacts were designed to restrict movement and that there was an S-rank one among them. Dikshun opened her mouth, and the guy wondered if they had been watching him all this time and recognized the extermination squad. One of the squad members, folding his arms, said that he was the only one who returned. The protagonist, turning his head away, mused that this was a scale that required the unification of at least 5 countries, and asked if they were there to catch him, adding that they had too much free time, and it was heard that his attempts to look calm were simply ridiculous. He, pointing at Velzat, asked if they could see the NPCs behind him, and explained that he was currently furious, and if they made an unnecessary move, they would all simply die, to which the Void Knight told him to shut up and give him braised ribs. The leader of the extermination squad, crossing his arms, said that on signal they would attack him, and leave the NPCs alone. He snapped his fingers and exclaimed that they were starting. The protagonist, clenching his fist, tried to defend himself from a multitude of skills. The enemy, looking at him, said that he was a real monster, but he would still die, and they would not kill him quickly. Hyunsu, clenching his jaw, listened to him say that he would pay in full for the lives of their comrades who died because of him and for inciting the crowd, to which he replied that they all lived outside the tower, ate and slept peacefully. Showing his middle finger, he added that incitement was what they did, and he would make them pay for everything. The opponent, waving his hand, exclaimed that he probably thought he could be so impudent because he had a lot of coins left, but no matter whether he returned to the safe zone, started conquering the tower again, or got out, he would find him and kill him. The frog smiled widely, and the protagonist said that let him try, and he would show who would be left in the end, thinking that if he reached the end and got infinite coins, then the current situation was not happy. A battlefield with many opponents appeared, and he thought that the number of enemies and debuffs were one problem, but the field itself also limited him, and he needed to block their attacks, destroy artifacts, and remove debuffs. The protagonist, spreading his fingers, understood that it would not be easy, and first he would raise his condition with buffs and exclaim that now, before they begin, they have a festive performance. He began to dance, marching in different directions, and the system reported the effect of this dance, which improves mood and many other indicators. The frog raised its paw and moved back, and Hyunsu shouted that now it was a dance break from Dikshun, and it was heard that it was amazing, and what were they staring at? The protagonist, stretching out his fingers, said that if they were feeling bad, let them try to repeat this pose, and the system wrote about the death pose of the 8th level. The opponents, with their pupils bulging, said that this guy was acting confidently in front of them, and asked the frog to do something else, and they were told not to give in to provocations, because he was just desperately struggling. The protagonist happily swung his legs. He continued to wriggle furiously, releasing fire and water, and the opponent exclaimed that he could no longer just stand there and watch this bastard. The member of the extermination squad, with his mouth wide open, ordered to kill him. Many unusual auras appeared. Hyunsu, raising his elbow, warned Ikchun of the danger. A powerful explosion was heard, and the system reported a run in the fog of the 6th level. Many objects were destroyed, to which the eye of the protagonist lit up, and he furiously asked why they so easily destroyed everything they had installed with great difficulty, and thought that an S-rank artifact was really difficult to bypass. The protagonist, spreading his arms, shouted that his body was now lighter, and using the skill of returning the dead, rolled the buff dice, which gave him super armor. He released a powerful energy of flame and ice, exclaiming that he would repay them in full. In the distance, an incredibly powerful explosion was visible. Lick my top of the head watched the black smoke. He, holding his hand in his pocket, said that it seemed to him that something happened there, and decided to go check. Meow Meow Punch dragged the enemy's body and said that these guys were from the extermination squad, so it was nothing. The guy, taking hold of the helmet, said that this was great and they would see each other later. A magical fog from the explosion appeared. The system told about the 7 demon fence created by the 7 higher demons to capture angels, and Hyunsu, being in an unusual aura, thought that with such a power of retribution it would be possible to destroy this entire area, but because of this thing he could only destroy the artifacts. He, clenching his fist, decided to increase the power and use the ability of the Astral Rainbow, which increases the damage of all attack skills by 1000% for 10 seconds, and it can be used once a day. The protagonist swung a magic weapon. He, having dealt a furious attack, shouted for them to die. The magic trace from the blow flew straight at the monster. A strong explosion was heard. The opponents, through sweat on their faces, exclaimed that he destroyed the demon fence, and added that everyone needed to get ready and bring down all their power on him. The protagonist, kneeling down, said that now even the hunter from the 60th floor would not be able to stop him, and the Astral Rainbow skill could still work for 7 more seconds. He suddenly jumped back and flew towards the opponents, which they dodged. The enemies, looking at the ground, said that he hid in the tunnel and warned that he was below. The destruction squad suddenly scattered in different directions from the explosion, and the ability of the Astral Rainbow lasted for 2 more seconds. Hyunsu, stretching out a burning palm, called out to his opponent. He, smiling, asked who was going to kill whom. The opponent, baring his teeth, was scared. A strong flash appeared in the distance, from which stones flew down, and the ability of the protagonist was completed, and the damage from the skills used was reduced to 10% for 1 hour. He, raising his elbow, thought that this was bad. Holding the sword in his hand, the guy thought that he had killed so many, but there were still many left. The stomping of feet was visible, and the protagonist added that their strength was constantly replenished. The opponent's weapon sparkled, and they clarified whether he thought that they would end there. The frog frowned, and Hyunsu realized that the extermination squads of all countries on the #1 Asian server had united, and he thought that after the Aurora Beam a coalition would appear, and he heard that he did not expect that they would all pull up, and this was impressive. The player in the black suit, folding his arms, asked if he would be able to break through these reinforcements and escape, adding that he had no one to count on, because there was no one in this area, and the waiting squad controlled the 54th floor, and if they lost, they would come and kill him. The protagonist, raising his head, listened to the end that he had no chance of getting out, and clarified whether he thought that they could lose. The enemy, standing in front of his team, replied that this would not happen. Many daggers flew at the protagonist, and the enemy finished by saying that they were the elite among the extermination squads. Hensu jumped back from the attack, and they could hear the order to attack and kill him. The opponent continued to tell them not to give him time to recover, and the protagonist, holding the hilt of the sword, thought that due to the effects of the Astral Rainbow, his strength was running out. It seemed like a projectile attack, and he wondered if this was the end. Everything around the protagonist was burning and exploding. He, wide-eyed, remembered the metal ball. The enemies raised their weapons and asked what it was and who he was. Suddenly, one of the destruction squad couldn't hold his knife, and the system reported a level 4 compression skill. The enemies fell to the ground and began to explode and scream loudly. In the smoke, a guy's silhouette was visible, exclaiming that he saw the explosion from afar and decided to check, asking what was going on. Hensu, smiling, replied that he was wondering where he was. Lick My Head emerged from the fog of the explosions, holding his hands in his pockets. The protagonist, lying on the floor, thanked him for saving him. The frog hit one of the enemies on the head, and the protagonist said that this was not the end, because someone else controlled the gorge. He added that there should be more enemies nearby, to which Lick My Head, standing above him, replied that he had seen them along the way and thought that they had already dealt with it by now. A player was visible at the top of the mountain, who asked if everything was finished yet, and received a positive answer. A golden cloak was visible, and Hensu did not understand who it was. Suddenly, Meow Meow Punch landed on the ground. The protagonist, squinting his eyes in pain, wondered how many items she had in total. The girl moved her legs and exclaimed that she was pleased to meet him. She waved her hand, and it was heard that it was called Meow Meow Punch. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, was surprised by this. He clenched his fists and said that she had just said the name Gondo. Hensu sharply turned his head. The players hit each other's heads, and Lick My Head said that he had already said that if he was not as stupid as that bald guy, then he had already understood everything. Meow Meow Punch replied that she did not even know that Evil Eye was Gondu, to which the protagonist extended his finger and understood that she knew everything. The protagonist, through tears, exclaimed that he was Gondu and asked if he was happy and satisfied, and whether he had to humiliate him like that to feel relief. Meow Meow Punch, holding his fingers to his mouth, asked if he appeared with the same face as Gondu, to which Hensu asked not to do this. The girl, looking at him, said that this was an interesting human society, and the world was wide, and there were many strange things in it. Lick My Head, wiping sweat, said that since their Gondu took off his mask, he would also take off his helmet, and he was stuffy. The guys looked at each other in bewilderment. Meow Meow Punch, putting out her palms, said that she was not going to show her face. The protagonist's eyes lit up with an unusual glow, and he wanted to see the face under this golden mask. He questioningly rounded his pupils. Lick My Head, taking her hand, shouted that they all took off their masks, to which she heard the question of who made her. The protagonist held a t-shirt in his hands. You could see how the players were pushing each other. Lick My Head lifted the mask up. Hyunsu, looking at the t-shirt, realized that Meow Meow Punch was a sub-vocalist. Grabbing Meow Meow Punch with his hand, Lick My Head exclaimed that they met a celebrity here, because the girl turns out to be a global star of pink punk, to which she said that she was ashamed. She fell to her knees and said that she had said in the community that she was Mao Mao, to which the protagonist repeated his words about greeting the fairy. The Yusek smiled widely, and Meow Meow Punch asked why he had the shirt she had given to the other guy, to which the protagonist replied that Bosong had said that it was his treasure and had given it to him. The girl opened her mouth in disappointment, and someone thought that she was from a popular idol group that had disbanded after a member died during a wave of monsters, and the system told about the member and said that she was under the protection of the Golden Empress, and one of the players realized that there was no news of surviving members, so she entered the tower. Putting a finger to his cheek, Hyunsu thought that it was amazing, because in one community there was a former Special Forces soldier, a representative of the country, and a global star, and he himself looked completely nondescript. The young man approached the girl and called her, to which she said that she was currently restoring her mentality, so she could not be touched, and they clarified that she wanted to buy a one-time artifact of invulnerability and potions. Folding her palms, Meow Meow Punch turned to the respected client and asked how much he was willing to sell for, to which he replied that for information about the skill book and the remaining parts of the Felian set. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the interlocutor, the protagonist set another condition. Smiling maliciously, he asked not to tell anyone about his true identity, because if he did, a bloody holiday would begin, to which she anxiously agreed. Hensu handed the girl a sacrificial substitute, and she, raising her hand, exclaimed that she finally received it, to which the young man asked if she was really so happy and received the answer that safety was the most important thing. The protagonist, gritting his jaw, thought about how her safety-first ability and obsession with items that would protect her were probably due to her injury. Lick My Head removed the helmet, and the protagonist thought about the silver helmet, golden mask, and rainbow armor. Team Hensu appeared, and he thought about what would happen if bald head and tight pants showed up here. Squeezing his eyes shut, the protagonist realized that just thinking about it made him feel creepy. Putting his hands in his pockets, the young man asked if they were also going up to the 55th floor, to which Lick My Head replied that they had no plans to stay here for a month, and the girl said that she would go accumulate results, and the protagonist noted that he was just about to go up, to which he received the answer that the player did not think it would be easy, because they did not even know how many times they had already been rejected by that guy. Velzat was lying on a rock, and Hensu suggested trying to pull it off again. The heroes asked the skeleton to open its mouth, and its eyes glowed brightly. Magic projectiles were visible in the air. The balls flew into the mouth of the Knight of Emptiness. Energy projectiles exploded in the skeleton's chest. The monster shouted that the player was still far from the goal, to which the protagonist, clutching his head, was indignant, why he was not satisfied, and Lick My Head asked whether this worthless thing should be fed garbage, and the girl asked if he liked it. Belzat asked who would be next, and Meow Meow Punch began to approach him and exclaimed that it was her turn now, and made a sound familiar to her on social networks. The girl was holding dried royal algae in her hand, capable of increasing in size in water 100 times, and said that they had brought a whole ton of them from the kingdom. Launching a powerful energy wave at the Void Knight, she shouted that this was the curse of her bonus and he would receive retribution, and then added that the skeleton would give in to the onslaught of the endlessly multiplying algae. 30 minutes later, Dikshun raised the watch above her. Velzat declared that the algae were delicious and asked for more, to which Meow Meow Punch, leaning her hands on the ground, exclaimed that her bonus was evaporating again without any result, and Hensu said that the players were very stupid. Lick My Top was indignant that he thought that this only concerned others, to which the protagonist clarified whether such a tactic worked, and the girl, turning around, shouted that armor shining in the sun was all that was needed, and advised the guy to taste the bitterness of life. The protagonist folded his arms and asked the skeleton if he wanted to get rid of gluttony without lifting the curse, and realized that this was the perfect situation. Stirring the contents of the pot, the protagonist said that everything would soon come true for them, to which Lick My Head was surprised that he also had culinary skills. A juicy steak and a large pot of stew appeared, and everyone exclaimed enthusiastically. Pressing his lips, Hensu said that there was one more step left. Taking the bottle in his hand, he explained that this magic sauce needed to be poured on, because only then would the dish be completely ready. The heroes, clenching their fists, asked the young man to give them a little and shouted that they were seeing him cook for the first time, to which the protagonist said that they should not say that they regretted trying it, but if they really wanted to, he could give them a little. Velzat exclaimed that he cooked it for himself, to which the protagonist, cutting the meat, asked him to wait since there was no big difference. Opening his mouth wide, Lick My Head said that when was the last time he ate food cooked by someone else. Holding a piece of steak on a fork, Meow Meow Punch declared that the aroma was very appetizing. Hensu stepped on the Void Knight's jaw with his foot and asked him to open his mouth, to which he shouted that he could finally eat normally. Lick My Head happily chewed his food. The girl held the fork to her mouth and continued eating. Velzat gritted his teeth, swallowing the stew prepared by the youth. Opening their mouths wide, the heroes and the skeleton suddenly screamed that it was not tasty, exclaiming that someone had just tried to poison them. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist explained that this was why he asked them not to eat it, and the system reported that 10 doses of tastelessness had been taken, which did not disappear even after rinsing with water. The Chaos Frog peeked out from behind the owner's head, and he was thinking about Velzat, but heard a loud sound. The Void Knight fell to the ground, and the protagonist wondered if everything was okay, but the quest completion notification still hadn't appeared. The young man threw the test tube and said that nothing could be done, and he would have to use everything he had. Magic seals enveloped the skeleton's legs, and he screamed for Hensu to stop and not come near him. A moment later, the protagonist jumped up. Holding the test tubes between his fingers, the young man explained that the faster he took the medicine, the faster his wounds would heal. Smiling evilly, the protagonist offered the enemy a sip of medicine. Clouds were visible, and Velzat screamed loudly, after which the system notified that he was losing his appetite and the curse of the void was receding, so the sudden quest was completed. Seeing the notification that Velzat's confession had been received for the first time on the server, Dikchun and Hyunsu joyfully slapped each other's palms. A key to the giant's tomb appeared above the protagonist's head, which they received as a reward. Tears flowed from the eyes of the Void Knight, and the protagonist asked him where the giant's tomb was, to which the skeleton said that his life force was leaving him. The system reported that a portal had been created, and the protagonist realized that he would have to look for it himself, and this portal was only his. After which he turned around and asked if Meow Meow Punch had come to her senses a little, to which she said that she would definitely take revenge. Taking his head in his hand, Lick My Head declared that he would never eat anything the young man cooked again, to which he replied that he had warned him about this so that the player would not regret it, and added that if he was given the same potions as his, the quest would be considered completed. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist explained that if there were ingredients, the potions could be brewed quickly, so he would go up to the 55th floor and make them. The young man said that he would give the players a generous portion, 20 bottles each, so that they could pour it all down Velzat's throat, amicably and with love, to which the skeleton, opening his mouth, shouted that he did not want to drink and asked them to get the hell out, and then created a portal. The players in the game began to disappear in the beams of teleportation, and Lick My Head declared that the protagonist really could threaten when he wanted, to which he said that this was a very offensive compliment and thanked Velzat, and the skeleton shouted for this damn demon to go away. Dakshin smiled, sitting on the shoulder of the owner, and he told his friends that they would see each other upstairs, to which everyone agreed, and the system reported that the protagonist had entered the 55th floor. Notifications about passing 2 more floors appeared, to which Hensu, flying above the teleportation beams, realized that he had not even noticed how he reached the end of the 50th floors, and after passing the next ones there would be a safe zone. The protagonist, looking away from the screen, thought that he had published a detailed strategy for passing to the 57th floor along with a photo in the community. A player on the forum reported that Velzat constantly refused the disgusting potion and ran away, so he had to suffer. In the photo, he pointed his finger at the skeleton's head, and the protagonist realized that Talma also passed the stage with the help of his guide. The protagonist flew with his arms outstretched, and the system notified him of the titles he had received, to which the young man was surprised that the titles appeared on their own. Hensu entered the portal leading to the 58th floor with the soldier mission. Destroyed buildings were visible through the teleportation beams, and the system reported that to pass, he needed to hold out for 1 month or reach the cradle. Covering his nose with his hand, the protagonist said that this was not the most pleasant place. The system notified that the player had been exposed to toxic substances, thereby reducing his immunity, to which the young man, taking the flask with the potion in his hand, said that it was not for nothing that the theme of the stage was soldiers, so you need to drink the water of life and wrap yourself in divine power. Looking at the dump, the protagonist said that the last material for completing Lilka's quest was a small cat, and the condition for completing this floor was reaching the cradle of a big cat, and they were probably connected, after which he asked if cats could live in such a place. The protagonist turned around anxiously, hearing a loud sound. A small cat appeared in front of him, which was a mechanical monster of the 5th level with blades instead of claws. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Hensu exclaimed that there was a small one here. Suddenly, the monster made a fire attack, from which the protagonist screamed. Lifting Dakshan up, the young man declared that since the cat started it, he was dead. The protagonist threw the pet forward and shouted for a slap. The monster opened its mouth in fear. The small cat fell down from the powerful blow of the Chaos Frog. Smoke was coming out of the mechanical monster, and the protagonist asked if Dakshan could be gentler with the materials for the quest, and then explained that if they brought the cat in good condition, Lilka would give them a better reward. 3 more monsters appeared, and the protagonist declared that there were many of them, so it was not scary. The protagonist's hand began to emit magical streams, and he explained that it was enough to catch one properly. Pointing his finger at the system screen, Hensu saw that he had won the Red Fox's trust by receiving the necessary materials, and said that now the girl's 4th quest was also completed. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that this was a skillfully created mechanism, and if you disassemble it, you can get useful things. Holding a part made in Framberg, the protagonist wondered if it was some kind of memory card. Wrapping his fingers around the pass to the underground city that allowed him to enter the ruins, the protagonist asked if this was the city that was indicated on the pass he had received earlier. Pressing his lips together, Hensu thought about the fact that the chains that tied him up on the 48th floor were also made in this city, and then wondered if this was the city where skilled dwarven craftsmen with outstanding technology lived. The guy looked at the ruins and he explained that judging by the abilities, most of the junk thrown here were things from Framberg, and then guessed that this was a dump that this city uses, and the small cats were created to dispose of the trash. Magic seals appeared in the protagonist's eyes after activating an SS rank ability. Energy beams rushed through the destroyed buildings. A large mechanical monster sat in front of the entrance to the underground city, and the protagonist exclaimed that he had found a large cat and an entrance to Framberg. The small cats turned around, and the system reported that they were using sensors and detectors, and Hensu realized that they had discovered his ability. The mechanical monsters began to attack the hero. The shells flew straight into the protagonist's body, and he exclaimed that they could detect him from several kilometers away. A powerful explosion appeared among the destroyed buildings. The protagonist took a step forward, coughing from the smoke. The young man rushed forward, cutting through obstacles with his sword, and shouted that the gnomes had also made rockets. Having walked around the large cat, the protagonist shouted that he was no longer interested in him. The guy applied the pass to the entrance to the ruins of the underground city of Framberg and declared that he would pass quietly. The system reported that if he helped the residents with their problems, he would receive a good gift, and Hensu, entering the passage, exclaimed that it had opened. The protagonist was confused when he saw a bright flash. The young man said that he had just crashed into something, then looked at the legs of the man who had called him. In front of him stood the residents of the city of Hegwick and Gangbleton, one of whom asked who the boy was calling small. Frowning, the character asked how the Conqueror had gotten here, and if he did not answer directly, he would try out a new torture device they had developed on him. Extending his hand forward, the protagonist explained that he had entered officially, using a pass he had received from an acquaintance, and the dwarves were surprised by the golden card. The characters grabbed the boy's body with their hands, and Hegwick realized that he was an honored guest, and Gangbleton explained that they give this pass to those who have helped the residents or are their friends. Then the boy is that very friend, to which Hensu answered affirmatively. Hegwick put his hands on his hips and said that they hadn't even introduced themselves. The second gnome said his name and asked the boy's name, to which he replied that they could call him Evil Eye, and the gnomes exclaimed that he should follow them, because they needed to enter the city. The protagonist asked if they meant the underground city, to which Gangbleton turned around and said to get into this elevator. The protagonist began to fall rapidly down and screamed loudly in fear. The gnomes welcomed the boy to the magical underground city, to which he, seeing large buildings, enthusiastically clarified whether this was magical engineering. Passing by characters in costumes, Hensu exclaimed that these were homunculi, to which the inhabitants laughed and replied that they were magical creatures. But not homunculi, but creatures. Hegwick handed the protagonist a bottle and told him to drink it before going for a walk, because those who come here usually get sick after a few hours. Looking at the container, the protagonist asked what it was, to which the dwarf explained that it was the water of life from the kingdom of flowers and birds, and one bottle cost 2,000 points, and added that he needed to drink at least 6 bottles a day to be safe. Taking the contents with the magic liquid in his hand, the protagonist thought about how he taught Meow Meow Punch to make the water of life, and she sells it in Framber, and then thought that he could tell the dwarves how to make this elixir, but this is a product that is supplied under a contract, so this could cause problems. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl screamed that her skin was burning, and the protagonist realized that looking at all these dwarves, especially children, he could not just pass by. Energy streams appeared from the young man's eyes, and he interrupted his thoughts. Hensu asked if the dwarves had a representative here, to which Hegvik looked up and replied that of course they did. The protagonist politely led him to the representative, after which a long bridge appeared. Behilton, holding a gold card in his hands, greeted the guy and said that he was a representative of Framber, and then told him that the world was on the verge of destruction, and they were once helped, and noted that the protagonist had magnificent armor. Looking at the arriving player, Behilton said that the equipment had a stunning color, and the decoration was simply magnificent, and the real Fellain set, even with 5 parts, was very impressive. The protagonist clarified if the representative knew about this set, to which he, touching the equipment with his hands, exclaimed that how could he not know, because the dwarves know about the many treasures that exist in the tower, and said that he wondered how much stronger this set would become if he collected all the parts. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if the man had all the pieces of the equipment, to which he replied that he had kept them a secret. With his mouth wide open in alarm, Hensu offered to make a deal, and in his mind he apologized to Meow Meow Punch and decided to tell them how to make the water of life to get the equipment, but Behilton asked to sell him what the player was wearing. With his palms together, the representative of the underground city stated that he would pay a good price, and the protagonist realized that this was a counter-offer. The man offered to trade with 2 S-rank items for each piece, to which the protagonist replied that he had worked hard to collect it, when suddenly a loudspeaker appeared, announcing an emergency. Behilton looked up and exclaimed that it was already time, although it should be a little while longer. The dwarves in gas masks were visible, and the system explained that it was all because of the fog of darkness, which contains many diseases, curses, and ailments, and the creature that was supposed to disappear is still alive and breathing. Hensu turned his head worriedly and asked what was going on and what kind of creature it was. Clenching his fist, the city representative shouted that they would discuss this later, and for now they needed to put on a gas mask and stand still. The protagonist called out to the man, to which he responded and caught the flask in his hand, and the young man said that this was the real water of life, and the man asked him again. The protagonist recalled how he examined the bottle, and the system reported that it was inferior to the original but had cleansing properties, and explained that he personally checked and found that the water of life sold in the kingdom of flowers and birds was diluted. Holding containers of liquid in his hands, the young man said that this was water with 100% purity, and 1 bottle would be enough, to which he received a question about how he got it. Smiling, Hensu replied that he had made it himself. Residents in protective masks ran along the street, and the protagonist promised that he would tell them how to make the water of life with which they would be able to withstand this plague fog. Dakshan looked out from behind the owner, and the protagonist clarified where Delberton was because it seemed that the plague fog was coming from him, and asked to take him to him, while the system notified the player about a complex quest, including several subtasks. Its reward is unknown, but it depends on the results. A huge plague egg appeared, which was secreting a poisonous fog, and Behilton admitted that thanks to the water of life they got here without losses, but if they do not break this egg, then everything will be meaningless. The heroes were facing a huge obstacle, and the system told them that Delberton, according to the deal with the representative, was supposed to bring complete destruction to the gnomes, to which the protagonist wondered what that meant, and out of more than 300 million gnomes, only 2,000 remained. Grasping the weapon with his hands, Behilton said that now there was not a single healthy one left among the gnomes, and today's expedition would in some sense be the last, after which he ordered everyone to break the plague egg. Screaming loudly, the gnomes began to carry out the representative's order. The inhabitants of the underground city struck the egg. The representative of the magical city of Framberg swung his weapon. Trying to destroy Delberton with an axe, the man shouted for it to break. He continued to repeat the same thing when suddenly the handle of his weapon broke. Falling to his knees, Behilton exclaimed that there was no more chance, and they had paid a huge price to delay the destruction, but now it was over. Putting his palm on the plague egg, Hensu declared that he would deal with it, and asked to take Dakshan and go to a safe place, to which the representative clarified what he was going to do. Magic streams from the protagonist's fingers began to spread throughout the egg, and the young man asked the man again. Using the skill fog run, the protagonist rushed towards Delberton, declared that he was going to complete a quest, and the system reported that the plague egg had been entered for the first time on all servers. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.